Chapter 1. The End Times Shennong System. On July 2nd, 2066, in the calendar of the Blue Star, in a remote, uninhabited mountainous region of southern Huagua, Zhao Feng sprinted down the slope, gripping a mountain-cutting knife in his right hand, his face filled with terror. Hot on his heels, a wild boar, the size of a calf, with blood-red eyes radiating an insatiable frenzy and a glimmer of bloodlust, galloped relentlessly after him. The wild boar was not only massive, but its tusks protruded menacingly from either side of its mouth, measuring an alarming 20 to 30 centimeters in length, rendering it a truly terrifying sight. Green saliva dripped continuously from its enormous maw, splattering onto the ground, where it corroded the grass and leaves, causing them to emit wisps of white smoke before disintegrating completely. As Zhao Feng glanced back, a translucent system panel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Zombie Wild Boar, Tier 2 Swift Runner. Strength, 125. Agility, 80. Traits. The zombie virus has not only enhanced its physical form, but has also infused its saliva with a plethora of pathogens. Take heed to avoid its bites. With a mere thought, the previous panel vanished, replaced by another. Zhao Feng, Common Tier. Level, 1010. Age, 23. Lord, territory not activated. Strength, 55. Agility, 50. Mental power, 50. Talent S. Martial art, none. Special notice. Due to the integration of the Shennong rules, the host's identity is automatically bound as a lord. Activating the End Times Shennong system, please establish a territory within 24 hours, or the system will be revoked. Remaining time, 23 hours, 42 minutes, 52 seconds. Just a week after graduating from university, he had come to the mountains as per his father's wishes to pay homage at the shrine of the mountain deity. The shrine and the Shennong statue within were established by their ancestral lineage, and the practice of worship was a time-honored family tradition. However, after completing the rites the previous day, a beam of golden light shot from the Shennong statue into his forehead, leading to his subsequent fainting. In the moments before losing consciousness, he had caught a glimpse of a green light approaching him, but before he could discern its nature, he succumbed to darkness. Awakened moments ago by the voice of the heavenly Tao, he discovered that the statue had inexplicably shattered. The large green cauldron, which had stood for years as an incense holder before the statue, was also missing. Indeed, it was the heavenly Tao, a concept only found in myth and legend. The heavenly Tao transformed into a system notification, declaring that a collision and fusion between alternate universes had occurred, allowing the zombie virus to seep into Blue Star, tainting all water sources and causing all animals to mutate upon inhaling the virus. The heavenly Tao bestowed the End Times system, granting each individual the choice between the hero or lord profession. Failing to choose defaults 1 to hero. The primary distinction between heroes and lords lies in the fact that lords must establish and develop their territory to enhance their own capabilities. Once established, a territory cannot be relocated. Heroes face no such restrictions as long as conditions are met. They can break through tiers and level up. The higher the tier, the stronger the individual. Due to the fusion with the Shennong rules, Zhao Feng was unable to choose and automatically became a lord, with the system upgraded from the original End Time system to the End Time Shennong system. Before Zhao Feng could comprehend his new system, a zombie wild boar charged forth, leading to his frantic escape. What? Should he confront it with his mountain-cutting knife? Zhao Feng dared not. In terms of both strength and agility, he was utterly outmatched. He feared that should he charge forward, he would be easily trampled by the beast in a single rush. Most importantly, given the boar's immense size, he truly questioned whether his mountain-cutting knife could penetrate its defenses. Crying face. The forest was dense, filled with trees as thick as a grown man's thigh, interspersed with thickets of weeds and thorns. Fortunately, he had already cleared a path with his knife while ascending, allowing him to run faster along this route. Otherwise, he would have surely been overtaken by the wild boar in mere moments. Whether it was due to the transformation brought on by the system or the golden light from the Shennong statue, Zhao Feng felt that his body had been significantly enhanced. His speed, endurance, hearing, vision, and even reflexes had all seen considerable improvement. Since leaving the Shennong temple, he had sprinted downhill for over 10 minutes, yet he remained unflustered, his breath steady and his legs steady. Had it been before, he wouldn't have lasted 10 minutes of sprinting on flat ground without collapsing in exhaustion. Whoosh whoosh. Zhao Feng moved with remarkable speed, yet the wild boar was even faster. Without glancing back, Zhao Feng could hear the increasingly close, heavy breaths behind him, his expression growing ever more grave. Moments later, while hurtling downhill, Zhao Feng suddenly grasped a nearby tree trunk. The immense inertia caused his body to veer sharply to the side. In the next instant, the colossal form of the zombie wild boar thundered past him. Upon realizing Zhao Feng had altered his course, the wild boar screeched to a halt and turned, crashing into another tree behind it. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding crash, a tree, as thick as a grown man's thigh and towering dozens of meters high, fractured at the point of impact, collapsing with a deafening thud. The wild boar's tusks remained unscathed, though its snout was crushed, with no blood seeping forth, only a foul-smelling pus. Despite the injury to its snout, the zombie wild boar seemed impervious to pain, quickly readjusting its aim and charging toward Zhao Feng once more. As the wild boar halted and turned, wasting precious seconds, Zhao Feng had already dashed another 10 meters ahead. Given the thick thickets of thorns and weeds, Zhao Feng had performed remarkably well, hacking and running to cover such distance. During his flight, Zhao Feng seized a rare moment to glance back. Upon witnessing the toppled tree, he felt immense relief that he had not chosen to fight to the death. The wild boar charged again, the distance between them closing rapidly before the boar could fully approach. Zhao Feng shifted direction, grasping another tree trunk, using his momentum to pivot once more. As he changed direction, the zombie wild boar reacted instantly, skidding to a halt and following suit. Bang! Another thunderous crash resounded as the wild boar easily shattered a second massive tree. This time, Zhao Feng did not look back, continuing to run swiftly while clearing a path. Employing a zigzag pattern, he gradually increased the distance between himself and the zombie wild boar. In a certain neighborhood of Kyoto City, Huagua, a young couple sat on a bench, embracing their large pet dog. "Honey, what do you think a zombie looks like? Is it like in the movies?" "I don't know, whatever it looks like, I will protect you." I knew you were the best." As the couple shared sweet moments in each other's arms, they remained blissfully unaware that their once docile pet dog had undergone a transformation, its eyes now glowing crimson, and its fangs silently lengthening, becoming sharper and more menacing. Its nails, previously trimmed, grew rapidly, reaching around 5 centimeters in just 5 breaths. The newly grown claws were no longer black, but a sinister shade of dark green. Howl! A ferocious growl jolted the couple from their tender reverie. Before they could pinpoint the source of the sound, their once lazy pet dog, lounging at their feet, suddenly twisted its head and lunged at the male partner's neck with its gaping maw. Thud! In an instant, the male's neck was severed, and before the female could react, she was drenched in a spray of blood. Her mind went blank before she could comprehend the situation. The blood-soaked dog had turned its head toward her, ready to bite. This horrific scenario was not limited to this couple. All pets within the neighborhood, as well as stray dogs and cats, were undergoing similar transformations. Among these changes, many individuals, like the couple, would meet their demise at the jaws of their own pets, while those fortunate enough to have their pets caged managed to escape the carnage. The situation was most dire at the zoo. All animals had gone berserk: elephants, rhinos, leopards, tigers, lions. Hundreds, even thousands of creatures broke free from their enclosures, charging toward the unsuspecting visitors. Collision, tearing, trampling. Before these frenzied beasts, the tourists stood no chance. One by one, their lives extinguished. What was once a lively and harmonious zoo had morphed into a hellish nightmare in the blink of an eye. After rampaging through the zoo and wreaking havoc among the tourists, the animals did not linger, smashing through the zoo's walls and surging into the city, igniting widespread chaos. This turmoil was not confined to Huagua. Countless individuals across Blue Star found themselves engulfed in a maelstrom of panic. Chapter 2. Equipment lost. Finally, he had evaded that accursed wild boar. Somewhere in the forest, Zhao Feng leaned against a tree, panting heavily, his face alight with the thrill of having survived, having employed a zigzag pattern to escape. He had been running for over half an hour, and only now was the sound of the wild boar completely absent. But wait, something felt off. Why had he not yet seen any sign of the valley below after such a prolonged descent? A flicker of confusion crossed Zhao Feng's eyes. Yesterday, it had taken him over 3 hours to reach the Shennong temple, and although today he was descending in a zigzag manner, his speed was several times greater than before. Logically, he should have been able to at least catch a glimpse of the scenery at the foot of the mountain by now. Yet, he saw nothing. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached his ears. Looking up, he spotted a gray squirrel. It was roughly the size of a rabbit, its eyes a disturbing shade of crimson. Its exposed incisors were not only a finger's length, but also remarkably sharp. What astonished Zhao Feng the most was the sight of several gaping holes in the squirrel's body, as if corroded by venom, revealing not just flesh, but bone beneath. Despite its grotesque condition, the squirrel continued to scurry and leap through the trees, drawing ever closer to him. In mere moments, the squirrel landed on a nearby tree beside him. With a thought, a transparent attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Zombie Squirrel. Level 1 Ordinary Zombie Strength. 30 Agility. 60 Traits. The zombie virus has not only enhanced its physique, but has also infused its saliva with a potent virus. Avoid being bitten at all costs. Its characteristics were akin to those of the zombie wild boar, yet its strength and agility were on an entirely different level. This was a foe he could confront. Zhao Feng focused intently on the squirrel, gripping his machete tightly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Just as he prepared himself, the zombie squirrel leapt from the tree, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at his head. As the claws approached within a meter of him, his machete sliced through the air, emitting a silver flash as it struck the squirrel's head. With a resounding crack, the squirrel's head exploded, its headless carcass plummeting to the ground. Simultaneously, 2 items appeared on the ground beside the corpse. One was a grain-sized crystal radiating a soft, faint white light, and the other was a piece of ore that emitted the same gentle glow. Zhao Feng's mind raced as the attributes of the 2 items swiftly appeared before him. Energy Crystal, common item, contains 3 points of energy. Iron ore, common item, can yield 1 kilogram of refined iron after processing. Had he just received equipment? Energy? What purpose could it serve? A flurry of questions erupted in his mind, but there was no time for contemplation. That he approached the 2 items, and with a thought, they vanished from the ground and materialized in the inventory of his system panel. Indeed, it was the system's built-in storage space. His inventory held 100 slots, each capable of storing up to 1,000 identical items. Although he longed to pause and explore the system he had bound himself to, the fear of another wild boar appearing, combined with the unfamiliarity of the deep mountains, urged him to refrain from lingering. Over an hour later, standing at the foot of the mountain, Zhao Feng gazed at the familiar, yet tranquil village 100 meters away, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. However, when he turned to look back at the mountain peak, his eyes widened in astonishment. The mountain that had stood only 300 to 400 meters tall yesterday now soared into the clouds. At least 1,000 meters high, and no wonder it had taken him so long to descend. The most unbelievable aspect was that, despite being on the mountain, he had felt no tremors. What on earth was happening in this world? Before he could unravel his confusion, 2 synthesized mechanical voices echoed in his mind. System notification. Zhao Xuxing has requested to add you as a friend. System notification. Wang Xueqing has requested to add you as a friend. Oh, my parents have sent friend requests. How careless of me to have forgotten to contact them. Zhao Feng paused for a moment, then quickly accepted both requests. After visiting the Shennong temple yesterday, he had fallen unconscious upon absorbing the golden light, awakening only to be chased by the wild boar, and had been fleeing down the mountain until now. His phone had been left behind at the temple, making it impossible to reach out to his parents. So he was pleasantly surprised to find that the system had a contact feature. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as the friend requests were accepted, Zhao Xuxing's video call popped up. Clicking to accept, a semi-transparent video dialog box appeared before him, displaying his father's anxious face. Beside him was his mother's weary visage, her eyes swollen from crying for what seemed like an eternity. Upon seeing Zhao Feng, Zhao Xuxing visibly sighed in relief. What on earth have you been up to? You rascal? I've been trying to reach you, But you ignored my calls and didn't accept my friend requests. The deal, you have any idea how worried your mother has been? Father, mother, I'm fine, just encountered a little mishap. Zhao Feng reassured them as he recounted his experiences. The Dio not venture into the mountains again lightly. Zhao Xuxing cautioned with lingering trepidation. The world has descended into chaos, with zombie animals rampant everywhere. If bitten by those creatures, a person transforms into a zombie upon death. You must exercise utmost caution. Zhao Feng remained silent, nodding quickly. During his descent, he had not only encountered the zombie wild boar, but also zombie squirrels, zombie snakes, zombie rabbits, and even zombie birds. Fortunately, he was in good shape. Aside from avoiding the zombie wild boar, he had managed to eliminate the other zombie creatures, acquiring over 10 energy crystals and several items in the process. By the way, you mentioned absorbing golden light. The system indicated that you fused with the Shennong laws. Could it be that Shennong truly exists? Zhao Xuxing bombarded Zhao Feng with questions, his eyes wide with astonishment. Shennong was a figure from Chinese mythology, considered by many to be a mere figment of imagination, yet it seemed to be real. Zhao Feng nodded. I don't know that that's what the system said, by the way. My system is now the apocalyptic Shennong system and has automatically bound me to the Lord profession. What systems do you and Mother have? What? You're a Lord? Zhao Xuxing exclaimed, his tone filled with concern. Lords must establish their territory within 24 hours. And once established, it cannot be moved. The restrictions are immense. I had planned to have you drive back as soon as possible. Seeing the worry etched on his father's face, Zhao Feng felt perplexed. Father, while the Lord profession does come with many limitations, isn't it manageable? I could just buy a ticket to return and establish the territory in our backyard, couldn't I? He was an ordinary university graduate. But his father had started an internet company in Modu, allowing them to purchase a standalone villa in the outskirts. Although it paled in comparison to the truly wealthy, the house spanned several hundred square meters and had a backyard exceeding 100 square meters. Establishing the territory in the backyard would, while complicating future upgrades, at least ensure safety. With 21 hours remaining until the 24-hour deadline, the high-speed train to Modu would take only 5 or 6 hours, leaving him ample time. Zhao Xuxing shook his head gravely. The Blue Star has changed. Chapter 3. Shennong Space. The Blue Star has transformed, and it has undergone a monumental shift. Firstly, in terms of area. The entire surface of Blue Star is rapidly expanding. All roads, mountains, seas, and lakes outside of urban areas are in a state of expansion. It has been just over an hour since the Heavenly Path notification. And the heights of all peaks have increased by more than threefold, while the area of lakes has also expanded by more than threefold. The distances between cities and towns are rapidly increasing, resulting in catastrophic damage to the roads connecting them. Not only that, but nations are also separating, with borders automatically fracturing and being filled with endless seawater. Roads have been destroyed, including highways and railways, which have suffered extensive damage. Consequently, all high-speed trains have ceased operations, and many that were in transit have become trapped, their fates uncertain. All electrical wires and cables have been torn apart due to the expansion of the surface, plunging the entire nation into darkness and a state of disconnection. Due to the changes in the area of Blue Star, gravitational shifts have caused all orbital satellites to crash, rendering phones inoperable. The most terrifying aspect is that this transformation is ongoing, and no one knows what the future holds. That I initially thought that you should try to drive towards Modu as much as possible. Getting closer would be better, but now that is certainly not feasible. Zhao Xuxing shook his head and contemplated. Both your mother and I have the apocalyptic system. Other people around us also have it, and no one has mentioned that their systems can upgrade. Does your upgraded system possess any unique features? Zhao Feng shook his head. That I don't know. I haven't had the chance to check yet. That I'll take a look now. Yes, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. A system panel measuring approximately 20 centimeters in both length and width materialized vividly in his consciousness. That the pinnacle of the system. 6 bold characters proclaimed the apocalyptic Shennong system. To the left of the system lay a menu, which in descending order included Regional Channel, National Channel, Shennong Mall, Territory Information, Package Space, Contacts, and Personal Information. With a mere thought, he accessed the regional channel, revealing a cascade of urgent messages continually flashing before him. Zhang-san. Help. My car is stuck on the highway. Li Si. Help. A python has turned into a monster in our village, measuring 20 meters and has devoured hundreds. Wang Yi. Hallelujah. The apocalyptic system is real. Is it finally my turn to unify the three realms? Zhao Wu. Upon opening the national channel, he found only a smattering of scattered messages. Wang Hao, Yangtze River, this is the Yellow River, please respond. Zhang Ming, fool, did you hear that downstairs? Zhao Wu Fu. This is a test. The information within the two channels was overwhelmingly abundant, with the vast majority being distress calls. Regrettably, as everyone struggled for survival, no one responded. With another thought, he accessed the Shennong Mall and territory information, only to be met with blank screens. His package contained 100 slots, with the first slot occupied by a small orb, the size of a longan, emanating a gentle glow. This orb represented Zhao Feng's Lord's Heart. Once Zhao Feng selected a location for his territory and placed it upon the ground, it would materialize. The second slot held over 10 energy crystals, the third contained several ordinary iron ores, and the fourth housed a long sword. The long sword was dropped by a zombie serpent, yet Zhao Feng preferred using a machete, thus he chose not to replace it. He had two contacts, his parents. With a hint of anticipation, Zhao Feng opened his personal information. Zhao Feng. Ordinary rank, level 1-0-10 Lord, territory not activated strength, 55 agility, 50 mental power, 50 aptitude, martial arts, none. As the personal information appeared, the meanings of the related terms automatically unfolded in his mind. The number following the level indicates the energy his body had absorbed, with 10 representing the total energy required to reach the next level. In the ordinary rank, each level gained requires experience equal to the current level multiplied by 10, with a maximum of 100 levels. Each level increase grants one free attribute point, which the host may allocate to one of three attributes: strength, agility, or mental power. Strength denotes the physical power he can exert. Strength multiplied by 10 represents his arm strength, enabling him to lift items weighing up to 550 pounds, a feat far surpassing that of an average person. Agility refers to his maximum running speed, physical reflexes, and cognitive response speed, forming a comprehensive value. Mental power is unique. A higher number signifies better mental acuity, enhancing sensory perception. Aptitude reflects personal potential. The higher the aptitude, the easier it is to transcend subsequent realms. Insufficient aptitude means that even if one reaches level 100, they may not transcend to the next tier. Beside his name, an avatar depicted his current appearance. The name displayed was modifiable, but only once. Zhao Feng pondered for a moment, finding no immediate thoughts for a change, so he opted to leave it as is, given there was no time constraint. The avatar, however, could not be altered as he opened the log, which contained minimal text, merely a brief introduction to the system. The regional channel allows individuals within a designated area to communicate freely. Those outside the area cannot see the messages. The specifics of the area division were not disclosed. The national channel is accessible to individuals within the same country, with each person permitted to send only one message per day. Territory information will only appear once a territory is established. The package is an initial one, with every individual allowed 10 slots. Each slot can store the same type of item, up to 20 of each. As the personal system continues to upgrade, the package will also advance. Zhao Feng speculated that his system had likely upgraded once already, hence the slots expanded to 100, allowing him to store up to 1,000 of the same item. This appeared to be one of the advantages of the apocalyptic Shennong system. While seemingly mundane, if utilized effectively, it could yield unexpected benefits. That he pondered the true nature of the so-called Shennong laws. Just as the thought of the Shennong laws crossed his mind, four characters abruptly emerged in his consciousness. Shennong space. Upon entering Shennong space, Zhao Feng's mind shifted to a luminous point deep within his brain, and he was instantly drawn into the light. In the next moment, Zhao Feng's consciousness found itself within a vast space. The space was exceedingly high, with no visible ceiling, yet it was brilliantly illuminated. Below lay a 100-meter by 100-meter field, cultivated with two types of plants, one resembling sweet potatoes, the other unfamiliar. The very center of the space stood an ancient, square green cauldron, which bore a striking resemblance to the archaic incense burner found within the Shennong temple atop the mountain. Zhao Feng pondered the significance of this cauldron. An influx of information flooded his mind. First-tier spirit field, area, 100m 100m efficacy, capable of cultivating ordinary crops as well as first-tier spirit plants. The land contains spiritual energy and spiritual water, accelerating the growth of crops and spirit plants to merely 1/10 of the normal growth period. Anomalous sweet potato. Growth status. Mature quantity. 5,000 units efficacy. Alleviates hunger. Consuming one increases strength by 1 point, with a maximum increase of 10 points per day. The sweet potato stems are also edible. Purple fern. Growth status. Mature quantity. 1,000 stalks efficacy. Alleviates hunger. Each stalk yields 3 drops of purple fern juice. Purple fern juice purifies water sources, transforming seawater, ordinary wastewater, or lightly virus-contaminated water into potable pure water. Each drop can purify 1 cubic meter of water. Shennong cauldron, sealed ordinary item internal space, 10 cubic meters, refinement. Capable of refining various first and second tier spirit plants according to the host requirements. Purification, able to purify various minerals of first and second tiers, converting them into higher purity items. Alchemy, given the provision of a formula and materials, capable of automatically merging and refining first and second tier spirit plants into elixirs. Note, after providing a formula for the first time, the Shennong cauldron will automatically memorize it. Subsequent alchemy requires only the relevant spirit plants. Unsealing method. The Shennong cauldron is bound to the Shennong space. And upon the upgrade of the Shennong space, the Shennong cauldron will automatically unseal the corresponding tier. The Shennong space is intricately linked to the apocalyptic Shennong system, as Zhao Feng's Lord's Heart upgrades. The Shennong space will also advance. The land area will expand, revealing various mystical domains. The larger the land area, the greater the variety of spirit crops that can be cultivated. The more mystical domains that emerge. The more unique spirit plants can be grown. As the Shennong space upgrades, the space enlarges, and the surrounding mist can be absorbed by the Shennong cauldron, thereby continuously unsealing and enhancing its capabilities. What thrilled Zhao Feng the most was that every action here could be accomplished with a mere thought. Moreover, cultivating any plant required no watering or fertilizing. Simply plant it, wait for it to mature, and harvest with a thought. Chapter 4. Thank you, my Shennong brother. Exiting the Shennong space, Zhao Feng's face radiated excitement. Initially, he assumed the upgraded apocalyptic system merely expanded the package space to 100 times that of an ordinary person. Yet he had underestimated its true potential. The genuine golden opportunity lay within this Shennong space. His father had already mentioned that all freshwater had been contaminated, indicating that drinking water had become a non-renewable resource. Currently, people still relied on bottled water and other supplies, but such reserves were woefully insufficient for the vast population. Zhao Feng estimated that within a month, the market's pure water supplies would be depleted. Yet his purple fern juice perfectly addressed this dilemma. Of course, it wouldn't resolve everyone's issues, but Zhao Feng believed it would more than suffice for himself and his parents' drinking water needs. Not only would they have water, but also food, 2 essential resources for survival in an apocalyptic world, which he no longer lacked. While others fought fiercely over expired buns, he savored pure water and roasted sweet potatoes within his own territory. What a delightful contrast. The Shennong space could also cultivate other plants. In the future, he could plant fruit trees, wheat, millet, etc., making for a truly blissful life ahead. As he reveled in his good fortune, a smile involuntarily crept upon Zhao Feng's lips. After a brief moment, he shook himself from the reverie of his dreams and promptly shared his discoveries with his father. Zhao Su-sheng was equally astonished by the sheer power of his son's system. While rejoicing for his son, both parents sighed in relief. Previously, when their son was unable to reunite with them in Modu, they had harbored some worries. Now, however, such concerns seemed utterly unfounded. With provisions in hand, their hearts were at ease. They had witnessed the long lines forming throughout Modu as people scrambled to shop, even prompting the police to maintain order. Since you can purify water sources, why not establish your territory near the reservoir? Zhao Xuxing advised Zhao Feng that there exists a small reservoir a few kilometers away from their village, modest in size, spanning merely a few square kilometers. Beneath the reservoir lies an underground river, the destination of which remains unknown. That if one were to privately stock the reservoir with fish, they could easily slip into the subterranean river, vanishing without a trace. Thus, the reservoir has never been leased out. Despite the lack of maintenance, the reservoir remains relatively unpolluted due to the sparse population in their ancestral home. resulting in commendable water quality that as long as his sun purifies the water of any viruses. It should suffice for drinking purposes. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, that is my belief as well. Let us hurry over and, once we ascertain everything is in order, establish our territory promptly to preempt any potential issues. Do remember to exercise caution on the way." Understood. Heeding his parents' numerous admonitions, Zhao Feng ended the video call and proceeded towards the nearby village, having arrived on a high-speed train the previous day. He had specifically rented a vehicle, which now rested outside the village. This village, his hometown, comprised over 100 households, though the vast majority had ventured out for work, leaving only a few elderly residents behind. Just as he was about to step into the village, a sudden, frantic panting reached his ears. Turning his gaze, he beheld an adult stray dog, its body partly decomposed, with limbs reduced to mere bone. The dog's head and body were smeared with blood, its skeletal mouth stained crimson, fragments of flesh lodged between its sharp teeth. Recognizing it as the pet of an elderly couple in the village, Zhao Feng surmised that the two elderly individuals had likely met with a tragic fate. The dog bared its teeth, its frenzied eyes fixated on Zhao Feng, and with a powerful surge, it lunged towards him like an arrow released from its bowstring. Zhao Feng chose not to initiate an attack. Instead, he lifted his machete defensively while scrutinizing his surroundings. He recalled that two elderly households in the village kept dogs, and he had no desire for another to unexpectedly appear during his confrontation. After surveying the vicinity and finding no further anomalies, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Redirecting his focus back to the zombie dog before him, in that instant, a system dialog box materialized in his vision. Zombie dog. Tier 2 Swift Runner Strength, 25 Agility, 30 Description. The zombie virus has not only enhanced its physical capabilities, but has also infused its saliva with a significant viral load. Beware of bites. Steadying himself, Zhao Feng grinned, hands firmly gripping the machete as he swung it downwards with ferocity. With a resounding crack, the dog's head exploded, and although he had managed to evade most of the blood spray, some nonetheless splattered onto him. Paying little mind to the stains on his attire, Zhao Feng's eyes sparkled as he noticed two items suddenly appear on the ground: an energy crystal the size of a ping-pong ball and a piece of parchment emanating a dark glow. From the assortment of information available, Zhao Feng understood that items were categorized into various tiers. Tier 1 items were mundane, emitting a faint white light, easily overlooked during daylight. Tier 2 items were black iron level, radiating a black glow. The better the item, the more intense the glow. The third tier remained a mystery, as he had yet to encounter any, and no one had boasted about them in the chat channels. The parchment's rich black luminescence indicated its notable quality within the black iron tier. With a mere thought, both items were swiftly stowed away in his inventory, and he promptly checked their attributes. Energy Crystal, Black Iron, containing 400 energy points barracks. Black Iron Summon. Can summon up to 20 soldiers daily, consuming 100 energy points for each summon construction requirements. 100 kilograms of fine iron. 100 kilograms of wood, 20 kg of copper jackpot. Zhao Feng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he grinned widely, nearly splitting his face from excitement. Numerous lords had already established their territories and posted relevant information in the regional channel. Regardless of the lord's qualifications, the territories established were all of the mundane tier, equivalent to village level, encompassing an area of 100 m by 100. Each territory began with a 20 square meter wooden lord's mansion and no other constructions. Upgrading the territory required fulfilling several conditions, one of which was a minimum populace of 100 that many lords would invite friends and family, or others, to join their territories as residents. Zhao Feng had previously been troubled by how to gather enough people. Given that the surrounding area comprised small rural towns where human encounters were rare, securing even 10 individuals was a challenge, let alone 100 that yet. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a building, and a black iron one at that. Grateful to the heavens, the earth, fate, and ultimately his brother Shennong, he prostrated 3 times before the sky. Let us proceed to the reservoir and establish our territory. With a beaming smile, Zhao Feng made his way towards the village center. Although the requirements for constructing the barracks were substantial, he paid little attention, for he could acquire ores by slaying zombies, and the Shennong cauldron could refine those ores. As long as he continued to vanquish the undead, he would surely gather the necessary resources. That he dashed towards the village center, reaching it within mere seconds, where his rented sedan remained parked, doors unlocked. Chapter 5. The Shennong Sutra as the engine roared to life. The originally short distance of less than 10 kilometers stretched to over 20 minutes due to the traffic-free road. Zhao Feng estimated he had covered several dozen kilometers that a dual-lane concrete road wound its way up the mountainside. After ascending approximately 20 meters, he arrived at a platform spanning over 1,000 square meters, surrounded by 3 towering peaks, forming a natural reservoir within. The reservoir had also expanded in size. Zhao Feng observed that what was once a few hundred meters tall had now surpassed 1,000 meters. Its summit lost to view. The reservoir, originally measuring over 200 meters in diameter, now easily exceeded 500 meters. Despite the enlargement, the water level had not receded. In fact, it had risen significantly. The water's surface, which once lay over 10 meters below the platform, now only measured slightly over a meter from it. This platform, reinforced with steel and concrete, alleviated any concerns of a dam breach. The scenery was exquisite. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Feng might have contemplated a leisurely swim, but even if offered a second chance, he would decline. The water had become contaminated, and the creatures within were most likely infected, transformed into zombies. Diving into the water now would be tantamount to offering himself as bait. With an ample water supply, Zhao Feng felt reassured and returned to his vehicle, turning back down the mountain. Minutes later, he extinguished the engine once more and stepped outside. At this point, he stood approximately 500 to 600 meters from the base of the reservoir, facing an unending expanse of desolate land stretching at least 10 kilometers. To his left lay his ancestral village, while a few kilometers to the right stood a grand mountain. Following the road along the base of the mountain for nearly 10 kilometers led to a small town. Though the town bustled with people, it was still a considerable distance of nearly 20 kilometers away, providing ample buffer. These distances were based on the conditions prior to the changes on Blue Star, and he had yet to ascertain how much they had altered. This is the place. Zhao Feng surveyed his surroundings once more, nodding in satisfaction. The mountains and reservoir continued to shift, and he deliberately left a buffer zone of several hundred meters to mitigate any unforeseen events. Taking the Heart of the Lord from his inventory, he placed it directly on the ground. System prompt. Please confirm if you wish to establish your territory at this location. Confirm as the thought settled. The Heart of the Lord sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, a rudimentary gray wooden cabin materialized beside him. The cabin stood approximately 3 meters high, featuring only a simple wooden door and a small window. Pushing the door open, he entered to find the interior barren, devoid of any furnishings, save for a solitary 1-meter-tall concrete pillar positioned in the center. Atop the pillar hovered a transparent protective shield, within which the recently vanished Heart of the Lord floated serenely. Approaching the pillar, Zhao Feng's mind activated the system panel, revealing the territory information menu that had previously been blank, now populated with new details. Heart of Shennong, Grade Village Lord. Zhao Feng Defense Value, 10,000 Territory Area, 100 mx 100 Energy Value, 0 Population, 0 Happiness Index, 0 Agricultural Index, 0 Buildings, none Deputy Village Chief, none Upgrade Conditions for the Heart of the Lord, 100 Residents. Happiness Index of 80,200 Energy Points, Agricultural Index of 100 Special Effects of the Heart of the Lord. 1. The probability of natural disasters occurring within the territory is halved, and the danger level of covered natural disasters is also reduced by half. 2. The growth cycle of all planted crops and spiritual plants within the territory is halved, and the risk of pest infestations is diminished. After reviewing the territory information, Zhao Feng's face radiated with astonishment. He had not anticipated such a considerable boon from his golden finger. Notably, the defense value was astonishingly high, with other village-level defenses posted at merely 100 points, while his soared to a remarkable 10,000. This indicated that the security of his Heart of the Lord was 100 times that of others. Secondly, there is the Territorial Agricultural Index, the information of other lords. This particular aspect is concealed. According to the system's introduction, the Agricultural Index refers to the total tonnage of crops harvested from the territory and its affiliated lands. Naturally, it is not merely a matter of weight. The quality of the crops is also taken into account. The higher the quality of the produce, the greater the bonuses received. In Zhao Feng's case, this also encompasses the hidden Shennong space nestled within his mind. Furthermore, another highlight in the second item is the phrase affiliated lands. Territories can be annexed or possessed by others. Zhao Feng felt a slight sense of emotion in his heart. The system encourages competition among players. Who knows what the future holds? The third aspect is the unique effects of the territory, which excites him the most. None of the lords who posted their territorial information possess any unique effects. Yet he not only has two, but both are exceptional. In Blue Star, who is unaware that aside from warfare, the greatest harm to humanity comes from various natural disasters, landslides, earthquakes, floods, avalanches, and so forth. These calamities are not only beyond human resistance, but are also lethal due to their unpredictable nature. With the first unique effect, he no longer has to worry. The second is even more crucial. With this unique effect, not only can he resolve his own sustenance issues, but he can also sell grain and become a capital magnate. In times of peace, food can easily influence the capital market in this apocalyptic world. Food will undoubtedly surpass gold and become a hard currency. Relying on the unique effects of his territory, Zhao Feng is confident he can cultivate a vast amount of high-quality grains that will be in high demand everywhere. At this moment, he even envisions countless individuals waving coins, pleading for him to sell them grain. Figures like Xiao Mago, Damago, Dongo, and the world's richest individuals will have to obediently queue up. Zhao Feng grinned widely, imagining himself with his head held high at a 45-degree angle, declaring, "I do not care for money." The apocalyptic farmer. Indeed, he has already decided that this will be the future direction of his territory's development. Competing for dominance is too exhausting. Let those who wish to engage do so, while he awaits those overlords to humbly seek his grain. Once again, he expresses gratitude to the heavens, the earth, fate, and Shennong. He emphasized the last word, prolonging it for several seconds. Besides the unique effects, his territory also possesses a slight distinction compared to other ordinary territories, which lies in the conditions for upgrading. Other territories require only a happiness index of 60 and 100 energy points from the Lord's crystal to upgrade, without any agricultural index requirements, making it significantly easier than his own. This is a disadvantage, yet in the face of two unique effects, it hardly matters, as he closed the system panel and prepared to leave. The Lord's heart within the protective shield suddenly emitted a beam of white light, which instantly penetrated Zhao Feng's forehead. The next moment, a cultivation technique appeared in his mind. Shennong Sutra, incomplete grade, ordinary. Proficiency, none. Technique effects, sealed 1 that increases 1 point of strength, 1 point of agility, and 1 point of mental power daily. Point 2, can resist mild zombie virus infections, and is immune to various ordinary toxins and viruses. 3. Doubles the recovery speed from various bodily injuries. Point 4. Shennong Qi can be used to treat various bodily injuries, eliminate zombie virus infections, cleanse various toxins and viruses, and accelerate plant growth. Note: the technique effects are sealed and will be unlocked once the proficiency reaches beginner level. The higher the proficiency, the greater the effects of the technique. Chapter 6. First cultivation. Once again, he expresses gratitude to the heavens, the earth, fate, and Shennong. Zhao Feng prostrated himself before the door, bowing 3 times. His voice elevated by 3 levels compared to before, and the final word resonated historically for over 10 seconds. Unbelievable. The Lord's heart unexpectedly gifted him a cultivation technique. Who would believe it? Shennong Sutra. Just listen to that name. How prestigious it sounds. Any person from Huagua would surely feel its significance. If this news would have spread, Zhao Feng would likely become a public enemy. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to bide his time and develop quietly that a moment of patience leads to lasting ease. Originally, he intended to fetch a bucket to draw water from the reservoir for purification. But now he simply shut the door, locked it, and sat cross-legged, beginning to thoroughly comprehend the technique that had appeared in his mind. The text of the technique is extensive, comprising tens of thousands of words. Perhaps because it is an ordinary grade technique, the initial portion of these thousands of words serves as an introduction to the foundational information on cultivation. First and foremost is the proficiency level. Proficiency is divided into beginner, skilled, minor achievement, major achievement, and completion at the beginner level. One can only exert 10 of the technique's effects. At skilled, it is 20, at minor achievement 60, at major achievement it reaches 100, and upon reaching completion, one can surpass normal limits, achieving 120 effectiveness. The technique requires one to sense spiritual energy, which is contained within energy crystals, guiding the spiritual energy into the body and then along specific pathways through various acupoints and meridians. As the spiritual energy circulates within the body, it undergoes continual refinement. Upon completing a full cycle of the technique, the spiritual energy transforms into a special variant of spiritual energy. Different techniques yield different types of special spiritual energy, which in turn produce various unique effects. In addition to the energy contained within energy crystals, the air also harbors spiritual energy. However, the concentration of spiritual energy varies by location, leading to the existence of different spiritual mountains, spiritual lands, and blessed realms. Furthermore, if the spiritual energy in a place increases, the surrounding environment will also undergo changes. Various plants will flourish, mountains may rise, the land may extend, and bodies of water may silently expand. All this foundational knowledge regarding cultivation was imparted to Zhao Feng's mind alongside the technique by the system. Thus, the changes on the surface of Blue Star, such as the rising mountains and expanding lakes, are due to the complete resurgence of spiritual energy? Or rather, is it a result of cosmic civilization invasion and spatial collisions merging, bringing not only the zombie virus, but also vast amounts of spiritual energy? If the mountains around me are becoming taller and the reservoir larger, does that imply that the air surrounding me is now infused with spiritual energy? Previously, after exterminating zombie rabbits, zombie squirrels, and zombie dogs, he obtained a total of 19 energy crystals, the energy contained within which he has extracted through the system and stored, totaling 682 points. The Lord's Heart requires energy for upgrades, and once the barracks are established, summoning soldiers will also demand energy. Although 682 points may seem substantial, it falls short when put to actual use. Now that he understands that the air contains abundant spiritual energy, this revelation is an immense delight for him. Dispelling distractions from his mind, he continued to comprehend the foundational knowledge of cultivation. Next comes crucial information regarding the meridians and acupoints essential for cultivation. It is known that there are 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels, with a total of 361 ACU points. In addition, the human body contains countless hidden meridians and concealed acupoints. When the Shennong Sutra is in operation, it will not only traverse the 8 extraordinary meridians, but also 6 hidden meridians and all the acupoints associated with those 6 hidden meridians. While the number of meridians and acupoints is considerable, upon reviewing the information, Zhao Feng found that all relevant details automatically stored themselves in his memory, making them impossible to forget. Following this, he encountered the true cultivation instructions, detailing how to calm the mind, sense the spiritual energy in the air or within energy crystals, and guide it into the body. Once the spiritual energy enters the body, he must then direct it to circulate along a fixed route. And upon completion, store the refined, special spiritual energy within himself. The information is comprehensive and meticulous, akin to an encyclopedic guide to cultivation, granting Zhao Feng a clear understanding of the upcoming cultivation process. After thoroughly reviewing the information, Zhao Feng directly sat cross-legged on the ground, placing his hands naturally on his thighs, closing his eyes, and emptying his mind as he gradually focused his spirit. Time passed without his notice until suddenly he perceived some faint yellow glimmering dots that he sensed the spiritual energy. His heart leapt with joy, and he momentarily detached from the cultivation state. Without regret and without opening his eyes, Zhao Feng took a deep breath and continued to follow the cultivation guidance, entering a state of clarity. Soon, the points of spiritual energy reappeared in his perception. His consciousness expanded, and more spiritual energy was detected surrounding his body. Zhao Feng was unaware of the conditions of those spiritual lands and blessed realms, but the yellow light points around him were numerous. In just a short while, at least 1,000 points of spiritual energy had emerged. With a slight fluctuation of his consciousness, the spiritual energy points were drawn in by his mental power. Entering through an acupoint, and then, still guided by his mental power, they traversed the fixed route step by step. After an indeterminate amount of time, upon completing all the routes, the yellow spiritual energy transformed into green spiritual energy and was stored in his dantian. One complete cycle achieved. Zhao Feng opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The beginning is always the hardest. Having successfully completed one cycle, Although the stored spiritual energy is minimal, it signifies that he has truly embarked on the path of cultivation. Just as Zhao Feng prepared to continue his momentum and attempt the second cycle, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, nearly collapsing to the ground. What is happening? Am I unwell? Zhao Feng was taken aback and swiftly summoned the system panel to examine his attributes. Zhao Feng, level 2, 1220, territory, heart of Shennong village, strength, 55 agility, 50 spirit, 5 aptitude, S technique, Shennong Ju incomplete, energy, 682 Shennong spiritual power, 100 free attribute points, 1. Compared to before, both the territory and the technique had been updated. Yet his spirit had diminished from 50 to 5, that it was not due to illness, but rather a depletion of his spiritual energy. Understanding his physical condition, Zhao Feng let out a heavy sigh of relief, that he had been concerned about the possibility of having been infected, which would have posed a significant problem. Although Shennong Ju could eradicate viruses, he had only just begun his training. He had no idea how effective it would be, as he had never tested it. Could he even upgrade through practicing the technique? Observing that his level had risen from 1 to 2. Along with an additional free attribute point to allocate, Zhao Feng was momentarily stunned, but soon felt at ease. The system had previously explained that leveling up required the absorption of energy, specifically spiritual power. By operating the technique, he drew spiritual energy from the air to circulate within his body. While the majority was transformed into Shennong spiritual power, a portion was directly absorbed by his body, thereby meeting the upgrade criteria and resulting in an automatic level up. How quickly the sky darkened. Not rushing to allocate his free attribute point, Zhao Feng closed the system panel and looked through the window. Realizing it was already evening, that he recalled that he had begun his training around noon at 12 o'clock. Checking his phone, he found it was already 5 p.m. Had he really trained for 5 hours? Zhao Feng blinked in surprise, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Chapter 7. Zhao Xu's genuine envy. Galugulu. Before he could gather his thoughts, a powerful wave of hunger surged from his stomach to his mind. Since ascending the mountain yesterday morning, it had nearly been 2 days without food or water, leaving his mouth parched and cracked. DDD. Before he could rise, several system notifications suddenly echoed in his mind. Opening the system panel, he noticed the small speaker in the bottom right corner flashing fervently. Clicking to see, it was a video request from his mother. Agreeing with a mere thought, his mother's video chat box, along with her anxious visage, materialized before him. Son, what happened? You little rascal. You nearly scared me to death. You don't respond to my messages or answer my video calls that I was worried something happened to you. Listen, you must reply to my messages immediately. Otherwise, I'll give you a good beating. After a heavy sigh of relief, Wang Xueqing feigned a fierce expression toward Zhao Feng. You don't know, your mother nearly cried again. Your territory has successfully been established, hasn't it? Did something occur? Zhao Xu's face squeezed into the video. His brow furrowed as he inquired about Zhao Feng. Licking his parched lips, Zhao Feng flashed a smile. Dad, Mom, my territory has been successfully established. Not only is everything fine, but it's also surprisingly good, by the way. Do you have any water? Please trade me some. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for nearly 2 days, and I'm dying of thirst. His parents were at home, and he knew they had bottled drinking water. You little brat, what is going on? Quickly, drink some water. System notification. Wang Xueqing offers you a trade of 1L of purified water, 500 G of bread, and a cup. Clicking to accept, the 3 items automatically stored in his inventory. He promptly took out the cup, and with a thought, a portion of the water materialized within the cup. Not too little, not too much, it was a perfect 250 ml. Galugulu, he gulped down the water in a few swigs. Still feeling unsatisfied, and finished off another cup, feeling significantly better. Quickly devouring the bread, Zhao Feng still felt quite hungry. Entering the Shennong space, with a flicker of thought, all the sweet potatoes and purple fern vegetables were instantly harvested and automatically stored in his inventory. After harvesting the 2 types of plants, his agricultural attribute increased from 0 to 12.4, but the mutated sweet potatoes were roughly the same size as the ordinary ones seen in the market, with no visible difference at first glance. Taking 1 sweet potato, he peeled off the skin and began to eat. Remarkably, it was far sweeter than the roasted sweet potatoes he had previously bought at the market, and it was crunchy and quite delightful, reminiscent of cantaloupe. That he finished the palm-sized sweet potato in just a few bites, and the sensation of hunger diminished considerably. System notification. Congratulations, host. Strength 1. Ignoring the system notification. Zhao Feng pulled out another sweet potato and continued munching as he ate. He enthusiastically recounted his discoveries to his parents. There was so much information that it took Zhao Feng half an hour to finish. And after consuming 3 sweet potatoes, he felt stuffed and could no longer eat a fourth. Previously, he had thought he could easily consume 10 sweet potatoes in one day to gain 10 points of strength. Now, it seemed rather challenging. Having not eaten for 2 days, 3 sweet potatoes filled him up, making it likely that under normal circumstances, he would only consume 1 or 2 in a day. This was bound to lead to a deficit. Ignoring Zhao Feng's gloomy expression, Zhao Xu looked at him with envy in his eyes. "You little rascal, you truly have the luck of the draw." Not to mention anything else, just the technique alone made him a bit envious. If every girl harbors a princess dream, then every man must possess a fantasy of martial prowess. Cultivating a technique is something that only exists in novels, yet his son had truly succeeded in doing so. After training, even if he couldn't fly with a sword, being able to scale walls and rooftops would inspire envy and jealousy in countless others. Unfortunately, Zhao Feng had already attempted to explain it to his parents. But they were unable to sense the meridians, let alone the 12 primary channels, and they couldn't extend their spirit to perceive the spiritual energy in the surrounding AI or .I in the end. They had to give up. It must be that the system assisted you during your training, Zhao Xu concluded after some thought. Regardless of whether this conclusion was correct, they simply could not cultivate the Shennong Ju. Observing the dejected expressions of his parents, Zhao Feng confidently stated, "Don't worry, Dad and Mom. With your son's fortunate attributes, I will surely find other techniques soon, allowing you both to cultivate as well." "All right, then I'll rely on my clever son." Wang Xueqing looked at Zhao Feng with a hint of pride. "My son is simply exceptional. Just be careful, and remember to secure the doors and windows at night. Although it's secluded where you are and there aren't many people, you must still be cautious, as things haven't been very peaceful around here lately." "What is happening? Is there a problem in Modu?" Zhao Feng asked, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. His father owned a small internet company in Modu, and they had purchased a standalone villa on the outskirts, which should be quite safe. Most importantly, Modu was one of China's top-tier cities, teeming with police presence that if even Modu was facing issues, then other regions in China would be in dire straits. Zhao Xu shook his head. "Overall, things are stable. Most households have a little stockpiled, so there are no issues with food and drink, but it's hard to say what will happen in a few days. Considering future circumstances, all the supermarkets in the city, regardless of size, are experiencing frenzied lines. Initially, there were some robberies, but those were swiftly dealt with by patrolling police, who eliminated the threats on the spot. Subsequently, things have been relatively calm. While there are no robberies now, there have been numerous disputes over queue jumping. Not only is the public security force involved, but even the station troops have been called in to maintain order, so overall it remains stable. Your mother and I reacted quickly. After deciding to become heroes, we immediately went to the nearby supermarket and exchanged all our cash for water and food. All of it." Zhao Feng was taken aback. He recalled his mother mentioning that they always kept a cash reserve at home, amounting to over 100,000. To use it all for water and food was no small feat. "Yes, all of it," Zhao Xu said proudly. "Your mother and I acted swiftly, running through several large supermarkets, and due to the large quantities, we directly took goods from their warehouses. Thankfully, we have the system's inventory. Otherwise, we wouldn't have enough space at home for all these items. Now both your mother's and my inventories are completely full. By the way, due to the satellite crash, communication has been interrupted, and the ground expansion has caused cable and fiber optic disruptions. As a result, not only has most of the country lost power and water, but the internet is also down, meaning cash is the only payment method available now." "So serious?" Zhao Feng was momentarily stunned. Initially, he hadn't realized the gravity of the situation, but upon reflecting on the changes, it seemed quite logical. Things were still manageable now, but if the government didn't implement relevant policies soon, it would likely become chaotic. Currently, many people were seeking water and food on regional and national channels, but those items were available at a price but scarce on the market, with hardly anyone selling. If the government failed to address these issues, future problems were bound to arise. A flicker of alarm crossed Zhao Feng's eyes. This was just the first day, and so many issues had already surfaced. What would follow remained uncertain. Chapter 8. Shennong Mall. "Oh, by the way, we originally planned for your mother and I to come find you as soon as possible, but now that's not feasible. The expansion of the ground and the elevation of peaks have resulted in the severance of numerous expressways and national roads across the country, essentially rendering them inoperative, and the duration of such changes remains uncertain. Therefore, until the situation stabilizes, your mother and I will continue to stay here. Please take care of yourself and inform us promptly if any issues arise. Zhao Feng nodded in understanding. By the way, it would be best if you refrain from sharing your achievements with us next time. Simply let us know whether you are safe. Why, Dad? Zhao Feng blinked in confusion. Having never assumed the role of a lord, he believed in keeping his parents informed of every detail, hoping that if he encountered any problems, they could swiftly assess the situation and devise a solution, rather than waiting for him to elaborate on his circumstances when issues arise, which would waste precious time. No, it's primarily because your accomplishments are so remarkable that I worry your mother, and I might be unable to resist boasting to our friends, which could inadvertently expose you to danger. Zhao Xuxing shook his head resolutely. Everyone has their own circle of friends, and he and his wife are no exceptions. Where there are people, comparisons are inevitable. Previously, some of his friends had invited him to a group where many were flaunting their achievements, and he too had showcased his A-grade qualifications there. His son's information had yet to be disclosed to anyone else, but he couldn't guarantee how long he could keep it a secret. Hence the caution. Yes, son, it's better if you refrain from discussing it. Wang Xueqing nodded in agreement. She had nearly let slip details about their son during video calls with her friends several times, only to be stopped by her husband's timely reminders. All right, Mom and Dad have made a decision, Zhao Feng acknowledged with a nod. Since your training requires unwavering focus, your mother and I shall refrain from sending you random videos or messages to avoid any sun system notifications interrupting your practice. We don't want any mishaps akin to those in novels. After a moment of thought, Zhao Xuxing suggested, you might want to adjust your system notifications to see if you can filter them out. Zhao Feng nodded. All right, I'll check it shortly. So, that has settled that. Do you have any other questions? Zhao Feng pondered for a moment and then said, by the way, Dad, do we have a large water container at home? I need to go to the reservoir to fetch some water. I also need a long rope. I'm worried about the zombie fish jumping out of the water, so I want to lower the bucket from the dam. Indeed, you are correct that we only have bottled water containers at home, which aren't convenient for you. I'll head to the hardware store and buy some for you. The supermarket is currently overcrowded, but there's no one at the hardware store. Are you going to buy it now? Dad, didn't you say we run out of cash at home? Zhao Xuxing smiled proudly. While the cash may be depleted, I have plenty of food that I'll trade some snacks with the store owner. He'll surely offer me a discount. Can it really work like that? Zhao Feng could not help but give Zhao Xuxing a thumbs up. Truly, a businessman's mind is remarkably agile. After ending the video call, Zhao Feng opened the door to find the surroundings eerily silent, devoid of any sounds or zombies. I have a common item fence. With a thought, a piece of parchment emitting a faint white glow materialized in his mind. Fence. Common item defense. 100 effect. Can establish a wooden fence 1 meter high, covering an area of 100 m within the territory. Construction requirement. 500 units of wood. Is that how much wood is needed? Zhao Feng shook his head, temporarily abandoning the idea of construction. Right? I need to set the system notifications. Recalling his father's advice. Zhao Feng accessed the system panel again and located the settings button beneath his avatar, finding the notification settings. There were 3 options: all on, all off, and smart filter. Currently, it was set to smart filter. Opening the system log, he confirmed the presence of relevant filtering information. During his training, notifications from his parents in the form of voice messages, videos, and comments had all been automatically filtered by the system. He hadn't anticipated that it was an intelligent system. Zhao Feng was somewhat surprised and read the explanation for the smart filter, which indicated that the system would automatically assess the host's physical condition. If in a state of comprehension or training, it would automatically silence sounds, while allowing others that appeared satisfactory. So Zhao Feng decided not to make any changes. The Shennong Mall is surprisingly not empty. He had casually clicked on it, only to discover that the previously blank Shennong Mall was now brimming with various items. Mutated sweet potato seeds, 10 portions grade, common item growth cycle, 60 days effect, upon maturity. Each consumed will increase strength by 1 point, with a maximum daily increase of 10 points. Value. 2 energy points purple fern seeds, 10 portions grade, common item growth cycle, 40 days effect, upon maturity. Can be consumed. Juice can purify water sources. Value. 2 energy points mutated wheat seeds, 100 portions grade. Common item growth cycle. 50 days effect. Upon maturity, can be consumed. Consuming a certain quantity will increase mental strength by 1 point. With a maximum daily increase of 10 points. Value. 1 energy point mutated tomato seeds, 100 portions grade. Common item growth cycle. 40 days effect. Upon maturity, can be consumed. Each consumed will increase agility by 1 point. With a maximum daily increase of 10 points. Value. 5 energy points mutated ginger seeds, 10 portions grade. Common item growth cycle. 60 days effect. Upon maturity, ginger juice can be used as an antidote. Capable of eliminating mild zombie viruses. Value. 10 energy points. Xiaofeng observed that there were a total of 120 different types of seeds available, all classified as common items, with values ranging from 1 to 10 energy points. Each type of seed boasted distinct benefits, including enhancements to strength, agility, mental strength, as well as recovery of physical and mental energy. The variety was astonishing, and each item ignited Zhao Feng's enthusiasm, compelling him to purchase and plant them immediately. The Shennong Mall seemed tailor-made for the Shennong space and his territory. Previously, he had pondered whether cultivating wheat, rice, and fruit trees in the Shennong space was too simplistic. Now, not only had the Shennong Mall addressed that concern, but it had also completely expanded his horizons. Can you imagine plants capable of directly countering the zombie virus? If this news were to leak, Zhao Feng estimated that the entire Blue Star would go into a frenzy. The surprise was overwhelming, and Zhao Feng took several deep breaths to steady his racing heart. His satisfaction with his apocalyptic Shennong system grew exponentially. One surprise followed another, with each function proving more formidable than the last. However, to convert these capabilities into his own strength, he needed to upgrade his territory promptly. The Shennong Mall was filled with remarkable items, yet the limited area of the Shennong space and territory could only cater to his own needs. The journey to wealth and prosperity was still far from complete, that a long road lay ahead. Having determined his path forward, Zhao Feng carefully tidied his tattered clothing and then prostrated himself at the doorway. Bowing 3 times in reverence, that as he knelt, a resonant yet slightly trembling voice emerged from his lips. Thank you, heaven. Thank you, earth. Thank you, fate. Thank you, my revered Shennong brother. The voice of gratitude rose to a crescendo, capable of dimming even the grandeur of Dalian in comparison. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, both fluid and swift. It was nothing but familiarity. Chapter 9. The Crisis in the Shadows. Gazing at the myriad of enticing goods in the Shennong Mall, Zhao Feng felt an overwhelming urge to purchase everything, but recalling his meager 682 energy points, he managed to restrain himself. The most pressing matter remained to establish the fence and barracks and to summon soldiers. The area surrounding his territory appeared relatively safe. Yet 3 towering mountains loomed behind, and beyond that, numerous peaks concealed untold numbers of zombies and ferocious beasts. Without a sufficient military presence, any crops cultivated would be rendered futile in the event of a beastly assault. Moreover, aside from the beasts, human calamities must also be guarded against. Upgrading the territory was of utmost priority, but before that, ensuring safety was essential. Otherwise, one could perish before experiencing any upgrades, making dreams irrelevant. Zhao Feng prepared to leave and construct a barracks. He hesitated, ultimately deciding to endure the pain, and tapped a few times within the Shennong Mall. The system announced. Obtained 10 mutated red ginger seeds. 3. The system announced. Obtained 100 mutated tomato seeds. 1. The system announced. Obtained 100 mutated wheat seeds. 2. He possessed the Shennong technique, which granted him immunity to viruses, but his parents did not share this protection. Thus, the mutated red ginger seeds must be planted without delay. The wheat would enhance his mental fortitude, essential for his practice of the Shennong technique. While both strength and mental power could be augmented, he felt a sense of imbalance regarding agility, which remained unaddressed. After some contemplation, he begrudgingly purchased a small quantity, that he had 645 energy points remaining. The seeds were directly transferred to his inventory, and he entered the Shennong space, tilling the soil, sowing the seeds, and covering them with earth. In less than 10 seconds, the task was completed, and he awaited the harvest. Just as Zhao Feng was about to exit the system, he noticed the small horn in the lower right corner flashing frantically. Upon inspection, he discovered a trade request from his father. Plastic bucket. Common item capacity, 200 L quantity, 100 trade amount. None fire axe. Common item material, fine iron quantity, 10 trade amount. None nylon rope. Common item length, 100 meters quantity, 100 trade amount. None following the trade details. There was a message from his father. Son, this fire axe is exceptionally sharp and durable. It can even cut through iron. It is a premium item offered by the hardware store owner, but be sure to collect it for future needs. Your mother and I have cleared out a space in our inventory specifically for this. His father's foresight was commendable. Zhao Feng gave his father a thumbs up and then clicked to accept. With all items automatically entering his inventory, he pondered how much of his snack supply had been consumed by this purchase. Due to a prior agreement with his father, he decided not to mention the current significant flaw in the Shennong mall system. It was already 6 p.m., yet the sky remained fairly bright. With no other pressing matters at hand, Zhao Feng resolved to fetch some water first. Exiting the Lord's Manor, he reconfirmed that no zombies were lurking nearby before closing the door and heading towards the reservoir. Shortly thereafter, as he stood on the platform once more, he noticed that the reservoir had expanded tremendously, with a diameter exceeding 1 kilometer. This was no longer merely a reservoir. It resembled a freshwater lake. Moreover, the 3 surrounding peaks had also grown taller and broader, their summits lost to sight. How on earth is this possible? He wondered, astonished by such a drastic transformation that had occurred without a sound. Remarkably, while both the peaks and the reservoir had changed, the artificially constructed dam platform remained entirely unaffected. A glimmer of shock flashed in Zhao Feng's eyes. This kind of power could hardly be described as anything less than divine. After several moments, Zhao Feng managed to steady his emotions. With a thought, a large plastic bucket and a length of nylon rope materialized beside him. The bucket measured nearly 1 meter in height and about half a meter in diameter. With 2 conveniently placed handles on either side, he threaded the nylon rope, the thickness of his thumb, through the handles, securing it with a sturdy bowline knot. With a swift motion, he tossed the bucket onto the lake's surface, swinging the nylon rope to fill it quickly. After a tug, he found that the 200L bucket, once full, weighed nearly 400 pounds. In the past, he would have struggled, but now, with his newfound strength, he gritted his teeth and successfully pulled the bucket back up. Setting the filled bucket beside him, he untied the nylon rope, and with another thought, both the water and the bucket vanished. It works. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile, opening his inventory in his mind. 99 empty buckets occupied one slot, while the full bucket occupied another. Long live the system, he exclaimed with a grin, reveling in the ease with which he could collect water he tirelessly filled bucket after bucket. He remained oblivious to the 3 pairs of malevolent eyes watching him from a secluded corner hundreds of meters away across the dam. Among them was a man in his 30s, a deep scar running across his left eye, giving him an exceptionally fearsome appearance. The other 2 were younger men in their 20s, standing respectfully beside the scarred man. The scarred man, named Chao Biao, was the leader of local thugs from a nearby town, rumored to have connections to the police chief, making him a figure few dared to provoke. Typically lazy and living off protection money, he commanded a dozen or so underlings. When the apocalypse struck, he had been at home with his gang, exhilarated as he chose a hero for their next adventure, ready to deliver an impassioned speech to his subordinates. Suddenly, his 2 trained wolfhounds went berserk. After a fierce struggle, he managed to kill one, but before he could claim any spoils, he fled, leaving behind a dozen of his men. The wolves, already ferocious, had transformed into zombie dogs. Their size and strength magnified beyond comprehension. They were now second-tier zombies impossible to defeat. The one he killed had cost him dearly. With chaos reigning in the town, many had been infected, and seeing the dire situation, he had taken his remaining 2 subordinates and fled, planning to return the following day to assess the situation. As they escaped, he had seen the police chief leading a group to eliminate the zombie animals and those who had turned. Boss, is this guy an idiot? The system clearly states that outdoor water sources have been contaminated. What's he doing with all that water? One of his subordinates licked his parched lips, scowling at Zhao Feng in the distance. Since escaping the town that morning, the trio had not had a single drop to drink, their thirst unbearable, yet they dared not drink from the lake. Chao Biao frowned, shaking his head. I doubt it. He may have other uses for it. Other uses? Another subordinate's eyes brightened. Boss, should we rob him? Chao Biao pondered for a moment before shaking his head again. Not the right time, I've observed him. he is likely the only lord within several dozen kilometers. Perhaps even in this city. The restrictions on a lord are significant. They cannot move and offer no immediate benefits. Thus, most people still prefer heroes that I've been monitoring the area channels, and while there seem to be many lords, they pale in comparison to heroes. Encountering one here is quite unexpected. While I could easily rob Zhao Feng, I've noticed that aside from a rudimentary wooden lord's manor, he possesses little of value. It would be better to let him develop gradually. Once his territory is fully established and has some worth, we can strike then. Let's allow him to grow for now, and we can return in a few days to reassess the situation. With a wave of his hand, Cao Biao led his two subordinates away. Given the mutated mountains and the unknown number of zombie animals within, it was far too dangerous for them to camp here overnight. They needed to find a secure location before night fell. Chapter 10. I have water. What can you offer in exchange? Unaware of the lurking eyes, Zhao Feng spent nearly an hour and a half filling all 100 buckets with water. Even after several breaks, his arms were sore by the time he finished. Shaking out his arms, he retrieved a sweet potato, munching on it as he made his way back to his lord's wooden house. Perhaps due to the immense exertion from hauling the buckets, he quickly found himself hungry, having consumed 3 previously and now on his 4th. Adding those to the 3 he ate that morning, he had completed his quota of 10 for the day, raising his strength limit from 55 to 65. However, due to the tremendous energy expenditure, his current strength value was only 20. His mental fortitude, on the other hand, had notably recovered to 30. Upon returning to the wooden house, Zhao Feng first entered the Shennong space, retrieving 7 purple fern plants and using the Shennong cauldron to refine them in a purple fern juice, producing a total of 21 drops, each the size of a grain of rice. That he now had 20 cubic meters of contaminated water in his inventory, requiring only 20 drops to purify it entirely. After storing the purple fern juice in his inventory, he focused his mind, and a large water bucket appeared above the Shennong cauldron. Pouring its contents inside, that he retrieved the empty bucket and continued with the next. After pouring from 50 buckets, the lake water level was just right for the cauldron's opening. Without hesitation, he added 10 drops of purple fern juice that in less than 3 breaths. The purple color spread throughout the cauldron, gradually fading. Approximately 5 minutes later, the purple hue vanished, and the previously slightly murky lake water transformed into crystal clear purity. Pure water. Common item effect. Drinkable volume. 10 cubic meters. The information about the water flashed in his mind, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhao Feng's eyes. It truly worked. He smiled broadly, anticipation glimmering in his gaze. It's time to attempt the next phase of my plan. I am Sun Wukong. Which divine being can come to my aid? I have gone nearly an entire day without sustenance or a drop to drink. Anything to quench my thirst would suffice. Wild Boar King. Esteemed brothers and sisters, I beseech your kindness. I have elders to care for and young ones to support, not to mention a mistress awaiting my provision. Who can spare me a morsel to eat or a sip to drink? I shall serve them as a beast of burden. Point 1 path. How dare you? If you thirst, drink your own urine, you scoundrel. I love Aoi. You up there, you traitor. Zhang San, brothers, might you share some resources? Could you send them to my email? I'm the lucky one, everyone. Behold my fortune, a black iron sword. Who else can boast of such luck? Chen Jinan. The Red Flower Society is gathering members, brothers and sisters. As the apocalypse approaches, we must unite and assist one another. Come to me, and there shall be no shortage of food and drink for all. Jade Emperor. Esteemed guests, in times of chaos, heroes will emerge. The heavenly court is recruiting, and the benefits shall not disappoint you. Moreover, we have many beautiful maidens among us. Heroes of all kinds are most welcome. Remember, there are beautiful maidens, beautiful maidens, beautiful maidens. This is of utmost importance. Wang Renjia. Everyone, I am trapped in the mountains. I have just slain a robe and obtained this tea house, common goods, which allows the summoning of 10 common civilians daily at the cost of 50 energy points. That if anyone is interested, do message me quickly. The highest bidder shall prevail. Inside the Wooden Lord's manor, Zhao Feng secured the doors and windows, comfortably reclining on a Sealy mattress while leisurely peering at his screen. That he had facilitated a trade with his father to acquire this very bed. Suddenly, he spotted the aforementioned message, causing his heart to skip a beat. Could it be that the luck of the fortunate has truly possessed him? A building has emerged, though it pales in comparison to his barracks. It is precisely what he requires at this moment. Opening the system panel, he was about to seek out that individual in the group when he recalled the myriad of chaotic names within. After some contemplation, he resolved to adopt a new moniker for himself. The legendary Shennong, known as the Flame Emperor, had imparted his principles to him. Thus he considered himself a worthy inheritor of his legacy. He adopted the surname Yin, aspiring to surpass the blue, and thus combined it with the character for flame, creating his new name, Yin Yin. He clicked to modify the name and confirmed it, instantly replacing Zhao Feng with Yin Yin. Yin Yin, level 2, 1220, territory, heart of Shennong village, strength, 65 agility, 50 spirit, 50 qualification, S technique. Shennong's method, incomplete. Shennong's spiritual energy, 100 energy, 645 perfect. Zhao Feng surveyed his attributes, nodding in satisfaction, then opened the regional channel to find Wang Rinjia, sending a private message. Brother, I have 1 ell of water. I will trade it all with you. What do you think? His inventory contained ample water, yet currently, no one was willing to part with theirs. Furthermore, it was evident that the other party was a hero, rendering the blueprint of little use to him. Thus Zhao Feng was not in a hurry to offer a high price. After nearly 10 minutes, the other party finally responded. Indeed, I have plenty of water, but without food, it is of no use. How about this, my friend? If you provide me with 1 kilogram of food, I shall trade with you. 1 kilogram of food is quite excessive. I do not possess that much. How about 10 white buns and 1 ell of water? If that does not suffice, we can forget it. The buns were part of the 100 he had traded for along with his ceiling mattress. Besides the buns, he also had braised beef, snacks, beverages, and other provisions, significantly enriching Zhao Feng's diet. Within a tent in a mountain forest of Huagua, Wang Rinjia gazed at the message from Zhao Feng, his expression one of frustration. A seasoned adventurer, he relished the challenge of renowned peaks and deep forests. Currently, he found himself in the famous Kunlun Mountains of Huagua. Previously, he was on the outskirts, but after the mountain's dramatic transformation, he was now utterly lost. The blueprint had dropped from a squirrel he had slain. Numerous individuals had messaged him regarding trades, yet aside from Zhao Feng, none offered food or water. They all sought ores, weapons, and the like. These items were of little use to him. His primary desire remained food and water. Initially, he had contemplated asking Zhao Feng for a bit more, but fearing that Zhao Feng might abandon the trade, he reluctantly agreed. The parchment vanished from his inventory, and in the next moment, he received 1 liter of pure water and 10 white buns. The buns had cooled, yet this did not detract from their edibility. Under normal circumstances, he would not consume such commonplace fare. But now, as he took a bite, he marveled at how delicious they were to be. By the way, my friend, let us add each other as friends. If I uncover any good items in the future, I will show you first. Should you find them unnecessary, I shall sell them elsewhere. Zhao Feng's willingness to part with water and food indicated that he still had reserves, making him a suitable partner for collaboration. Certainly, confirming that there were no issues with the suddenly appeared blueprint in his inventory, Zhao Feng readily accepted the request that it was time to attend to business. After peering at screens for a couple of hours and confirming that the number of those seeking water was indeed substantial while none were selling it, he commenced with his plan. Yin Yin, esteemed individuals, due to the needs of my territory, I am reluctantly selling pure water. For every 10 units of various ores, you may exchange for 100 milliliters of pure water. With priority given to iron and copper ores, other ores and items may also be traded. The quantity of pure water is limited. First come, first served, until sold out. Zhao Feng disseminated the same message thrice in the regional channel and once in the national channel. By now, it was approximately 10 p.m. Under normal circumstances, many would have already retired for the night. Yet, as soon as Zhao Feng's message was sent, both channels erupted with activity. Jade Emperor, my friend, check your private messages. We in the Heavenly Court will take all your water. Chun Jinan, brother, join our Red Flower Society. The benefits are generous. Wang Ergo, brother, I have no ores, but I can be your loyal servant. How about it? Hallelujah. Merciful Lord, you have not forgotten your servant. Big brother, I have copper or check your private messages. Chapter 11. The frenzy of water trading. Due to Zhao Feng's trading message, the regional channel exploded with activity. The small horn on Zhao Feng's system panel flashing frantically as the notifications for trade messages surged into the thousands, and the numbers continued to climb. Approximately 1 minute later, the count exceeded 10,000. And only then did the growth rate begin to slow. The sheer volume was overwhelming, prompting Zhao Feng to utilize the search function, but he entered iron ore, and the number instantly dwindled to several hundred. Quickly browsing, Zhao Feng was astonished to find individuals requesting to defer payment for iron ore. Without hesitation, he blacklisted such individuals that he then sorted the iron ore offers by quantity, arranging them from highest to lowest. Well, this system is rather impressive. Zhao Feng marveled, then began to examine the relevant trading information. The top entry was from Li Chuanhui, who left no message but offered 10,000 units of iron ore. A formidable figure, terse in speech. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Instantly, 100 L of fresh water vanished, and 10,000 units of iron ore appeared in his inventory. The second entry was from Shennong, offering 5,000 units of iron ore. He agreed to the trade, and 50 L of water disappeared, filling 5 more inventory slots. The third entry was from the eye-catching Jade Emperor in the regional group, trading 1,000 units of iron ore. This individual, with such an ambitious name, likely had an intriguing background. Agreeing once more, another inventory slot filled, yet the volume of pure water in Zhao Feng's inventory remained imperceptibly unchanged. That it was unavoidable. There was simply too much, 20 cubic meters. Equating to 20,000 liters, this was the rhythm of an impending explosion. Zhao Feng felt a surge of excitement, hastily leaping from his bed, opening the door, and rushing outside. With a thought, he extracted all 16,000 units of iron ore that occupied several slots in his inventory. With a thunderous crash, a towering iron ore mountain materialized before Zhao Feng. Onward! Zhao Feng flashed a broad smile, his face alight with excitement as he fervently selected agree amidst the transaction information. The quantity of purified water dwindled rapidly, as the vacant space before him was increasingly filled with suddenly appearing iron ore, copper ore, and various other minerals. At midnight, Zhao Feng, who had long since fallen asleep, found himself wide awake, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. His gaze was entirely captivated by over 20 towering mounds of ore, each standing at more than 10 meters high. For 2 entire hours, he lost count of how many times he clicked agree, resulting in a direct halving of his purified water. He acquired 150,000 units of iron ore, over 70,000 units of copper ore, along with more than a dozen other common metals, including aluminum and silver. With an abundance of water at his disposal, he eagerly accepted all genuine trade offers among the thousands of transaction notifications, taking 10 not as a burden and 100 not as excessive. Among these transactions, Li Chuanhui, Shennong, and the Jade Emperor stood at the forefront. The three not only traded iron ore but also copper ore, and in significant quantities. After successfully concluding the trades, all three sent him friend requests, which Zhao Feng readily accepted. Li Chuanhui, a middle-aged man with a square face appearing to be in his 50s, exuded a calm demeanor, while Shennong appeared as a striking young lady in her 20s. The Jade Emperor, looking to be in his 30s, bore an air of arrogance, his gaze radiating an unmistakable superiority that clearly did not stem from a mere day's practice. Upon becoming friends, the Jade Emperor sent Zhao Feng a message inviting him to join his celestial court, offering him a prestigious position as a 5th-rank heavenly official, a proposal Zhao Feng declined. Perhaps contemplating future transactions with Zhao Feng, the first person to rebuff his olive branch, the Jade Emperor refrained from issuing any harsh words. With such an abundance of water, Zhao Feng pondered whether to engage in further trades. While the quantity of ore was undoubtedly sufficient, he found himself lacking in timber and energy. Timber held little value, yet he was uncertain if anyone would be willing to exchange energy. Brother Li, do you have any timber? 1 piece of timber for 1 milliliter of water. Would you be interested? Zhao Feng's thoughts turned to the low-profile, yet formidable Li Chuanhui promptly replied, "Do you still have water? I have timber, but not in abundance. Only 1,000 pieces. How about it? I'll take it." Zhao Feng responded, immediately trading 1 L of water. Before long, a new mound of timber appeared before him. "Sister, are you asleep? 100 pieces of timber for 100 milliliters of water. Would you be willing to trade?" Zhao Feng messaged Shennong, who swiftly replied that on that fateful first night of upheaval, it remained unknown how many souls were deprived of sleep. "Brother, do you still have water? That's wonderful. I have plenty of timber. I own a timber factory. How much do you need? How much do you have?" Zhao Feng inquired. He, as much as you need, I have. The audacity of her words and deeds startled Zhao Feng. Let's start with 100,000 pieces. All right, Brother Yin, please hold on. I'll notify the warehouse right away. Truly impressive, Zhao Feng thought, astonished by the extent of this young lady's resources. Before long, it began to rain timber from the sky. Each piece as thick as an arm and approximately half a meter long. With 100,000 pieces falling, several mounds of timber piled up outside his territory. Impressive, sister. Would you be willing to exchange energy for purified water? 1 point of energy for 10 milliliters of water? I would, she replied enthusiastically. How do you possess so much purified water? Are you running a water station? You haven't been taken over, have you, in a luxurious villa located in the city of Huagua? Shengguan Wanner lay on her opulent princess bed, her wide, watery eyes filled with disbelief. According to the information she had received, all cities and towns in Huagua, as well as every large supermarket and food factory, were under the watch of police or military personnel. Whether they were there to protect or to supervise was a matter decided by the state. Since noon, food factories and water stations had been forcibly shut down. Although large supermarkets remained open, they had implemented purchase limits, allowing each person to buy no more than 10 pounds of food and water. Since Zhao Feng began trading at 10 o'clock that evening, the regional channel had been abuzz with messages. People either flaunting their water acquisitions or expressing gratitude toward Zhao Feng. Ceaselessly, until just a short while ago, she had someone roughly calculate the figures. The other party had traded at least 10,000 liters of water, which was utterly unexpected. Her family operated a business with hundreds of employees, consuming considerable amounts of food and water daily. While food was manageable, as they had a dedicated warehouse, water posed a significant issue. Previously, they relied on purifiers to convert tap water for drinking and cooking. However, with the tap water rendered unusable, they now faced a dire shortage. Her father sought out numerous individuals today to procure water, many of whom had official connections. Typically, those individuals would not refuse her father's minor requests, yet now they had all outright declined, showing no willingness to negotiate, illustrating the severity of the government's control. Zhao Feng's emergence was nothing short of a lifeline for her family. Under normal circumstances, her family could exchange merely a few dozen pieces of timber for 100 liters of purified water. However, with Zhao Feng's current offer, she dared not haggle for fear of jeopardizing this rare opportunity for salvation. This sentiment was shared by her father. Sister, how much energy are you preparing to exchange? Upon seeing her agreement, Zhao Feng's smile widened. He recognized the pressing need for water. Purified water had become a priceless commodity, and he had not anticipated its immense value. Not only had he traded minerals and timber, but there were also those willing to exchange energy. Brother, please hold on. I'll check. After sending that message to Zhao Feng, Shengguan Wanner turned to the man preparing to leave her room and said, Dad, Yin Yin just messaged again, saying he still has water. 1 point of energy for 100 milliliters that I agreed. How much should we prepare to trade? He has more water. Shengguan Yu turned, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded his daughter. Yes, it should be quite a bit, Shengguan Wanner affirmed with a nod. After a moment's thought, Shengguan Yu replied, Then have him wait. I'll gather everyone's energy. Whatever we have, we'll trade for. Chapter 12. The Black Iron Barracks. The prospect of trading purified water for energy from Yin Yin took Shengguan Yu by surprise and filled him with delight. The market for purified water had already been tightly controlled. Based on the attitudes of his official acquaintances, he sensed that this situation would not resolve swiftly, and combined with information from other channels, he felt the circumstances were far from optimistic. Consequently, the price of purified water would only escalate. He was uncertain how much stock Yin Yin possessed, but to him, what he secured was what truly mattered. Moreover, he was unaware whether Zhao Feng would seek to trade with others. So he needed to acquire as much water as possible before anyone else noticed Zhao Feng's availability. Additionally, his family held a natural advantage: a timber yard. They had established several large timber mills across Huagua, thereby leasing numerous expansive forests. Throughout the day, workers in the forest had slain many zombie creatures, thus acquiring a substantial quantity of minerals. With minerals came energy crystals. However, in an effort to stabilize public sentiment, he had previously distributed energy crystals as rewards, and now he needed to reclaim them, offering alternative items in exchange that, I could trade crystals for food. Shengguan Yu quickly devised an excellent plan and notified everyone without delay. Now that everyone comprehended the significance of food, within just 5 minutes, he received a plethora of energy crystals, from which he extracted the energy and traded it to his daughter. System prompt. Shengwan Wanner has sent you a trade request for energy. 126. 281 transaction amount. None. Hiss. Zhao Feng inhaled sharply, having previously slain a second-tier zombie dog and acquired over 600 points of energy, that he thought that was considerable, yet in the presence of these true powerhouses. It was utterly insignificant. Purified water, common grade 9, 821L. As Zhao Feng gazed at the volume of purified water within the package, a hint of awkwardness crept upon his face that, sister, I currently have 9, 800L of water. Would you prefer I return the energy to you, or shall I hold on to the remaining water and deliver it to you this afternoon? No need for a return. Brother, yin did I trust you. Just give me the remainder this afternoon. That be by the way, brother, if you have more purified water to trade in the future, do remember to inform your sister. Absolutely, certainly. Zhao Feng readily agreed, promptly trading all his purified water. Several thousand points of energy exchanged hands. He was pleasantly surprised by the trust she placed in him, evoking a sense of warmth within. No sleep for me. It's time to get to work. All preparations have been completed, and Zhao Feng is ready to stay up all night today. With ample energy, he no longer hesitates and places another order in the Shennong Mall to purchase multiple variants of sweet potato seeds. As his consciousness enters the Shennong space, he envisions, and every vacant spiritual plot within the space is filled with the mutated sweet potatoes. Upgrading his territory is crucial, as the agricultural index is a hard indicator. He still has a long way to go and must cultivate more land. Once he finishes the urgent matters at hand, he plans to establish a tea house and continues summoning people to farm. Relying solely on the land in the Shennong space is rather slow for reaching the upgrade standards. Furthermore, the number of inhabitants is also a vital indicator for upgrading the territory. At 2 a.m. The sky is sprinkled with stars, and the wilderness is enveloped in darkness, silent and still. Zhao Feng steps out from the Wooden Lord's manor and moves a few meters away. With a flick of his mind, a piece of parchment flies out from his pack. The system prompts. Please confirm the construction location for the barracks. Standing at the entrance of the Wooden Lord's manor, a 1 meter by 1 meter virtual square plane suddenly appears before him, with a small gray section in the center and the rest in green. With a gesture of his hands, the square plane instantly expands to cover his entire territory. The various ores, timber, and other materials that were previously piled within the territory have been conveniently moved outside the territory with the help of his pack. Now, aside from his lord's manor, there is nothing else within the territory. The parchment for the barracks, under his mental control, flies directly to the green area to the left of the lord's manor. The system prompts. Please confirm if you wish to construct the barracks. Confirm. With a flick of his mind, the blueprint for the barracks vanishes, and a portion of the refined iron, copper, and timber, which Zhao Feng has processed using the Shennong cauldron, instantly disappears. That a faint black light flickers, and a rustic gray tent appears before Zhao Feng. The tent is round, occupying approximately 20 square meters, with a gabled entrance. Inside, it is empty, save for the floor adorned with some peculiar patterns reminiscent of formations seen in movies. Barracks, black iron area, 20 square meters summoning. Can summon up to 20 soldiers daily. Each summon costs 100 energy points. Summon soldiers. 0-20 summon. With a flick of his mind, the energy points in the system panel instantly decrease by 100. That the ground of the barracks emits a faint black glow, and a figure gradually coalesces within the light. Approximately 3 minutes later, a rugged man over 1.7 meters tall, clad in a gray hemp shirt and appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, materializes before him. Zheng Sano. Black Iron Age. 42 level. 1050, Lord. Yin loyalty. 70 strength. 89 agility. 65 mental power. 70 qualification. B skill. Basic gunmanship common. The black iron level barracks do not disappoint him. The summoned soldier is directly of black iron rank, with attributes that are quite remarkable. With an arm strength of 890 gene and a running speed reaching 65 meters. These statistics signify a superhuman presence in the current human world. What pleases him most is the initial loyalty of 70, that according to the system's explanation, loyalty below 60 indicates a chance of defection. Between 60 and 69 denotes satisfaction with a very low chance of betrayal. While 70 to 79 signifies unwavering loyalty, Provided one does not abandon the individual, they will not betray. Exceeding 80 indicates an unbreakable bond, implying that even if one attempts to dismiss them, they will remain steadfast. To Zhao Feng's surprise, the figure also possesses skills. Even if it is merely the most basic common skill, devoid of internal power, it is still a genuine skill. Zheng Sanhu opens his eyes, sees Zhao Feng, steps forward, kneels on one knee, and clasps his fists in salute, saying, "Subordinate pays respects to the Lord. Rise, valiant warrior." Zhao Feng replies hastily, stepping forward to assist him, "But I no need to kneel next time. We do not practice that here." "Thank you, my lord," Zheng Sanhu responds, pausing before bowing and clasping his fists again in respect. The system prompts, "Your courtesy has garnered Zheng Sanhu's favor, increasing loyalty by 1 to Zhao Feng beams. Come, valiant warrior, have something to eat and drink. And wait a moment while I summon more companions." After saying this, he hands over the mutated sweet potato and a cup of water. "Thank you, my lord." Zheng Sanhu accepts them with both hands, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise and gratitude that he senses the energy contained within the sweet potato. Such energy food was never even consumed by his commander in his previous life. Yet, unexpectedly, this lord not only revived him, but also provided such high-quality sustenance. Indeed, it is a revival. Zheng Sanhu is the spirit of a warrior who perished on the battlefield of a certain dynasty centuries ago. And at this moment, he has been revived through the barracks, retaining all memories of his past life while also acquiring some memories from the current world. The system prompts, "Your actions have garnered Zheng Sanhu's favor. Increasing loyalty by 8 data. Is it truly this easy to enhance loyalty?" Zhao Feng, somewhat bewildered by the value of energy food, recalls having read in various novels that increasing a subordinate's loyalty is quite challenging. Chapter 13. From this day forward, we shall be brothers in life and death. The summoning of the first soldier brings Zhao Feng a sense of joy. After calming his emotions, he continues to click the summoning option at the tent once more. A black glow envelopes the area again, and after a few minutes, another figure begins to coalesce. This time, the figure is similarly clad in a hemp shirt, appearing somewhat slender, seemingly in his 30s, with a slightly fatigued expression. Zheng Lauer, Black Iron Age, 40 level. 1050 Lord. Yin Yin Loyalty. 70 Strength. 78 Agility. 82 Mental Power. 89 Qualification. Skills. Basic Gunmanship Common. Basic Swordsmanship Common. Basic Horsemanship Common. An A-level qualification. This is a classic case of a hidden talent, and with 3 skills to boot. Zhao Feng's mouth curls into a smile at the remarkable attributes of the individual. Momentarily overlooking the comical name, that in ancient China, illiteracy was the norm, and children's names were often derived for convenience, with sequential naming being the most common practice, so there is nothing particularly strange about it. Like Zheng Sanhu, Zheng Lauer immediately steps forward, kneeling on one leg in salute, stating, "Subordinate pays respects to the Lord. Rise, valiant warrior." Zhao Feng again promptly assists him up, adding, "No need to kneel next time. We do not practice that here." The system prompts, "Your courtesy has garnered Zheng Lauer's favor, increasing loyalty by 1. Zhao Feng grins, "Come, valiant warrior, have something to eat and drink, and wait a moment while I summon more companions." As he speaks, he once more offers the mutated sweet potato and a cup of water. Energy food? Zheng Lauer's eyes flash with astonishment as he quickly accepts them with both hands, saying, "Thank you, my lord." The system prompts, "Your actions have garnered Zheng Lauer's favor, increasing loyalty by 6. Captain." As Zheng Lauer holds the mutated sweet potato and water, he turns to find a very familiar, yet momentarily unplaceable face in his line of sight. Upon turning, a surprisingly familiar visage emerges. "Third uncle, you have been revived as well?" "Yes, I was just revived by the Lord." A flicker of surprise crosses Zheng Lauer's face, and after a brief moment, he quickly strides to Zheng Sanhu's side, gazing expectantly towards the tent. Before long, yet another figure emerges from the tent. "Second brother." Upon seeing the figure, Zheng Sanhu's eyes brim with joy as he rushes forward. "Third brother." Zheng Ergo, who had been preparing to kneel before Zhao Feng, turns to see and excitedly rushes over. "Wonderful. You have been revived as well. By the way, second brother, the captain has also been revived by the Lord." Zheng Sanhu gently squeezed Zheng Ergo's arm, confirming that he was not merely lost in fantasy, and a broader smile blossomed on his face. Zheng Laodi also wore a smile, yet his gaze was predominantly filled with anticipation as he looked toward Zhao Feng, observing the excited reunion of Zheng Sanhu and Zheng Ergu. Zhao Feng dismissed Zheng Ergu's rudeness, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. According to the system's introduction, the barracks summoned the heroic spirits of soldiers who had perished on the battlefield at any point in time and resurrected them. With 5,000 years of history, countless soldiers had met their demise. Yet who could have imagined that the three he summoned not only recognized each other, but appeared to be part of a small team? Remarkably, Zheng Ergu and Zheng Sanhu were actually brothers. This was rather absurd. Zheng Ergu remained silent, but his expectant gaze conveyed volumes. Zhao Feng was equally eager. Without further ado, Zhao Feng accessed the barracks operation page and swiftly clicked 17 times, efficiently utilizing the remaining quotas for the day. Since just past 2 in the morning, the dark light of the barracks had been flashing incessantly, and it was not until nearly 3 that it finally ceased. 20 soldiers clad in coarse garments, varying in height and build, stood in orderly formation before Zhao Feng. Among them, the eldest was 47 years old, while the youngest was merely 19, all of them at the black iron level. Their lowest aptitude was rated B, while the highest was A, belonging to 3 individuals: the captain Zheng Laodi, the eldest Zheng Ergu, and the youngest Chao Du. Zhao Feng had confirmed that they belonged to an elite team. A total of 100, who had perished while defending the border against foreign invasions during the Ming Dynasty. It was astonishing that they had been resurrected here and reunited. Consequently, their loyalty to Zhao Feng soared, all surpassing 80, with Zheng Laodi and Zheng Ergu reaching an impressive 91. Zheng Laodi's loyalty stemmed from Zhao Feng granting him and his subordinates a second chance at life, while Zheng Ergu's loyalty was due to Zhao Feng resurrecting Zheng Sanhu. With loyalty exceeding 90, they would obey unconditionally. Even if Zhao Feng commanded them to perish, they would not refuse. Gazing into the 20 pairs of bright eyes, Zhao Feng rubbed his face, which had become somewhat stiff from smiling too much. He simply could not contain his satisfaction. Setting aside other matters, with these 20 by his side, Zhao Feng was confident that no wild boar herd, let alone a ferocious tiger, would dare to approach. Welcome to my territory, everyone. From this day forth, we shall be brothers in life and death. Zhao Feng had never held a leadership position before, but he recalled a video he had seen online featuring Brother Chong from Jingxi Mall, and he decided to emulate his style. From today onwards, the safety of this territory will be in your hands. Zheng Laodi, you were their captain before, and you shall continue to be their captain. I am unfamiliar with military formations and safety protocols, so unless I issue special orders, you have full authority to manage everything without needing to consult me. Additionally, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me, and I will endeavor to provide solutions. For example, if you need long spears, I will arrange for them today. Furthermore, as the barracks could summon a maximum of 20 individuals per day, Zhao Feng assured them that he would continue summoning after midnight. As for whether he could summon their team, he had no control over that and hoped they would understand. That is all I wish to convey. Does anyone have any questions? System prompt. Your actions have gained the recognition of Zheng Laodi. Loyalty 5. System prompt. Your actions have gained the recognition of Zheng Ergu. Loyalty 5. A series of system prompts made Zhao Feng beam with delight. Brother Chong was indeed remarkable. Zheng Laodi stepped forward, and before Zhao Feng could react, he knelt on both knees, prostrating himself on the ground. Thank you. My lord and my subordinates shall undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts to protect you and ensure the safety of the territory. As Zheng Laodi moved, the other 19 followed suit, bowing low. Thank you, my lord, that we shall certainly strive to protect you and safeguard the territory. Though their numbers were few, their voices resonated powerfully, reaching the heavens. What are you doing? Did I not mention that bowing is not permitted here? Please rise quickly. Zheng Laodi, if you do this again, I shall be displeased. Zhao Feng extended his hand to help Zheng Laodi up, feigning reproach in his tone that he did not doubt their loyalty, given the high loyalty ratings. Following the recent increase, both Captain Zheng Laodi and Zheng Ergu had reached a loyalty level of 96. While Chao Dahu and Zheng Sanhu had also surpassed the impressive threshold of 90, that the others had all exceeded 80 as well. Subordinates obey. Zheng Laodi solemnly clasped his fists and bowed in acknowledgement of the command. Chapter 14. The surprise of Shang Wan Yu having arranged the 20 summoned soldiers. Zhao Feng was just about to introduce them to his territory when he noticed the surrounding area was utterly desolate, causing him to pause awkwardly. Observing the dim light of dawn, he instinctively wished to let them rest, but felt even more embarrassed when he realized he had no place for them to stay. Rubbing the back of his head, Zhao Feng smiled sheepishly. I sincerely apologize. The territory was only established yesterday, and there is nothing here. Please, for now, rest in my lord's manor. I will find a way to procure some tents and beds for you. Zheng Laodi shook his head and replied, We cannot trouble our lord if it is convenient. Simply provide us with some tools that I see there are plenty of trees around. My brothers and I can cut them down to construct shelters. May I inquire if these trees are permissible to fell? Ah, they can construct their own quarters. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. He had just been contemplating how to build accommodations and had not anticipated they would offer a solution. Very well, you may proceed to build. Feel free to cut down the trees on the mountain that I currently have only 10 fire axes, 1 long sword, 1 bow, and 1 machete. With a thought, Zhao Feng retrieved all the weapons from his pack. The longbow and long sword were common items he had obtained from hunting zombie rabbits the previous day. Had this been before yesterday, he would have refrained from cutting down the trees. But now it was of little concern. Construct away. Zheng Laodi once again clasped his fists in gratitude, stating, That will suffice. Thank you, my lord. Although not everyone had a weapon, and they were not the tools they were accustomed to. They were more than adequate for felling trees and constructing shelters. Chao Do, you take the long sword. Zheng Ergu, you take the longbow and an axe. From this moment on, you two shall serve as my lord's personal guards. Should any harm befall my lord, do not come to see me. You shall face your own punishment. Can you manage that? Zheng Laodi's voice was not loud, yet the seriousness infused with an unmistakable sense of menace made Zhao Feng feel a twinge of apprehension. Subordinates obey. Zheng Ergu and Chao Dahu stepped forward, each picking up their designated items from the ground, then silently positioning themselves behind Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had never experienced such treatment and felt somewhat unaccustomed. He was about to decline, but upon meeting Zheng Laodi's resolute gaze, chose to remain silent, gradually understanding why Zheng Laodi was capable of being the captain among so many. Unlike him, who could directly perceive the attributes of others, Zheng Laodi relied solely on his own observations and judgments. The two he chose not only had the highest loyalty and aptitude, but were also among the top 3 in strength. Zheng Ergu, being the eldest, was the strongest, boasting a power rating of 95, with agility and mental fortitude both at 85, undoubtedly the finest among them. The second was Captain Zheng Laodi, followed by Chao Dahu. Despite being the youngest, he possessed a mental strength of 90, agility of 89, and power of 84. Compared to him, Zhao Feng felt utterly inadequate. After assigning the 2 personal guards, Zheng Laodi selected 9 others from the crowd to retrieve fire axes while he himself took the machete. Seeing Zheng Laodi lead the others towards the mountain, Zhao Feng hurriedly called out, Zheng Laodi, it is still dark, and the woods are rife with wild beasts, zombies, rabbits, squirrels, snakes, and even various insects, all carrying the zombie virus. Even a minor bite could lead to infection. Although I am cultivating related medicines for the zombie virus, they will take a few days to mature, so it is best to wait until dawn before cutting down trees. After contemplating, Zheng Laodi nodded in agreement and replied, Thank you for the reminder, my lord, that I shall heed your command. Though he possessed considerable mental acuity and could perceive various entities around him, it was mentally taxing, and the extra time was inconsequential. Waiting a while longer would suffice. Does my lord have any other tasks we could assist with? In response to Zheng Laodi's inquiry, Zhao Feng pondered for a moment. Since they could not sleep and were in good spirits, they might as well fetch some water. Standing on the dam platform to draw water posed minimal risk from the zombie fish, making it relatively safe. Then please help me gather some water. As Zhao Feng spoke, he retrieved 100 empty buckets and nylon ropes from his pack. There is a freshwater lake over there. Although the water has been infected, I can purify it, transforming it into drinkable water. You only need to draw the water from the lake and place it on the dam. Subordinates obey. Upon receiving Zhao Feng's task, the others, under Zheng Laodi's command, began to move with efficient organization, except for Zheng Ergu and Chao Do. Beautiful lady, are you asleep? Inside the wooden lord's mansion, Zhao Feng sat on his bed, completely devoid of sleep. As he sent a message to Sheng Wanwaner, beside his bed, Zheng Ergu and Chao Do sat on the floor, armed. Zhao Feng had inquired, and these soldiers did not possess any spatial storage. They could only carry their belongings. No, Brother Yin. Is there something you need? Shengwan Wanner swiftly replied, clearly having stayed up all night as well, that I just wanted to ask if you have any single bunk beds for sale? Besides the bed. Do you have any accompanying mattresses, bedding, etc.? Also, what about clothes and shoes? Do you know anyone who sells those? Ah, Brother Yin, has someone already arrived in your territory? My family sells furniture. We have single beds, bedding, mattresses, and more. How many sets do you need? By the way, I don't have any clothes here, but I will ask my dad later if he knows anyone. Thank you. As for quantity, let's start with 1,000 sets for now. I need a full outfit as well. So please ask your uncle for me that we don't need anything formal, just loose, casual wear, that if someone can make uniforms like those worn by SWAT or Huawei soldiers. That would be ideal, that I'm planning to train some individuals as guards that I see. Ordinary casual wear should be manageable, but military uniforms might be challenging. I will have my dad look into it. 1,000 single beds is no problem. I will check the warehouse for any available stock, and if there's not enough, we should be able to produce more today. Thank you. By the way, how much do you sell the beds for? Would you prefer to trade with purified water, energy, or perhaps, let's go with purified water. For one complete single bed set, how about 1 liter of water? Does that sound acceptable to you, Brother Yin? Shengwan Wanner quoted after noticing her father's raised finger beside her, done on the first night of the mutation. She felt a bit scared, so her parents stayed in her room to accompany her. The messages from the regional and national channels have been incessant, and the three of them were constantly monitoring, unable to find any sleep. Moments later, upon receiving Zhao Feng's response, Shengwan Wanner's face instantly lit up with a smile. Dad. Yin agreed. He said the water for the trade, including what was owed from yesterday, can be transferred today to 1,000 liters of water today, plus what my family has stored, will last us for at least 10 days to half a month. If used sparingly, it could even stretch to 20 days. Shengwan Yu let out a heavy sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face after a long time. From the current messages, it was evident that Zhao Feng indeed controlled a water station with a substantial supply of purified water. More importantly, as a lord, the number of people in his territory would undoubtedly continue to grow. This initial order of 1,000 sets was merely the beginning, with certainly more orders to follow. This meant that as long as they maintained a good relationship with him, his family would not only be free from concerns about water sources, but might even have a surplus. This was undoubtedly the greatest surprise he had encountered since the apocalypse began. Chapter 15. Once again, became a big shot. I have already set the wheels in motion regarding the single beds. You can proceed with the trade shortly. By the way, please remind the other party that the country has begun to enforce strict controls, that he previously sent messages on 2 channels, which must have caught the attention of certain individuals. However, the volume of trade he has revealed is not substantial, so it has not attracted much concern. But if he continues to engage in large-scale trading within the group, someone is bound to find his territory. He must not underestimate the power of the state. Yin possesses significant potential, and Shengwan Yu expressed his worries, sharing various precautions with her. All right, Dad, I will remind him now. Shengwan Wanna nodded and then opened the system panel once more to send a message to Zhao Feng. Brother Yin, my dad says that since yesterday afternoon, the state has begun to take over all food processing plants and has stockpiled a significant amount of purified water from water plants and stations. Since you sent out trade information yesterday on 2 channels, someone is likely keeping an eye on you. However, this time the volume of trade you revealed is not large, so there should not be any immediate issues. But if you are not careful and someone sees you possessing a large amount of purified water, it is very likely that someone will come to your territory. That my dad says not to underestimate the power of the state. Upon reading Shengwan Wanner's message, Zhao Feng was momentarily startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. He was not unwilling to contribute to the country. If it needed help, he would undoubtedly lend a hand without hesitation. However, he was not a saint and would not mindlessly offer everything he had in the face of the apocalypse. Food and water had become the most fundamental, yet lethal elements, and his divine farmer system could perfectly resolve both. It was clear to him that if the state set its sights on him, he would be reduced to being a mere tool, whereas his dream was to be a wealthy and carefree lord of a farm. Sister Shengwan, please thank your uncle for the reminder. I will certainly take you next time. By the way, I hope you can keep future trades confidential. Also, if your uncle could help me find someone selling clothes, could he possibly purchase them from me using other resources first? I will trade with him using water. Upon receiving Zhao Feng's message, Shengwan Wanner did not immediately agree but first conveyed it to her father. Shengwan Yu stroked his chin, excitement growing in his eyes. Zhao Feng's intention was clear. He wanted to make himself his agent, although this would increase his risk if he chose to trade with trusted old friends and ensured confidentiality. He could secure a guaranteed profit. Moreover, if executed properly, he could not only earn the price difference from Zhao Feng, but also strengthen their relationship. Most importantly, if he became Zhao Feng's agent, he would be the absolute center of that circle if he could gather a group. Such connections were precisely what a businessman like him valued and anticipated that in comparison to the risks, the potential rewards were significantly greater, with possibilities of earning hundreds or even thousands of times more. Agree to it, and also tell him that as a gesture of goodwill, we will gift him this batch of 1,000 single beds. By the way, I have already found someone for the clothes. But military uniforms are beyond my reach. Despite Shang Yu's attempts to suppress it, the eagerness and excitement in his tone were palpable, something both Shang Wan'er and the beautiful woman beside him could easily perceive. Shang Wan'er, though not fully understanding the intricacies, was nonetheless influenced by her father's excitement, her face brimming with smiles as she quickly replied to Zhao Feng. Brother Yin, my dad says it's all right to be by the way. For this batch of 1,000 single beds, along with the outstanding payment from yesterday, we will not be charging you. They're our gift to you as a small token of appreciation from my family to you. Also, my dad mentioned that he has found someone for the clothes, and once they are ready, I will pass them on to you at a very reasonable price that I ask for military uniforms. My dad says there is currently no one who can produce them. Wow, 1,000 beds for free. This is a hidden big shot. Such financial generosity. Zhao Feng's family was of modest means, yet 1,000 beds was no small gift. Not even his father could easily part with such a sum. Before the apocalypse, that would have been worth hundreds of thousands. I appreciate the goodwill, Sister Shangwan, but I will still trade the purified water today that I hope we can enjoy a pleasant cooperation in the future. Hundreds of thousands was beyond his capacity to give away, but a mere 1 or 2,000 liters of water, equating to just 1 or 2 cubic meters, was inconsequential to him. That's just how magnanimous I am. Zhao Feng grinned, shaking his head in an effortlessly charming manner. Then thank you, Brother Yin. I look forward to our cooperation. Shang Wan'er quickly replied, her message ending with a cute sticking-out tongue emoji. Dad, have you slept yet? Opening his contacts, Zhao Feng sent a message to Zhao Xuxing. The reply came almost instantly. No, what's up? Nothing major, just waiting for dawn. Dad, could you go find the hardware store owner and get 100 water buckets? 1,000 small water buckets, 1,000 shovels, 1,000 hose, 1,000 toothbrushes and toothpaste, 1,000 cups, soap, washing powder, and so on. It doesn't have to be exactly this amount. Just bring as much as you can. By the way, here are 50,000 energy points for you and Mom to use for upgrades. I traded for this with water, and there is plenty more. You and Mom should use it for upgrading. Also, a friend of mine informed me that all water stations and food factories are now under strict control, so please keep my ability to purify water confidential. I asked that a lot. Has your territory already attracted people? Where are they from? Are they trustworthy? They're soldiers summoned from the barracks. The Lord can see the loyalty of the citizens, so there is no issue. All right, when dawn breaks, I will arrange it for you. It won't be a problem that there's no need for water trading. Energy will suffice. Right now, no one is particularly willing to take risks going outside. Moreover, the zombies, both animal and human, are being handled directly by the state personnel. So ordinary people have little opportunity to acquire energy. That works, Dad. Just handle it as you see fit to be. By the way, is everything still safe on your end after a night has passed? The overall security is good. But there are quite a few people in the city trying to take advantage of the night to rob supermarkets. But they were all caught by the ambushing police and military. In times of chaos, strict measures are employed. Rather than detaining individuals, they are publicly punished, leading to numerous fatalities and instilling a sense of false hope in many. Very well, dear parents, please take care and do not worry about me. I have successfully summoned 20 black iron tier soldiers and can summon an additional 20 each day. By the way, once dawn breaks, I plan to recruit some civilians as well, as I prepare to cultivate the land. All right, do take care of yourselves. Feel free to contact me or your mother at any time. Goodbye, Father. After concluding the conversation with my father, a knock at the door interrupted me, and I heard Zheng Lao Er's voice. My lord, the 100 barrels of water are filled so soon. Zhao Feng was momentarily taken aback, as it had only been a little over 10 minutes. However, considering the strength of those soldiers, each exceeding 80, he quickly came to terms with it. Let us proceed to purify the water now. Rising from the bed, he opened the door and stepped outside, with Zheng Ergo and Chao Dehu following closely behind, diligently fulfilling their responsibilities. Upon reaching the embankment platform, he saw the 100 barrels arranged neatly on the ground, while the other soldiers chatted and laughed, appearing quite relaxed, reflecting on the soreness in his arms from the previous day's labor. He felt as though he had descended from the heavens to the depths of the earth, a stark contrast. With a flicker of thought, the barrels vanished one by one, only to be poured into the divine farmer's cauldron, mingling with the essence of the purple fern. After a little over 10 minutes, Zhao Feng gazed at the 20 cubic meters of purified water enveloped within the package, and a confident smile graced his face once more. He had once again transformed into a figure of prominence. Chapter 16. Unprecedented wealth, with all the empty barrels removed and Zheng Lao leading the others to fill them again. Zhao Feng opened his system panel in his mind. With a thought, he settled the debt of over 3,800 liters of water owed to Shangguan Waner by generously transferring 4,000 liters. Wow, Brother Yin. You are too generous. I feel quite undeserving. Shangguan Waner's message displayed a blushing emoji, and Zhao Feng's vanity swelled with satisfaction. And no worries, sister. Please accept it that I will require your assistance with many tasks in the future. By the way, if possible, could you ask your uncle to procure some additional energy? The price remains the same. 1 point of energy for 100 milliliters of purified water. The more the better. All right, thank you. Brother Yin, Shangguan Waner replied with another shy emoji. Closing the chat with her, Zhao Feng opened his contacts and clicked on the name of another true magnate, entering the chat interface. Brother Li, are you awake? Li Chuanhui's response was immediate. No, is there something you need? Knowing that the time of true magnates was exceedingly precious, Zhao Feng got straight to the point. Brother, I am preparing to develop my territory and intend to train some guards. I wonder if you know anyone who could assist me in procuring military uniforms, bomb-proof vests, safety helmets, shields, etc. I can pay with purified water. For now, I would like to order 1,000 sets with the possibility of increasing the quantity later. If you prefer not to accept purified water, I can pay with energy as well. Additionally, I would like to inquire if you know anyone who can provide melee weapons such as long spears, swords, and the like, which can also be paid for with purified water or energy. Furthermore, do you have any unused buildings or other items for lords that I could acquire with purified water? Oh, and I'm also collecting energy here at the rate of 1 point of energy for 100 milliliters of water, with no limit on quantity for now. Lastly, I heard from a friend that all water stations and food factories nationwide are currently under control. So I hope you can keep our transactions confidential. After sharing a multitude of requests, Zhao Feng patiently awaited a response. About a minute later, Li Chuanhui replied that I happen to know someone who makes clothes and equipment. Although they are replicas, the quality is guaranteed. That I will ask around for you that if it's a water transaction, it should not pose a problem. As for the procurement, since you trust me, I will not let you down. Consider the 1,000 sets of clothing and equipment as a welcoming gift from me. As for energy, I estimate I have around 500,000. Can you handle that? Regarding lordly buildings, I happen to have 2 available, which I will also give to you. That I will inquire about other items, and if I find anything, I will inform you. By the way, does your territory have any nearby mountains? If so, you must exercise caution. According to the intelligence I have received, humans can level up by absorbing energy, while zombies can upgrade by consuming human beings or the energy crystals of other zombies. The disparity in strength among zombies of the same tier after leveling up can be significant. Gulping at Li Chuanhui's messages, Zhao Feng swallowed hard. Shangguan Waner had already been generous, but Li Chuanhui's offer was even more astounding. That a complete set of gear, including a bomb-proof helmet and shield with guaranteed quality, would certainly exceed 1,000 Huaxia coins, and for 1,000 sets, that amounted to over 1 million. Yet he said it would be a gift. What shocked him even more was the energy trade. The offer started at 500,000. He could hardly fathom how Li Chuanhui had amassed such a substantial amount of energy. Was it his own perspective that was too narrow? Zhao Feng shook his head, chuckling at his own self-deprecation. Opening the dialogue with Li Chuanhui, 3 transaction notifications appeared before his eyes. System notification. Li Chuanhui has sent you a trade request. Arrow Tower. Common 2. Transaction amount. None. System notification. Li Chuanhui has sent you a trade request. Blacksmith Shop. Common 1. Transaction amount. None. System notification. Li Chuanhui has sent you a trade request. Energy 500,000. Transaction amount. None. Seeing the 3 transaction requests, Zhao Feng grinned widely. Thank you, brotherly. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration in the future. I will prepare the water for the 500,000 energy and send it to you in about half an hour. After sending the message, he accepted the trades, and the 2 items automatically entered his inventory while the 500,000 energy was added to his system panel. Energy, 572,000. Staring at the unprecedentedly vast number, Zhao Feng's heart raced as if he were in a dream. Wealth, unprecedented wealth, nearly 600,000 energy. How should he utilize it? Zhao Feng stroked his chin. Excessive wealth also brought its own troubles that I will reserve 100,000 for upgrading the territory and summoning soldiers. Another 100,000 for my parents to help them quickly level up and enhance their attribute points. The higher the attribute points, the stronger the physical constitution, transcending the mortal realm. This way, regardless of what the future holds, their safety will be ensured. The remainder will be allocated to elevate Zheng Lao Air and the others' levels. Although the surroundings appear relatively safe at the moment, Li Chuanhui's message has instilled considerable pressure in him. The mountains behind his territory, aside from the 3 closest ones, are flanked by at least a dozen more. Who knows how many creatures have upgraded by now? And the reservoir. Zhao Feng suddenly realized the animals and zombies in the mountains could absorb energy to level up, and the same applies to the creatures in the water. This reservoir has not been maintained for many years. How many wild fish must inhabit it? Surely, many of them possess aggressive tendencies. How many levels have they gained? Damn it. It seems imperative for Zheng Lao Air and the others to enhance their capabilities sooner rather than later. But how much enhancement is appropriate? Zhao Feng found himself grappling with indecision. Recently, while conversing with his 2 personal guards in the Wooden Lord's Manor, he had learned about the specifics of upgrading from Black Iron tier. 4 common quality items. Each level requires energy equal to 10 times the level. For Black Iron, it escalates to 50 times. This means that for the first level, he would need 50 points, for the second level 100 points, and for the 100th level, he would require 5,000 points of energy. While each level may seem modest, the cumulative total for reaching level 100 amounts to a staggering 252,500, given that he currently had 20 subordinates. Upgrading all of them would necessitate over 5 million energy points. This was just the first batch he had summoned, and he would continue to summon more tomorrow. In light of this, Zhao Feng felt that those tens of thousands of energy points were hardly sufficient to fill the gaps. Damn, no wonder so many people shy away from becoming lords. It truly is not a pursuit for the faint-hearted. Zhao Feng stroked his chin, a faint smile of bitterness gracing his face. Were it not for his possession of the Divine Farmer Space and the Divine Farmer's Mall, he would have genuinely felt despondent. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. He could only imagine how many lords might rue their choices if they were to learn of this. Chapter 17. The overlooked mosquitoes. The path of a lord is unexpectedly arduous. After a brief sigh, Zhao Feng collected his thoughts once more, but he transferred an additional 100,000 energy to his father, leaving a message that it was intended for the 2 of them to level up. Before beginning to inspect the 2 newly added items in his package. Arrow Tower. Common item attack power. 50 attack range. 50 meters around the arrow tower effect. When zombies or enemies identified by the Lord enter the attack range of the arrow tower, it automatically releases arrows, firing 1 every second. Construction requirements: 200 wood, 500 refined iron, 500 stone. Blacksmith shop. Common item effect. The blacksmith can forge common iron tools at the blacksmith shop. Construction requirements: 500 stone, 200 refined iron, 100 copper. The blacksmith shop was not an immediate concern, but the arrow tower was indeed a valuable asset. Its attack power was not the primary factor. Its ability to automatically engage in combat served as an excellent early warning system. Regrettably, there were only 2. A few more would have been perfect. Lord, be cautious. Startled by Chao Da's sudden exclamation, Zhao Feng barely had time to react before a shadow leapt from the nearby lake. Hurtling toward him, it was then that Zhao Feng realized he had unwittingly walked to the edge of the embankment, mere inches from the boundary. The shadow that surged from the lake moved with astonishing speed. But Chao Dahu was even faster. His common longsword flashed like a beam of white light, piercing the shadow's head in an instant that a lethal strike. Both actions occurred in the blink of an eye. And it took Zhao Feng a second to comprehend the situation. that he then realized that the creature attacking him was a nearly 2-meter-long black fish, as thick as an adult's calf. The fish had undergone a zombification process. Its skin rotting away, revealing numerous pits, with the bones starkly visible and its eyes completely absent. Chao Da's longsword had cleanly impaled its entire head to Chao Da's feet. 2 items lay quietly on the embankment. Was this the evolved form of a zombie? A shiver ran down Zhao Feng's spine. Had it not been for Chao Daho, he might have faced dire consequences. Thankful, Zhao Feng pressed a hand to his chest, steadying his racing heart, and expressed his gratitude to Chao Daho. There is no need for such formality, my lord. It is my duty, Chao Daho replied that my lord. Here are the dropped items. Please take a look. As he spoke, he picked up the 2 items and handed them to Zhao Feng. One was an energy crystal the size of a peanut, while the other was a long sword radiating a black glow. Energy crystal, black iron, containing 500 points of energy. Long sword, black iron effect. None sharpness. 800. It was indeed a premium black iron weapon. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. The black iron weapons previously listed in the 2 channels had sharpness ratings ranging from 400 to 500. But he had never encountered one exceeding 600, and here was one boasting a staggering 800, with a territory defense of 10,000. This sword could be rendered useless after just a few strikes. Truly terrifying. After examining the black iron longsword once more, Zhao Feng handed both items back to Chao Daho. These are your spoils. Keep them for yourself. Besides, I have no proficiency in swordsmanship, so they would be of no use to me. Chao Daho did not accept them, but instead turned to the captain, who had approached. Zheng Lao Air nodded in approval. You performed admirably this time. The Lord has spoken, so take them. Thank you, my lord. Chao Daho said, his face lighting up with excitement as he accepted the items that in his previous life as a soldier. All spoils had to be surrendered, and then officers would reward them based on merit. While his previous weapon had also been black iron grade, it paled in comparison to this longsword. System notification. Your actions have garnered Chao Da's favor. Loyalty won, although his words did not sway the captain. Zhao Feng felt a slight awkwardness, yet the impressive loyalty rating of 91 filled him with delight. Stepping back a few paces from the embankment, Zhao Feng addressed Zheng Lao Air. Captain Zheng, I just received news that the zombie animals in the mountains and the zombie fish in the waters can consume human energy crystals or those of other zombies to evolve. That zombie black fish we encountered earlier was likely one of the evolved ones. When you are fishing or cutting trees in the mountains, please exercise caution. By the way, I will transfer 450,000 energy points to you. Please see to it that everyone upgrades accordingly. The energy crystals you obtain from your battles can be managed by you. There is no need to submit them to me. Zheng Lao Air did not refuse, clasping his hands in salute as he replied, I accept your orders. System notification. Your absolute trust has moved Zheng Lao Air. Loyalty 1 to Zhao Feng blinked. Is that 97 points now? Only 3 points away from the legendary 100 points of unwavering loyalty. Alas, my excellence is simply unavoidable. Feeling a surge of pride, he then retrieved 2 blueprints for arrow towers from his package. These are the arrow towers I just acquired. I believe they would serve well for early warnings. Where do you think we should construct them? Zheng Ergo accepted the blueprints with both hands, examined them, and suggested, I recommend placing both at the back of the territory facing the mountains. The Lord previously mentioned that there are many small creatures in the mountains that wish to conceal themselves, making it difficult for us to detect them, so the arrow towers would serve as their nemesis. Indeed, it is best to entrust specialized matters to the experts. Insects? Ah, mosquitoes. Zheng Lao Air's reminder suddenly brought to Zhao Feng's mind the most common mosquitoes of the current season. He wondered if mosquitoes could turn into zombie mosquitoes. If that were the case, this world would be perilous indeed. It was summer, and mosquitoes were ubiquitous and relentless that a mere bite had previously been trivial. But now it could spell disaster. Why does it feel like this world is becoming increasingly dangerous? A heavy weight settled upon Zhao Feng's heart as if a mountain had pressed down on him. Father, I just received news that zombies can consume humans and evolve after devouring energy crystals from their kind. Additionally, you and Mother must remain vigilant against mosquitoes and other insects. Those little creatures may very well have turned into zombies as well. Just as Zhao Feng sent the message, he swiftly received a reply from Zhao Xuxing. Understood. Thank you for your reminder. Our environment here is relatively good, with fewer mosquitoes, but they are not entirely absent. I hadn't considered this before. I must quickly warn my friends. Thinking of friends, Zhao Feng immediately thought of Shengwan Wan'er and Li Chuanhui, sending them both a warning as well. What? The Jade Emperor? That fellow doesn't seem trustworthy. I have no intention of contacting him. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't seek him out for trade again. The risks are too great that as soon as Zhao Feng sent the message, he received replies from Shengwan Wan'er and Li Chuanhui. Brother Yin, thank you for the reminder. I nearly made a grave mistake. Thanks for the heads up. I had indeed overlooked this. It seems the situation is far more severe than anticipated. Please ensure your own safety. Relieved that his warning had proven effective, Zhao Feng let out a sigh of relief. What he did not know was that as he issued his warning, a storm was brewing. One that would engulf the entirety of Huagua and even the world. That in a small town several dozen kilometers away, a family of 3 slept soundly. They did not keep pets, so after hiding indoors for the day, they had experienced a mix of anxiety and fear, leading to extreme fatigue. They finally fell asleep around midnight, collapsing in a slumber the moment they hit the bed. Unbeknownst to them, they could not hear the buzzing of mosquitoes in the air. Several tiny mosquitoes emerged from a corner of the room, flying toward the 3 sleepers. Though small, a keen observer would notice the signs of decay on all the mosquitoes. Some had broken tails. Others had gaping holes in their bodies, and many bore numerous punctures in their wings. Without exception, all the mosquitoes retained their mouth parts, which were filled with a strange green liquid. The mosquitoes landed on the arms, thighs, and even foreheads of the 3 sleeping figures, their green-tinged mouth parts easily piercing the skin. As the mosquitoes instinctively drew blood, the green liquid smoothly entered the bodies of the 3 individuals. 1 minute later, the mosquitoes departed, leaving behind the 3 who began to breathe more heavily, their skin sprouting countless moldy spots, rotting away, and emitting a foul stench, all unnoticed by anyone. Approximately 15 minutes later, the 3 opened their eyes simultaneously. Their pupils had turned a ghostly gray, devoid of pain or any emotion. Chapter 18. The downfall of Asan. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, a large supermarket stood at the center of attention, where over 10 police officers stood vigilant, armed with real weapons, scanning their surroundings with alert expressions. Hey, Captain Wang, I'm going to step aside for a moment. That a young officer nudged his arm against the captain's. The captain shot him a disapproving glance, recognizing that his need to relieve himself was merely an excuse to indulge in a smoke. However, today he had performed admirably, patrolling with the team all day without any complaints. Now, at 3 a.m., he thought it unlikely that anyone would dare to cause trouble, so he nodded, "All right, go ahead, but be cautious." After the captain spoke, he turned to the others. "By the way, if anyone else needs to step out, you may do so, but only 2 at a time. Manage it yourselves." "Okay, thanks, Captain. This time I'll go with Xiao Lu." Another young man, quick to react, seized the opportunity to pull the just-spoken Xiao Lu and swiftly made his way outside, offering no chance for others to speak. The 2 hastily departed from the crowd and retreated to a secluded corner, eagerly retrieving a package of fatigue-relieving wonders from their pockets, 1 for each. And leaning against the wall, they began to indulge in smoke. After an entire day, they finally had a moment to unwind, relishing this rare occasion. Unbeknownst to them, several ants, festering with pus, crawled up the wall and onto their clothing, eventually making their way to their necks. Something itches. Xiao Lu was the first to react, instinctively swatting at his neck. The 2 ants were instantly obliterated, yet his skin had already been punctured. The other soon felt an odd sensation as well. Just as he prepared to raise his hand to swat, his body suddenly froze, paralyzed, his eyes filled with pain and despair. Xiao Lu experienced the same fate in a large military base in Huagua. All was eerily silent. Over 100,000 soldiers lay soundly asleep in their bunks, while a few fully armed soldiers patrolled the grounds. 1 patrol unit passed by a dormitory, and the captain, peering through the glass window, observed the occupants lying quietly in their beds, a faint smile gracing their faces. That he continued without pause, leading his team to the next dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, many soldiers inside had already opened their eyes, their pupils a ghostly gray, their faces marred with horrifying corpse spots. Beneath the green blankets, their bodies had begun to rot in numerous places. All the soldiers undergoing this transformation were host to 1 or more mosquitoes. Ding! The phone in the duty room rang. Yet no one answered. Inside the room, 3 soldiers had long since engaged in a fierce altercation, oblivious to the ringing phone. The call persisted for approximately 30 seconds before ceasing. In the next moment, the phone at the entrance of the duty room rang again, and one soldier hastily picked it up. Just as he was about to inquire, the urgent and anxious voice of the commander echoed through the line. "Sound the alarm. Summon everyone for an emergency assembly. Quickly." The final word was nearly a shout. Though puzzled, the soldiers swiftly pressed a nearby red button. Ding, ding, ding. Countless sharp and urgent bells pierced the night sky, instantly resonating through every corner of the camp, rousing countless figures from their slumber. Seasoned warriors, trained for such moments, swiftly flung off their blankets, leaping from their beds without donning jackets or folding their blankets, hastily slipping on their shoes and rushing towards the door. Emergency assembly bells were a rare occurrence in the military. When they sounded, all considerations were cast aside as soldiers bolted from their dormitories to arm themselves at the weapons depot. "Why are they still not moving?" An elderly soldier, having just tied his shoes, noticed that the soldier in the adjacent bed remained utterly still. Instinctively reaching out to nudge him, he was horrified to see the man's face covered in corpse spots, with the right side of his visage already beginning to decay, emitting a foul odor. "Corpse transformation," the elder soldier, alarmed, cried out as he instinctively retreated, shouting to those around him. "Someone has transformed. Quickly leave the dormitory. Do not concern yourselves with those still lying in bed." Hearing his voice, some soldiers who had intended to awaken their comrades immediately chose to retreat and hastened towards the exit as they fled. The soldiers who had previously lain motionless extended their decayed hands, stiffly propping themselves up to sit. "Run! Quick! No time for shoes, just get outside." The elder soldier, now at the doorway, urged the remaining soldiers still inside. Upon hearing his voice, several soldiers halted their motions to put on shoes, opting instead to rush out barefoot or in socks. As the last soldier burst through the door, the transformed soldiers began to rise unsteadily from their beds, shuffling toward the entrance. Cursed apocalypse! The elder soldier's eyes reddened, tears welling up as he took one last look at the familiar, yet foreign decayed faces. Over 30 soldiers had transformed. Just yesterday, they had trained and sung together. Now, they were forever separated, turned into foes. Bang! The elder soldier cast a final glance at the rotting faces he once knew, gritted his teeth, and turned to secure the iron door of the dormitory. Do. Before long, the sound of gunfire erupted from every corner of the camp. At 6 a.m., the sun rose as usual, and while many believed the first day of the apocalypse had passed without incident, a piece of news erupted like a bombshell. "Yuhuang Dadi, I have a shocking announcement for everyone. I have just received accurate intelligence that the nation of Asan has fallen, transforming into a land of zombies. Only a scant few thousand remain, struggling to survive, while the rest have succumbed to zombification. Yuhuang Dadi, the environmental conditions in Asan are abysmal, with rampant mosquitoes, except for a select few wealthy individuals who took refuge in shelters. The vast majority have been bitten and turned into zombies. Yuhuang Dadi, the ruler of Asan, reached out to us through special channels, seeking assistance and representing the remaining citizens of Asan, stating that should Huagua come to their aid, they are willing to merge with Huagua." Jinxian Li Xiaoyao, no way. Is this for real? The entire country has fallen. Asan's cow dung couldn't withstand the virus? Are we joking? Tokyo hot. I received a warning from a friend yesterday, alerting me to the dangers of mosquitoes. Thankfully, I didn't sleep last night. I kept candles lit to ward off pests. This is terrifying. Tokyo hot. By the way, Yuhuang Dadi, what about Japan? Has it fallen too? I'm not concerned for the men, but my mentors must be safe. Yibindeo. Hey bro, you're still around? Add me as a friend. I am gathering some like-minded young warriors to form a liberation alliance. When the opportunity arises, we'll go to Japan to rescue our mentors. Tokyo hot. Sure, let us do it. I'm in. Big knife chopping the devil. Brother, include me. Song cool bandit. Count me in, G My Lang. Hey, I'm in too. Tokyo hot. G My Lang bro, are you instant noodles? G My Lang. No Tokyo hot, oh. Then it's all good that I love chili. Brothers, wipe your drool. The building is tilting. Yuhuang Dadi, you're amazing. Any news from other countries? Lying on a luxurious bed in a high-end club, Yuhuang Dadi grinned widely, reveling in the effect he had desired. Nations had severed ties, and without the internet, the vast majority of people in Huagua were oblivious to much information. let alone abroad. His knowledge of Asana's plight showcased his power. This invisible display of superiority was lethal, proving to many that he was not merely boasting about establishing a heavenly court. Pinching the waists of the two beauties beside him, Yuandadi continued to input information into the regional channel. Indeed, there are reliable reports that India, Myanmar, Pakistan, Africa, and South America, many underdeveloped countries with poor environments, have essentially succumbed, becoming lands of zombies. Yuandadi. Japan's situation isn't as dire, but it's equally grim, apart from a few densely populated. Clean cities, most urban and rural areas have fallen. Yuandadi. The situation in the U.S. is similar, perhaps even worse than in Japan. Many farms have seen their livestock transformed, putting them in a precarious state. If not for their substantial firearms and firepower, it's likely 2/3 of their territory would have succumbed. Yuandadi. Currently, the safest regions are near the poles. For instance, in Russia, where temperatures are low and mosquitoes are scarce. Large-scale transformations have not occurred. Chapter 19. News from Li Chuanhui Dam. This is a bit frightening, that be why the embankment. Zhao Feng waited for the purification of the water in the Shennong Ding to complete while peering at the screen. He knew the dangers posed by mosquitoes were severe, but he never anticipated the situation could worsen to this extent that Asan's 1.5 billion people had dwindled to merely a few thousand. And with other countries included, it was likely that around 2 billion had transformed into zombies overnight. 2 billion. Even a grain of rice could form a mountain, let alone human beings. No wonder they called it the apocalypse system. The true apocalypse was far more brutal than depicted in novels and films. He needed to expedite the development of his territory and bolster his strength. He wondered how much he could trade for these waters. From 3 p.m. until now, he had spent a full 3 hours here with Zheng Ergu and the others. Zheng Ergu had drawn water from the lake while he purified it in the Shennong Ding. At this moment, 10 compartments in his pack were filled with purified water, with each compartment containing 1,000 cubic meters. A total of 10,000 cubic meters, or 10 million liters of pure water. After finishing this task, everyone could take a break, and they would return to their territory. Once the full-body suits I ordered arrive, you can head up the mountain to chop wood. Subordinate obeys. Zheng Ergu nodded solemnly. Shaoli Fei Dao. Yuandadi. What about our Huagua? How is the situation? As soon as this message was dispatched, the entire regional channel fell into an immediate silence, clearly indicating that everyone was well aware of the relevant information. Zhao Feng paused his actions, awaiting a response from the other party. The Jade Emperor, our nation, Huagua, has also encountered some challenges, with certain towns having already succumbed. However, the larger regions have been secured, so there is no need for concern. More specific information will be provided once the government issues a notification. The Jade Emperor's message was somewhat ambiguous, yet it allowed many to breathe a sigh of relief. They had anticipated that localized issues would arise. But as long as the nation remained stable overall, there was still hope. Yengu, are you there? Suddenly, Shengwan Wanner sent a message that I am. Have I disturbed you? Yendigo. No, I have not dared to sleep. By the way, have you heard the news from the A3 nation? I have also been too anxious to sleep. I even brought my parents into my room to keep me company that I saw the messages in the regional channel. They were terrifying. Yes, please stay safe. By the way, did you need anything from me, Shengwan Mei? Indeed, the 1,000 beds and 1,000 sets of leisurewear that my brother mentioned earlier are ready. Are you available to receive them now? Also, the owner of the leisurewear said that due to Yen Ji's order, everyone in the factory worked overnight without returning to their dorms, thus avoiding mosquito bites and potential zombification. Yengu, you have effectively saved the lives of everyone in the factory. So the owner is gifting you these 1,000 sets of clothing, da? Is that really the case? That is quite embarrassing. How about this? Could you please ask your uncle? I am planning to customize 1,000 complete sets of mountaineering gear, including shoes, socks, underwear, pants, tops, and headgear. Can that be arranged? A few minutes later, Shengwan Wanner replied, Yengu, my father said they can do it. That a full set includes 1 L of purified water. Is that acceptable to you? Yes, when can they deliver? The earliest would be tonight, and the latest by tomorrow morning. By the way, Yengu, they asked if they could receive an advance on the purified water, as their supply is running low. All right, please thank your uncle for me, that I will pay the full amount up front. After finishing his message, Zhao Feng promptly transferred 1,000 L of water to Shengwan Wanner, given the generous gift of clothing. He felt it necessary to reciprocate. Thank you for your trust. Yingo. Please prepare to receive the beds and clothing. Once Shengwan Wanner's message was sent, several transaction notifications followed, all pertaining to single beds and clothing sets. With ample space in the package, Zhao Feng's thoughts raced, and he stored all the items in a space. Thank you, W. The way, I also collect energy and various ores at unchanged prices that if you have any on hand, feel free to contact me. Yingo, do you still want some? I can ask my father to gather some, and I will inform you if we have any. All right, thank you. Just as Zhao Feng closed the chat with Shengwan Wanner, he noticed another flurry of messages below. Boss Li Chuanhui. Yin Laudi, are you there? At am.is there's something you need, Brother Li? By the way, here is 500,000 worth of water. Please check. Zhao Feng completed the transfer of 50 cubic meters of water to the other party. I have received the water. Little brother, you have truly come through for me this time, resolving my urgent predicament. Thankfully, your reminder allowed us to take precautions and avoid significant losses. These 2 blueprints are my humble token of appreciation. I hope you do not find them lacking. That a transaction notification appeared, and Zhao Feng opened it to discover, much to his delight, 2 ordinary arrow towers. Just recently, he had been wondering if he could acquire more arrow towers. And to his surprise, the other party had sent him 2 without hesitation. Thank you, brother. This is incredibly timely. I will gratefully accept IT as long as you need IT to be the way. Here are the 1,000 sets of clothing and items you requested. Numerous transaction notifications appeared, and Zhao Feng quickly clicked to accept them, causing his package to overflow with 1,000 sets of military uniforms, along with 1,000 bomb-proof helmets and shields. The clothing consisted of the standard summer outfit for infantry: black military boots, olive green short sleeves, olive green shorts, khaki camouflage trousers, an outer jacket, a bomb-proof helmet, and a 1.5-meter-tall bomb-proof shield. Nice, thank you, brother. Zhao Feng sent a grateful emoji and then inquired, Brother Li, do you have any energy available for sale? Is it still at the previous price? Yes, there isn't much left. I collected 100,000. Would you like it? Let us take a look. What does it mean to be a boss? Not much left, just 100,000. Zhao Feng wished to boast as well, but he simply lacked the confidence. Without further ado, he directly transferred 10 cubic meters of water. Li Chuanhui received it instantly, while simultaneously sending over the 100,000 energy points. Brother, I will always be in the market for energy. If you have excess, you are welcome to reach out at any time. Also, I am interested in various blueprints and weapons. Li Chuanhui. All right, I'll let you know if I gather any the way, if you are in urgent need. You can post a purchasing request in the regional and national channels now. Just be cautious about the quantity. Upon reading this message, Zhao Feng felt a jolt of surprise. Brother Li, is there something wrong with the nation? Is what the Jade Emperor said true? Li Chuanhui. Indeed, what the Jade Emperor said is accurate, and the situation domestically is more severe than anticipated. The government likely cannot manage much at this point. So please prioritize your safety. I expect that in a day or 2, the situation will clarify. Understood. Thank you, Brother L. By the way, what is the Jade Emperor's background? He seems to wield significant power. Li Chuanhui. His real name is Ouyang Genhua. His father holds considerable influence in the military and possesses the authority to initiate warfare. Zhao Feng was stunned. What a formidable background. No wonder he carries himself with such arrogance. Never mind, better not to provoke him. After concluding his conversation with Li Chuanhui, Zhao Feng returned to his Wooden Lord's manor, only to have his contacts flare up once more. Upon opening it, he found a transaction request from his father, which contained a plethora of items, nearly 100 requests in a short span. Fire axes, wires, hammers, nails, water pipes. There was an overwhelming assortment. Zhao Feng was astonished. Dad, did you rob a hardware store? Zhao Xuxing sent a smug smile emoji. Not robbery. It was an abandoned warehouse. Rather than let others benefit, I might as well benefit myself. Weren't you supposed to buy me shovels, fire axes, and such? I went to find the owner early today, only to discover that his entire family had been infected. Zhao Xuxing did not elaborate further, but Zhao Feng could already guess the rest. Since the property was abandoned, there was naturally no psychological burden in collecting it. Chapter 20. Steward Wang Haoqi. Zhao Xuxing's transaction included so many items that the package could not accommodate them all. Zhao Feng stepped outside, clearing everything from the package except for the purified water. He repeatedly clicked on transactions, receiving various items into his package. only to immediately transfer them out onto the ground. After more than 10 minutes, several mounds of hardware items piled up outside his territory. Zhao Xuxing fully embraced the principle of making the most of resources, even bringing over toilets. Indeed, while contaminated lake water cannot be consumed, it could certainly be used for flushing toilets. That'd be why setting up a water pipe to draw from the large lake, they could flush the toilets and send the waste away, all under closed management. While this was promising, it wasn't the immediate focus. Once the transactions were complete, Zhao Feng promptly instructed Jing Lair to distribute 2 sets of military uniforms, a helmet, a bomb-proof shield, and a fire axe to each individual. After distributing the items, Zhao Feng addressed Jing Lair. Build the dormitory larger, accommodating 20 people per room. Construct 5 rooms initially, and once the dormitory is ready, build a large warehouse, or can be stored outside. Excess clothing should be housed within the warehouse. Yes, sir. With the arrangements made, Zhao Feng immediately set about erecting 4 arrow towers at the corners of his territory. With a decisive command, the 4 wooden arrow towers, each occupying 10 square meters, shot up from the ground. Standing over 10 meters tall, the lower portion was constructed from stone, while the upper section was wooden, topped with a fully drawn longbow and a single arrow. The arrowheads were made of iron, appearing razor-sharp that in addition to automatically detecting and attacking zombies, Zhao Feng could also mentally direct the towers to target specific foes. Fire. With a mental command, one of the longbows trembled violently, and the arrow shot forth, traveling 50 meters in an instant. With a resounding thud, it pierced through 5 stacked wooden boards, ultimately embedding itself deep into the earth. Impressive. Zhao Feng grinned. Although they were ordinary arrow towers, their offensive capability would be formidable even against typical black iron zombies. With basic security established for his territory, Zhao Feng summoned a piece of parchment from his package. Construct that Zhao Feng's thoughts stirred. A wooden tea house materialized 3 meters to the right of the wooden lord's mansion. The tea house spanned approximately 20 square meters, featuring a 2-meter-tall wooden door, and the interior was desolate, with the floor intricately carved with patterns. Tea house, common goods, function, can summon 10 common citizens daily, requiring 50 energy points. A brief introduction, devoid of any other functions aside from summoning citizens. Summoning. With a mere thought from Zhao Feng, the energy in the system panel instantly diminished by 50, and the array patterns on the tea house's floor illuminated promptly. A faint silhouette appeared at the center, gradually solidifying from its ethereal form. Within just a minute, a middle-aged man clad in a blue long robe, appearing to be in his 40s, emerged before everyone. Ji Qing. Common goods, age, 42, level, 1050. Lord, Yin Yin, loyalty, 70, strength, 12, agility, 15, mental power, 30, aptitude. B, martial arts, none special skills, mental calculation, accounting, teaching literacy. The initial loyalty remained at 70, which brought Zhao Feng a measure of joy. However, his meager strength of merely 12 left Zhao Feng somewhat speechless. Was this what they referred to as a scholar who couldn't even tie up a chicken? Nevertheless, Gu Qing's accounting expertise caught Zhao Feng's attention, as he had recently accumulated an excess of items, creating a bit of chaos, and Gu Qing could assist in organizing and cataloging them. Yi Qing stepped out from the tea house and performed a deep bow towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng smiled and helped him up, saying, "No need for such formalities, sir. Please wait a moment to the side." Qing nodded in acknowledgement, and upon stepping aside, greeted Jing Lao and the others with a warm smile. Having expended 500 energy points, the 10 slots for the day were filled, and surprisingly, all summoned individuals were scholars. More precisely, they were skilled scholars with aptitudes ranging from B to C, but none at A. Some were artists, others accountants, and astonishingly, some could even solve cases. Wang Haoqi. Common goods, age, 39, level, 1050. Lord, Yin Yin, loyalty, 70, strength, 35, agility, 20, mental power, 48, aptitude. B, martial arts, none, special skills, governance, case solving. Wang Lao, the management of the territory will be entrusted to you. Zhao Feng stated, looking at the dignified countenance of Wang Haoqi, his face brimming with pride at having acquired such a treasure. Through conversation, Zhao Feng learned that Wang Haoqi had once served as a county magistrate and had experience in governance. Although the current circumstances differed greatly from ancient Huaxia, the principles of management remained unchanged. Wang Haoqi nodded and clasped his fists, declaring, "Your subordinate accepts the order and will devote all efforts." Zhao Feng chuckled. "There's no need to be overly anxious, Wang Lao. Our territory is currently rather small. Your responsibility is to lead everyone in managing agricultural activities and ensuring logistics as for security. That will be handled by Zheng Lao Air." Both Wang Haoqi and Zheng Lao Air responded in unison. "Your subordinate accepts the order." With another thought, over a dozen barrels filled with purified water, as well as thousands of mutated sweet potatoes, appeared on the ground. "Wang Lao, please manage the purified water and sweet potatoes." Zhao Feng instructed. As the population in the territory increased, he intended to delegate the responsibilities of drinking water and meals to Wang Haoqi, alleviating his own burden of potentially forgetting amidst his busy schedule. By the way, these are seeds for mutated sweet potatoes. Wang Lao, please find a suitable place to plant them as soon as possible. For the time being, they will serve as our food source. I hope everyone can endure a little. The agricultural index is calculated based on the weight of harvested plants in the territory. And among the seeds available in the Shennong Mall, these were the heaviest and could also enhance strength. Despite being scholars, Wang Haoqi and the others had no other individuals in the territory, so they would have to endure the situation. Furthermore, although they were scholars, their strength was not to be underestimated. They could certainly handle the tasks of digging and planting. Wang Haoqi looked at the mutated sweet potato seeds on the ground, a glimmer of delight crossing his face. This is no burden at all. Not even a fraction of what we used to eat could compare to these sweet potatoes that he had recently savored one. And not only did it bolster strength, but its taste was akin to that of fruit, nearly causing him to bite his tongue. Though he had once held the position of county magistrate, he was merely a cut above the average citizen after all, as he was not a corrupt official. Zhao Feng nodded with a smile. "As long as you don't mind, that's all that matters. Our territory is currently limited in size. But once we upgrade and expand, we can plant other crops. As for meat, we shall see in due course." With the global fauna infected by the zombie virus, attempting to capture animals for domestication was futile. Wang Haoqi, deeply moved, clasped his fists in gratitude towards Zhao Feng. "Thank you, Lord, that to be revived by you is an honor we cherish." Having been a compassionate official in his previous life, he was genuinely touched by Zhao Feng's concern for himself and others. System prompt: "Your kindness and compassion have deeply moved Wang Haoqi. Loyalty 10. Zhao Feng was taken aback. "What have I done? How did it increase by 10 so directly?" He opened the system to view Wang Haoqi's attributes and found that loyalty had surged to 82, solidifying his status as a true ally. Once Wang Haoqi's matters were arranged, Zhao Feng summoned a small cup to appear before him. The cup was modest, holding only 500 milliliters and filled with a purple liquid. Zhao Feng handed the cup to Zheng Lao Air, saying, "Captain, this contains 120 drops of purple fern juice. Each drop can purify 1 cubic meter of lake water, equivalent to 5 large barrels. Please take care of it. And once it has been transformed into purified water, inform me, and I will collect it. That there's no rush. Manage it at your convenience." This morning his father had traded for numerous large barrels, providing enough for Zheng Lao Air and the others to circulate without requiring his constant presence. Zheng Lao Air solemnly accepted the cup, fully aware of the astonishing wealth contained within such a small vessel, surrounded by a mountain of resources. And here are 100,000 energy points for you to manage. With that, Zhao Feng transferred another 100,000 energy points to Zheng Lao Air, bringing the total to 550,000. That the world was perilous, and Zhao Feng was eager to elevate everyone's strength swiftly to ensure the safety of their territory. Zheng Lao Air once again clasped his fists in acceptance. Chapter 21. The wisdom of the ascetic zombie. As the affairs of the territory were methodically arranged, Zhao Feng returned to the Lord's mansion after consuming his third mutated sweet potato of the day. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began his second session of cultivating the Shennong technique. Once again entering a meditative state, Zhao Feng quickly attuned himself to the spiritual energy surrounding him. Familiar with the process, he soon detected an abundance of spiritual energy, directing his mental power to guide it. Like moths drawn to a flame, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body. With the experience of the first session behind him, Zhao Feng found the process of guiding the spiritual energy through his internal meridians considerably easier this time. After completing a full cycle, the spiritual energy naturally settled into his dantian, and he surprisingly felt quite energized. Thus, he released his mental power once more, drawing in the air's spiritual energy for a second round of cultivation. While Zhao Feng immersed himself in his meditative practice, significant changes unfolded across various regions of Blue Star. In the capital of India, with a resident population soaring to 30 to 40 million, despite many areas being filthy and chaotic, the vibrancy and prosperity of the city could not be denied. Yet at this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the place, cloaked in an atmosphere of oppression. Gone were the bustling sounds of traffic. Instead, chilling low growls and the unsettling sounds of gnawing filled the air. From above, countless human zombies encircled the luxurious district, layering over one another and surrounding the opulent buildings where the wealthiest residents resided. These affluent individuals had always prioritized their safety, and thus, their lavish villas were stocked not only with food and water, but also with an arsenal of weapons. It was these very weapons that had allowed them to survive the relentless siege of zombies. Yet, while they had managed to endure, the wealthy occupants wore expressions of despair. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. And although their ammunition stock was substantial, it paled in comparison to the horde they faced. According to the estimates of the security captain, their ammunition would be depleted within 3 days. This meant that without external assistance, they had a mere 3 days left to live. Inside the villa, an array of gourmet ingredients lay in storage. But in this dire moment, the residents found themselves devoid of any appetite, having lived lives of indulgence. The abrupt realization that they only had 3 days to survive was a bitter pill to swallow. That moment, all the wealthy individuals couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Had they known the threat posed by the mosquito-borne viruses, they would have undoubtedly invested considerable effort in addressing the issues plaguing the slums and cleaning up the pervasive garbage. For them, tackling these problems, though costly, would have amounted to a mere fraction of their vast fortunes, hardly even a drop in the ocean. Regret was futile, now 0.2 kilometers away from the affluent area, atop one of the rich villas. A gaunt, bald elder gazed at the remaining villas with an unsettling excitement flickering in his eyes. The elder's mouth was filled with blackened teeth, and his tattered robes offered little coverage, revealing decaying flesh and bones beneath. He was, in fact, a zombie. Unlike the countless zombies surrounding him, the elder's gaze was rife with fervent emotions, yet remained lucid, unmistakably imbued with wisdom. Should any other coherent individuals from India lay eyes upon him, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, Master Vijay, Master Vijay, renowned as the most illustrious ascetic of India, had traversed every corner of the nation on foot since the tender age of 16, reciting prayers and bestowing blessings upon the populace at each locale he visited. Not only was he well-versed in the profound teachings of Buddhism, but he was also recognized as the foremost practitioner of martial yoga in India, revered by countless admirers when the zombie outbreak commenced. He was tragically pierced through the heart by a yellow cow that had accompanied him for several years. Fortunately, the benevolent Creator sensed his devoutness and granted him a second chance at life, allowing him to exist in an alternate form. Whether this was the truth remains uncertain. However, Vijay believed it to be so after his resurrection, that he discovered that aside from feeling a surge of agitation and an overwhelming thirst for blood, he could still think rationally. Moreover, as a result of his transformation into a zombie, his agility had heightened and his strength had increased tenfold. What thrilled him even more was the revelation that he could enhance himself by absorbing the energy crystals of other zombies. While other zombies exhibited fierce aggression, their actions were purely instinctual, rendering them incomparable to him. Furthermore, he was the preeminent martial yoga practitioner in India, that in just a single day, he exterminated over 1,000 zombies and, after absorbing their energy crystals, ascended to the 3rd tier. Indeed, he was now a 3rd-tier zombie, boasting a strength exceeding 500 points, capable of shattering rock with a single blow. Most importantly, he harbored a nagging premonition that if he could eliminate the surviving nobles and consume their blood, not only would his flesh regenerate, but he could also transcend to the 4th tier. A 4th-tier zombie would not only possess greater strength, but also the ability to command lesser zombies. This knowledge emerged directly in his mind, and he was convinced that the Creator, weary of this decaying world, had chosen him as a divine emissary to forge a brighter future, aware that the wealthy possessed weaponry. He refrained from rushing into confrontation, instead allowing the mindless zombies to deplete themselves, planning to reap the rewards in the end in Australia. kangaroos had become ubiquitous, serving as the emblematic animal of the nation. During the zombie outbreak, they morphed into the predominant zombie faction, leading to the demise of countless Australians that in a small town in Australia, which once housed several thousand residents across nearly 100 households. Only one family remained, struggling for survival. Damn it! Damn it! How can this devil be so cunning? Behind the wooden house's window, a bearded man clutched a rifle, his face contorted in rage that in another part of the house. His wife and 2 children huddled in a corner, trembling with fear, armed with their own firearms. The initial day had been relatively safe, as their town was situated close to the city and had few pets. However, the previous night, a terrifying zombie kangaroo had appeared from nowhere, slaughtering 2 or 3 dozen households within hours. Many had fled at dawn, but this family was unfortunate. Their vehicle had broken down, leaving them no choice but to resist with their lives. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as the wooden wall the man leaned against was shattered, and a skeletal fist emerged, striking him in the back like a bolt of lightning. With a sickening crack, his body bent at a right angle, propelled into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, mere feet from his wife and children. "John, Daddy!" The woman cried out in despair, her children echoing her cry, their voices laden with sorrow and terror. The 3, focused entirely on the man, failed to notice the grotesque kangaroo that had entered their home, half its body skeletal, the other half decayed. Unlike other zombie kangaroos, this one stood at an imposing 2 meters, its eyes shimmering with a spark of intellect. It could think like a human. 3 minutes later, the house fell silent, replaced by the chilling sounds of feasting. An hour later, having consumed the last morsel of flesh, the 2-meter-tall kangaroo emanated a faint red glow. Its form began to grow at an observable rate, and its decaying flesh and bones rejuvenated. Sprouting fresh meat. Indeed, it was new flesh, not rotten. Another hour passed, and the glow faded, halting the kangaroo's transformation. Now standing at 3 meters tall, nearly brushing the ceiling, it had regained its pre-outbreak appearance, its body rippling with robust muscles. Even more remarkably, its fist-sized eyes were now clear, occasionally flashing with a ferocious glint, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Chapter 22. The Beastman Transformation Pool. Gold with a resounding crack, the upgraded kangaroo leapt effortlessly, demolishing the sturdy roof as if it were mere paper, springing 5 or 6 meters high before landing steadily outside. The deafening roar erupted from its throat, soaring into the heavens, within a radius of several kilometers. Whether wandering zombies or those engaged in brutal combat, be they animal or human, all ceased their movements, cowering on the ground and emitting low growls of submission upon hearing that thunderous roar. A 4th-tier zombie overlord. In a vast farm in the western region of a certain country, a cowboy in his 40s crouched in terror in a corner of his dwelling, clutching a shotgun. Approximately 500 meters from the entrance, a colossal wolf, resembling a calf, approached the house with deliberate slowness. The wolf's eyes burned with rage, occasionally flashing with a glimmer of intelligence that it was the local wolf king. A 3rd-tier zombie enraged by infection. Behind it lay the corpses of numerous zombie cattle, horses, and wolves, all felled by the cowboy's shotgun. Beside each corpse lay an energy crystal and various other items. By consuming the energy crystals of other zombies, it had evolved from an ordinary zombie to a 3rd-tier being, not only gaining strength, but also a semblance of intellect that an instinct from its very soul informed it that if it devoured the humans within the house, it could achieve yet another evolution. It had been observing for some time, believing that the formidable shotgun would surely be out of ammunition. Thus it began to inch closer. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Each step brought the Wolf King nearer to the wooden cabin, moving stealthily, confident that its approach would go unheard. As it neared the window, ready to pounce, it suddenly felt something beneath its left foreleg. Looking down, it saw a metallic object unfamiliar to it, but it paid it no mind. Lifting its legs slightly, boom! A violent explosion erupted from the iron box beneath its paw, obliterating its massive body and shattering the wall of the house, revealing the cowboy hiding within. That moment, the fear that had graced the cowboy's face vanished, replaced by overwhelming astonishment. During the outbreak, while he had been using his shotgun against the zombies, he had also planted several landmines around the windows and doors as a precaution. And now, to his surprise, they had proven effective. That he dashed out from his hiding place, Racing to the wolf's corpse where two items lay quietly on the ground. Point one was an energy crystal the size of a ping-pong ball. The other a piece of parchment radiating a faint golden glow. Magic Wolf Combat Chi. Gold effect. Converts internal energy into Magic Wolf Combat Chi, allowing the user to attack any target within a 50-meter range with an attack power of 700. Learning condition. Third-tier hero or small-town lord. A golden grade item. A legendary combat Chi. Eric's face lit up with delight. Although he was merely a first-tier hero at present, the sight of the numerous energy crystals surrounding him only widened his grin. The zombie outbreak was both a trial and an opportunity, contingent upon one's luck and strength. Meanwhile, in another part of the country, at a grand seaside villa in Florida, a man in his 50s gazed at the Lord Crystal before him, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Indeed, it was the Lord Crystal. He had established his territory at the site of his seaside villa, having dismantled the previous wooden lord's residence, leaving only the platform for housing the Lord Crystal. Beside him stood two elderly stewards, behind whom were his wife, mistress, and over a dozen children. Outside the house, 100 bodyguards dressed in black uniforms knelt reverently on the ground, their hands clasped together. Whether inside the house or among the bodyguards, all shared the same expressions of excitement and anticipation as the middle-aged man. System prompt. The host territory upgrade conditions have been met. Would you like to upgrade the territory immediately? A mechanical voice resonated within the mind of the middle-aged man, causing his heart, previously subdued, to race uncontrollably once more. Though he had long known through the Lord interface that he had met the requirements for an upgrade, the absence of a system notification had left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Now, with his doubts finally laid to rest, Petrolok gazed upon the system panel in his mind, displaying the upgrade notification, and could no longer contain the exhilaration on his face. Erupting into a hearty laugh. Indeed, on the second day of the zombie outbreak, he had gathered the necessary conditions for upgrading his territory, eagerly preparing for the enhancement. Petrolok, the current patriarch of the illustrious Rock Consortium, the foremost financial institution in the grotesque nation, had amassed personal wealth exceeding trillions prior to the outbreak, a true titan of wealth. While others opted for the freedom of heroes, he unhesitatingly chose the path of a lord. Although being a lord came with its myriad restrictions, he understood as one of the elite few that to secure a place of significance in the world, one must inevitably become a lord. Heroes, after all, remain merely heroes, incapable of becoming overlords. The onset of the apocalypse proved brutal for many, yet for him, it represented an opportunity, a chance he had yearned for countless times in his dreams to dominate the world and assert global supremacy. Thus, upon becoming a lord, he leveraged his influence in reality to acquire vast amounts of energy and numerous architectural blueprints. The requirements for upgrading his territory consisted of 3 stringent criteria. 100 energy was negligible, while 100 individuals were merely the bodyguards outside. These were not ordinary guards but devout knights of the church. Indeed, backed by immense financial resources, he held another title, the Archbishop of the Church, second only to the Pope in authority. Once his territory was established, he dispatched military aircraft, braving peril to retrieve these 100 most devout followers from the church, for the sake of these individuals. He suffered the loss of 10 military aircraft. It was only by the data relayed from the 11th that he successfully brought them back. There was no alternative. The happiness index of his territory factored in the loyalty of its inhabitants. Human hearts are the easiest to sway, yet the most fickle. Not to mention his hired hands and servants. Even the loyalty of his wife, lover, and children hovered around 60. In contrast, these pious knights, raised and brainwashed by the church from a young age, boasted the optimal loyalty attribute. Upon joining his domain, their loyalty surged to a remarkable 90. Aside from personnel loyalty, the remaining considerations were economic and agricultural. Agriculture was not a concern for now. Leaving only the economy to this end, he invested heavily to acquire 2 unique buildings from others, a mundane textile factory and a black iron grade winery. Both establishments were promptly constructed, and he expended considerable resources to procure raw materials, employing those devout knights for uninterrupted production. That it was only 10 minutes ago that the happiness index on his lord panel climbed from 0 to 60, fulfilling the conditions for territory upgrade that he hoped it aligned with his expectations. Otherwise, he would face significant losses. Petrolok took several deep breaths to calm his excited heart. Confirming the upgrade, he concentrated, and suddenly, the territory crystal before him blazed with a brilliant white light, gradually transforming into a soft black hue, expanding from the size of a grain of rice to that of a peanut. Upon the completion of this transformation, a system notification echoed in his mind. System notification. Congratulations to the host for being the first in the world to upgrade their territory to black iron level. The system will announce this globally. Would you like to conceal your name? Global announcement, no concealment. After confirming, a system notification resonated in the minds of everyone worldwide. System notification. Congratulations to Petrolok of the Grotesque Nation for being the first in the world to upgrade to a black iron territory. A special golden grade building, Orc Transformation Pool, is awarded as a reward. Chapter 23. Foaming Pavilion. Gold Unique. The system notification regarding the first upgraded territory on Blue Star echoed 3 times. Although it lacked details about the Orc Transformation Pool, its golden grade status left everyone worldwide envious. Baga, are you all dead? Move faster. In a private estate at the foot of Mount Fuji in the nation of the rising sun, a man who appeared to be in his 60s glared at the happiness index of 58 on his system panel. Wielding a whip to lash at the worker seated at the textile machine that is so close, just a hair's breadth away, that golden grade special building should have been his. These lazy swine only knew how to eat. Their sluggishness in performing labor cost him the coveted reward. Not to mention losing out on the golden grade building, it remained uncertain whether the second place would even receive a system reward. If not, all of these people would face dire consequences. Like Petrolok, he too had abandoned agriculture in favor of a commercial route. To that end, he established 4 textile factories in his territory, ensuring round-the-clock production and a steadily rising economic index. However, unlike Petrolok, he had only managed to recruit 100 warriors from his family, raised from a young age, to become denizens of his territory, their loyalty hovering around 80. While 80 was commendably high, Petrolok's slight edge allowed him to achieve the upgrade conditions first. Not just him, but the system notifications spurred others, including those in Huaxia, to hasten their efforts. Approximately 3 hours later, another system notification resonated in everyone's minds. System notification. Congratulations to the Jade Emperor of Huagua for being the second in the world to upgrade to a black iron territory. A golden grade martial art, demon subduing sword technique, is awarded as a reward. The system notification echoed 3 times. About 15 minutes later, another system notification appeared. System notification. Congratulations to Yamamoto Taro of the Rising Sun for being the third in the world to upgrade to a black iron territory. A golden weapon, Moonshadow Samurai Sword, is awarded as a reward. What kind of people are these? They haven't even fully recruited their own, yet they managed to upgrade. Having completed his cultivation, Zhao Feng listened to the system notifications echoing in his mind 3 times in succession, feeling a wave of disbelief wash over him that he had previously thought himself invincible with his golden finger, only to be slapped in the face so swiftly. Though slightly disheartened, his spirit soared once more as he examined the attributes on his system panel. Yin Yin, Zhao Feng level 5, 130250, territory, Heart of Shennong Village, strength, 76 agility, 62 mental power, 52 qualification, S martial art, Shennong technique incomplete, Shennong spirit power, 500 energy, 98460, free attribute points, 5 having practiced the Shennong technique twice over the past 2 days. He had reached the initial level, unlocking several of its special effects. The attributes gained from the technique, combined with the 10 mutated sweet potatoes boosting his strength, meant that his strength now stood at an impressive 76. Equivalent to 760 gene, truly superhuman. By now it was around 4 p.m. He had practiced the Shennong technique twice today, resulting in substantial improvements in his Shennong spirit power and his own level. Aside from him, 3 others in the territory had also made significant advancements. Zheng Lauer, Black Iron Captain, age, 40 level, 80-04000 Lord, Yin Yin Loyalty, 96 Strength, 140 Agility, 135 Mental Power, 142 Qualification, a Martial Art, Basic Gun Technique, Basic Sword Technique, Basic Horsemanship Zheng Ergu, Black Iron Age, 47 level, 80-04000 Lord, Yin Yin Loyalty, 97 Strength, 160 Agility, 135 Mental Power, 132 Qualification, a Martial Art, Basic Gun Technique, Basic Sword Technique, Basic Horsemanship Chao Do. Black Iron Age. 19 level. 80, 04000. Lord. Yin Yin Loyalty. 91 Strength. 145 Agility. 140 Mental Power. 146 Qualification. A martial art. Basic gun technique. Basic sword technique. Basic horsemanship while Zhao Feng cultivated. Zheng Lauer utilized the energy Zhao Feng provided to elevate the levels of himself, Zheng Ergu and Chao Dao to 80, with the remaining energy distributed among the others. Now, all 20 of their soldiers had reached at least level 60, their strength surging dramatically. Both Zhao Feng's safety and that of the territory had received tremendous boosts. Yet he still felt a pang of regret over the lack of energy. Observing the attributes of Zheng Ergu and the others, he noted their system rewards were uniformly golden grade. Although Zheng Ergu and his party had attained level 80, they were still a considerable distance from golden grade status. Should I sell some water to gather more energy? Glancing at the chat logs in the regional channel, occasionally requesting pure water, Zhao Feng felt tempted to AT that moment. The volume of pure water in his inventory had reached an impressive 3,000 cubic meters. Do not merely say to drink. Constructing a swimming pool for bathing would pose no issue whatsoever. Earlier today, Zheng Lauer led the group in felling trees to erect several rudimentary wooden dormitories, along with a substantial warehouse. Utilizing those large barrels, he purified a considerable amount of clean water for Zhao Feng. The day was still young, and the territory remained remarkably lively. Following Zhao Feng's instructions, 2/3 of the territory had been transformed into a vegetable garden, now fully planted with mutated sweet potatoes. The idle scholars were now wholly engaged in assisting Zheng Lauer in the construction of more dormitories. Observing the smiles on everyone's faces and feeling the vibrant atmosphere of the territory, Zhao Feng smiled with satisfaction. Selling water. Zhao Feng had made up his mind. In order to better protect his territory, he must harvest more energy, even if it meant dabbling in some unscrupulous dealings. Extra. Due to the needs of the territory, pure water can be exchanged for energy. 1 point of energy for 5 milliliters of water. Limited to 2,000 L, while supplies last. Those who desire it must act swiftly. The exchange for him and Shengwan Waner, as well as Li Chuanhui, was set at 10 ml, but that was a privilege reserved for the big shots. For VIP clients, he deemed it necessary to ensure they felt the immense favor he bestowed upon them. After repeating this 3 times, as soon as Zhao Feng finished his announcement, the entire regional channel erupted. Countless individuals denounced Zhao Feng as greedy, accusing him of profiting from the misfortunes of others. But within Zhao Feng's system panel, numerous transaction notifications flickered with fervor. Within mere moments, over 1,000 notifications had appeared, and the numbers continued to soar. The sheer volume of transaction information was overwhelming. Zhao Feng, growing weary of it, swiftly configured automatic acceptance for all energy transactions. Simultaneously, to elevate his own notoriety, he set a cap of 500 milliliters of pure water for each transaction, with a total transaction limit of 2,000 L, that upon reaching this target, all transactions would be automatically declined. Once the transactions were set, within less than 2 breaths, all transactions concluded. Zhao Feng's inventory saw a reduction of 2 cubic meters of water, while his energy surged by 400,000. He beckoned Zheng Lauer over and directly transferred the 400,000 energy to him. Zheng Lauer, take this energy and further enhance everyone's strength. Zheng Lauer, his pupils contracting slightly, clasped his fists and replied, My lord, our strength appears sufficient for now. We can hunt zombies to acquire energy ourselves later. You should upgrade your own capabilities to ensure your safety. Zhao Feng shook his head. My level is not urgent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I may be able to harvest another wave of energy in the next day or 2. Today is merely a warm-up. You are responsible for the safety of the territory, patrolling both day and night, so the threats to your safety are greater than mine. Prioritize your enhancement. Zheng Lauer paused for a moment, then bowed deeply with both hands clasped, expressing, Thank you for your generous regard. My lord, I shall undoubtedly protect you and the territory, even at the cost of my life. In his previous life as a soldier, he had only heard of commanders who cherished their troops like sons and legends. Many commanders merely spoke the words, yet acted otherwise. He never expected to encounter such a leader in this life. System notification. Your benevolence towards your troops has touched Zheng Lauer, raising his favorability by 4. Congratulations, Lord. You are the first in Blue Star to achieve maximum favorability. receiving a special reward. The Golden Unique Building Fuming Pavilion. Unique. Please specify if you wish to conceal your name. Chapter 24. Surprises brought by Maximum Loyalty System Notification. Your benevolence towards your troops has moved Zheng Erge, raising his favorability by 3. Congratulations, Lord. You are the second in Blue Star to achieve maximum favorability, receiving a special reward. The Golden Skill Falling Petal Sword Technique. Please specify if you wish to conceal your name. System Notification. Your benevolence towards your troops has touched Chao Dahu, raising his favorability by 5. System Notification. Your benevolence towards your troops has moved Zheng Sanhu, raising his favorability by 6. A series of system notifications left Zhao Feng momentarily dazed. He had never anticipated that a single action would yield such a monumental response. Not only did the favorability of 20 soldiers soar, but the loyalty of another 10 scholars saw a similar rise. Now, within the territory of 30 individuals, aside from the 2 with maximum loyalty, 18 soldiers had reached a loyalty level of 90, with Chao Dahu reaching as high as 96, just one step away from maximum. The loyalty of the scholars also surpassed 80 dada, and there were 2 rewards. With this in mind, Zhao Feng quickly considered concealing his name, in the next moment. 6 system notifications resonated in the minds of all individuals in Blue Star. System notification. Congratulations to Lord XXX of Huagua, the first in Blue Star to possess a subordinate with 100 loyalty, receiving the Golden Building Fuming Pavilion. System notification. Congratulations to Lord XXX of Huagua, the second in Blue Star to possess a subordinate with 100 loyalty, receiving the Golden Skill Falling Petal Sword Technique. Wishful thinking. Wow, impressive. Which big brother is this? 100 loyalty. Does that mean they can accomplish anything? I am the Yellow River. Brother, shouldn't you first ask if they're male or female? Yangtze River. Hey, brother upstairs, are you still around? Let's be friends. Huaxia Soul. Huaxia is incredible. One person monopolizes 2 rewards. Little scholar, I wonder who this low-key big shot is, not even revealing their name. The national channels of Huagua, as well as various regional channels, erupted with excitement, showering congratulations and requests for assistance. Meanwhile, the channels of other nations were filled with envy, jealousy, hatred, insults, and curses, creating a veritable storm of emotions. Zhao Feng paid no heed to others and immediately checked the 2 rewards in his inventory. Foaming Pavilion, Golden, Unique, Effect 1. Every 10 days, one can spend 500,000 energy to summon female heroic spirits. Currently, the probability of summoning a C-grade heroic spirit is 100, B-grade 50, A-grade 10, S-grade 1. SS grade 1 in 1,000, and SSS grade 1 in 10,000. Effect 2. This building can be upgraded, increasing the probability of summoning higher-grade heroic spirits. Upgrade conditions. Summon 10 heroic spirits. Construction requirements. Fine iron, 5,000. Copper, 10,000. Wood, 1,000. Gold, 1,000. Energy, 100,000. Falling Petal Sword Technique. Golden Special Effect. Can convert internal energy into falling petal sword chi to strike any target within a 50-meter range, with an attack power of 760. Gasp! Upon viewing the attributes of Foaming Pavilion, Zhao Feng inhaled sharply. The exorbitant cost of 500,000 energy to summon a single hero was staggering, and the term unique was enough to dazzle his titanium-coated eyes. By comparison, the golden-level falling petal sword technique seemed rather lackluster. Floating away, he truly felt elevated. Zhao Feng chuckled softly. Just moments ago, upon hearing that the Jade Emperor had acquired the golden-level demon-slaying sword technique, he had been envious to no end, and now, with the tables turned, he found himself somewhat dismissive. To be honest, according to the system's description, the highest attack power of golden-level skills was 800, with the falling petal sword chi boasting an impressive attack power of 760. Quite commendable indeed, to say the least. With this in mind, Zhao Feng began to believe his luck was exceptional. There was no rush for construction. He first claimed the falling petal sword technique the next moment. A wealth of swordsmanship knowledge flooded into Zhao Feng's mind. Basic techniques such as thrusts, slashes, and jabs, which then combined into intricate sword moves, forming a cohesive swordsmanship style that as the swordsmanship unfolded, countless sword blossoms transformed into resplendent petals descending from the heavens. Each petal bursting forth as a razor-sharp sword chi, allowing enemies to meet their demise in exquisite silence. from the most fundamental sword knowledge to the formation of the falling petal sword technique. Every detail was laid out for Zhao Feng with clarity and precision, elevating him from a novice to a master swordsman in an instant. The system is incredible. Zhao Feng mentally gave the system a thumbs up. It was truly a gift from the heavens, astonishingly formidable. Yet the surprises bestowed upon Zhao Feng by the system were far from over. System notification. Zheng Lauer wishes to add you as a friend. Do you accept? System notification. Zheng Ergu wishes to add you as a friend. Do you accept? The dual notifications echoed in Zhao Feng's mind, causing his brain to momentarily stall. What on earth? After a few seconds of recovery. Upon confirming the requests, 2 names appeared in his friends list. Zheng Lauer and Zheng Ergu. It was not a case of name duplication. These were the 2 whose loyalty had reached 100. After summoning the 2 to inquire further, Zhao Feng confirmed this was indeed a delightful surprise granted by the system. Aside from the ability to add Zhao Feng as a friend, their attribute panels now included an inventory option. However, being a black iron rank, the 2 could only store 10 items in their inventory, with each slot capable of holding 20 identical items. This was the standard for mundane items in Blue Star. Though somewhat limited, this was still quite impressive. Regrettably, aside from adding Zhao Feng as a friend, the 2 could not add anyone else, nor could they view regional or national channels. While this was a minor disappointment, it was still a significant boon. With the contact feature, even if they ventured far away, they could still communicate with him. This development significantly enhanced the safety of the territory. Zhao Feng instructed the 2 individuals to immediately expend their energy. And upon advancing to the Golden Tier, their attribute panels indeed revealed a feature akin to that of the Blue Star denizens, a camera function added to their capabilities. This evoked a profound envy within Zhao Feng. Even more astonishing was the revelation that, following their elevation in rank, their inventory had upgraded once more, now boasting 50 slots, each capable of accommodating 100 items. While this may not seem substantial, it nonetheless afforded them the opportunity to undertake numerous endeavors. Most importantly, through this experiment, Zhao Feng was convinced that their attribute panels could be further enhanced in the future, potentially rendering them comparable to the Blue Star inhabitants in addition to Zheng Ergu and his companion. Zhao Feng also elevated others to the Golden Tier. However, while their realms improved, their personal panels lacked the camera function, inventory, and even contacts.to date. There had been no additional system notifications indicating that a second Lord subordinates had reached a loyalty of 100. Thus, this information remained solely with him, a secret that must not be divulged. Zhao Feng flashed a grin, resolving to keep this knowledge buried deep within, as it could very well become one of his trump cards in the future. With a mere thought, he accepted 2 friend requests, turning to Zheng Ergu to say, "Remember to keep this confidential. Share it with no one. That also, inform Captain Zheng that from this moment forth, those who are aware must refrain from discussing it. This is one of the core secrets of our territory." Zheng Ergu and Chao Dao clasped their fists in allegiance, affirming, "Your subordinates shall comply." With his heart brimming with excitement, Zhao Feng returned to the Wooden Lord's mansion to cultivate the Shennong technique. The second day of the apocalypse passed quietly, and after some contemplation, Zhao Feng decided against trading water for energy in the channel once more, opting instead to heed the advice of the esteemed Li Chuanhui and lay low for a while. The affairs of the territory proceeded methodically, and with the enhancements from the Shennong system, the recently planted mutated sweet potatoes had already begun to sprout. The territory structures had also increased significantly, now featuring a large warehouse spanning 100 square meters and over 10 dormitories, each capable of accommodating 20 individuals with double-decker beds. Besides the 4 soldiers stationed by Zheng Lair, the others were nestled comfortably in their warm beds, soundly asleep after a long day of labor. Zheng Lair, Zheng Ergu, and Chao Dahu had all successfully advanced to the Golden Tier, and with the power boost from the mutated sweet potatoes, their strength had all reached 160. With Zheng Ergu astonishingly attaining a formidable 170, rendering him a veritable behemoth. Originally, Zhao Feng intended to summon soldiers from the military camp after midnight, but he lost track of time while cultivating the Shennong technique. At approximately 5 a.m. the following morning, having completed his cultivation, he felt an unprecedented vigor. After brushing his teeth and washing his face with purified water, he munched on the mutated sweet potatoes while rejoining Zheng Lair, who had been waiting patiently nearby at the barracks in a continuous series of 20 summons. perhaps having exhausted his good fortune from the previous day. Only one A-grade soldier, 8 B-grade soldiers, and 11 C-grade soldiers emerged from the summons, indicating overall inferior quality compared to Zheng Lair and his companions. More critically, these individuals were not the team members Zheng Lair had anticipated. Xiaofeng patted Zheng Lair on the shoulder, encouraging, "Do not be disheartened. We can summon every day that if today is not fruitful, there is always tomorrow. And if tomorrow fails, there is the day after. As long as we persist, we will eventually find what we seek." "Understood, my lord." "Thank you," Zheng Lair replied, regaining his composure and bowing in gratitude before beginning to organize the newly arrived soldiers. Upon completing the soldier summons, Xiaofeng then proceeded to summon 10 civilians at the tea house. This time, the group was not solely comprised of scholars. To his surprise, a craftsman, carpenter, blacksmith, and mason had also materialized, each one a welcome addition. Although their current abilities were limited, craftsmanship would always prove invaluable in due course. The civilians were taken away by Wang Haoqi for arrangement, and just as Xiaofeng prepared to resume his cultivation of the Shennong technique, a message in the national channel sent a tremor through his heart. Chapter 25, The 9 Districts of Huagua, the Huagua Publicity, Department Number 1 announced. Dear compatriots of Huagua, in light of the rampant zombie virus, the nation has deliberated multiple times and made the following decisions. 1. Huagua officially enters a Level 1 combat status. All personnel may be requisitioned at any time. 2. That the delineation of all cities and towns will be abolished, and administrative divisions will be restructured. The center of the administrative division will be known as the 9 provinces Yu, Zhou, Xian, Huang, Tian, Di, Hong Huang, and finally, Xia, representing Huaxia. Official information flooded the regional and national chat, imparting lengthy details that essentially conveyed that Huagua would no longer be divided by cities, but rather by safety zones. There would be 9 major safety zones, each named as mentioned, with 10 to 20 smaller safety zones beneath them. All safety zones would be directly managed by the military, ensuring true presence, and all citizens of Huagua could enter any safety zone. Once inside, the military would assume full responsibility for safety, requiring only a certain amount of labor in exchange for energy rewards. All safety zones would abolish the RMB, adopting energy as the currency for transactions. Beyond labor contributions, all safety zones had open channels for exchanging food and purified water for energy and contribution points. The more purified water or food one offered, the greater the energy and contribution points received. Energy could be used for trading, while contribution points could be exchanged for various rewards from the official, such as official positions, weapons, and even cultivation techniques. The vast array of redeemable items stirred a thrill within Xiaofeng. The message concluded by informing everyone that all geographical changes on the Blue Star had ceased after midnight, allowing people to move about with peace of mind. The number of safety zones was considerable, totaling over 150, covering various regions of Huaxia. Yet from the delineated scope, it was evident that even a third of the original Huaxia map had not been included, let alone the altered areas. Although the officials did not state it outright, the implication was clear. Outside the safety zones, they would not exercise control, at least for the time being. People were left to either venture into the safety zones or fend for themselves. It was a harsh reality, yet considering that the neighboring Ingwa was on the brink of annihilation, Huagua's strategy of conserving its resources was indeed the wisest and most fitting course of action given the current circumstances. In addition to the administrative announcement, several high-definition videos were also disseminated that in an endless expanse of the South China Sea, a dozen warships stood in formation, unleashing a relentless barrage of ammunition surrounding the ships. Countless zombie sea creatures were obliterated before they could even approach. The smallest of these sea creatures measured at least 1 meter, while the largest spanned 20 or 30 meters. These massive beings were not sharks or whales, but rather previously common ocean fish, such as ribbonfish, salmon, and squid, all of which had transformed into colossal entities. Fortunately, the Huagua warships held their ground, and under the onslaught of gunfire, the zombie sea creatures fell like leaves in autumn. The second video depicted a small town besieged by countless human zombies. Outside the town, thousands of fully armed soldiers, in coordination with armored vehicles, had sealed off all escape routes. Countless zombies, both human and animal, attempted to break through the defenses but were met with a hail of bullets that shattered their skulls, leaving behind mountains of various energy stones and countless items. Within the town's confines, Fierce battles raged as hundreds of soldiers wielding golden long swords, broadswords, and spears took to the skies as they swung their cold weapons. Countless spiritual energy attacks soared through the air, effortlessly traversing over 20 meters, annihilating all zombies on the ground, be they human or animal, into dust. The disparity in numbers between the airborne warriors and the ground-bound zombies was staggering. Yet these fighters harvested the undead with ease, akin to mowing down wheat. Though the video concluded with numerous zombies remaining in the town, everyone believed that under the relentless assault of these two groups of warriors, eradicating the zombie threat would merely be a matter of time. The third video showcased the periphery of a city in Huagua. Several kilometers beyond the city lay an endless expanse of undulating mountains. Dozens of drones, equipped with ultrasonic devices, flitted back and forth among the peaks. Under the interference of the ultrasonic weapons, countless zombie animals hidden within the mountains emerged from every nook and cranny. Spiders, antelopes, leopards, bears, and more, in staggering numbers that no one doubted that should these zombie creatures flood into human society, they could easily obliterate a medium to large-sized city. Initially, the zombie animals roamed aimlessly, but as they emerged from the depths of the mountains, they found themselves met by hundreds of drones equipped with similar ultrasonic devices, waiting to guide them. The drones, from various angles, utilized the ultrasonic waves to herd the zombie animals, gradually funneling them toward a specific direction. Awaiting at the forefront of this oncoming tide of undead were thousands of fully armed soldiers that as the zombie animals approached, a torrent of bullets rained down, transforming them into shimmering energy crystals and a variety of items. Above the soldiers, dozens of warriors hovered in the air. Whenever a stray zombie managed to break through, their weapons unleashed razor-sharp attacks, instantly reducing the intruders to nothingness. Though the three videos were brief, they ignited a fervor within the viewers while simultaneously instilling a profound sense of security. This was Huaxia, and the warriors of Huaxia would never let their people down. At the conclusion of the video, there are descriptions of those airborne warriors. They are the finest soldiers in the military, the vast majority possessing S-grade qualifications, with a few at A-grade. Supported by the nation, they have all ascended to legendary status. Upon reaching the golden tier, a camera appears on their personal attribute panel, capable of capturing videos and photographs, which are automatically stored in their personal album. The contents of the album can be shared in the chat channel. The three videos were filmed and subsequently released by the relevant warriors. Moreover, the warriors' ability to stand in midair is not merely due to their elevated realms, but is a result of their cultivation of specific techniques. Note, the realms from lowest to highest are mortal, black iron gold, extraordinary, rare, legendary, epic, king, emperor, immortal, saint, divine. With an overwhelming sense of security, abundant energy crystals available for exchange, and methods enabling long-range attacks and flight, countless citizens were stirred with excitement, hastily gathering their families and forming teams to rush towards the nearest safe zone. Lying in his bed, Zhao Feng repeatedly watched those three videos, his eyes brimming with envy that he was merely at the first tier of the mortal realm, while others had already reached the sixth tier of legendary, leaving him far behind. One could be said to dwell in the heavens while the other languished underground. It was truly disheartening that it is no wonder that everyone chooses to be heroes rather than lords. Is this the opportunity that the esteemed Li Chuanhui spoke of? After his moment of envy, Zhao Feng carefully examined the details. The nearest safe zone to his location was the Xian Shiba safe zone, which, according to the original map of Huaxia, was over 500 kilometers away, and after the changes, it was estimated to be no less than 1,000 kilometers. The only solace for Zhao Feng was that his parents resided in Magic City, which belonged to one of the 9 major safe zones, alleviating his concerns for their safety that the regional and national channels. Countless voices lamented their distance from the safe zone, while Zhao Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Selling water was imperative. Chapter 26. 1,000 million energy points with the monumental changes in Huaxia, all lingering doubts had dissipated. Zhao Feng licked his slightly parched lips and entered a message in the regional channel that he had long wished to send, but had dared not. Yin Yin. Breaking news. Selling water. 1 point of energy for 5 milliliters of pure water, with a maximum of 10 L per person. 1 piece of any attribute, or for 10 ml, 1 ordinary item for 100 milliliters. And black iron items for 1 L. Hurry. The water supply is limited. First come, first served. He repeated this 3 times, and as soon as the message was sent, its popularity instantly overshadowed the monumental changes in Huaxia. And amidst the countless curses, Zhao Feng's back-end trading notifications surpassed 1,000 in an instant. With today's national announcement, many realized that survival depended solely on themselves. Those within the safe zone were relatively fine, but those outside had to seriously contemplate their survival. Consequently, despite the curses, numerous individuals who had merely observed the previous day rushed to send Zhao Feng trade requests. With a flood of trade requests, Zhao Feng set up automatic trading as he had the day before. Unlike yesterday, today he set the maximum single transaction volume to 10L, with a staggering total trading volume of 1,000 cubic meters, equating to 1 million liters. As the automatic trading was just configured, Zhao Feng witnessed the water in one of the empty slots in his inventory deplete at a visible rate, while the energy value on his panel surged into the tens of thousands. Not only that, various ores, weapons, and blueprints began to increase rapidly in the span of a single breath. 100 slots were filled, and before Zhao Feng could even react, an avalanche of resources cascaded before him, forming towering mountains. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, having left his territory to stand in the open space in front of it. Otherwise, these materials would have abruptly fallen, potentially devastating not only the mutated sweet potatoes he had just planted yesterday, but also his lord's manor. Otherwise, he would have become the very lord who perished by his own hand in the vast blue star. The demand was overwhelming. Even with automatic trading set up, it continued for nearly 5 minutes. The 1,000 cubic meters of water in one slot had been entirely cleared, and the energy on his panel skyrocketed to an unprecedented 15.83 million. Gulping, Zhao Feng stared at the numbers on his attribute panel, momentarily losing his capacity for thought that it was far too much, truly excessive. This was merely the first wave, and he still had nearly 2 slots of pure water remaining. Resolutely, Zhao Feng decided to trade the remaining water that was not yet full, keeping the fully stocked 1,000 cubic meters for himself. After all, his Shennong space's purple fern would not be ready for harvest for another 2 days. The future remained uncertain, and any opportunity to harvest was invaluable. However, Zhao Feng chose not to send a message in the regional channel this time, opting instead for the national channel. Yin Yin. Breaking news, selling water. 1 point of energy for 5 milliliters of pure water, with a maximum of 500 milliliters per person. Hurry, the water supply is limited. First come, first served. This time he only exchanged for energy. The national channel allowed for only a single message, and while his message was swiftly overshadowed by others, countless individuals still saw it, and the back-end trading notifications erupted once more. With automatic trading set, in under a minute, another slot of water was completely depleted, and Zhao Feng's energy value on the attribute panel surged directly to 65.31 million. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Feng transferred 10 million to his father, 5 million to Zheng Lauer, and 300,000 to Wang Haoqi. Currently, Wang Haoqi served as the chief administrator of the territory's internal affairs. Whether for his own strength enhancement or to reward others, practical incentives were necessary to motivate the workforce. Otherwise, complacency might ensue. Although his parents were within the safety of the 9 prefectures, and thus he need not worry too much, Zhao Feng still believed that his own strength was the most reliable assurance. Zhao Xuxing saw the message Zhao Feng had posted in the national channel that he knew his son would acquire a substantial amount of energy. But witnessing that long string of zeros still left him profoundly shocked. He was grateful that he had previously advised his son to keep it confidential. Otherwise, he would have likely succumbed to the temptation of boasting to his own social circle. Of course, he had not mentioned to Zhao Feng that recently he had exchanged 1/10 of his stockpiled food for a significant amount of contribution points, allowing him to redeem a black iron-level internal skill for both himself and his wife, as well as a minor military rank. With a military position, although he had patrolling duties, at least he was spared the labor of tilling the fields. After taking several deep breaths, Zhao Xuxing suppressed the urge to send his son a video and continued to patrol the neighborhood with the 10 subordinates assigned to him. Your lordship, we are grateful for your generosity. Zheng Lauer and Wang Haoqi stepped forward, bowing in gratitude to Zhao Feng. You may utilize it well. Work hard, as there will be more to come. Zhao Feng raised his chin, adopting an air of superiority, his face radiating pride. Zheng Lauer and Wang Haoqi exchanged glances and smiled, It was their honor to encounter such a benevolent and generous lord. After instructing Jing Laoer and Wang Haoqi to organize the multitude of resources outside the territory, Zhao Feng strode towards the territory with an air of indifference to kinship. With abundant energy at his disposal, he set aside his own upgrade for the time being, preparing to establish the highly anticipated Fengming Pavilion. Upon returning to the territory and executing a series of familiar actions, Zhao Feng chose to construct it adjacent to the tea house that as he concentrated. A golden light flickered, and before him appeared a resplendent single-story palace-like structure. This palace, with its soaring eaves and elegant angles, adorned with gray tiles and white walls, exuded an air of ancient charm. Surrounding it were lifelike phoenix sculptures, symbols of auspiciousness, nobility, and harmony, that at the center of the grand entrance hung a plaque inscribed with the gilded characters Fengming Pavilion. The interior of the palace was equally empty, with the floor engraved with countless intricate formations. The patterns were manifold and complex, magnitudes greater than those of the previous two buildings. Within the formations was a soaring golden phoenix design. Truly, as a golden tier structure, its prestige was undeniable. Zhao Feng surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction, then rubbed his hands together, straightened his attire, and with palms pressed together, silently prayed to the heavens, hoping that brother Shennong would bless him with the summons of even greater heroes. After nearly 3 minutes of preparation, demonstrating his devotion as Shennong's most sincere follower, Zhao Feng opened the panel of Fengming Pavilion and selected the summon option. Instantly, 500,000 energy vanished, and the intricate formation patterns within the pavilion radiated golden light. As a graceful figure slowly materialized from the brilliance, approximately 5 minutes later, the golden light dissipated, revealing an enchanting maiden who appeared to be in her 20s, clad in a striking red dress. She was undeniably beautiful, surpassing any of the countless beauties Zhao Feng had previously encountered online, from international starlets to the ethereal figures of imagination. In comparison, those women seemed mere stars to the resplendent moon that stood before him. Her brows and eyes resembled distant mountains cloaked in mist, radiating wisdom and gentleness. Her skin was as fair as snow, translucent. Her nose was elegantly straight, and when her cherry lips parted, it seemed as though celestial melodies lingered in the air, captivating all who beheld her. Her graceful figure exuded an air of dignified tranquility with every gesture, while simultaneously embodying a vivacious beauty that in that fleeting moment, Zhao Feng felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. Chapter 27. The Four Great Beauties. The fallen goose. At the inaugural summoning of the Fengming Pavilion, an enchanting maiden appeared, sending Zhao Feng's heart racing uncontrollably. A thought crossed his mind. The details of this stunning girl materialized in his consciousness. Wang Zhaojun. Rank, Gold. Age, 18. Level, 10500. Lord. Yin Yin. Loyalty, 70. Strength, 400. Agility, 450. Spirit, 500. Aptitude, Celestial. Specialties, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, astrology, agriculture, animal husbandry, flower cultivation, embroidery, sword dancing, medicine. Skill, Fengming Jitinju. Gold. Innate celestial technique, sealed. Automatically unseals upon reaching different realms. That special effect 1. Reduces the growth cycle of all crops in the territory by half. Stackable with other territorial effects. This special effect grows with Wang Zhaojun's rank. Special effect 2. Increases the birth rate of all livestock offspring by 50. Stackable with other territorial effects. This special effect grows with Wang Zhaojun's rank. Special effect 3. Increases the probability of summoning females in territorial summoning buildings by 10. Special effect 4. Increases the happiness index of the territory by 10. Special effect 5. The destinies of the four great beauties are mutually attractive, increasing the probability of summoning the other 3 fairies from the Fengming Pavilion by 1. The Zhao Feng was utterly astounded, echoing the sentiment of being uneducated, yet able to traverse the world with mere exclamations. The sight of her attributes and unprecedented long special effects overwhelmed him with an exhilarating thrill that nearly left him breathless. One of the legendary 4 great beauties, possessing celestial level aptitude with odds of 1 in a million. And most importantly, she was only 18, which meant her memories only reached back to her time as a palace beauty. Had he stumbled upon a treasure? No, it was akin to discovering a divine artifact. Within the foaming pavilion, Wang Xiaojun opened her beautiful eyes, her gaze meeting Zhao Feng's as he stared at her in a daze. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and the words she had prepared caught in her throat. After a brief pause, observing Zhao Feng's continued bewilderment, her blush deepened, yet she gracefully bent slightly and addressed him. This humble girl, Wang Xiaojun, pays her respects to the Lord, though she retained memories of her time as a palace beauty. She also understood that she had departed from her original world and was reborn in this new realm. Today, her melodious voice resonated in his ears. Zhao Feng awakened from his stupor. Instinctively, he wanted to assist her to her feet but hesitated. Concerned about being too forward, he quickly raised his hand and said, "Please, rise up by the way. Are you hungry? This is a mutated sweet potato. It tastes delightful. Do try it, and there's water and energy too. The zombies in this world are formidable, so you must level up quickly that we cannot afford any missteps." Feeling somewhat flustered, Zhao Feng extended a mutated sweet potato toward her, followed by a cup of pure water, all while mentally transferring 10 million energy points instantly. One of the four great beauties. Throughout the millennia of Chinese history, there had only been four, and Zhao Feng felt that even the slightest injury to her would be an unpardonable sin. Among them, he held the deepest admiration for the one before him. Despite being far from her homeland, she had never bowed to fate, continually striving to aid the common people, a true paragon of virtue and kindness. With a soft giggle, Wang Xiaojun's anxieties about the unknown world and destiny melted away. Zhao Feng's frantic demeanor, though chaotic, made her feel a long-lost sense of care, thawing the icy solitude she had endured in the palace. When the system panel appeared in her mind, accompanied by the influx of 10 million energy from Zhao Feng, her warming heart suddenly felt enveloped by a searing flame, causing her to tremble gently. Since leaving home, she had once again experienced the enveloping happiness of being cherished and adored. In that instant, she realized that departing from the cold palace to this unknown world might be the destiny she had longed for. With this revelation, her fear dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of anticipation. System notification. Your actions have moved Wang Xiaojun. Loyalty 10. That realizing his own blunder, Zhao Feng awkwardly smiled at Wang Xiaojun, taking several deep breaths to quell his racing heart. With a gentle smile, he extended his hand toward her and said, "Miss Wang, welcome to my territory. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Zhao Feng, that I hope we can work sincerely together to enhance our territory." Having absorbed some information from the system and gaining a basic understanding of this world, Wang Xiaojun smiled softly and took his hand. "Thank you, my lord, for granting me the honor of joining your territory. As long as you do not disdain me, I shall do my utmost to assist you." Zhao Feng's heart soared at her words. Releasing her hand, he grinned widely. It settled then. With that, he promptly opened the system panel and selected Wang Xiaojun as the deputy village chief. It is said that beautiful women possess privileges, and for one of the four great beauties, Zhao Feng felt that failing to bestow such privileges would invite dire consequences. Upon hearing the notification in his mind about her becoming the deputy village chief, Wang Xiaojun momentarily froze, surprised that Zhao Feng would grant her such significant authority upon their first meeting. Through the system, she understood that as deputy village chief, she could not upgrade the Lord's heart or instantaneously construct buildings within the territory. However, she could otherwise act on Zhao Feng's behalf to summon from the barracks, tea house, and foaming pavilion. Though surprised and somewhat pressured, Zhao Feng's trust moved her deeply. She had never held an official position nor managed others. But having observed her brother and sister-in-law managing the family business, she had absorbed some confidence. Once again, Wang Xiaojun bowed slightly, expressing, "Thank you, my lord, for your trust that I shall certainly give my all." System notification. Your trust has moved Wang Xiaojun. Loyalty 1. Zhao Feng grinned. No need for such formality. Our territory does not adhere to such customs. Let us proceed, and I will introduce you to the territory and its inhabitants. They walked side by side. Zhao Feng caught whiffs of a delightful fragrance emanating from the young maiden, as if he were wandering through a blooming garden. Enveloped in comfort, it took considerable willpower for Zhao Feng to resist becoming entranced, lest he stumble in his steps. After introducing the barracks and tea house, Zhao Feng turned to Wang Xiaojun and said, "Xiaojun, would you be willing to take charge of the summoning work in the territory from now on? By the way, is it all right if I address you this way?" Given Wang Zhaojuan's celestial aptitude and status as one of the four great beauties, Zhao Feng felt she would be far more suitable for the role than himself. Wang Zhaojuan's cheeks flushed, and she nodded. Very well, my lord. She remained silent regarding his form of address. Zhao Feng chuckled, interpreting her silence as consent. Chapter 28. Raising the goddess's favorability. This is the mutated sweet potato. The very food I offered you. Its original growth cycle is 60 days, but due to special enhancements in the territory, it can be harvested in just 30 days. With your arrival, it has been further halved, meaning it should be ready in 15 days. In the territory, Zhao Feng pointed toward the small patch of arable land, indicating the mutated sweet potatoes with their long vines, explaining it to Wang Zhaojun. As he spoke about growth times, Zhao Feng suddenly recalled Wang Zhaojuan's first special effect and wondered if it applied to the plants within the Shennong space as well. By the way, my territory is somewhat unique. I also possess a spiritual plant space where I cultivate various spiritual plants. Zhaojun, please wait a moment while I check on it. The Shennong space was his greatest secret, one he hadn't even shared with his parents. But in front of Wang Zhaojun, he spoke without hesitation. He believed that to win her heart, he must demonstrate his sincerity. After speaking, Zhao Feng gestured for Wang Zhaojun to wait and entered his Shennong space with his consciousness. With the tenfold growth cycle enhancement, most of the plants he had planted just 2 days prior were nearing maturity. The purple fern, which had a growth cycle of only 4 days, was set to mature tomorrow, but now indicated it was ready for harvest. Wang Zhaojuan's special effect also applied to the plants in the Shennong space, reducing their growth cycle to just 1/20th of the original. Zhao Feng's heart brimmed with excitement. He truly felt as if he had struck gold. Thank you. I appreciate your arrival. Exiting the Shennong space, Zhao Feng expressed his gratitude to Wang Zhaojun with a beaming face, although she did not fully grasp the nature of Zhao Feng's Shennong space. Witnessing her ability to assist him filled Wang Zhaojun with joy. By the way, let's keep the matter of the Shennong space between us for now. Please do not mention it to anyone else. Zhao Feng suddenly reminded her, winking to indicate this was their little secret. Wang Zhaojun nodded earnestly. Understood, my lord, that I shall keep it confidential. The situation in the territory was rather straightforward. After a brief introduction, Zhao Feng led her outside the territory, that he had received an overwhelming amount of items earlier, and everyone else was busy organizing them, bustling with activity. Upon Zhao Feng's arrival, accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful maiden, all present ceased their tasks in silence, awaiting Zhao Feng's words. Everyone, allow me to introduce this remarkable individual, Wang Zhaojun. From this day forth, she shall serve as the vice-village chief of our territory. Should I be absent, she will have full authority to manage all affairs of the territory. That I trust you will extend your utmost support to her. Furthermore, I have delightful news to share. Due to vice-village chief Wang's unique status, she possesses a special enhancement that will have the growth cycle of all our food crops. Coupled with the inherent benefits of our territory, this means that whatever we plant will mature in merely a quarter of the usual time. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd as Zhao Feng's words sank in. The effect was indeed astonishing that a mere quarter of the time meant that their territory's yield would be fourfold compared to others. Having experienced hunger countless times in their previous lives, both soldiers and scholars alike understood precisely what a fourfold increase in output signified. This ensured that under normal circumstances, starvation would not plague their territory. Though their population was currently small and the situation stable, rapid development could lead to a surge in numbers, making food supply the paramount concern. That if their territory did not suffer from food shortages, it would greatly enhance stability and the well-being of the common folk. While some had harbored doubts about Wang Zhaojun's sudden elevation to vice-village chief, they were now wholly convinced. Observing the expressions of those around him, Zhao Feng smiled faintly. Wang Zhaojun's talents extended beyond this singular ability, and while he had initially intended to reveal all, it seemed unnecessary for now. He would allow them to discover her marvels in due course, turning it into a delightful surprise. Regaining his composure, Zhao Feng gestured toward Zheng Laoer and Wang Haoqi, introducing them to Wang Zhaojun. This is Zheng Laoer, our territory's captain, who currently oversees all matters concerning our troops and security. And this is Wang Haoqi, our steward, responsible for everything aside from military affairs. Greetings, vice-village chief. Both Zheng Laoer and Wang Haoqi stepped forward in unison, bowing respectfully. Wang Zhaojun returned the gesture gracefully, smiling as she said, I am honored to join this territory if I err in any way. Dear elders, please do not hesitate to offer your candid critiques. Let us all work together for the development of our land. The three exchanged pleasantries, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Zhao Feng then addressed Zheng Lao Air. Captain Zheng, please pause your current tasks and take the team to construct a restroom behind the Lord's Manor that IT should accommodate both toilets and showers. Additionally, please add a few more behind your quarters. Previously, the men had simply resolved their needs outdoors. But with Wang Zhaojun's arrival, it was only fitting that a lady of such grace should not be subjected to such indignities. Moreover, if a man were to be caught in a compromising situation by her, it would be exceedingly awkward. Thus, this issue must be resolved as a matter of priority. The water for the toilets could be sourced from the reservoir above, with a dedicated pipe for flushing. As for the wastewater, whether to drain it directly or repurpose it for irrigation, I leave that to you, Wang Lao. Among the items sent by his father were various pipes, toilets, and squat toilets, sufficient to construct dozens of restrooms without issue. Both Zheng Lao Air and Wang Haoqi replied in unison, Understood, my lord. With the restroom issue addressed, Zhao Feng turned to Wang Zhaojun, saying, As for your room, I propose to partition one within Feng Ming Pavilion. What do you think? The pavilion spanned 100 square meters, with only the central area occupied by an array, leaving ample space for several rooms. At least 4 could be created in the corners alone. Why 4? This was indeed Zhao Feng's ambition, for Wang Zhaojun possessed the allure to attract 3 other exceptional beauties that he naturally harbored hopes of gathering the legends of countless years from Huaxia. Wang Zhaojun nodded in agreement, indicating her approval. Excellent. Then let us proceed as planned. Captain Zheng, please assign a few individuals to assist Zhao Jun in preparing her room. The rest of you may commence with the tasks previously outlined. With orders given, everyone set off towards the territory. Upon their return, Zhao Feng immediately initiated a video call with his mother, who answered within seconds that a radiant smile adorned Wang Xueqing's face as she greeted. Son, what brings you to call? Seeing his mother's cheerful demeanor, Zhao Feng also smiled. Mom, is everything all right on your end? All is well, quite well indeed. The military has taken over, and while we no longer enjoy the same freedom to roam the markets, our safety is assured. The restrictions on our freedom are merely precautionary measures to prevent any mishaps during the military's pesticide operations across the region. What is it, my dear? Is there something on your mind? Wang Xueqing observed her son with growing satisfaction, pride swelling within her. The energy he provided had elevated both her and her husband's status to the pinnacle of gold, while her friends remained at most at the black iron level. She was merely a step away from breaking through to gold. Unbeknownst to Wang Xueqing, her pride was well-founded. Zhao Feng, relieved to see her in good spirits, replied, Mom, I have summoned an 18-year-old maiden from ancient times to our territory, and I wanted to ask if you could help procure some clothing for her, as well as a bed, cosmetics, and a vanity. Wang Xueqing's eyes lit up. Oh, you have a young lady now? Is she beautiful? Zhao Feng grinned widely. Indeed, she is exceptionally beautiful. Seeing the excitement in her son's eyes, Wang Xueqing chuckled. While other university students might have had multiple romantic encounters, her remarkable son had yet to experience any, leaving her somewhat concerned. However, it seemed her worries were unfounded. Wang Xueqing shook her head at Zhao Feng. Currently, we cannot go out, so purchasing new clothes is out of the question. That I do have some garments, but they have all been worn, which may not be suitable for her. However, I have plenty of unopened cosmetics, and I can give you my entire vanity setup. For her son's happiness, she was more than willing to make this sacrifice. Zhao Feng beamed. Thank you, Mom. Chapter 29. The emergence of crisis. Merely 10 minutes after concluding his conversation with his mother, Zhao Feng received dozens of trade requests. After collecting all the items, he presented them to Wang Zhaojun. The cosmetics were unfamiliar to Zhao Feng, so he left it to Wang Zhaojun to peruse the instructions. The elegant vanity and exquisite full-length mirror caused Wang Zhaojun's eyes to sparkle with delight. While she had copper mirrors in her previous life at the palace, they paled in comparison to the one before her, which was of an entirely superior caliber. Thank you, my lord. Wang Zhaojun expressed her gratitude with a slight bow. A system notification chimed in Zhao Feng's mind. Wang Zhaojun is extremely fond of your gift, feeling deeply touched. Loyalty 1. That upon hearing the system prompt, Zhao Feng smiled triumphantly. he had truly touched Wang Zhaojun's heart. Beyond the items from the vanity, he also presented a pink, 2-meter-wide bed, complete with a mattress and bedding, all designed with a feminine touch. Finally, he unveiled a beautifully crafted wardrobe. This was a gift from his mother, who had prepared a female-styled guest room for the occasional female visitors they had received in the past. This time, she had willingly sent all the furnishings from that room. Zhao Feng entrusted all the items to Wang Zhaojun, allowing her to arrange them as she saw fit before retreating to the Wooden Lord's manor to cultivate the Shennong technique. Though he wished to remain by Wang Zhaojun's side to cultivate their rapport, he feared that excessive enthusiasm might overwhelm her, so he chose instead to focus on his training. Yin Yin, Zhao Feng level 100, 1000, 1000. Territory. Heart of Shennong Village strength 86 agility, 62 mental power, 52 aptitude. S technique. Shennong technique incomplete. Shennong spirit power 1000 energy. 40 million free attribute points. 100 at 2 p.m. Zhao Feng gazed at his attributes, nodding in satisfaction. Through this session of cultivating the Shennong technique, he had completed several cycles, and his Shennong spirit power had directly reached 1000.I in addition to the Shennong technique. He had also utilized energy to elevate his level to the maximum, but due to his realm being bound to the Lord's crystal, his territory had not upgraded, nor could he break through his current realm. Zhao Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems I need to construct more summoning-related buildings. The population is a requisite condition for upgrading the territory. After several sales of water, I have received numerous architectural blueprints. However, there are none for barracks. Yet, I possess a good number of common summoning buildings like refugee camps and civilian camps. Zhao Feng had previously been concerned that his mutated sweet potatoes were insufficient, fearing that recruiting too many individuals might lead to disorder. Now, with the enhancement provided by Wang Zhaojun, the speed of grain harvest has doubled, alleviating his worries regarding food supply. Upon stepping out of the Lord's mansion, Zhao Feng noticed Zheng Ergu and Chao De, who dutifully stationed at the entrance. Before them lay an individual bound and sprawled on the ground. Clad in modern attire, he was evidently not a resident of Zhao Feng's territory, and his battered visage suggested he had been severely beaten, rendering him unconscious at that moment. Seeing Zhao Feng emerge, Zheng Ergu and Chao De quickly expressed their apologies, without the need for inquiry. Zheng Ergu promptly pointed to the man on the ground, stating, "My lord, this individual is named Huang Biao, a resident from a small town several dozen kilometers away that a few hours ago. He stealthily approached our territory and was apprehended by the patrolling soldiers. The captain has already completed his interrogation, and it is now up to you to decide his fate." After relaying the captain's intelligence, Zheng Ergu revealed that, astonishingly, the captain had even extracted details about how many times Huang Biao had visited the restroom the previous day. This man was certainly no saint. Once a notorious thug in his town, he had bullied many under the guise of his connection to the local chief, and he had even established a small gambling den, leading to the ruin of numerous lives, including one tragic incident where a victim was driven to suicide by his cohorts. During the zombie outbreak, he had managed to escape, but upon returning to his town yesterday, with 2 subordinates, he discovered it had completely succumbed to the undead. To his shock, he found that not only had his chief brother-in-law turned into a zombie, but he had also evolved to level 3, becoming the leader of nearly 100,000 zombies. The most terrifying aspect was that the chief brother-in-law retained his original memories and could think normally, showing no signs of decay apart from his rotting flesh. Upon discovering Huang Biao and his subordinates, the chief brother-in-law attempted to convert him into a zombie as well. Feigning contemplation, Huang Biao seized the moment and fled, abandoning his 2 subordinates. Initially aware of Zhao Feng's establishment of a territory, he had planned to rob Zhao Feng and commandeer his vehicle to reach the nearest safe zone, but to his dismay, he was captured by the patrols before even nearing the territory. "Kill him and dispose of his body in the mountains," Zhao Feng remarked coldly. This man had previously caused fatalities, abandoned his subordinates multiple times to escape alone, and harbored intentions of harming Zhao Feng. Thus, he would not be spared. Having heard numerous accounts of death lately, coupled with the recent news that the neighboring town had completely fallen, Zhao Feng felt no moral burden in issuing this command. "Understood," Zheng Ergu replied, clasping his fist in salute before departing with the unconscious Huang Biao in tow. For Zheng Ergu, a seasoned veteran who had survived countless battles and rivers of blood, exterminating an enemy was hardly a concern. Once Zheng Ergu had left, Zhao Feng began to feel a twinge of anxiety. While he was unconcerned about individual or small groups of level 1 or 2 zombies, the sheer number of nearly 100,000 was daunting. Moreover, with the proximity of the enemy and the presence of a zombie leader possessing human-like cognition, Zhao Feng was convinced that they would soon discover his territory, if they had not already, and would be mobilizing their forces toward him. Lacking experience in large-scale combat, Zhao Feng was about to summon Chao De, who to consult with Zheng Lao when he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, numerous wooden walls had been erected around the territory. It turned out Zheng Lao had already taken action. Seeing the efforts of his people, Zhao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. A smile returning to his face, that as he took a few steps, Zheng Lao swiftly approached him. "My lord, to guard against a large-scale zombie assault from the nearby town, I conferred with Manager Wang and proposed establishing walls around the territory. In addition to the inner wooden walls, we plan to construct a sturdier iron wall outside to keep the enemies at bay. Our area is rich in iron ore, sufficient to encircle a 1-kilometer radius around the territory. Therefore, I request your assistance in refining those iron ores into 1-meter thick, 3-meter high blocks of wrought iron, utilizing the properties of your storage to connect these blocks into a wall. Although there is currently a blacksmith in the town, he is but a single ordinary craftsman. Even if we were to set up a blacksmith shop and have him work alone, it would be impossible to complete such an undertaking within a month." Fortunately, having learned about the properties of the Divine Farmer's Cauldron from Zhao Feng, he devised this plan. With iron fences in place, he felt confident that not even 100,000 zombies could breach their defenses, let alone eliminate them entirely. "Very well," Zhao Feng replied, recognizing the significance of safety, and nodded to Wang Zhaojun, who had changed into casual attire not far away, before heading toward the nearby iron or mountains. Though his expression remained calm, his heart raced above 120 beats per minute. Truly, she was a rare beauty. Even in simple casual wear, she radiated an allure that took his breath away. Each gesture, each smile, was a mesmerizing spectacle that quickened his pulse, compelling him to exert great effort to avert his gaze. Arriving beside an iron mine, with a mere thought, he made the towering iron mine disappear, and countless iron ores swiftly transformed into refined iron within the cauldron by his command. Subsequently, each piece of refined iron was further processed and merged to form the large iron blocks measuring 0.5 meter in width, 3 meters in height and 3 meters in length, as requested by Zheng Lao. With each completed iron block, Zhao Feng summoned it from his storage and placed it in the designated spots. The cycle continued until the early hours of the next morning, at which point the entire iron fence was finally completed. Chapter 30. The Yu family army with the fence finished, just as Zhao Feng was about to instruct everyone to return for rest. Zheng Lao suggested, "My lord, could we also create an iron cover to encase the lord's crystal? That would ensure absolute security." Zhao Feng smacked his forehead. "How could I have forgotten this? The protective shield for the lord's crystal possesses only 10,000 points of defense. Encasing it in a large iron block would completely negate any concerns about zombie attacks. Given his unique storage ability, he could disregard the iron cover's weight and store it at any moment. But the zombies lacked such a privilege. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Feng stated, "All right, I will attend to this right away, that I will also create an iron fence for the barracks and the Phoenix Pavilion as a precaution." Among the parchment scrolls he had collected, there were some pertaining to the barracks, but all were of ordinary quality, with none of black iron grade. His black iron barracks could not afford any slip-ups. His concern was not about the quantity of soldiers, but rather the stark contrast in capabilities between soldiers summoned from a black iron barracks and those from an ordinary one. If possible, Zhao Feng preferred to pursue a route of elite soldiers, hence the black iron barracks must be well protected. The Phoenix Pavilion required no further explanation. That be why safeguarding these 3 critical assets, the territory would face no further concerns, allowing the inhabitants to focus solely on combat. Speaking of the barracks, Zhao Feng suddenly realized it was already past midnight, meaning he could summon new members once again. Turning to Wang Zhaojun, he said, "Zhaojun, could you please head to the barracks and tea house to summon our new members?" With a smile, Wang Zhaojun nodded. "Of course, my lord." As everyone returned to the territory, Zhao Feng, while on the way, utilized his thoughts to operate the Divine Farmer space, harvesting the previously planted purple fern, mutated sweet potatoes, wheat, tomatoes, and the highly anticipated red ginger, that he purchased another 100 portions of red ginger and a significant quantity of mutated sweet potatoes in the marketplace and replanted them all. Having gathered these, Zhao Feng checked his territory panel. Heart of the Divine Farmer, Grade, Village Lord. Zhao Feng Defense Value, 10,000 Territory Area, 100M Energy Value, 200 Population, 60 Happiness Index, 90 Agricultural Index, 40 Territory Buildings, Barracks, Black Iron, Tea House, Ordinary, Phoenix Pavilion, Gold Deputy Village Chief. Wang Zhaojun. The only requirements left for upgrading are the Agricultural Index and the population count. Zhao Feng nodded in satisfaction. He anticipated reaching 100 inhabitants today, leaving only the Agricultural Index to address. Previously, the Agricultural Index stood at 12.4, but after this harvest, it surged to 40. Zhao Feng speculated that the high quality of the red ginger contributed to the boost. So he opted to plant 100 portions this time. Considering the weight of the sweet potatoes, he estimated that after 3 more days, the next harvest would likely meet the standard. To Zhao Feng's slight surprise, the dormitories and storage rooms built by them within the territory did not count as territory buildings, that if they didn't count, so be it. It wouldn't have a significant impact. Zhao Feng nonchalantly shook his head. In truth, the quantity of buildings significantly influences the happiness index of a territory. However, the loyalty of Zhao Feng's subjects was exceedingly high, overshadowing the impact of the structures. Thus, Zhao Feng remained indifferent upon returning to the vicinity of the Lord's manor. He not only tended to the plants in the Shennong space, but also completed the barracks, the Fengming Pavilion, and the protective shield for the Lord's heart. With a mere thought, a nearly 2-meter-tall, 30-centimeter-thick cylindrical iron column materialized, completely enclosing the Lord's heart and its supporting platform. Zhao Feng struck it lightly, producing a satisfying sound, nodding in approval. Everything was in order. Opening the door, he intended to inspect the iron fence of the Fengming Pavilion, only to find a considerable number of unfamiliar faces at the entrance point. One group consisted of 20 robust men clad in simple garments, their gazes exceptionally sharp, while the other side featured 8 spirited scholars in blue robes and 2 striking young women dressed in silk, appearing to be in their 20s. These were the soldiers and civilians summoned by Zhao Jun today. Their spirits seemed remarkably high, indicating a commendable quality. While Zhao Feng secretly rejoiced, a self-assured smile spread across his face as he addressed the newcomers. Greetings, brave warriors and lovely ladies, that I am Zhao Feng, and I welcome each of you to my territory. From this day forth, we shall be brothers and sisters, that I assure you, as long as I have food and drink. I will never let anyone go hungry or thirsty. Let us strive together. After briefly referencing the script from the formidable Brother Chang of Jingxi, Zhao Feng delivered a succinct speech, which appeared to resonate well. As soon as he finished speaking, the newly arrived robust men, scholars, and ladies expressed their excitement and bowed to Zhao Feng. We salute our Lord. System notification. Your sincerity has moved you, Yun, Loyalty 1. System notification. Your sincerity has moved you, Shan, Loyalty 1. That a series of system notifications echoed in his mind, and Zhao Feng's smile broadened. Indeed, the hearts of ancient individuals are far simpler. Had modern individuals heard this, not only would they have failed to increase their loyalty, but they might have even cursed me in their hearts. He resolved that henceforth, all subjects in his territory would be summoned. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Zhao Feng's mind. Yet his actions remained swift. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Be at ease. That be by the way, Old Wang, have you distributed the mutated sweet potatoes and purified water to everyone? Also, ensure their accommodations and garments are well arranged. Wang Haoqi stepped forward and replied, I will carry out your orders. Very well. Everyone has worked hard today. Go rest quickly. If you do not sleep soon, dawn will break. And Old Wang, Captain Zheng, everyone worked diligently yesterday. Unless there are special matters, let them sleep a little longer. Zheng Er and Wang Haoqi both nodded and bowed. We will obey your orders. Yes, everyone dispersed. Zhao Feng turned to Wang Zhaojun and inquired, Zhaojun, is your room ready? Do you need my assistance? Wang Zhaojun smiled and shook her head. Thank you for your concern, my lord. While you were busy with the outer fence, I returned to prepare my room. Zhao Feng nodded. Very well. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to inform me. Please be at ease. Wang Zhaojun shyly nodded. Understood. Now, Zhaojun, go and rest well. Although Zhao Feng wished to converse further, he recognized the importance of moderation. He waved farewell, watching as she disappeared into the foaming pavilion before returning to the wooden lord's manor. Zheng Ergu and Chao Dahu, who had been standing silently behind Zhao Feng, exchanged knowing smiles before dutifully resuming their positions at the entrance. Back in bed, Zhao Feng eagerly opened the system panel to examine the attributes of the newcomers. Yu Yun, Black Iron Age, 19 level. 1050 Lord. Yin Yin Loyalty. 71 Strength. 300 Agility. 250 Mental Power. 300 Aptitude. Skills. Basic 18 Martial Arts perfected. Horsemanship perfected. Yu Family Spear perfected. Military Strategy proficient. Yu Zhongqing, Black Iron Age. 32 level. 1050 Lord. Yin Yin Loyalty. 71 Strength. 260 Agility. 220 Mental Power. 270 Aptitude. Skills. Basic 18 Martial Arts perfected. Horsemanship perfected. Yu Family Spear perfected. Military Strategy proficient. Having reviewed the profiles of the 20 robust men, Zhao Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, and his throat felt dry, leaving him momentarily speechless. He could hardly believe that Wang Zhaojun had bestowed upon him such a tremendous surprise. The Yu family army, an invincible force in that era, represented a source of unfulfilled longing for countless people of Huagua. Yet here they were, summoned to his side. What truly astonished Zhao Feng was the fact that among these 20 members of the Yu family army, there was even Yu Fei's son, and he was the eldest. What extraordinary luck must one possess to achieve this? It was evident that the Yu family army was indeed the strongest entity. With all members boasting A-level aptitude, their attribute values completely redefining Zhao Feng's perspective. While both were a Black Iron rank and shared A-level aptitude, Zheng Ergu and his companions had initial attributes around 80 or 90. Whereas the weakest member of the Yu family army exceeded 150, with the strongest, Yu Yun, reaching a staggering 300 at Black Iron maximum. Zheng Ergu and his peers, upon advancing to Gold rank, had their highest attributes capping at merely 170. Even more daunting was the fact that their skills were so numerous that Zhao Feng could not help but feel envious, all at the perfected level. This was no mere dominance. It was a comprehensive, overwhelming advantage that in addition to the Yu family army, the remaining 10 civilians also possessed B-level aptitude, with 2 females among them, both endowed with perfected tailoring skills. Zhao Feng had previously speculated that Wang Zhaojun's luck would be high, yet he had not anticipated it to be this extraordinary that in his previous summoning, he had encountered D-level civilians, and soldiers predominantly fell into the B and C categories. Truly, she was one of the legendary 4 great beauties. In comparison, Zhao Feng felt like a mere weakling. Chapter 31. The Zombie Assault. Captain Zheng, let Yu Yun lead the Yu family army, while you continue to command the others. You are the captain of Team 1, and Yu Yun will lead Team 2. The safety of the territory is paramount. I trust the 2 of you will coordinate effectively. What do you think? Zhao Feng inquired the following morning at 8 o'clock after completing his training in the Shennong technique, summoning Zheng Ergu and Yu Yun. Though Zheng Ergu's strength was vastly inferior to Yu Yun's, he had been the first to align with Zhao Feng, and his loyalty had reached maximum value, so Zhao Feng would not forsake him. Zheng Ergu, without any ulterior motives, respectfully clasped his hands. I will obey your orders. Captain Yu, I hope for your guidance in the future. Given the sudden parity in status, Zheng Ergu, despite his unwavering loyalty, was well aware of the significant gap between himself and Yu Yun. His genuine dedication to the territory and Zhao Feng's well-being had even led him to prepare to resign from his captaincy to make way for Yu Yun. However, before he could voice his intention, Zhao Feng had already made the arrangement, leaving him deeply touched. Yu Yun cast an unexpected glance at Zhao Feng and Zheng Ergu, astonished by Zhao Feng's immediate trust and the considerable authority bestowed upon him. Having served in the military in his past life, he was accustomed to officials who would stab you in the back. Merely avoiding sabotage was a blessing, let alone trust. Overwhelmed with emotion and trepidation, Yu Yun promptly knelt on one knee, bowed to Zhao Feng, and declared, I vow to protect the territory and our lord with my life. Brother Zheng, I am unworthy of your guidance. Let us communicate and progress together. System notification. Your trust has moved Yu Yun. Loyalty 5. Excellent. We are now one step closer to unwavering loyalty at 80. Indeed, the ancient people are better, Zhao Feng thought with pride swelling in his heart. So it shall be. By the way, here are 10 million energy points. Captain Yu, please arrange for the enhancement of the Yu family army strength. Moreover, I trust you are aware of the military camp's characteristics. Let Zhao Jun summon again tomorrow, that I hope you will be prepared for further challenges. Listening to the substantial energy points ringing in his mind and absorbing Zhao Feng's words, Yu Yun suddenly found himself in tears. He knelt on one knee and bowed deeply. I swear to protect the territory and our Lord with unwavering dedication, that a man may shed tears, but he does so sparingly, for he is yet to encounter the depths of sorrow. It is not merely the fact that Zhao Feng has transferred a staggering 10 million energy units to him. Rather, it is the promise Zhao Feng made to allow Wang Zhaojun to summon him again, granting him the opportunity to reunite with his comrades, that he has been reborn, liberated from the disheartening era that once engulfed him. And as new hope flourishes within him, he fervently wishes for his family and companions to join him in this brave new world. Although uncertainty lingers regarding the feasibility of such a reunion, Zhao Feng has bestowed upon him this glimmer of hope, striking a chord deep within his heart, awakening emotions he struggles to contain, leading to an outpouring of feelings. System notification. Your trust and actions have deeply moved Yu Yun. Loyalty 10. Observing the elated Yu Yun, Zhao Feng felt somewhat flustered. He had never anticipated that his words would provoke such a profound reaction. He hurriedly approached and helped Yu Yun to his feet. While Zhao Feng was taken aback, Zheng Lao Air found it entirely expected. He too yearned for the reunion of his 100-man squad in this new realm. As Zhao Feng aided Yushan in rising, he prepared to offer words of comfort, but a series of sharp, resonant gong sounds echoed from afar. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Feng was still trying to comprehend the situation when Zheng Lao Air, with a serious expression, proclaimed, "My lord, it appears that zombies from the direction of the town are advancing to attack. You should remain within the Lord's manor. Leave the rest to us." Zombies attacking. Zhao Feng was momentarily stunned, then replied, "I will join you. Rest assured, I am not one to cower in fear, and without experiencing battle, how can I grow? Let us proceed. I shall not recklessly charge ahead and burden you." With a confident smile, Zhao Feng summoned a common-grade longsword into his grasp. After the recent influx of resources through trade, he had acquired numerous ordinary weapons, particularly swords and knives, of which there were over 100, ensuring that each individual was well equipped. There were also several long spears, though in lesser quantity, sufficient to arm the Yu family army. Zheng Lao Air remained concerned for Zhao Feng's safety, yet Yushan gently tugged at him. Shaking his head in disapproval, wiping away his tears, Yushan gazed at Zhao Feng's determined retreating figure, satisfaction swelling within him. His father had similarly led from the front, adhering to strict discipline, which forged the undefeated Yu family army. For the future of their territory and for Zhao Feng's potential to achieve greater heights, it was advantageous for him to partake in these battles that as for safety, unless the entire Yu family army fell. They would ensure that not a single enemy would lay a finger on him. With both Zhao Feng and Yu Yun expressing their intentions, Zheng Lao Air pondered for a moment, then acquiesced and followed suit. Upon stepping outside, Zhao Feng observed that the inhabitants of the territory had already sprung into action. The scholars and 2 young women, under the guidance of Wang Haoqi, had all taken shelter within the warehouse, prioritizing their safety due to their limited combat abilities. All of the Yu family soldiers grasped long spears and rushed towards the distant iron walls with remarkable speed. In mere moments, Zhao Feng could only discern their fleeting figures. With an agility exceeding 200, Zhao Feng found it challenging to keep pace with them. Most of the soldiers accompanying Zheng Lao Air followed closely behind the Yu family army, one hand gripping a long sword, the other wielding a riot shield, while 3 or 4 small teams diverged to the left and right, as well as towards the rear walls. Everyone donned military green short-sleeve shirts, long trousers, black leather boots, and protective helmets, moving in an orderly and swift manner, evoking a nostalgic sense of returning to military training during his university days. The entire territory buzzed with a sense of urgency, yet remained composed, prompting Zhao Feng to nod in satisfaction. Just as he was about to charge forward, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Wang Zhaojun, who had donned military attire and wielded a common-grade longsword, exuding an aura of elegance and valor. As one of the 4 great beauties of Huagua, her striking presence was undeniable. With each change of attire, she radiated a different charm, leaving Zhao Feng momentarily stunned. Fortunately, having been captivated several times before, he quickly regained his composure. "Zhao Jun, Combat is a matter for men. You need not concern yourself with it. Please rest within the Phoenix Ming Pavilion while I ensure the iron barriers are secured for you." Wang Zhaojun smiled and shook her head, gracefully twirling her sword. "Your intentions are appreciated, my lord, but I have no desire to be a mere ornament. Moreover, given your current prowess, a duel between us would yield an uncertain outcome." Observing the confident smile on Wang Zhaojun's face, Zhao Feng recalled her golden rank and her sword-dancing proficiency, as well as her mastery of the Phoenix Ming Nine Heavens technique, revealing her formidable strength. He understood that Wang Zhaojun's mention of an uncertain outcome was a gesture of politeness, and thus refrained from challenging her decision to join the fray. "Then do take care of yourself." Zhao Feng nodded in acknowledgement, signaling for her to proceed. "And you should also remain vigilant, my lord," Wang Zhaojun replied, returning his nod before swiftly dashing forward. Chapter 32. The Invincible Yu Family Army Indeed. The test has arrived and none shall retreat. United we stand. Watching Wang Zhaojun's swift disappearance, Zhao Feng nodded in satisfaction before hastening to the side of the Phoenix Ming Pavilion. With a mere thought, dozens of heavy iron blocks descended from above, closely aligned to encase the entire pavilion. Once the protective measures for the Phoenix Ming Pavilion were complete, Zhao Feng swiftly made his way to the barracks. Applying the same iron encasement. With the fortifications finalized, Zhao Feng, accompanied by Zheng Ergo and Chao Dehu, dashed towards the distant iron barriers that in a matter of 3 to 4 minutes. Zhao Feng covered the kilometer distance. Arriving beneath the towering iron wall, standing at 3 meters high, the wall was insurmountable for Zhao Feng. However, Zheng Lao'er had anticipated this, placing 2-meter-high piles of iron ore at intervals along the wall's interior. Utilizing his mental focus, Zhao Feng effortlessly ascended to the top of the iron wall by stepping onto the ore piles. Wang Zhaojun and the others had already taken their positions atop the wall. Gazing into the distance, following their line of sight, Zhao Feng beheld a formidable horde of thousands of zombified dogs, pigs, and cows surging forth like a relentless tide, forming a chaotic and massive legion of undead beasts. Once familiar faces had now morphed into grotesque and terrifying visages. The eyes of the zombie dogs gleamed with an eerie green light of death, their claws extended as they howled mournfully. The zombie pigs, though bulky, moved with unexpected agility, their twisted tusks bared as they lunged at potential targets. The once gentle zombie cows now embodied sheer brutality, driven solely by a desire to charge and destroy. A ferocious wind stirred up clouds of dust, obscuring half the sky, as the advancing horde caused the earth to tremble beneath their weight. Each stride resonated with the scent of death, and every anguished roar served as a warning to the living. The once tranquil expanse had transformed into a nightmarish scene, where the overwhelming tide of undead creatures resembled an unstoppable flood of horror. This was Zhao Feng's first encounter with such a sight. And while a flicker of shock coursed through him, an undercurrent of fear also took hold that a few individual zombies, or even a dozen, he could confront, but facing such a multitude charging forth left him at a loss for how to proceed. At that moment, he felt a surge of gratitude for having constructed the iron barriers. Otherwise, should these zombies charge unimpeded, his territory would likely be reduced to rubble in a matter of moments. Prepare for battle. Switch to battle axes. Zheng Lao'er's furious shout jolted Zhao Feng from his stupor. Turning to observe, he saw that Zheng Lao'er and the others had already discarded their longswords. Drawing fire axes from their backs, the decaying flesh of the zombie animals revealed that much of their bodies were skeletal. Thus, the longswords would prove ineffective, making the switch to larger axes a wise decision. Zhao Feng silently approved, yet he did not change his weapon. His falling petal sword technique boasted superior lethality that as he glanced back at Zheng Lao'er's team, a powerful roar erupted from Yu Yun's direction. Upon turning, Zhao Feng was rendered speechless by the sight before him. Including Yu Yun, 20 members of the Yu family army leapt from the iron wall at a 3-meter drop, akin to a story of a building, would typically elicit hesitation from Zhao Feng. Yet the Yu family soldiers displayed no such trepidation, leaping into the air without a second thought. With a resounding thud, they landed flawlessly, their legs bending slightly to absorb the impact. Not a single one faltering. Such decisiveness and steadiness indicated that they had surely engaged in similar feats before. Once they had safely landed, the soldiers turned their backs to the iron wall. forming a triangular formation with Yu Yun at the apex. With a thunderous roar, without the need for any command from Yu Yun, all the soldiers of the Yu family gripped their weapons tightly. Their gaze fixated on the approaching horde of zombies, their eyes betraying not a hint of fear. Though the Yu family army was not numerous, the aura of lethal intent they exuded was enough to startle Zhao Feng. Even the seasoned soldiers led by Zheng Lao Heir, well acquainted with the rigors of battle, felt a flicker of respect upon witnessing the formidable presence of the Yu family troops. Among the soldiers under Zheng Lao Heir's command, a small fraction felt a twinge of nervousness. However, they were quickly bolstered by the Yu family's fierce spirit, their resolve hardening, and their grip on their fire axes becoming steadier. The zombie horde moved with remarkable speed, covering several hundred meters in just over 10 breaths, arriving at the base of the iron wall. Leading the charge was a massive zombie bull, transformed and towering nearly 2 meters, its body marred and grotesque. Covered in putrid flesh, presenting an utterly terrifying visage. Its 2 curved horns, resembling scimitars, charged directly at Yu Yun, who stood resolute at the forefront. Yet, Yu Yun's expression remained unchanged as he raised his long spear high and, with a swift and powerful strike, brought it crashing down. With a deafening thud, the enormous head of the zombie bull was obliterated, its hefty body collapsing to the ground after stumbling a few steps. In the next moment, a crystal of dark energy, radiating an intense black light, and a parchment glowing with the same hue appeared beside the corpse. Though the spoils lay tantalizingly close, Yu Yun did not rush to claim them. Instead, he immediately raised his spear once more, striking down fiercely a second time. The sudden demise of the zombie bull obstructed the advance of a zombie pig, whose snout had entirely rotted away. Revealing its skeletal interior, it crashed into the corpse of the bull, tumbling to the ground. Just as it attempted to rise, Yu Yun's spear descended again, with a resounding crack, akin to a watermelon bursting. The head of the zombie pig exploded, leaving behind another dark energy crystal. This time, only the crystal emerged as loot, with no other items to be found. Yu Yun paid it no heed. Instead, he gracefully leaped atop the body of the bull, his spear moving with the fluidity of a dragon. With each strike, be it a smash or a thrust, he aimed directly for the vital points of the zombies, dispatching them in an instant. He never needed a second strike for the same foe. His prowess was matched only by his fellow soldiers of the Yu family, who mirrored his efficiency that in less than a minute, they had accumulated a mountain of zombie corpses around them. Easily numbering in the hundreds, the sheer volume of bodies began to disrupt their formation. With a powerful sweep of his spear, Yu Yun tore through the throng, creating a breach amidst the encroaching undead. Without needing to utter a single command, 2 soldiers from the Yu family, positioned behind him, unleashed their weapons with precision, sending 2 zombie dogs tumbling through the air, further widening the gap. With the path cleared, Yu Yun stepped forward, boldly charging into the mass of zombies. There were no cries of alarm, no signs of fear, and no hesitation. The remaining Yu soldiers followed suit, plunging headlong into the fray. The horde surged like a relentless tide. Yet the Yu family troops pressed onward like a steadfast warship, cutting through the chaos without sustaining a scratch. Chapter 33. Mutated red ginger juice atop the iron wall. Zhao Feng's sword flashed like lightning, piercing through the leaping zombie greyhound before its head could even reach the top of the wall. Simultaneously, a faintly glowing black energy crystal materialized beside it, falling to the ground, before the corpse of the greyhound could be dislodged. 2 other zombie dogs leaped from either side, their sharp, cold teeth aimed directly at Zhao Feng. Before the 2 zombies could close in within a meter of him, Zheng Ergo on the left and Chao Dahu on the right unleashed their attacks, striking down the 2 zombie dogs with their fire axes, not with the blade, but with the blunt side. With a thunderous crack, both zombie heads burst apart, rendered utterly lifeless. Not only Zhao Feng, but also the soldiers under Zheng Lao Heir, positioned along the iron wall, mirrored the actions of Zheng Ergo and Chao Dahu, relentlessly wielding their axes with the same technique. Initially, they had used the blade, but when one soldier, lacking sufficient strength, inadvertently got his axe stuck in the skull of a slain zombie, he was nearly bitten by another approaching zombie dog, saved only by the timely intervention of a comrade. Since that incident, Zheng Lao Heir had mandated that everyone switch to using the blunt side of the axe. Fortunately, The soldiers possessed enough strength, and given that only the zombie dogs could leap, their heads were somewhat weaker compared to those of the zombie pigs and bulls, making the axe backs perfectly suited for the task. Not far from Zhao Feng, Wang Zhaojun observed the Yu family soldiers, who moved through the zombie horde like a peerless sword, and then turned her gaze to Zhao Feng, who faced the onslaught of leaping zombie dogs without a trace of fear. She also noticed the soldiers, though not particularly powerful, uniting in their efforts and assisting one another, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This territory was small, and the Lord was weak, yet the indomitable spirit of camaraderie and determination inspired even her, filling her heart with fervor. Yes, she swung her sword, the heads of 2 zombie dogs, just as they were about to snap, their bloody jaws were severed cleanly, shooting into the air. System prompt. Your bravery has moved Wang Zhaojun. Loyalty to a notification echoed in Zhao Feng's mind. But at that moment, all his focus was on the incoming zombie dogs. Oblivious to the message, he swung his sword, again and again, facing the relentless assault of the undead. Initially, he relied on Jing Ergo or Chao De Hu for assistance to eliminate the zombie dogs. But after 100 strikes, his arms began to ache, and he found himself grasping the rhythm, often delivering fatal blows with a single stroke. Strike after strike, Zhao Feng lost count of how many times he had swung his sword. His internal energy had been entirely depleted, and as he lifted his nearly numb arm to strike once more, he noticed that no more zombie dogs were leaping at him. In a moment of daze, Zhao Feng realized that the once thundering horde had vanished, leaving behind a sea of corpses, glimmering black energy crystals, and various items scattered across the ground. Did we truly win? His mind paused for nearly a second as he glanced at the soldiers resting atop the iron wall. Then at the Yu family soldiers who had returned to the base, chatting and laughing among themselves, that a broad smile spread across his face. We really did win. This was the first time Zhao Feng had faced such a colossal battle. To claim he felt no anxiety would have been disingenuous. Yet they had not only emerged victorious, but had done so without a single casualty or injury. The Iron Wall and the Yu family soldiers were undeniably pivotal in this triumph. After taking several deep breaths to quell his excitement, Zhao Feng sheathed his sword, surveying everyone before addressing them. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Rest well today. I will procure some meat for us to enjoy a fine meal tonight. Thank you, Lord. Long live the Lord. The soldiers cheered loudly, their faces alight with exhilaration. Zheng Lao Er and Yu Yun led their troops away, while Wang Haoqi and others began to clear the battlefield and gather the spoils. As for the distribution of the loot, Zhao Feng was unsure how to proceed, so he entrusted the entire matter to Yu Yun and Wang Zhaojun for their handling. There was no need for Zhao Feng to deal with the zombie corpses, as both Zheng Lao Er and Zheng Ergo had their own packs. They would gather all the bodies into their packs and transport them to a clearing several kilometers away to incinerate them. Zhao Feng was uncertain whether high temperatures would eradicate the virus, but it was certainly preferable to burial. These areas would eventually fall within his territory, designated for cultivation, that if the zombie virus contaminated the soil through buried corpses, it would spell disaster for him. There were far too many bodies, so Zhao Feng divided them into dozens of heaps, igniting them with what fell from the nearby trees, flames soaring into the sky. As the corpses began to burn, Zhao Feng turned to head back to his territory. On the return journey, he initiated a video call with Zhao Su Sheng, who answered almost immediately. Dad, are you free to talk now? Of course, just got home. What is up? I wanted to ask if you have any meat. Pork, beef, or lamb will do. Enough for 100 people. We have meat, but most of it is pork. There is a bit of beef, but not much, and no lamb. 100 people. That is quite a lot. Yes, my territory has grown in number recently. That we just exterminated a horde of zombies, and I plan to treat them to a good meal. You encountered a zombie horde. How did it go? Are you hurt? Zhao Su Sheng's voice turned anxious, alarmed by the news that in this early stage of the apocalypse, there had been no reports of anyone infected by the virus that could be saved. Zhao Feng chuckled with pride. It was just a horde of animals from the nearby town that had turned into zombies, that we wiped them out completely, with no casualties or injuries, to prevent his parents from worrying. Zhao Feng chose not to mention the existence of 100,000 zombies in the town. Moreover, after this victory, he felt confident in facing the ordinary zombies. The only uncertainty lay with the intelligent ones. However, he trusted that Yu Yun would be able to handle them. Speaking of injuries, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered an item in his pack, a fist-sized orb of red liquid. Mutated red ginger juice. Common item quantity. 890 special effect. Each drop can neutralize a single instance of zombie virus infection. Note: the ginger juice must be consumed before the zombie virus infects the brain to be effective. This was obtained after refining all the mutated red ginger harvested from the Shennong space, prior to his participation in battle, to prevent any accidental injuries. Having been preoccupied with fighting, he had forgotten about it. With a mere thought, 10 drops separated from his pack and were traded to Zhao Xuxing. Dad, this is a precious item. Hurry and take it. Hiss. How do you have this? Zhao Xuxing was genuinely astonished. Just moments ago, he had thought no one in the world could cure the zombie virus. Yet his son had just traded him an item. 10 drops. Were those 10 drops of ginger juice? No, that was the equivalent of 10 lives. Observing Zhao Xuxing's shocked expression, Zhao Feng said with pride, Dad, are you sure you want to know how I acquired it? Zhao Xuxing opened his mouth, paused for several seconds, sighed, and shook his head, saying, Forget it, I don't want to know that I've transferred the pork and beef to you. After this, I don't have much left. If you want more, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Seeing the 4 slabs of pork and 50 pounds of beef traded over by his father, Zhao Feng smiled with satisfaction. Thank you, Dad. I'll handle it myself next time. The beef was not plentiful and had to be saved for the goddess, while the 4 slabs of pork amounted to 2 pigs, weighing around 600 to 700 pounds. If used sparingly, it could last for several meals. Besides the pork, Zhao Xuxing had thoughtfully traded a variety of sauces and seasonings as well. Chapter 34. The activation of Wang Zhaojuan's special ability in Zhao Feng's territory. Everyone gathered around several large cauldrons, chatting and laughing. Inside the cauldrons, pork was stewing with various seasonings, the aroma wafting through the air, making many swallow in secret. Before their rebirth, many had not tasted meat in a long time. In fact, they hadn't even eaten normal rice in ages. That to have so much pork stewing together was simply unbelievable for them, considering their past lives. Lord, here are the recent harvest accounts. The items have been stored in the warehouse. Please check. The energy crystals from this harvest have been distributed according to each person's military merit. Wang Haoqi approached Zhao Feng, presenting a notebook filled with simplified Chinese written in ballpoint pen. At the moment of their rebirth, not only did they retain some basic knowledge of the modern world, but they also possessed information about simplified Chinese characters from Huagua. Thank you, you've worked hard. Zhao Feng took the notebook with both hands, and upon glancing at it, his expression was instantly filled with shock. Military camp. Black iron, quantity 8 tea house. Black iron, quantity 3 refugee camp. Black iron. Quantity 1 military camp. Common item, quantity 50 refugee camp. Common item, quantity 65 arrow tower. Common item, quantity 12 long sword. Common item, quantity 102 long knife. Common item, quantity 96 cattle shed. Common item. Quantity 7. The majority of the items were common, totaling over 10,000, with an abundance of weapons, but numerous buildings were also included. These were obtained from the previous large-scale trade of purified water. The remaining black iron amounted to over 2,000 pieces, acquired from this zombie wave. With 5 or 6,000 second-tier zombies, aside from those 5 or 6,000 black iron energy crystals, only a little over 2,000 items had dropped at a drop rate of nearly 1/3 was the reason for Zhao Feng's astonishment. According to the discussions he observed across 2 channels, the normal drop rate for items was often 1 in 10. With poorer rates dipping below 1 in 100. In comparison, their territory's drop rate of nearly 1/3 was exceedingly high. With 8 black iron military camps, and adding the current one, it meant his territory could potentially recruit up to 180 soldiers in a single day. 180, if it were before yesterday, Zhao Feng would have considered that a significant number, but thinking of the nearly 100,000 zombies just tens of kilometers away, he felt this number was insufficient. While there were numerous common military camps, there was not much space left in his territory to construct additional buildings. After pondering, Zhao Feng handed the notebook back to Wang Haoqi and said, Old Wang, please retrieve the blueprints for the 8 black iron military camps from the warehouse, and cook all the pork. The animal zombie attack was imminent, and with 100,000 zombies approaching, it was uncertain when they would arrive. If they could recruit a day earlier, they should do so. Wang Haoqi was aware of the situation in the town several kilometers away, so he was not surprised by Zhao Feng's actions. He nodded, understood. 8 blueprints radiating black light were soon delivered to Zhao Feng. He opened the virtual map of the territory and constructed 4 military camps on each side of the Lord's mansion. The 8 tents materialized instantaneously, and there was no longer enough space in Zhao Feng's territory to build any other structures. Once the tents were set up, the Yu family army led by Yu Yun, along with the elite team led by Zheng Lauer, eagerly awaited Wang Xiaojun. Zhao Feng smiled at Wang Xiaojun. Xiaojun, those who are capable must work harder. Please proceed. Wang Xiaojun nodded with a smile. At your command. With a graceful step, she moved forward, followed by a group of strong M.E.N.A.T. that moment. The enticing aroma of the meat in the cauldron lost much of its allure. The group quickly arrived at the first military camp, where Wang Xiaojun's mind flickered, and black light illuminated the space. Before long, a robust man approximately 1.9 meters tall appeared within the tent. Before the man could open his eyes, Yu Yun's voice filled with excitement broke forth. Yu Prung. Hearing the call, the robust man abruptly opened his eyes, confusion flickering within them. Before he could make sense of the situation, Yu Yun's familiar face came into his view. Young master. Yu Peng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Just as he was about to inquire, Yu Yun pulled him out. Come out quickly. Others are still waiting to be revived. After a succession of 20 flashes of light, Yu Yun's face was beaming with joy. This time, all were members of the Yu family army. The only regret was that among these figures, there was no sign of his biological brother. 7 more tents, with no time to greet the newly arrived soldiers. Yu Yun fixed his eager gaze on Wang Xiaojun. Not just him, but all the members of the Yu family army, and even Zhao Feng, shared the sentiment, with so many eager eyes upon her. Even Wang Xiaojun, no matter how composed, felt her cheeks flush. Ignoring the multitude of stares, Wang Xiaojun swiftly moved to the second military camp to initiate the summoning that as the black light shone. This time, a girl clad in fitted attire, around 12 or 13 years old, appeared. Seeing that it was not a robust man, Wang Xiaojun initially thought it would disappoint Yu Yun. She turned to apologize, ready to tell him that he had been let down once again, only to find Yu Yun gazing at the girl with tears streaming down his face. Big brother, is that you? Big brother, is it really you? The girl, upon opening her eyes, looked at Yu Yun with disbelief. Her memories were frozen at the moment she jumped into the well, crying out for justice for her father and brother, yet she never anticipated her inexplicable revival, let alone the chance to see her deceased elder brother again. It's me. I was also revived by the Lord. Not just me, but many from the Yu family army have been revived by the Lord. Hearing the voice reminiscent of his memories, Yu Yun's tone trembled as he wiped his eyes repeatedly. But the tears would not cease. Yu Yinping, his youngest sister. Each revived individual's memories were anchored at different points in time. Yu Yun had learned about the circumstances at home after he and his father were wronged through other members of the Yu family army. The most heart-wrenching news was that of this sister, who had jumped into the well to her death. 13 years old. She was at the most beautiful age of blossoming womanhood, yet she had succumbed to despair because of him and their father. When he heard that news, his heart had ached unbearably, as if he could not breathe, never expecting to see her again in this place. Brother, Yu Yinping leaped into Yu Yun's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. No one could fathom the rage and heartache she experienced upon learning of her father's and brother's unjust deaths, as if the entire sky had collapsed and the world had turned monochrome. Every breath felt like 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. The pain and torment nearly shattered her fragile spirit at the tender age of 13, that choosing to jump into the well was both an act of seeking justice for her father and brother and a means to escape the unbearable anguish within her heart. Watching the brother and sister weep in each other's arms, Zhao Feng discreetly wiped his eyes as well and gave Wang Xiaojun, who seemed a bit flustered, a thumbs up that if he had been the one to summon. It would likely have taken countless attempts to bring forth a female soldier. Throughout the history of Huagua, female soldiers were indeed exceedingly rare. Yet, unexpectedly, Wang Xiaojun's special effect as one of the 4 great beauties activated once more, successfully summoning the unique figure of Yu Yinping. Yu Yinping, Black Iron Age, 13 level, 1050, Lord. Yin Yin Loyalty, 70 Strength, 246 Agility, 270 Spirit, 280 Qualification. Martial Arts, Basic 18 Martial Arts, Perfect. Horsemanship, Perfect. Yu Family Spear, Perfect. Upon seeing Yu Yinping's attributes, Zhao Feng gasped in astonishment. Not only did her strength and agility surpass his, but her spirit was also nearly maxed out. And her qualification was an impressive S. She was the second individual in his territory, aside from himself, to possess such a high qualification. Most importantly, she was merely 13 years old. It was hard to imagine how powerful she would become as she matured. Chapter 35. The Shocking Impact of Ginger Jusahem. After waiting for several minutes, the second soldier from the military camp had already been summoned. Yu Yun and Yu Yinping were still weeping in each other's embrace. While Zhao Feng could only clear his throat a couple of times, that he understood that the reunion had unleashed emotions that had been suppressed for far too long, making it difficult for them to regain composure. However, with so many eyes upon them, he feared that their eventual awakening might lead to embarrassment, hence his gentle reminder. Moreover, the two were blocking the entrance of the tent, and the second summoned robust man had already been inside for nearly a minute. He too was a member of the Yu family army. Upon hearing Zhao Feng's cough, Yu Yun instantly regained her senses and looked up to see the second summoned soldier from the Yu family army. She smiled and nodded, then reached out to wipe away her sister's tears, taking her hand and leading her to Zhao Feng's side, where they both knelt down with a resounding thud. Yu Yinping followed closely behind and knelt as well. Zhao Feng was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward to assist them. "Captain Yu, what are you doing? Please rise at once. Did I not mention that we do not engage in such practices in our territory?" As he spoke, he exerted himself to lift them up, but to no avail. Not only could he not budge Yu Yun, even Yu Yinping remained firmly on the ground, and they insisted on offering 2 bows. "Thank you, my lord, for your boundless grace, that we have no means to repay you but pledge to serve you with our lives, to the very last drop of blood." System notification. You have revived Yu Yinping. Yu Yun expresses her gratitude for your kindness. Loyalty 10. System notification. You have revived the elder brother. Yu Yinping expresses her gratitude for your kindness. Loyalty 10.2. Melodious voices resonated in Zhao Feng's mind, bringing him a surge of joy. Yu Yun's loyalty had reached an impressive 96, leaving her merely 4 points shy of the maximum. Yu Yinping's initial loyalty was 70, but with this addition, she had instantaneously reached the steadfast threshold of 80. Excellent, truly formidable. Zhao Feng grinned broadly and once more helped the two to their feet. "Captain Yu, I appreciate your intentions, but in the face of danger, your safety must always come first. Do you understand? This is an order, not just for you, but for everyone here. Is that clear?" "Understood, my lord," came the unified response from those around him, and Zhao Feng's mind was instantly flooded with a series of system notifications indicating loyalty 1. 2. Splendid. Yet another wave of goodwill accumulated. Zhao Feng smiled and nodded at everyone before gesturing for Wang Zhaojun to continue with the summons. This time, he instructed Wang Zhaojun to slightly alter her method. Instead of summoning all soldiers from one tent before proceeding to the next, she would initiate the summons in the second tent, and as soon as the soldiers began to gather, move directly on to the third tent, thus operating in parallel across 8 tents. Approximately an hour later, as the meat simmered to perfect tenderness, Zhao Feng's camp had welcomed 159 robust men and 1 main out of a total of 160, all of A-grade quality. And all were members of the Yu family army. This could not merely be described as good fortune. It was nothing short of miraculous. Was it the mysterious pull of fate, or was it that the heavens too felt an unquenchable yearning for the Yu family army, deliberately allowing them to be reborn in his territory to forge new glories? Zhao Feng's mind raced with wild speculations, but without any reference, he ultimately decided to abandon them. Regardless of the reason, he was immensely pleased. The battle that morning had truly acquainted Zhao Feng with the formidable might of an invincible army. Soldiers like these were indeed a treasure, and the more, the merrier. With insufficient seating, everyone simply sat on the ground, dining and chatting. The newly arrived members of the Yu family army joyfully reunited with their old comrades, sharing countless topics of conversation. Zheng Laojiu's soldiers were equally effusive, their faces alight with smiles. Though the meal lacked alcohol, it was a joyous occasion. After everyone returned to their quarters to rest, Zhao Feng, Yu Yun, Yu Yinping, Zheng Laojiu, Wang Zhaojun, and Wang Haoqi gathered around a campfire. Sitting on the ground, Zhao Feng turned to Yu Yun and said, "Captain Yu, regarding the nearly 100,000 zombies, what are your thoughts? Do you believe we could take the initiative to strike?" The people of that town had transformed overnight into zombies, and undoubtedly, within lay countless supplies that they desperately needed. Rice, meat, oil, salt, and more. If they could eradicate all those zombies, The entire town would be theirs, providing ample resources to sustain their territory for a considerable time. Indeed, Zhao Feng had set his sights on the supplies of the small town. While the mutated sweet potatoes in their territory were still sufficient for everyone, with the increase in population, relying solely on them would inevitably fall short, leading to monotony and nutritional deficiencies. The town housed over 10,000 households and numerous supermarkets, ensuring a wealth of supplies. This thought had struck Zhao Feng when he realized he needed to devise a solution for their material needs. Yes, Yuyan nodded in agreement, that I was thinking along the same lines, that I plan to lead a team tonight to scout for intelligence, and then we'll decide how to proceed. Previously, she had hesitated to take such initiative. But with the substantial increase in the Yu family army today, her confidence had surged. Tomorrow, they would also gain 200 more soldiers, even if they were not all from the Yu family army. She felt a 70% certainty of victory in battle. Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. Very well, I entrust all actions to you, that I will follow your lead. But wait, let me first gather information on the advanced zombies to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Also, here are 500 drops of ginger juice. Distribute them as needed. Should anyone be bitten by a zombie or suffer a laceration, they must consume it immediately. 1 drop can neutralize the zombie virus. With a thought, 500 drops of red ginger juice materialized in a cup in his hand, which he then offered to Yu Yun. Thank you, my lord, Yu Yun said, taking it with both hands, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She had indeed prepared for casualties, but she had not expected Zhao Feng to possess such a miraculous remedy. With matters settled, everyone went their separate ways to rest, lying on the soft bed. Zhao Feng opened his friend list and sent a message to Shengwan Wana. Sister Shengwan, are you there? Yes, Brother Yin. How has your day been? Not too bad, well-fed and well-clothed. By the way, is your family within a safe zone? Quite fortunate. We are in a small safe area, so no need to worry. Well, congratulations. By the way, I stumbled upon a peculiar plant and refined it into something with special properties. Please accept this. Upon finishing his message, Zhao Feng traded 3 drops of red ginger juice to Shengwan Wanner, that he held her in high regard and genuinely considered her a friend, not wanting to lose such a valuable collaborator. Thus, he decided to gift her the 3 drops for her safety. Of course, he could not reveal the existence of the Shennong Mall, so he concocted a casual excuse. The items were quickly accepted. But after several minutes, there was no response from her. Zhao Feng grinned, not particularly concerned. He was well aware of the current value of red ginger juice, though he could not see Shengwan Wanner's face. He could easily imagine her astonished expression. Indeed, as Zhao Feng had anticipated, upon seeing the properties of the ginger juice, Shengwan Wanner was rendered speechless. Not only her, but after she shared the properties of the red ginger juice with her parents. They too were left in a state of disbelief. Shengwan Yu, the head of the business, quickly regained his composure and hurriedly pulled his still-dazed wife, rushing into their daughter's room. What did Yin say? What does he want? Never mind, whatever he desires, as long as we can fulfill it, we shall agree. Upon seeing his daughter, Shengwan Yu could no longer contain his excitement. The ginger juice was far too crucial. 1 drop equated to a life saved. Although the outbreak of the zombie virus had only occurred a few days prior, several of his friends had already succumbed to the virus after being scratched during battles, transforming into zombies. No, Brother Yin didn't request anything. He simply gifted it to us, Shengwan Wanner replied. Shengwan Yu was taken aback. He didn't ask for anything, just gave it to us. Chapter 36. The Second Avatar. Gold. This favor was monumental. Shengwan Yu furrowed his brow. As a businessman, he was well aware that favors were the hardest to repay. And for him, Yan's favor translated to 3 lives, while owing someone a favor was one matter. He desired more than just these 3 drops, that if Yan could provide 3 drops to his daughter, it implied he possessed more. Regardless of how many he had left, should they exhaust their 3 drops, Yan would become their, and indeed, the entire Blue Star's sole lifeline. The issue was that he had received these 3 drops for free, incurring a monumental debt of gratitude. How could he dare to ask for more? To request that the other party sell him more of such a life-saving item would be met with rejection, and he would have no grounds to argue. Thus, he realized he could not allow the other party to gift him anything this time. Rather, he should offer something of significant value in return. Ideally, he would want to bestow something that would leave Yin in his debt, ensuring that the next time he needed to request a drop, Yin would find it difficult to refuse. Previously, he had given Yin many items, thinking of the purified water, but now he realized those gestures had been somewhat lacking. What could he offer? Shang Wanyu pondered, noting that he currently had a golden-grade weapon at hand, but that paled in comparison to 3 drops of red ginger juice, let alone the prospect of putting Yin in his debt. After some contemplation, Shang Wanyu turned to his daughter, Dawaner. Here's the plan. First, thank him sincerely, as for the rest, allow me to leverage some connections and see if I can procure something valuable. Then, you can reach out to him again. Shang Wanyu nodded, opened her contacts, and sent a message to Zhao Feng. Brother Yin, your gift is truly overwhelming. I hardly know how to express my gratitude that my father mentioned that the favor owed is quite substantial, which has left him somewhat restless. He has gone to find a gift for you. So please do not refuse it when the time comes. That there's no need for formality. Sister Shangwan, as friends, my only wish is for your safety. Tell your father not to be too polite with me. Brother Yin, we are not being polite. I have accepted your gift. That my father's offering is also a token of goodwill. So please do not decline it. Hee. All right, then please convey my thanks to your father in advance. I have already informed my dad that he said it's our family that should be thanking you. Brother Yin, if you ever need anything from us, do not hesitate to reach out. Certainly, I will seek you out. After closing the chat with Shangwan Wanner, Zhao Feng opened the chat with Li Chuanhui and transferred 3 drops of red ginger juice to him. Being a valued partner, Zhao Feng hoped to avert any unforeseen mishaps with him. As the transaction was sent, Zhao Feng also shared the reason for discovering the unusual herb. Zhao Feng anticipated that Li Daolao's reply would take a few minutes, just like Shangwan Wanner's. However, to his surprise, a message from Li Daolao arrived just 1 minute later. Li Chuanhui. Brother Yin, your kindness is immense. That my mother, who is aging, was just accidentally bitten by a small insect. If your ginger juice had arrived even a minute later, she would have been beyond saving. Zhao Feng felt a pang of awkwardness. He had not anticipated the urgency of the situation. Had he known, he would have expedited the transaction. I am relieved to have been of help to you, Brother Li. You have aided me greatly in the past, and I have always wished to reciprocate. Fortunately, I stumbled upon this and decided to share it with you. Brother Yin, please do not say that the my offerings pale in comparison to your gift. Since you have called me brother, I cannot allow you to be at a loss. Here, take these 2 items I just acquired. You can have them first. When I obtain more valuable items in the future, I will trade them to you. With Li Chuanhui's message, 2 transaction notifications appeared. Upon opening them, Zhao Feng was astonished to discover 2 golden grade items. Second avatar, grade gold special effect, combined to any biological entity of golden grade or below, allowing it to become one's second avatar. The information of the avatar operates independently of the main body, but is controlled by it. Trait 1. If the second avatar dies, there is no impact on the main body. Trait 2. If the main body dies, the second avatar perishes. Trait 3. The current default maximum distance between the second avatar and the main body is 20,000 kilometers. Exceeding this distance will sever the connection, and the second avatar will act on its subconscious. Trait 4. The grade of the second avatar cannot exceed golden. If it does, the connection will automatically sever. Long Rainbow Through the Sun Mind Method. Grade Gold Special Effect. This mind method is divided into the Long Rainbow Through the Sun technique and the Long Rainbow Through the Sun swordsmanship. Long Rainbow Through the Sun technique increases strength by 10 points, agility by 5 points, and mental power by 8 points daily. Long Rainbow Through the Sun sword releases a long rainbow through the sun sword energy, capable of attacking any target within a 50-meter range, with an attack power of 780. Training requirement. Golden Grade Zhao Feng gasped upon seeing the 2 items. Truly, he was dealing with a super magnate. Not only were both items golden grade, but they were also extraordinarily exceptional. The existence of a second avatar was something he had not anticipated. The second avatar, essentially his second self, could operate at a distance of up to 20,000 kilometers, allowing him to replace himself in most regions of China. Moreover, the special effect stated it could be any biological entity. This meant he could even choose a zombie as his second avatar, vastly expanding his operational possibilities. The only drawback was that the second avatar could only reach a maximum grade of gold, which would limit its utility as everyone's levels increased. Nevertheless, it was still an exquisite golden grade item. Zhao Feng, thank you, brother. These items are incredibly useful to me, and I will shamelessly accept them. Li Chunhui. Do not say that. Your gift is far more precious than mine, that I am the one who should be accepting it with gratitude. I will refrain from saying more, and if you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Zhao Feng. To be honest, brother, I do have something I wish to inquire about. It seems a high-level zombie has appeared on my end. So, I was wondering if you have any information regarding Tier 3 or higher zombies. Li Chu and Hui. I happen to know about two types. The Tier 3 zombie is called the Raging Infector. It possesses a certain level of intelligence and can drive other zombies away, exhibiting strength that surpasses that of humans, with some exceeding 1,000 points. Be cautious. The Tier 4 zombie is known as the Overlord. It possesses human-level intelligence and can command lower-tier zombies to attack. Notably, it can also spray venom that not only has powerful corrosive properties but also carries a virus. If you encounter it, flee if possible. The Tier 5 zombie is called the Screamer. It has a very high level of intelligence, capable of commanding the zombie horde against it and emitting a supersonic scream that can shatter the brains of anything within 100 meters and rupture eardrums within 200 meters, causing dizziness within 300 meters. Currently, there is only one Tier 5 zombie in China, located near the wasteland area, that it reportedly caused the deaths of over 100 soldiers when it was not noticed, and it managed to escape. It is said that the top combat forces in the wasteland area have now been mobilized with the intent to eliminate it. Chapter 37. From today on, I shall be your personal maid. The above is the information I recently acquired regarding zombies. So please take care of yourselves. Within the Wooden Lord's mansion, Zhao Feng shared the intelligence he had obtained about the zombies with Yu Yun and Jing, emphasizing the terror of the Tier 5 zombie. By the way, that director should possess firearms, not the kind in your hands, but rather hot weapons. Yu nodded. Understood. I was given some relevant knowledge upon rebirth by the system. That is for the best. The rest will depend on you. Zhao Feng nodded with a smile. He was increasingly satisfied with the heavenly path, which even provided knowledge about firearms, saving him from having to explain it himself. By the way, Jing, take this cultivation method for your training. As he spoke, Zhao Feng handed the still-warm long rainbow through the sun mine method to Jing. The Yu family army was equipped with Yu family firearms, combining mine methods and marksmanship into a powerful cultivation technique. However, Jing and the others had only basic sword techniques, the most fundamental skills in the army, lacking even a mine method. Now that Jing had reached the golden grade, without a matching cultivation method, his strength was not even being fully realized. As the first subordinate with maximum loyalty, Zhao Feng naturally wished to take care of him with good resources, receiving it with both hands. Jing Er's eyes widened in astonishment at the properties of the cultivation method, and he quickly knelt on one knee, attempting to return it to Zhao Feng, a golden grade cultivation method, especially one that combined both mind and technique, was something he had never encountered before in his previous life. Not even a general commanding thousands would have had access to such a treasure in the few days since he arrived in the territory. He had hardly made any contributions, and this reward felt far too great for him to bear. As his knee began to bend, Zhao Feng swiftly caught him, feigning displeasure. This is an order. Captain Zheng, with zombies surrounding us, increasing your strength is vital for your protection, allowing you to contribute more to the territory. Consider this an advance on your reward. Understood. Jing Er's eyes glistened with emotion. After decades of service, this was the first time he had felt such genuine care from a leader, evoking a sense of loyalty that he would lay down his life for someone who truly understood him. System prompt. Your heartfelt care for your subordinate has moved Yu Yun. Loyalty 1. System prompt. Your heartfelt care for your subordinate has touched Xiao Dou. Loyalty 1. The two system prompts caused Zhao Feng's smile to widen. He genuinely wished to enhance Jing Er's strength, and the unexpected increase in loyalty from the other two was a delightful surprise. Captain Yu, your Yu family firearms should suffice for now. As your strength increases in the future, I will also find ways to procure stronger cultivation methods for you. And you too, do not be envious. As a leader, it was essential not to let subordinates feel overly favored, so Zhao Feng explained things to Yu Yun and provided some encouragement to his guards. Jing Er and Xiao Dou. The three of them instantly beamed with joy and bowed to Zhao Feng in gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for your benevolence. As the matter concluded, and everyone departed. It was approaching 11 p.m. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged and began practicing the Shennong technique. Previously, practicing the Shennong technique consumed considerable mental energy, but after becoming accustomed to it over the past few days, He found that it no longer drained his mental energy. In fact, he felt invigorated after each session, effectively replacing sleep with practice. When Zhao Feng awakened, the sky was already bright. Checking the system, he noted that it was past 6 a.m. This time, he had spent over 8 hours in practice. Truly, time slipped away unnoticed during cultivation. Zhao Feng marveled at the passage of time. It felt as though he had only run through 20 cycles when, in reality, so much time had passed. However, seeing his personal attribute of Shennong's spiritual energy reach an impressive 4,000, he nodded in satisfaction to "My lord, you are awake. Please wash up." As the door swung open, Yu Yinping's charming face appeared, carrying a basin of warm water. Zhao Feng was taken aback and quickly reached out to receive it. "What are you doing?" "I can manage on my own." Yu Yinping slightly turned her body, blinking her large, watery eyes, and with a serious expression stated, "My lord, from today onwards, I shall be your personal maid. My brother, Manager Wang, and sister Zhao Jun have all consented." Hearing the commotion, Wang Zhao Jun emerged from Fengming Pavilion, smiling as she addressed Zhao Feng. "Indeed, this morning we discussed that you have numerous matters to oversee, and certain daily tasks cannot be handled by the rough men, Zheng Ergu and Chao Dao. Sister Yinping is perfectly suited for the role, so we have appointed her." Zhao Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. "I am young and capable of taking care of myself. My parents manage just fine on their own. If I were to hire a maid, wouldn't I become the subject of ridicule? Furthermore, in this day and age, the notion of a personal maid is quite antiquated. That simply won't do." Yu Yinping shook her head before Wang Zhao Jun could respond. "My lord has shown great kindness to our Yu family, and I am determined to serve you. Who dares mock my lord? I shall vanquish them." Truly, the indomitable spirit of the Yu family soldiers was evident, exuding an imposing presence that left Zhao Feng both amused and bewildered. "Very well, if you insist." Zhao Feng chuckled and nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat speechless, yet he was more concerned about not appearing indecisive in front of Wang Zhao Jun, as it would make him seem immature and lacking in masculinity. "That is more like it." Yu Yinping smiled. "My lord, please proceed to freshen up." His surprise, being attended to by the lovely young maid, made Zhao Feng somewhat envious of the lives led by wealthy landlords in ancient times. It was indeed quite comfortable. Seated outside the lord's manor, Zhao Feng munched on mutated sweet potatoes while listening to Wang Zhao Jun's report. "Today, all personnel for the military camp have been recruited, and they are all from the Yu family army. However, a significant portion possesses B-grade qualifications. Yu Yun has already taken them to familiarize themselves with the affairs of the territory. The refugees have also been summoned. An elder Wang is overseeing their construction of latrines. By the way, last night, Captain Yu dispatched a team to the nearby town to gather intelligence, and they have safely returned. Currently, Captain Yu and Captain Zheng are strategizing for the upcoming offensive, and it is expected that actions will commence by noon." Zhao Feng nodded. He had no experience in warfare, so he remained silent, merely awaiting the outcome. The presence of B-grade soldiers from the Yu family did not surprise him. Even the formidable Yu army could not have all its members possessing A-grade qualifications. However, having the Yu family army for 3 consecutive days did catch him off guard. After resting for a while, feeling a bit bored, Zhao Feng began teaching Wang Zhao Jun and the others how to drive. He was not yet ready to use the second avatar skill he had obtained yesterday, as it was a one-time use and could only target individuals with a maximum qualification of golden grade. Thus, he needed to choose wisely and not rush. With the vehicles being automatic, they quickly grasped the basics, starting the car, pressing the accelerator, braking, steering, and reversing without considering precise parking or observing traffic lights. Wang Zhao Jun, Yu Yinping, Zheng Ergu, and Chao Dao quickly mastered the skills. Eventually, even Yu Yun and Zheng Er, who had come to report, eagerly joined in and learned swiftly. Driving had become a fundamental skill, and from today onward, everyone was to learn it. Zhao Feng established yet another decree for the territory, with Blue Star having expanded 100-fold. Relying solely on their legs to reach the nearby town would be quite challenging, let alone the nearest city. The town was merely the first step in Zhao Feng's plan. He intended to capture it and then proceed to the nearby small city, which was of little significance that he wondered how many humans still survived in that small city, as obtaining specific information in the absence of the internet had become exceedingly difficult. Chapter 38. The battle begins. Zhao Feng entrusted the vehicle to Wang Haoqi, who arranged for everyone to learn. while he entered a designated conference room with Yu Yun and the others. The wooden conference room had just been constructed that morning by Wang Haoqi and his team. With no spare land in the territory, they temporarily converted an empty dormitory into a meeting space. Only 5 individuals were present in the conference room: Zhao Feng, Wang Zhaojun, Yu Yun, Zheng Er, and Wang Haoqi. Zheng Ergu, Chao Dahu, and the newly appointed maid, Yu Yinping, stood guard at the door. For the upcoming clearing of the town, Captain Zheng and I have discussed and decided to split our forces into 4 groups. Yu Yun reported, sitting opposite Zhao Feng, that we have 400 soldiers in our territory, and we shall position them at the 4 entrances surrounding the town, that we need the Lord to erect iron walls around the entrances, leaving only one open to prevent being surrounded by zombies. The entrance need not be too large, allowing for shifts of rest among the soldiers. Finally, we will require the Lord's assistance in clearing the zombie corpses around 2 of the walls, while Captain Zheng and Zheng Ergu will each handle one. The failure to clear the zombie bodies will hinder subsequent zombie assaults, and if our forces engage proactively, we risk being encircled. Yu Yun envied Zheng Er and Zheng Ergu for their ability to befriend the Lord and, more so, for their spatial storage. 50 backpacks capable of holding 100 identical items. Such a treasure was akin to divine artifacts in my previous life. Their existence allows for an abundance of possibilities. If each soldier from the Yu family army had one, we could effortlessly execute long-distance marches, nighttime raids, mountainous warfare, and siege battles. That it may sound boastful, but I am confident that with 10,000 such Yu family soldiers, I could obliterate the Jin kingdom. Alas, he could only admire from afar. Achieving a loyalty level of 100 was exceedingly difficult. He would willingly lay down his life for the Lord, sincerely, but his loyalty was not yet maxed out. He had inquired with the Lord, and it stood at 97, just 3 points shy. Though it seemed trivial, he was at a loss as to how to bridge the gap. Loyalty stems from genuine emotion. One cannot deceive oneself or others, and he found himself powerless in this regard. Zhao Feng was taken aback by Yu Yun's inquiry. It was the first time he had heard someone inquire about their loyalty level. Such an audacious action, if disclosed, would surely elicit a chorus of laughter. I have no objections, Zhao Feng replied, unaware of the tumult of emotions within Yu Yun, as he calmly nodded. Using the backpack to collect the corpses posed no pressure for him. He could easily stand behind the soldiers or atop the iron walls. Zhao Feng turned to Wang Zhaojun. Zhaojun, you should stay back this time. You and Old Wang are responsible for safeguarding our territory. Wang Zhaojun nodded. Understood, my lord. However, for safety's sake, I recommend surrounding Fengming Pavilion with iron walls, just as we did last time. The protective shield of the Lord's heart within the manor had not been utilized since the last incident, so it sufficed to protect Fengming Pavilion this time. The black iron barracks were now fully staffed, negating the need for further measures. With the plan confirmed, everyone took their rest. After 11 a.m., Zhao Feng encircled Fengming Pavilion with iron walls and drove with Zheng Er, Zheng Ergu, Chao Dahu, Yu Yun, and the determined Yu Yinping toward the town. The distance was several dozen kilometers, and the other soldiers had already set out early under Yu Yun's guidance that in a standard 5-seat car. They need not worry about police interference. The back seat was crammed with 4 burly men. Speeding along, they halted a few kilometers from the town. Nearby, other soldiers who had arrived earlier were eating mutated sweet potatoes while chatting and resting. These soldiers now boasted agility exceeding 120, capable of running at full speed faster than Zhao Feng could drive. To them, the distance was trivial, gazing at the silhouette of the town in the distance. Zhao Feng felt a surge of emotion. Who would have imagined that a town of nearly 100,000 people could be transformed into zombies overnight? After a brief moment of reflection, with Yu Yun directing, they enclosed a space of several hundred square meters with iron blocks among the 4 roadways leading to the outskirts of the town. The iron-walled enclosure was sealed on 3 sides, facing the town, with an opening of over 10 meters wide, sufficient for 10 individuals to stand side by side and launch an assault. Regrettably, lacking bows and arrows, they could not shoot from atop the walls, which would have made the endeavor considerably easier. As the 4 teams entered the enclosed space, Yu Yun couldn't help but express his thoughts. Based on the intelligence I gathered during yesterday's reconnaissance, there is a 99% chance that the zombies here are first-tier, slow-moving, and devoid of any intelligence. Shooting them with arrows poses no difficulty at all. Indeed, Zhao Feng nodded. Once our territory upgrades, we shall construct several blacksmith shops dedicated to crafting bows and arrows. We have multiple blueprints for blacksmith shops, along with the blacksmiths themselves, and an abundance of are piled high just outside the territory. We merely lack the space for construction that if all goes as planned. Our territory should be upgraded by tomorrow. Zhao Feng smiled broadly. With the territory now at full capacity and a high happiness index, the spiritual crops in the Shennong space would also mature tomorrow. And after harvesting, the agricultural index should suffice. That would be splendid. Yuya nodded with a radiant smile. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, a series of guttural howls emanated from the direction of the town. Turning to look, they beheld a swarm of zombies dragging their decaying bodies, swaying unsteadily as they emerged from every corner of the town, all making their way towards the 4 iron walls. It was uncertain whether all the second-tier zombies had been annihilated in the battle yesterday, but it appeared that only the sluggish first-tier zombies were now venturing forth, without the need for Yu Yun to issue commands. Everyone sprang into action. Within each iron enclosure, there were hundreds of soldiers, organized into teams of 10 that the first team, wielding fire axes in one hand and blast shields in the other, lined up at the remaining breach, while the other teams stood ready behind them. Yu Yun leaped atop the surrounding wall, gaining a vantage point over the battlefield. Zhao Feng followed suit, positioning himself beside the breach, ever prepared to use his pack to gather the fallen zombie bodies. However, something seemed amiss. They had only 90 individuals inside their enclosure. Zhao Feng scanned the area and noted that there were merely 9 teams within this iron circle. Yu Yun smiled and nodded. One team has been assigned a special task that he did not elaborate further, and Zhao Feng refrained from inquiring. It took nearly 15 minutes for the zombies to cover the several hundred meters to reach them. Drawing from yesterday's experience, the 10 soldiers at the entrance struck with their fire axes that a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted, and before the zombies could even approach, their skulls burst open under the relentless assault of the axes. Even as their bodies remained upright, the advancing horde pushed them aside. The fire axes swung continuously, and zombies fell one after another. Zhao Feng initially thought that collecting the bodies would be a relatively easy task. But to his astonishment, within mere minutes, the breach in the iron wall was piled high with corpses, impeding not only the soldiers' offensive, but also blocking the approach of the zombies behind. Zhao Feng promptly jumped down from the wall and moved behind the soldiers. With a flicker of thought, hundreds of zombie bodies vanished in an instant. The assault continued. Without pausing, Zhao Feng leaped back onto the iron wall, circumventing the zombies in front, and jumped down from the side to another enclosure 100 meters away, continuing his grim task of collecting the zombie corpses. The 4 iron enclosures functioned like 4 meat grinders, incessantly devouring the relentless tide of zombies. There was no thrilling charge in a battle, yet the situation tested the soldiers' endurance and mental resilience to the utmost. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Zhao Feng had contemplated joining the fray, but upon witnessing the densely packed horde of zombies, he abandoned that notion. The sheer volume and density of the undead made it impossible. Even if he could instantaneously slay 10 zombies, dozens more would immediately close in. Zhao Feng estimated that he could only last a few minutes before exhaustion set in, and after that awaited him was certain death. The falling leaf sword technique could unleash sword energy, but that was only achievable once he reached the golden tier. For now, he had to rely on his melee skills. From this battle, Zhao Feng truly grasped that war was no child's play and far removed from cinematic portrayals. A moment's carelessness could lead to being outmaneuvered by the enemy, that he felt a deep sense of gratitude for his self-awareness. By following Yu Yun's orders and not issuing reckless commands, they had managed to establish a steady and secure position. Chapter 39. The decapitation operation commences. The 4 iron walls operated like 4 meat grinders, functioning from noon until past 4 in the afternoon. Thanks to the iron wall's defenses, no casualties had yet occurred among the soldiers. However, the number of attacking zombies had dwindled significantly, estimated to be over 70,000. Previously, the attacking zombies had stretched from the iron walls deep into the town, dense and unyielding, but now their ranks had noticeably thinned, and the tail end had completely detached from the town. Victory was within reach. Utilizing the meat grinder tactic, it was not the soldiers who bore the brunt of the workload, but Zhao Feng, for he possessed the largest capacity in his pack. Initially, Zhao Feng was responsible for the 2 nearest to him, but after an hour, the packs of Zheng Lao Air and Zheng Air Go reached their limits. He instructed them to discard their loads nearby, and he would take care of the collection. Neglecting this task was not an option. If the bodies piled outside were not cleared, the zombies could climb over them to breach the walls, putting everyone in peril. Thus, he had to endure the burden. With a thunderous crash, a zombie suddenly unleashed a powerful punch at the entrance of the iron wall. The tremendous force was akin to a meteor colliding with the earth, sending the soldier wielding the shield flying backward. This was not a second-tier agile zombie, but rather a third-tier enraged zombie, having regained some intelligence, attempting a sneak attack amidst the throng of ordinary zombies. The strength of a third-tier zombie was far superior to that of a typical zombie, and that single punch likely bore a force of no less than 1,000 pounds. Originally, 10 soldiers had formed a solid barrier to block the breach. But now, with one missing, a gaping hole had opened. The third-tier zombie, not only powerful but also swift, lunged through the gap, intent on breaching the iron walls and dismantling the meat grinder formation. Yet, while the zombie was quick, a flash of light was swifter, in a swift motion. Zhao Feng descended from the wall and struck the zombie's head before it could reach the breach. With a resounding explosion, the head of the third-tier zombie burst apart. And before the body could collapse, Zhao Feng's thoughts surged, drawing the headless corpse into his pack, for the golden glowing energy crystal that had erupted from the third-tier zombie. Zhao Feng paid it no mind. It was not that he deemed the golden-tier energy crystal unworthy, but rather that his pack required space to accommodate the bodies. Zhao Feng collected the corpses. A soldier who had been on standby inside the iron wall rushed to fill the gap left by his comrade, brandishing his blast shield. The soldier who had been sent flying was swiftly caught by his companions inside, sustaining only minor discomfort in his arm. Their coordination flowed seamlessly, akin to a well-oiled machine, leaving no opportunity for the approaching zombies to exploit this moment. The ground before the breach was littered with energy crystals of various tiers, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, as if the earth were paved with diamonds, exuding an aura of opulence. The vast majority of the energy crystals were of ordinary quality, with a considerable number of second-tier crystals emitting a black glow. There were not fewer than 900 of them. Additionally, several energy crystals radiated a faint golden light, numbering at least 2 or 3 dozen. The strength of the second and third-tier zombies was formidable, and their ability to conceal themselves among the throngs of ordinary zombies made them difficult to detect. Their potential for ambush was indeed substantial. Had the soldiers of another faction been caught off guard by such a sudden assault, their casualties would likely have been significant. However, Zhao Feng had been well prepared. The blast shields were too robust for the zombies to breach. Moreover, with Yu Yun stationed atop the iron wall, he could immediately unleash gunfire at any high-tier zombies that emerged, swiftly eliminating them. Thanks to the ample energy points bestowed by Zhao Feng, Yu Yun had advanced to the golden tier, enabling him to utilize the Yu family's weaponry to release gunfire, and many soldiers of the Yu family had also ascended to the golden tier, allowing for ranged assaults. It was precisely because of the presence of these golden tier soldiers that, despite facing high-tier zombie ambushes, the four walls remained as steadfast as a mountain on the highest floor of a tall building in the town. A man in police uniform, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, stood before a large window, peering through binoculars at the battlefield outside the town. His pupil-less eyes glinted with a fierce light. Behind him stood a dozen more individuals clad in police uniforms, their exposed arms and necks marred by decaying flesh. While ordinary zombies typically exhibited a frenzied state of mind, these dozen zombies sat calmly on the sofa. The foremost man, named Gu Jianfeng, was the former head of the town's police station, and the zombies behind him were once his subordinates. Gu Jianfeng had also become a zombie, and not just any zombie, but a rare fourth-tier one. What others were unaware of was that upon reaching the fourth tier, a zombie not only regained its intelligence, but also experienced a regeneration of flesh, albeit with a pallid complexion. "It seems I must take my leave," Gu Jianfeng muttered, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Previously, he had intended to use this town as a foundation to establish his own zombie kingdom. But he had not anticipated that his plans would be thwarted before they even began. He had learned from his brother-in-law that a lord in the vicinity had dispatched all the town's animal zombies, initially believing he could easily overpower the enemy, only to find all the zombies annihilated. The demise of several thousand animal zombies was inconsequential to him. He had originally planned to consolidate power. allowing the zombies of the town to devour each other to cultivate a large number of high-tier zombies, forming an army to eliminate the enemy. Yet the enemy had arrived today that he had previously considered how nearly 100,000 zombies could easily wear down the opposition. But it turned out that their own ranks were quickly dwindling. Is this the true strength of a lord? It seems many have underestimated the potential of such a figure, Gu Jianfeng pondered. When the voice of the heavenly path had sounded, he had hastily chosen the hero option in the system, as had those around him. They all believed the lord was too restrictive and lacked prospects. It was now evident that they had all been mistaken. However, dwelling on such matters was futile. He had already become a zombie, and his purpose now was to create more zombies, enhancing his own strength and assembling a larger, more formidable army. Let us head to the county town, Gu Jianfeng resolved after a brief moment of contemplation. The county town boasted a population of over 1 million. If he could bring it all under his control, it would constitute an immensely powerful force. Just as Gu Jianfeng prepared to depart with his subordinates, he remained oblivious to the fact that a 10-man squad clad in camouflage military uniforms had silently approached the base of the high-rise building. Had Zhao Feng examined the attributes of these 10 individuals, he would have discovered that they were all golden tier. Among the 10 individuals, the leader is Yu Zhongqing, who possesses the same A-level qualifications and is, apart from Yu Yun, the second soldier in the current territory with military strategy skills that he once served as the deputy general to Yu Fei, demonstrating not only formidable strength, but also astute tactics. This time, while others were engaged in exterminating zombies, he, under the arrangement of Yu Yun, led 9 members of the Yu family army into the town to locate and eliminate the 4th-tier zombie leader, thereby eradicating the potential threat of zombies surrounding the territory. Aware that 4th-tier zombies possess human-like intelligence and that this particular one was a leader, they arrived an hour prior to avoid alarming their target and have remained concealed since. At present, all zombies in the town have been lured away by 4 iron-walled battlefields, allowing them to ACT. It is not fear of being surrounded by zombies that holds them back, but rather the concern that the enemy might, upon realizing their disadvantage, command the zombies to attack them, providing an opportunity for escape, which would make it exceedingly difficult for them to intercept. Now that the zombies have been drawn away, even if the enemy possesses means to summon them back, it will take time for those zombies to return, ample enough for their actions to unfold. The decapitation operation commences. Chapter 40. Transcendent tier bow and arrow on the heights of the town. Gu Jianfeng hung a pair of binoculars around his neck, checked his firearm to ensure it was fully loaded, and with a flicker of intent, a faint signal was sent forth. The more than 10 subordinates, who had been seated quietly on the sofa, immediately rose, each shouldering a bag from the corner of the room, and followed him out. The bags contained not provisions. Having become zombies, they had entirely lost their human capacity for taste and smell, and no longer felt hunger or thirst. Instead, the bags were filled with all the firearms and ammunition distributed by the town's police station. As a 4th-tier zombie, Gu Jianfeng possessed a remote attack method through saliva. Yet it paled in comparison to the lethality of firearms. Captain, they are coming down. Just as one member of the Yu family army, who had just infiltrated the courtyard and was preparing to stealthily enter, heard a heavy sound of footsteps and promptly reported to Yu Zhongqing. Yu Zhongqing raised an arm, signaling all members of the Yu family army who were ready to infiltrate the building to cease their movements and await further instructions. The building was only 5 stories tall, leaving little time for intricate tactical arrangements. Yu Zhongqing surveyed the courtyard and glanced through the open window at the interior layout of the building. With thoughts racing, within a breath, a new operational plan formed in his mind. The footsteps grew closer, and without uttering a word, Yu Zhongqing gestured for one member to guard the window, while another stood watch at the entrance. The remaining members, along with him, concealed themselves behind the staircase on the first floor, waiting to ambush the enemy upon their descent, and then annihilate them completely. In truth, as soldiers charging into battle, an open courtyard would have been more conducive for their prowess. However, he feared that the zombie leader could easily leap over the walls into the courtyard. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he opted for indoor combat, positioning 2 individuals to secure both exits, thereby eliminating all possibilities of the enemy's escape. The doors were closed, and the windows were open. Yu Zhongqing leaped silently into the room, making not a whisper, and swiftly dashed to the base of the staircase, remaining equally soundless. The other 7 members of the Yu family army mirrored his actions, that as all took their positions. Gu Jianfeng, accompanied by his subordinates, descended from the 3rd floor to the 2nd. With approximately 20 to 30,000 zombies still outside the town, the conflict would not conclude in less than an hour. Thus Gu Jianfeng felt no urgency. Merely a minute later, Gu Jianfeng descended the staircase and made his way towards the entrance. Now, Yu Zhongqing brandished a spear and lunged forth from the staircase. In that instant, he swung his spear, unleashing a razor-sharp spear wind aimed directly at the foremost Gu Jianfeng. As he charged out, the other 7 members lying in wait behind the staircase also erupted forth, releasing their own spear winds, targeting the very same Gu Jianfeng. Yu Zhongqing's movements were swift, but as he stepped out, Gu Jianfeng detected his breath, sensing danger. Instantly, instead of charging through the door, he took a step back, positioning his numerous subordinates as a shield behind him. Having transformed into a zombie, he lost his sense of taste and smell. Yet his hearing and vision were greatly enhanced. 8 spear winds narrowly grazed Gu Jianfeng's head, striking the reinforced concrete floor, resulting in a series of explosive sounds and leaving a nearly 1-meter-deep crater in its wake. The Gu Jianfeng, a veteran soldier, had seen his agility diminish over the years, but upon becoming a zombie, his physical prowess surged dramatically, along with an elevation in combat awareness. As the immediate crisis subsided, Gu Jianfeng pivoted, raising his firearm, aiming and firing, all executed in a seamless motion, completed in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, under his mental command, over 10 third-tier subordinates promptly dropped their bags and turned to assault the Yu family army. Gu Jianfeng's speed was impressive, yet Yu Zhongqing and his men were faster. As he raised his handgun, all 8 individuals swiftly maneuvered aside. Bang! The bullets flew rapidly, but failed to strike any soldiers, embedding themselves into the wall. Simultaneously, the 8 members of the Yu family army unleashed their second volley of spear winds once more. Bang! A cacophony of explosions ensued. The heightened agility of the over 10 third-tier zombies had yet to manifest, as the concentrated spear winds struck them first, causing their bodies to explode instantly. Damn it! Gu Jianfeng's heart raced with astonishment. He had not anticipated the strength of these 8 individuals. Without hesitation, he gripped his firearm with both hands, firing continuously while propelling himself backward towards the door with utmost speed. The bullets flew too swiftly, leaving the Yu Zhongqing's 8 with no choice but to evade, halting their assault. With a resounding crash, Gu Jianfeng's back collided violently with the door, propelling him out of the building. Before he could revel in his newfound freedom, a fierce gale suddenly struck him. The attack was too rapid and unexpected, leaving him no time to react. With a thunderous impact, it slammed into his back. Bang! Another tremendous roar erupted as Gu Jianfeng's body was cleaved in two. Yet he did not perish nor feel any pain the moment his upper body was flung out. He even managed to fire 2 shots into the room. Gu Jianfeng had not anticipated an ambush awaiting outside the door. Just as he prepared to pivot his firearm to locate his assailant, another spear wind shot towards his head. The Gu Jianfeng caught sight of it. Wishing to evade, yet found himself helpless, his upper body suspended in midair, completely beyond his control. Bang! Gu Jianfeng's head exploded like a watermelon. In the next instant, an energy crystal emanating a faint orange glow and a bow, an arrow radiating orange light, appeared beside his body. Transcendent tier bow and arrow. With a sigh of relief upon witnessing the 2 items that had emerged, Yu Zhongqing, who had pursued him, could not help but smile broadly. The decapitation operation had concluded flawlessly. Not only he, but the other members of the Yu family army also felt a wave of relief wash over them, their faces adorned with smiles. Gather the spoils. We shall return. With a grand gesture, Yu Zhongqing commanded, and the other members of the Yu family army promptly dispersed to collect the spoils in addition to the energy crystals and items dropped from the slain zombies. They also gathered the bags containing firearms carried by those zombies. Minutes later, standing atop the iron wall, Yu Yin spotted Yu Zhongqing's team slowly emerging from the town, each member shouldering 1 or 2 sacks, their faces alight with joy, instantly brightening his expression. Why are they still in the town? Zhao Feng inquired, perplexed, as he noticed Yu Zhongqing and his team. Yu Yin chuckled, explaining, "My lord, this team is the one you inquired about. I dispatched them to the town to lie in wait, poised to execute a decapitation operation. It appears they have successfully completed their mission, and this town will soon be fully ours at a decapitation operation. Zhao Feng paused momentarily, then a look of realization washed over him. And he could not help but give Yu Yin a thumbs up. Indeed, the invincible Yu family army executes tactical arrangements seamlessly, each seemingly unremarkable yet resulting in no casualties, effortlessly seizing a town. Does this mean that we face no threats within 100 kilometers? Zhao Feng's heart leaped with joy as he exclaimed. That should be the case. Yu Yin nodded with a smile. However, there remain numerous mountain ranges and freshwater lakes behind our territory. As it stands, the threat from the freshwater lake appears minimal. Moving forward, our defensive focus will shift to the mountain ranges behind our territory. As Zhao Feng excitedly engaged in conversation with Yu Yin regarding the perils surrounding their territory. He remained oblivious to the fierce battle unfolding deep within the mountains behind their domain. Two colossal wild boar kings, nearly 2 meters in height, clashed violently, tearing at one another, while nearby trees, as thick as an adult's thigh, were effortlessly uprooted by their ferocious charges. Meanwhile, perched upon a massive tree several hundred meters from the battlefield, a giant python, measuring several dozen meters in length and as thick as a barrel, coiled around the branches, languidly flicking its forked tongue, the deepest part of a freshwater lake, a massive disc-shaped shadow, nearly 2 meters in diameter, lay silently on the lake bed. Chapter 41. The Wall. Extraordinary at 10 p.m. Zhao Feng's territory was aglow with lights. 10 large cauldrons bubbled with hot water, filled with ribs and pork belly, the rich aroma of meat wafting through the air. That a circle of people surrounded each cauldron, each holding large bowls, devouring meat and guzzling beer. The cleanup of zombies in the small town had concluded by 5 p.m., after which everyone casually raided a nearby supermarket, hauling out some meat and beer. They then rummaged through a few parked cars at various homes, successfully locating a set of car keys, allowing them to transport their spoils back. The town still boasted ample supplies, which would later be managed by the territory supervisor, Wang Haoqi. They would need to acquire some large freezers. To obtain freezers, they would require electricity, indicating the necessity for diesel generators and solar-related equipment. While consuming the meat, Zhao Feng contemplated the development of his territory. With an increase in population, many considerations had arisen that had previously seemed trivial. Particularly, the acquisition of large freezers had become paramount, as the current heat made it easy for meat to spoil. While storing them in parcels was feasible, it was impractical to fill them entirely with meat. Resolute in his thoughts, Zhao Feng accessed his contacts and sent a message to Li Chuanhui. Brother Li, are you awake? Li Chuanhui's response was nearly instantaneous. Not yet, Yin. What do you need? Please, do not hesitate to speak. Brother Li, I currently have a surplus of people in my territory, and I was wondering if you could assist me in procuring some generators. Diesel or solar power options. Additionally, could you help me find some large trucks? Diesel is not urgently required. There are still 2 gas stations in the town, which should have plenty of fuel, though we only need the generators. As for wires, there are hardware stores in town, so there's no need to worry that I can trade with purified water or energy. Are you looking down on me, Yin? You want to trade for such trivial matters? It is quite late. I'll prepare everything for you by tomorrow. Does that sound acceptable? Tomorrow or the day after works perfectly. Thank you, Brother Li. Since you've called me brother, don't be too polite next time, or I might get upset. By the way, I exchanged 1 drop of ginger juice you provided for something today. I hope you're not angry. Not at all, since the item was gifted to me. Feel free to handle it as you wish. Brother, you're generous. Here, this is the item I traded today. I hope you will like it. As Li Chuanhui's voice echoed, a trading notification resonated in Zhao Feng's mind. System notification. Li Chuanhui has sent you a trade request for the wall. Extraordinary. Trade amount. None. Zhao Feng was momentarily stunned. Another extraordinary item? With a mere thought, the item materialized in his parcel, and he promptly examined its attributes. The wall. Grade. Extraordinary effect 1. This structure is bound to the territory and can be constructed with various materials to provide differing levels of defense for the entire area. Effect 2. Once constructed, this building will automatically bind to the territory and can elevate its level based on the territory's rank, capping at extraordinary. Wow, this is impressive, Zhao Feng exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. This item was exponentially more powerful than his steel walls and, crucially, it could upgrade. Brother Li, this item is of great importance to me. I cannot let you incur any costs. Please accept this token of my gratitude." Saying this, Zhao Feng promptly traded 2 drops of ginger juice to him. As long as it's useful to you, I'll gladly accept the ginger juice. Your kindness, Yin, will not be forgotten. I in a luxurious villa. Li Chuanhui gazed at the ginger juice Zhao Feng had traded, his face brimming with delight. The wall was an item he had acquired at the expense of millions of energy points. 1 drop of ginger juice and a favor owed, making it his most prized possession. Initially intended for his own use, he had ultimately decided to trade it to Zhao Feng, but he had merely intended to repay Zhao Feng's kindness, but was pleasantly surprised by the additional 2 drops he received in return. Indeed, he too was a lord. From the system's description, he understood that lords were significantly different from heroes, yet he believed that the existence of the lord class must have its unique advantages, even if they had yet to be discovered. Not only him, but many prominent figures in Huaxia had also chosen the lord class, aiming for a promising future. It seemed he needed to seek out more valuable items. Amidst his excitement, Li Chuanhui felt a twinge of sentimentality. Zhao Feng's effortless transaction of 2 drops of ginger juice indicated that his stock was far greater than he had initially surmised. If possible, he wished to procure even more. As a powerful figure, he had numerous important associates and needed to employ various strategies to win their loyalty. Ginger juice was undoubtedly the best item for this purpose. Bar none, unaware of Li Chuanhui's intentions, Zhao Feng reviewed the attributes of the wall before retrieving the extraordinary bow that Yu Zhongqing had previously given him. Flame Bow. Extraordinary Effect 1. Can utilize any fire attribute spiritual energy to transform into fire spirit arrows, with a maximum range of 1 kilometer. Effect 2. Base arrow attack of 1500, with additional fire burn damage. Usage requirement. User must be of extraordinary realm and possess fire attribute cultivation techniques. Wow! Zhao Feng gasped in astonishment, but he had suspected that extraordinary weapons would be powerful, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Utilizing spiritual energy as arrows, with a range of up to 1 kilometer. It rivaled a typical sniper rifle without the need to consider ammunition, far surpassing conventional firearms. What? 4th-tier injuries can spit saliva. 5th-tier zombies can emit ultrasonic waves. In the presence of this divine bow, even 4th-tier zombies would be no match, let alone 5th tier. However, the requirement for extraordinary level usage left Zhao Feng feeling apprehensive. The golden tier. Every level up required energy equivalent to the level multiplied by 500, amounting to over 2.5 million energy points from level 1 to 100. Previously, he had boasted of trading several tens of millions in energy, but now he realized he was far from sufficient. Not to mention, simply upgrading the members of his Yu family army to extraordinary would require over 1 billion energy points. Contemplating this staggering figure, Zhao Feng felt a chill run down his spine. How much water would that require? Could he trade ginger juice for it? He still had a considerable amount of ginger juice, and with the upcoming harvest from the Shennong space, he likely wouldn't need as much. Perhaps he could indeed use it for trading, but of course, he couldn't afford to sell it too cheaply, as each drop represented a life. He decided to first trade the water. There was no rush for ginger juice. He would stabilize his resources for now. Purified water was of little concern. He could sell some, and there were also the mutated sweet potatoes that could be traded as well. Originally intended as a staple food, with the recent acquisition of the town, he was not short on provisions for the time being and could afford to sell some. With various thoughts racing through his mind, Zhao Feng retrieved the flame bow and handed it to Yu Yun. You may arrange its use as you see fit. I have no need for it. Not only was his Shennong technique not fire attribute based, but his level and territory were also bound together, making it uncertain how long it would take to reach the extraordinary level. Thank you, Lord, Yu Yun replied without hesitation, accepting the bow with both hands. He then called out to a robust young man in the crowd, seemingly in his 20s, who was busy eating meat. Yu Feihu, this longbow has been bestowed upon you by the Lord. Use it wisely. Upon hearing this, Yu Feihu's face lit up with joy as he gazed at the orange glowing longbow in Yu Yun's hands. Momentarily forgetting about the meat, he hastily set down his bowl and rushed over. He had long heard of the acquisition of an extraordinary longbow, its attributes being quite remarkable, but he had intended to inquire about the military points needed for exchange after finishing his meal, but did not expect the Lord to directly bestow it upon him. Lord, Yu Feihu is the strongest archer among us. Hitting a target 100 paces away is mere child-esque play for him. And coincidentally, my Yu family spear technique is fire attribute-based, making this a perfect match, Yu Yun explained to Zhao Feng with a smile as he observed the approaching Yu Feihu. Zhao Feng nodded with a smile. Having gained a deeper understanding of Yu Yun's capabilities after today's battle, he had no doubt regarding Yu Yun's arrangements. As Yu Feihu received the longbow, Zhao Feng's mind was met with another system notification. System notification. Your trust has moved Yu Feihu, loyalty 10. Excellent. The loyalty level has reached 85. Zhao Feng smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 42. Territory upgrade. Would you like to upgrade your territory? Within the Wooden Lord's mansion, Zhao Feng gazed at his Lord Crystal. As the system prompt echoed in his mind, that as soon as the clock struck midnight, he eagerly harvested all the spiritual plants from the Shennong space. In addition to obtaining 5,000 mutated sweet potatoes, he also gathered 8,600 mutated ginger. Once the plants were harvested, the agricultural index of the territory surged to 106, just surpassing the threshold for territory upgrade. With a mere thought, 200 energy points were automatically deducted from the attribute panel, causing the Lord Crystal to erupt in a dazzling white light that illuminated the entire room. Before Zhao Feng could acclimate, the white radiance vanished instantaneously, replaced by a faint black glow emanating from the Lord Crystal. Not only did the heart of the Lord emit a black light, but the translucent protective barrier outside also shimmered with a soft black hue. Concurrently, the wooden mansion was engulfed in a shroud of black light, which dissipated after merely 3 breaths, revealing a transformed structure before the onlookers. The original wooden framework had vanished, replaced by a stone house spanning nearly 100 square meters. The walls were composed of bluestone, as were the hipped roof and the floor. Moreover, the entire stone dwelling was thoughtfully divided into 3 sections: a hall, a bedroom, and a conference room. The heart of the Lord resided in the center of the hall, while the conference room and bedroom were situated within. The conference room lay empty, and Zhao Feng's previous mattress had automatically relocated to the bedroom. The hastily constructed barracks had similarly emerged in an instant. Despite the significant transformation of the mansion, the crowd remained unperturbed, their expressions calm. With a flicker of thought, Zhao Feng promptly summoned the attributes of the Heart of the Lord for examination. Heart of Shennong. Rank: Town Lord. Zhao Feng defense value: 100. 000 territory area: 1000 m x 1000 m. Energy value: 0. Number of residents: 431. Resident happiness index: 90. Territory agricultural index: 0. Territory buildings: barracks, black iron x9, tea house, common x1, Phoenix Pavilion, gold x1. Deputy mayor: Wang Xiaojun. Manager: none. Guard captain: none. Heart of the Lord upgrade conditions: population 5. 000 happiness index 80. Lord Crystal 2000. Energy agricultural index 5000. Heart of the Lord special effects: 1. Within the territory, the probability of various natural disasters occurring is halved, and the danger level of covered natural disasters is reduced by half. 2. Within the territory, all planted crops, spiritual plants, etc. have their growth cycles halved, and the danger level from various pests is similarly diminished. Zhao Feng felt a surge of joy. The territory's area had expanded a staggering 100-fold, signifying his ability to construct more buildings and summon additional soldiers and residents. This expansion promised to enhance both the safety and developmental pace of the territory. The only source of his discontent was the resetting of the agricultural index, coupled with a 50-fold increase in upgrade requirements. Noticing that 2 new positions had emerged in the attributes, Zhao Feng swiftly assigned the managerial role to Wang Haoqi and the guard captaincy to Yu Yun. He hoped that the Shennong space would not disappoint him. Otherwise, achieving the 5,000 agricultural index seemed a distant endeavor. With a tinge of apprehension, Zhao Feng focused his thoughts, entering the Shennong space, where the relevant attributes swiftly filled his mind. Tier 2 Spiritual Field. Area: 200 m x 200 m. Function: capable of cultivating ordinary crops and Tier 2 spiritual plants. The land contains spiritual energy and spiritual water, accelerating the growth of crops and spiritual plants to merely 1/20th of the normal growth period. Tier 1 Spiritual Field. Area: 500 m x 500 m. Function: capable of cultivating ordinary crops and Tier 1 spiritual plants. The land contains spiritual energy and spiritual water, accelerating the growth of crops and spiritual plants to 1/10th of the normal growth period. Tier 1 medicinal field. Area 10 x 10 function. Capable of cultivating any Tier 1 spiritual medicine. The land contains spiritual energy and spiritual water, accelerating the growth of spiritual medicine to 1/10 of the normal growth period. Shennong cauldron. Black iron internal space. 100 cubic meters refinement. Capable of refining various spiritual plants of Tier 3 and below according to the host requirements. Purification. Capable of purifying various minerals of Tier 3 and below, transforming them into higher purity items. Alchemical creation. Capable of automatically merging and refining pills from Tier 3 spiritual plants and below, provided with the formula and materials. Note: after the first formula is provided, the Shennong cauldron will automatically memorize it, and subsequent alchemical creations will only require the relevant spiritual plants. Unlock method. Absorbing the mist from outside the Shennong space. The changes in the Shennong space were significant. Not only had the Tier 1 spiritual field expanded considerably, but there was also a vast addition of Tier 2 spiritual fields, along with a 100 square meter medicinal field. The Shennong cauldron had also automatically upgraded, enhancing its refining capacity by 1 tier and expanding its internal space tenfold. Consequently, whether refining iron or purifying water sources, the efficiency had increased tenfold. While the modifications to the Shennong space were notable, Zhao Feng felt a slight disappointment. He had anticipated that the territory's area would expand 100-fold, and he had hoped for a similar increase in the Shennong space's area. However, the reality was far less than he had envisioned. The area was considerably smaller than he had expected, which meant that the rate of increase in the agricultural index would also be slower than anticipated. Though slightly regretful, he was far from disheartened. Particularly with the Tier 2 spiritual field's time enhancement being 1/20th, combined with Wang Zhaojuan's special effects, it could effectively become 1/40th. Utilizing this to cultivate mutated sweet potatoes would allow for harvesting in just 1 day. With the Tier 2 spiritual field now available, did that mean there were Tier 2 seeds? And what about spiritual medicines? Moreover, it seemed he could act as a middleman, selling seeds for energy, though he was unsure if any current lords would be interested in purchasing seeds. With a flick of thought, Zhao Feng withdrew his consciousness from the Shennong space and accessed his system panel to examine the system marketplace. To his delight, he discovered a significant increase in the array of items available in the Shennong marketplace. Purifying Lotus Seed, 10 pieces rank. Black Iron Growth Cycle, 60 days function. Upon maturity, each lotus seed can purify 100 cubic meters of water. Lotus roots are edible, with 100 G providing 1 point of mental strength and 1 point of energy, with a maximum daily consumption of 1 kg value. 100 energy points. Luminous Lily Seed, 10 pieces rank. Black Iron Growth Cycle, 40 days function. Upon maturity, the lily flowers emit a glow, illuminating a 100 square meter area. Under this light, zombies instinctively fear and flee, with the effect diminishing for higher-level zombies. Value: 80 energy points. Corpse-Eating Flower Seed, 100 pieces rank. Black Iron Growth Cycle, 50 days function. Upon maturity, the flowers can devour zombie corpses, producing energy crystals. Value: 50 energy points. Mutated Sanchi Seed, 100 pieces rank. Tier 1 Spiritual Medicine Growth Cycle, 65 days function. Upon maturity, it can treat various heart ailments, including cardiac atrophy and coronary disease. Value: 200 energy points. In addition to the plethora of black iron-level crops, the marketplace boasted an array of Tier 1 spiritual medicines, addressing common ailments such as internal organ issues, inflammation, and rapid hemostasis, totaling nearly 200 new items. The functionalities were vast, yet with the medicinal field only spanning 100 square meters, Zhao Feng pondered and decided to purchase 100 portions of anti-inflammatory honeysuckle and 100 portions of rapid hemostatic mutated mugwort. For the Tier 2 spiritual field, he chose to cultivate luminous lilies and purifying lotuses. The purified water would then be utilized with the luminous lotus seeds. Chapter 43. Steel City Walls. Yin Yin, Zhao Feng level 100, 5000, 5000. Territory: Heart of Shennong Town. Strength: 196 agility, 170 mental strength, 161 qualification. S technique: Shennong Secret Art, incomplete. Shennong Spiritual Power, 1000 energy, 35. 620,000 free attribute points. 0 in the newly established Lord's Mansion. Zhao Feng sat upon his bed, examining his attributes with satisfaction as he nodded approvingly. After reviewing the various attributes following the territory upgrade, he spent over 250,000 energy points to elevate his level to its maximum and allocated all the upgraded attribute points, with a strength of 1,960 gene and a speed of 170. He had officially entered the ranks of the extraordinary. Of course, what pleased him most was that, with his rank elevation, his storage space had also increased. He now had 1,000 slots, each capable of holding 10,000 identical items, a veritable super warehouse. The issue of territorial buildings could wait. Everyone was weary, and it was best to rest for now and discuss matters at dawn. Zhao Feng suppressed his urge to construct within the territory, sitting cross-legged on the bed to begin cultivating the Shennong secret art. Around 6 a.m., Zhao Feng awoke, and after being attended to by Yu Yinping, he washed up and stepped out of the lord's mansion. "Good morning, my lord. The porridge is ready. Would you like a bowl?" As he exited the mansion, Wang Zhaojun appeared before him, her smile radiant, upon encountering such an extraordinary beauty prepared to serve him breakfast. Zhao Feng's already good mood soared even higher, his face blossoming into a wide smile. "Then I won't be polite. Thank you." After finishing breakfast, Zhao Feng surveyed his surroundings and abruptly noticed that the territory seemed unusually quiet. He turned to Wang Zhaojun and inquired, "Where is everyone?" Wang Zhaojun, Captain Yu, Old Wang, and Captain Zheng set off for the small town early to gather supplies. Zhao Feng found himself in a state of amusement. Although it was summer and daylight broke early, it was only 6 in the morning. "Have the barracks summoned their troops today?" Wang Zhaojun nodded. "They have all been summoned. Today, the Black Iron Barracks has called forth the entire Yu family army. And it seems they have even summoned Yu Lei, the second brother of Silver Bottle." At this point, the previously silent Yu Yinping suddenly beamed with joy. "My lord, originally my second brother intended to wait for you to awaken and pay his respects. But Old Wang mentioned that there were too many supplies in the small town requiring many hands, so he took my second brother and the other newcomers to the town first. My lord, please do not hold it against my second brother. Summoned Yu Lei? At this rate, it seems as though the intention is to gather all the heroes of the Yu family army." Zhao Feng's face was adorned with a broad smile as he once again gave Wang Zhaojun a thumbs up. The Yu family army comprises 12 legions, with a peak strength of up to 100,000 men. Excluding those traitors who were bribed by Qin Hui, the truly loyal factions still number around 50 to 60,000. If it is indeed possible to summon all these individuals, it would be sufficient to sweep through the region. Anger? What is there to be angry about? Zhao Feng grinned widely, dismissively waving his hand. Your second brother is busy with territorial affairs, not slacking off. Furthermore, I myself am rather lazy, as long as everyone completes their tasks. A little leisure is perfectly acceptable. I knew my lord would understand. Yu Yinping's smile grew even brighter. System notification. Your generosity has moved Yu Yinping. Loyalty increased by 1. System notification. Your generosity has moved Wang Zhaojun. Loyalty increased by 1. Hearing the system notifications in his mind, Zhao Feng's smile widened. Excellent. He had taken another step closer to his goal of maximum loyalty. After chatting with Wang Zhaojun and Yu Yinping for a while longer, Zhao Feng inquired, "By the way, did Old Wang and Captain Yu mention where the other barracks of the territory will be constructed?" Zhao Feng had no experience in territorial construction. His previous endeavors had been haphazard and lacked any planning. With the recent expansion of the territory and an increase in population, it was essential to proceed with greater care. Wang Zhaojun nodded and replied with a smile. "This morning, we held a meeting to discuss it. We decided that no buildings will be constructed within 100 meters of the Lord's mansion. The newly added area will be divided into 3 parts. Half will be allocated for farming, 1/4 for various constructions, and the remaining quarter for dormitories, warehouses, kitchens, and so forth. And we discussed that the territory will no longer construct common-grade buildings. The minimum requirement will be black iron, as common-grade structures take up too much space." Zhao Feng nodded. Previously, he had traded for a considerable number of common-grade buildings, but since they were no longer needed, it felt somewhat wasteful. However, he had not invested too much in them, so it was of little consequence. "All right, I acquired a superior building yesterday. I will proceed with its construction." Zhao Feng nodded, then shared a mysterious smile with Wang Zhaojun, his thoughts summoning the territory's schematic into view. "Ditto. My territory even includes the dam and a small lake at the back." Zhao Feng was momentarily taken aback, then quickly calmed down. The territory's area is centered around the Lord's Mansion, forming a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer zone, with the Lord's Mansion at the center, placing 500 meters in all directions. Previously, when he established the territory, the location of the Lord's Heart was only 200 to 300 meters from the foot of the dam, naturally within the territory's boundaries. Does this mean that as my territory expands further, those mountains behind will also become mine? Zhao Feng felt a twinge of frustration. The territory was already small, and with the lake and mountains occupying space, the actual usable area had diminished significantly. Feeling a bit weary, yet knowing he could not alter the situation, he concentrated, and the construction blueprint for the walls flew out of his inventory. System notification. Please confirm whether to construct the walls. Confirmed. System notification. Please select wall construction materials. Currently available items. Refined iron 100, 000, copper 1, 000, stone 10, 000, wood 10, 000. That refined iron. As Zhao Feng's thoughts settled, the blueprint for the walls vanished, and his inventory instantly decreased by 60. 000 units of refined iron. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a circle of black shadows suddenly appeared around the territory, starting from the foot of the dam on the left, encircling back to connect with the foot of the dam on the right, perfectly enclosing the entire territory. The black shadows gradually solidified, revealing a 10-meter-high wall before the onlookers. The wall consisted of 3 sides, each featuring 1 large archway and 2 smaller ones. Wall, black iron defense, 5 million height, 10 meters width, 3 meters special effect, can upgrade alongside the territory, material supplementation required for upgrades, and various materials can be combined. The maximum upgrade does not exceed the extraordinary level. Observing the wall's attributes, Zhao Feng grinned. A defense value of 5 million. I suspect even cannons would struggle to breach it. As for the 60,000 units of refined iron consumed, Zhao Feng was unconcerned. After all, it had been obtained through water trading, and he still had plenty of water that he and Wang Zhaojun went to inspect the left wall. Discovering that it exceeded his expectations. Not only did it feature numerous upward staircases, but there were also several arrow slits in between. Ascending the parapet, the 10-meter height granted Zhao Feng a far-reaching view. He struck the wall with his hand. The cold touch of steel provided him with immense reassurance that a true steel man desires exactly this sensation. Chapter 44. The first massive transaction with Yuzhou. Tea House, Black Iron Effect. Summons 20 black iron civilians daily, consuming 100 energy points. Refugee Camp. Black Iron Effect. Automatically summons 20 refugees daily, consuming 50 energy points per individual, with the walls completed. Zhao Feng constructed the few available black iron buildings within the territory, including 3 black iron tea houses and 1 refugee camp. The refugee camp surprised Zhao Feng with its automatic summoning feature. The advantage was that it saved Wang Zhaojun considerable effort, but the downside was evident. The summoned refugees' qualities were entirely uncontrollable. Once the tea house was constructed, Wang Zhaojun proceeded with the summoning. And the result was a uniform array of B-grade individuals, the majority being scholars, along with a few shopkeepers and 6 women. Scholars may seem of little use at present, but that is merely temporary. As the population of the territory grows, many mid-level management personnel will be needed. And with a little training, these scholars will be more than capable, bringing numerous benefits. The 20 refugees from the refugee camp were also summoned automatically. And to Zhao Feng's surprise, there was only 1 black iron refugee among them. The rest were common grade. The black iron refugee had a C-grade quality, while the common grade refugees ranged from F to D grades. Among the 20 individuals, there were men, women, old, and young. Apart from the C-grade black iron refugee, who appeared relatively normal, the others were ragged and emaciated, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition. As these individuals emerged from the refugee camp, their eyes were filled with confusion and fear. Confusion stemming from not knowing why they were alive, and fear from uncertainty about their future, whether it would be as arduous as their previous lives. Or even more so, Zhao Feng was untroubled by the refugees' panic. Wang Zhaojun and Yu Yinping stepped forward and spoke a few comforting words, easily soothing their emotions. Moreover, the mutated sweet potatoes eased their hunger, allowing them to relax considerably. While their inner fears could not be completely dispelled, at least there would be no risk of defection. As for the subsequent developments, Zhao Feng was confident in ensuring their happiness. Wang Zhaojun led everyone to construct new dormitories, and just as Zhao Feng prepared to take a break, a system message notification appeared in his mind, revealing Shengwan Wana. Brother Yin, are you there? Yes, what is it? My father found a blueprint yesterday that he believes will be useful to you. Take a look. With a thought, a building blueprint appeared in Zhao Feng's inventory. Gathering Talents Pavilion. Extraordinary effect. Automatically summons one extraordinary or lower-level talent daily, consuming 5,000 energy points. Zhao Feng was somewhat taken aback. Yet another building with an automatic summoning feature. However, what excited him was that the building's effect indicated it would summon talents. Thank you. This building is quite impressive. I will gladly accept it. I'm glad you like it. Brother Yan, by the way, my father mentioned he wants to apologize to you. Yesterday, he came across this building in his social circle and saw that the asking price was rather high. So he exchanged a drop of ginger juice for it. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue, but it turned out that the other party had national backing, and they offered the ginger juice as a tribute. My father said that the national level will likely find him soon. So he asked if he would like to engage with the government. That my father stated that dealing with the government has both advantages and disadvantages. The downside is that you will be within the sights of certain individuals at the national level, while the upside is that you can leverage your resources to exchange for even better items. Additionally, my father mentioned that if you were to engage with those people, there is no need to feel pressured. Despite some bad apples, the overall stance of the government is quite enlightened. The only thing you must be cautious about is to never disclose your location, lest you attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. My father said that while ground transportation is currently limited, some aircraft can still carry out special missions. The government level? Zhao Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had previously harbored a certain trepidation about interacting with individuals of such stature, especially considering his own slender limbs, which seemed incapable of withstanding even the slightest sneeze from them. However, the circumstances had undeniably shifted. The reach of authority was indeed limited. The matter of the fighter jet was undoubtedly troublesome, yet he had never contemplated betraying Huagua. Surely, that was not a consideration. The thought of the nation deploying a fighter jet merely to drop bombs on him left Zhao Feng with a peculiar sense of indignation on behalf of Huagua. Just how inflated was his ego to believe he warranted such a response? Shaking his head, he dismissed those disjointed thoughts. The future remained uncertain, and to elevate himself in such a manner felt somewhat shameless. Tell uncle that I am willing to engage with those individuals. All right, I genuinely apologize. Yin Gu, this oversight was entirely my father's. That it's all right. Just inform uncle that others would covet such an opportunity, and please extend my gratitude to him. I know Yin Gu is the kindest. I've already reprimanded my father, ensuring he pays closer attention next time. After exchanging a few words with Shengwan Wana, a friend request notification popped up upon opening it. He saw it was from a woman named Zhao Yido. Her profile picture featured a capable-looking beauty with short hair, seemingly in her 20s. With a fleeting thought, he accepted the friend's request. Hello, I am Zhao Yido, the liaison officer for Huagua's Yuzhou district. May I inquire if Mr. Yin is selling ginger juice? The woman's voice was melodious, and her tone was remarkably amiable, leaving Zhao Feng with a very favorable first impression. Indeed, that is splendid. May I ask if Mr. Yin has any ginger juice available for sale? I do have some. What price are you prepared to offer? The goods are yours. You may set the price. We are interested in procuring a substantial amount, and we wonder if Mr. Yin could provide a wholesale rate. Her playful manner was quite endearing to Zhao Feng, who appreciated the absence of the anticipated arrogance or aggressiveness. As for the price, he was uncertain how to determine it, but recalling that Li Chuanhui and Shengwan Wanner had mentioned trading ginger juice for extraordinary level buildings, he figured that even at a wholesale price, it should not be excessively low. After some contemplation, Zhao Feng replied, I can sell a maximum of 500 drops at present, for purchases of up to 10 drops. Each drop would require either one extraordinary building or a volume of a golden cultivation method. For orders exceeding 10 drops, we can negotiate at a rate of 1 drop for one extraordinary weapon, preferably long spears. How does that sound? A wholesale price. All right, please hold on. Zhao Feng expected her to report back and then engage in some haggling. But merely 1 minute later, 2 transaction notifications appeared. System notification. Zhao Yitong has traded you long spears. Extraordinary 400, long swords. Extraordinary 100, transaction amount. None. System notification. Zhao Yitong has traded you the Big Dipper sword technique. extraordinary. Transaction amount, none. What on earth? So aggressive. No negotiation. Zhao Feng was left in a state of bewilderment. What did the additional extraordinary cultivation method signify? Mr. Yen, that cultivation method is our small token of appreciation. Should you have any valuable items to sell in the future, please feel free to contact me. I assure you the price will be to your satisfaction. Zhao Feng was once again taken aback. The situation was entirely unlike what he had envisioned. Indeed, it seemed this world was populated by many good-hearted individuals. The Huagua's largest district was truly formidable, with 500 extraordinary weapons produced in an instant. While he had only acquired one after many days of effort, the disparity was almost unbearable to contemplate. After accepting the 500 extraordinary weapons and cultivation methods, Zhao Feng transferred 500 drops of red ginger juice to her. Previously, he had only harvested over 600 drops, having given some away to Yu Yun and Wang Haoqi, and after selling these, he was left with mere dozens. However, he was unperturbed. The Shennong space had recently yielded a bountiful harvest, and he would soon reap the rewards. Following the substantial transaction, the other party's overwhelming generosity stirred something within Zhao Feng. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, I possess seeds from 2 types of plants that I discovered alongside the red ginger. Would you be interested? As he spoke, he sent over the attributes of the red ginger seeds and the mutated sweet potato seeds. Zhao Yidong's response was instantaneous. Yes, may I know how many you have? What is your price? Well, 1 black iron barak for 1 red ginger seed, or 5 sweet potato seeds, or other buildings with special properties would suffice that I see. Please hold on. This time, within moments, Zhao Feng received a transaction alert. System notification. Zhao Yitong has traded you barracks. Black iron 10, barracks. Gold 2, warehouse. Gold 1, septic tank. Gold 1, transaction amount. None. Observing Zhao Yitong's trade offer, Zhao Feng felt a mix of emotions, akin to being sharply slapped in the face. Beyond his explicit request for the 10 black iron barracks, everything else was of golden level, and 2 of those items were particularly precious gold-level items that were desperately needed for his territory. What did this imply? Was it not a clear indication that black iron-grade items were utterly worthless to her, while she had an abundance of gold-grade items? For the first time in his life, Zhao Feng felt like a complete pauper. The transaction was swiftly completed, and all items were transferred into Zhao Feng's inventory, that he then spent 50 energy points in the system to purchase and send over 50 red ginger seeds. Zhao Feng grinned. You think you're extravagant? Let us see who is truly lavish. Zhao Yidong promptly received the items. Thank you, Mr. Yan, for your generosity. May I inquire if you have more seeds available? Yes, I currently have 10. 000 sweet potato seeds and 2,000 red ginger seeds. Sweet potato seeds are priced at 100 energy points each, while red ginger seeds are priced at 5,000 energy points each. The Shennong space did not impose restrictions on the quantity of seeds he could purchase. Yet Zhao Feng harbored doubts. If he were to present 1 billion red ginger seeds, would a fighter jet come to collect him the next day? No sooner had he voiced these thoughts than another transaction notification appeared. System notification. Zhao Yidong has traded you energy 11, 000 transaction amount. None. 11 million energy points. Under previous circumstances, Zhao Feng would have been ecstatic, but considering the exorbitant costs associated with upgrading his soldiers to extraordinary levels, which could easily reach over 1 billion, he found little joy in it, and he promptly added the energy points to his attributes panel and swiftly purchased the seeds from the Shennong Mall. Completing the transaction, Zhao Yidong remarked, I am delighted to have had this transaction with Mr. Yen. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to message me. I am available 24/7. Zhao Feng replied, I, too, am pleased. I will certainly reach out to you for future transactions. Although he felt some pressure regarding the energy points, he could not deny his satisfaction with this transaction. After concluding the dealings with Zhao Yitong, Zhao Feng pondered for a moment and then traded 20 million energy points to Zhao Shusheng. Also sending over the recently acquired Big Dipper Sword Technique. 10 million was sufficient for both of his parents to reach extraordinary levels. Yet it fell short of enabling them to achieve the peak extraordinary level. Previously, Zhao Feng had believed that Huagua was relatively secure, but with a 4th-tier zombie lurking in his town, and Zhao Yidong casually producing 500 extraordinary-level weapons, it indicated that the number of extraordinary-level zombies in Huagua was far greater than he had anticipated. Consequently, the safety of his parents was no longer guaranteed. The soldiers in his territory could gradually enhance their ranks. But his parents' safety had to be prioritized. With the addition of this 20 million, they would be sufficiently equipped to reach the peak extraordinary level, or even transcend it. Just as he dispatched the trade, Zhao Xuxing messaged him. "Where have you been? Did you raid a zombie lair? How did you acquire such a vast amount of energy, and an extraordinary cultivation method to boot?" Zhao Feng smiled broadly. "Dad, you really must broaden your horizons. All of this was acquired through my son's minor efforts. Raiding a zombie lair? Well, it's somewhat accurate. Our village's town has been entirely overrun by zombies. But I cleared it all out yesterday, including a 4th-tier zombie. The golden level is truly unreliable now. Take care of yourself and your mother. What a world we live in. That town was the largest in our city, with nearly 100,000 residents, and it's all gone. What a tragedy. All right, I understand. You take care as well." After finishing the conversation with his father, Zhao Feng exited the Lord's manor, intending to discuss with Wang Zhaojun where to construct the newly acquired buildings. Upon learning of Zhao Feng's recent gains, Wang Zhaojun's face was alight with astonishment. With 500 extraordinary weapons, combined with the over 100 golden-grade weapons obtained from the previous day's extermination of zombies in the town, the overall strength of the territory soldiers had surged more than tenfold. That it was important to note that the vast majority of the Yu family army was currently armed with merely mundane long spears. Wang Zhaojun contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Let's construct a warehouse first. We need to ascertain its size before determining subsequent arrangements." Zhao Feng nodded in acknowledgement, and subsequently erected a warehouse behind the delineated military camp. The golden-grade warehouse resembled a diminutive palace, covering an area of approximately 60 square meters. Though the footprint was modest, upon entering through the grand entrance, one would discover a surprisingly expansive interior, divided into 2 main zones, one exuding a chilling cold, the other maintained at a temperate climate. Each side was adorned with numerous iron racks, each consisting of 5 tiers, with each tier containing over a dozen compartments. Warehouse, golden area, 60 square meters freezing space, 5,000. With each compartment capable of storing 100 identical items normal temperature space, 5,000. With each compartment capable of storing 100 identical items truly, the prowess of a golden-grade structure was remarkable. The attributes of the warehouse surpassed Zhao Feng's expectations. Its existence rendered refrigeration units unnecessary, alleviating the urgency regarding the diesel generator. Although he had contemplated various materials and had requested a diesel generator from Li Chuanhui, he was uncertain how to convert it into a stable source of alternating current to power the refrigerator. Given his lack of expertise, with the warehouse now at hand, he no longer needed to prioritize this concern. Furthermore, the wooden warehouse previously constructed by Wang Lao could be dismantled, thereby conserving space within the territory. Utilizing the contacts, he messaged Zheng Lair, informing him of the warehouse's establishment, allowing them to make suitable arrangements. Once the warehouse matters were settled, Zhao Feng proceeded to create the extraordinary grade Zhu Xiange. This edifice was also palace-like, spanning a substantial 100 square meters. Upon the completion of Zhu Xiange, an orange radiance began to coalesce within the palace, and soon, an elderly man, clad in coarse linen and adorned with a multitude of wrinkles, appeared seemingly in his 70s. Upon his emergence, the elder swiftly scanned his surroundings, then bowed and clasped his hands in greeting, addressing Zhao Feng. "I am the aged Mo Yin, paying my respects to the Lord." Zhao Feng smiled broadly. "There is no need for such formality, esteemed Mo. Please, rise." That it was imperative to maintain a positive demeanor, especially after having scrutinized the elder's attributes prior to his arrival. Mo Yin, extraordinary age, 78 level, 10500 Lord, Yin loyalty, 70 strength, 355 agility, 301 mental strength, 390 qualification, S techniques, Mo family mechanism art perfect, Starry Sky sword technique, extraordinary perfect. Not only was he the first extraordinary level entity within the territory, but he was also a descendant of the Mo family. The potential of a perfect level sword technique, coupled with the Mo family's mechanism art, if wielded adeptly, would undoubtedly provide remarkable assistance to the territory. Zhao Feng, who had previously harbored uncertainties regarding the automatic summoning of Zhu Xiange, was pleasantly surprised by this initial revelation. After exchanging pleasantries with Mo Yin and providing him with some refreshments, Zhao Feng, along with Wang Zhaojun, took him on a tour of the territory, which resulted in a significant increase of 5 points in his loyalty. Chapter 46. The surprises brought by the Golden Barracks after Mo Yin requested a stroll along the city walls. Zhao Feng returned to the barracks with Wang Zhaojun and proceeded to construct more military camps. 10 black iron barracks and 2 golden barracks were completed, leaving little space remaining in the recently designated construction area. Barracks, golden area, 40 square meters summoning. A maximum of 50 soldiers can be summoned daily, with each summoning costing 500 energy points. Surveying the filled barracks, Zhao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Combined with the previous constructions, his territory now boasted 19 black iron barracks and 2 golden barracks, capable of summoning up to 480 soldiers daily. Including the refugee camp and tea house, the territory could increase its population by over 600 daily, swiftly meeting the requirement of 5,000 for upgrades. Zhao Feng harbored no concerns regarding loyalty. His primary focus remained on agricultural indices. The 10 black iron barracks were soon fully summoned by Wang Zhaojun, with no unexpected developments. Once again, they were all members of the Yu family army, although their qualifications were no longer exclusively A-grade. A handful were A-grade, over 60 were B-grade, and the remainder were C-grade. With an additional 200 members of the Yu family army, Yu Yinping's smile nearly extended to her ears as loyalty increased by another 2 points. Reaching 83, that the Yu family army, led by Yu Yinping, familiarized themselves with the territory and assisted in constructing dormitories, while Zhao Feng and Wang Zhaojun approached the golden grade barracks. That Wang Zhaojun concentrated her thoughts. Golden light shimmered within the barracks, and a robust, handsome young man in his 20s appeared before them. Zhao Guang. Golden age. 27 level. 10500 Lord. Yin loyalty. 70 strength. 170 agility. 168 mental strength. 186 qualification. S techniques. 18 weapons, perfect. Archery, perfect. 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, perfect. Military strategy, major achievement. Zhao Feng could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon perceiving the attributes of the newcomer, that it was not merely the overwhelming strength of his attributes that astonished him, but rather the presence of the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear among his techniques. This was the renowned skill of his most revered hero, Zhao Zilong. Zhao Guang was indeed the son of Zhao Yun. Summoning personnel was influenced by previously summoned individuals, a fact that the Yu family army had thoroughly demonstrated. Did this imply that he might have the opportunity to resurrect this legendary general in the future? Moreover, beyond Zhao Yun, Zhao Guang's own attributes were remarkably impressive, leaving Zhao Feng eager to witness the potential of his major achievement in military strategy. While Zhao Feng was lost in thought, Zhao Guang completed the information transmission from the system, exited the palace, and knelt before Zhao Feng, bowing. "I am Zhao Guang, your subordinate, paying my respects to the Lord." With a beaming smile, Zhao Feng assisted Zhao Guang to his feet. "General Zhao, please rise and wait patiently while Vice-Town Chief Wang summons the other personnel." As anticipated from the 2 golden barracks, a total of 100 soldiers were summoned, all belonging to Zhao Yun's elite cavalry. Furthermore, they all possessed A-grade qualifications, representing a formidable addition to his military strength. While these were not the famed cavalry of the White Horse Iso, Zhao Feng paid little mind to that distinction, for the Yamen army was the true military force led by Zhao Yun at present. Zhao Feng did not overly prioritize the military strength. Having more was preferable. Yet a lack thereof would not dampen his spirits. What truly mattered was the intangible bond shared among them. Should he manage to summon either of the legendary generals, it would be a momentous occasion, for one could equate to 10,000 soldiers. If he could manage to summon both, he would stand atop the highest peak and proclaim, "Who else? Zhao Jun, you shall take charge of these barracks from now on. I will devise a plan to construct additional buildings, and together, we shall strive to resurrect General Yu and General Zhao." Zhao Feng encouraged Wang Zhaojun, "That is it truly possible? Can we really revive my father?" Before Wang Zhaojun could respond, 2 voices filled with astonishment emerged from the side. One was Yu Yinping's, the other Zhao Guang's. That not only they, but the soldiers of the Yu family army and Yamen army behind them gazed at Zhao Feng with expressions brimming with hope. Absolutely, faced with their eager eyes, Zhao Feng smiled confidently. "In the past, I may have lacked assurance, but you've all witnessed the fortune that Zhao Jun has brought us. I am convinced that if there is even a glimmer of hope, both generals shall return. However, I am uncertain what type of structure is required to summon such illustrious heroes. Yet, since the barracks can summon distinguished figures, there must be buildings capable of summoning generals. We simply lack the knowledge for now. Moreover, the apocalypse has only recently begun. As everyone's strength increases, more structures will surely emerge, including those that can summon commanders to as soon as I identify one, I will pursue it at any cost. Most importantly, I possess numerous rare items that others lack, significantly increasing the likelihood of successful trades. Xiaofeng grinned confidently. Even Yu Zhou had engaged in trade with him, indicating that ginger juice was exceedingly scarce in Huagua and worldwide. Since Yu Zhou was already aware of his possession, it was likely that soon, high-ranking officials in Huagua and even some of the world's elite would become aware of his existence. At that point, he would not doubt his ability to trade for the corresponding structures. Observing Zhao Feng's confident demeanor, Yu Yinping and Zhao Guang felt their deepest desires stirred, tears streaming down their faces. Yu Fei and Zhao Yun were the cornerstones of their respective armies. Their very heavens, Tio witnessed their comrades revived. To claim that they held no expectations for the general's resurrection would be a falsehood. Yet, they dared not dream. The greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment, which led their hearts to endure the piercing agony of countless arrows. The pain was too intense, too fierce. They could not bear it. So their most fervent desires remained buried deep within. Little did they anticipate that today the Lord would speak a possibility. How could they not be shaken? Thank you, my lord. Yu Yinping, accompanied by the Yu family army, knelt on one knee, and Zhao Guang, with the Yamen army, followed suit. All present bore tears upon their faces, yet their eyes shone with hope and anticipation. System notification. Your actions have moved Yu Yinping, increasing her loyalty by 17 points. Congratulations, Lord. You are the third individual in Blue Star to achieve maximum favorability. You are rewarded with a long sword, Golden. Please continue your efforts. The system will announce this. Do you wish to conceal your name? System prompt. Your actions have touched Zhao Guang. Loyalty 10. System prompt. Your actions have touched Huang San. Loyalty 5. A series of system prompts appeared in Zhao Feng's mind, leaving him both astonished and elated. Yu Yinping's loyalty has also reached its maximum. Unhidden system prompt. Congratulations, Lord Huaqiu Yinyan, on acquiring your third subordinate with 100 loyalty in Blue Star. As a reward, you receive a longsword gold. The system prompt echoed 3 times in the minds of everyone in Blue Star. Compared to the previous global system prompts, this time the responses were scarce that a gold-grade longsword is. For many at present, not particularly significant, in fact, for some top-tier individuals, the reward of a gold-grade longsword is considered beneath their notice. Chapter 47. 1 billion energy points, brother. How could you possess such a precious item as ginger juice and not inform me? Do you look down on me? Zhao Feng sat in a shaded spot outside the Lord's mansion, sipping the juice handed to him by Yu Yinping while glancing at the message from the Jade Emperor. Feeling somewhat speechless, to be honest, he bore no disdain for the Jade Emperor. He had merely forgotten about his existence. Beside him, Wang Xiaojun was also enjoying her fruit juice, made from fruits transported from the town the day before. Zhao Guang had taken all the soldiers remaining in the territory to construct dormitories. Zhao Feng had initially wished to take a break and chat with Wang Xiaojun to deepen their bond. But unexpectedly, a message from the Jade Emperor arrived. Brother, I have no right to look down on you. This item I acquired only recently. It was a lifesaver I intended to keep for myself. However, it seems those from Yuzhou discovered it, and now it has mostly been bought by Zhao Yidong, leaving me with only a few drops. Zhao Feng did not wish to engage deeply with the Jade Emperor, so he responded rather perfunctorily to in a luxurious villa in Jiangcheng, Huagua. Ouyang Jinhua embraced a beautiful maiden on either side, his eyes flashing with anger. This yin seemed to have unknown origins. Pure water was one thing. But now he had acquired ginger juice as well, along with mutated sweet potatoes, and both had seeds. Although the world was still not completely stabilized, seeds represented future hope and were part of strategic reserves. If he wasn't selling seeds, that was fine. He had no intention of pursuing an agricultural route. But to not mention the ginger juice, a potential lifesaver, was tantamount to looking down on him. Now that he was reaching out to him, he was met with such indifference. It felt like a slap in the face. Throughout his life, he had never been so openly insulted. He squeezed the 2 maidens beside him with force, causing expressions of pain to flicker across their faces. yet none dared to utter a sound. The last time one of them cried out in pain, she had been thrown into a cage across the room and torn apart by the zombie mastiff within, leaving them haunted by nightmares ever since. After venting his frustrations on the two maidens, Ouyang Jinhua barely managed to suppress his fury and reopen communication with Yin Yin. Brother Yin Yin, I don't need much, just 10 drops. And you can set the price as you please. What do you say? There's really not that much left. 3 drops for 10 extraordinary special summoning buildings. Brother, this is meant for my parents, and since you were so sincere, I'll let you have it first. How about that? Get lost. Ouyang Jinhua nearly exploded with rage. When the other party sold to Zhao Yidong, it was only 1 drop for 1 extraordinary weapon. Yet here, it's 1 drop for 3 extraordinary buildings, and they had to be summoning types. He was a lord himself, and had a few summoning buildings, but not many. Only 3 in total. He dared to ask for 10. Currently, Blue Star was rife with 4th-tier zombies, yet the drop rate for buildings was the lowest among all varieties, not even reaching 1 in 1,000. He only had 3. Gifted to him by his father, who was the commander of Huangzhou, one of the 9 great continents of Huagua. Given his father's status, he had only acquired 3, highlighting their rarity. Moreover, none of these 3 buildings were summoning types. Once more, he squeezed the maidens beside him with great force, taking several deep breaths before managing to repress his anger again. Brother Yin Yin, your price is outrageous that I don't have a single extraordinary summoning building. How about I offer you 10 golden military camps or other golden summoning buildings instead? Seeing the message from the Jade Emperor, Zhao Feng felt exasperated. What a joke. 10 golden military camps to brush him off. My apologies, my friend just contacted me with an urgent matter. Allow me to attend to him briefly. Brother, I'll reserve 3 drops of ginger juice for you. Whenever you acquire 10 extraordinary summoning buildings, feel free to reach out to me. After Zhao Feng finished speaking, he abruptly closed the chat with the Jade Emperor and turned his gaze to Wang Zhaojun beside him. Zhaojun, how many energy points do you still need to reach the maximum extraordinary level? Previously, he had transferred 20 million energy points to his father to expedite the upgrade for him and his mother. Now, having completed that task, Zhao Feng suddenly thought of Wang Zhaojun, one of Huagua's 4 great beauties. With celestial grade potential, meaning she could ascend to celestial tier without any bottlenecks. Wang Zhaojun was currently at the golden tier, still 7 major realms away from her potential bottleneck. Zhao Feng was unsure how much energy was required for her advancement, but he estimated it to be an astronomical figure. Achieving golden level 100 required around 2.5 million, while extraordinary would demand 25 million, and rare would need 200 million, let alone the subsequent levels. He wondered what her power would be like upon reaching celestial level. Surely, she could fly and traverse the earth. At that point, Wang Zhaojun would truly be a celestial maiden. Wang Zhaojun glanced at her energy points and replied, I still need about 18 million. With a thought, Zhao Feng directly transferred 20 million energy points to her. Looking at the remaining 5 million energy points in his attribute panel, Zhao Feng felt a surge of pressure. He needed to sell some pure water and mutated sweet potatoes to gather more energy points. Zhao Feng examined his inventory. He still had 5,000 cubic meters of pure water and 11,000 mutated sweet potatoes that he planned to sell all these items, as the Shennong space would yield new harvest the next afternoon. Yin Yin, urgent announcement, selling water. 1 energy point for 5 milliliters of pure water. Maximum of 10 L per person. If you want it, hurry. The supply is limited. First come, first served. Yin Yin, urgent announcement, selling food, 500 energy points for 1 mutated sweet potato, maximum of 10 per person. If you want it, hurry. The quantity is limited. First come, first served. Instead of broadcasting in the national chat channel, Zhao Feng repeated each message 3 times in the regional chat channel. Tokyo hot. Damn, I finally caught you. Thankfully, I didn't give up. Zhang San, water help? I haven't had a drink for nearly 2 days. Wang Peng, Brother Yin, do you take in younger brothers? I only need 3 cups of water a day. Yin, damn it. This heartless merchant hasn't perished yet, profiting from the national disaster. May your offspring be cursed. You'll be struck by lightning if you go outside. I wouldn't buy your water, even if I had to drink urine. As soon as Zhao Feng sent out the messages, the regional chat exploded. The zombie outbreak had persisted for several days, with more and more people turning into zombies, making the outside world increasingly perilous and causing everyone to hesitate to venture out. Previously, many households had stored water, but after several days, Their supplies had been exhausted. Unfortunately, in the entire regional chat channel, apart from Yin Yin selling water, no one else had offered any. Incorrect. Not only in this regional chat, but also in other regional channels in Huagua. No one was selling water, nor was there any in the national channel. Countless individuals immediately flooded Zhao Feng with trade requests. The regional chat was overflowing with messages, and Zhao Feng could hardly keep up. There were many purchase requests and plenty of trolls, yet he paid them no mind. The system panel was inundated with thousands of trade messages popping up, and Zhao Feng skillfully set up automatic trades. In less than 5 minutes, all the pure water in his inventory vanished, along with the mutated sweet potatoes 0.1 billion 0.10, 620,000 staring at the energy points in his personal attribute panel. Zhao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gulped several times. He knew water could be sold for a lot of energy points, but he never expected it would all sell out. 1 billion energy points. This was a figure he had never seen before. He had struck it rich. Chapter 48. The formidable European Emperor Tokyo Hot. Damn, who is so fast? I've been single for 30 years and couldn't snag any. Was it just because I sent a message in the channel? Are you all that desperate? Hyun, brother, why not drink urine like me? It's a cycle, and it's non-toxic and harmless at LIC. I seriously suspect the person above is an undercover zombie sent to disgust us. One line, Tokyo Hot, brother, I got some. I'm trading you 1L, hurry and accept. Today's vendor. One line, brother, I didn't get any either, trade me some. Look at my 72 transformations. Yin Yin, brother, your water was too scarce. When will you sell again? And the mutated sweet potatoes, I didn't manage to get any that I haven't eaten in days. Anti-wolf. Yin Yin, brother, sell a bit more. I didn't manage to grab any. The regional chat channel remains bustling with activity, with some continuing to criticize Zhao Feng, while others proudly showcase their acquisitions of purified water and mutated sweet potatoes. Among these, the satiating quality and sweet, fruity flavor of the mutated sweet potatoes have garnered considerable acclaim, leading many to express their eagerness for another purchase in the regional channel. However, the predominant desire is still for the coveted purified water. While one can endure a lack of food, the absence of drink is truly unbearable. Zhao Feng glanced at his crops. This time he had cultivated a substantial number of purification lotuses, and the flower buds had already begun to bloom in the Shennong space. Ready for harvest the following day, 0.1 lotus seed can purify 100 cubic meters of water, so producing tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 cubic meters, will undoubtedly be achievable. This, in turn, could yield hundreds of billions in energy, but he wondered if such an abundance of water could find buyers. Zhao Feng felt a flicker of anticipation. If he succeeded in selling it all, he could instantly establish an extraordinary army in his territory. With a glimmer of hope, Zhao Feng posted an announcement in the regional channel. Yin Yin, attention everyone. Tomorrow evening at 6 p.m., I will continue selling purified water at the same price. 5 milliliters of energy for 1 liter. Each person may purchase a maximum of 10 liters and supplies are limited, so it's first come, first served. Everyone is welcome to trade. He repeated this message 3 times, instantly igniting a flurry of interest. And the regional channel erupted in excitement. Countless individuals promptly opened their contact lists, sending messages to friends and family in other regions to prepare for the purchasing frenzy. Observing the lively chat, Zhao Feng nodded in satisfaction, ready to close the system panel, when he noticed a message notification in the lower right corner. Upon opening it, he found a message from someone named Ohuang Ben Wang. Bro, it's Wang Rinja from our last trade at the tea house. Do you remember me? Zhao Feng paused for a moment before recalling. This was indeed a true Ohuang. His first tea house fan pin was obtained through a trade with him. Zhao Feng was genuinely astonished that this fellow had managed to acquire building materials while others were still struggling. Zhao Feng, I remember. What's up? Do you have something good again? Ohuang Ben Wang. I do have a little something. Do you see anything you need? Along with his message, he sent a screenshot of the items in his package. Long spear, extraordinary 5, long sword, extraordinary 8. Great knife, extraordinary 2, gale tower, extraordinary 1, arrow tower, extraordinary 2, barracks, gold 15, warehouse, gold 2, lodging palace, gold 3, dining hall, gold 2, as Zhao Feng gazed at the screenshot showcasing hundreds of items. He swallowed hard. The lowest items were all gold, and there were several extraordinary buildings that in comparison, he felt utterly weak as a lord. After several swallows, Zhao Feng said, "Brother, I want to buy your entire package." "What price are you asking?" Ohuang Ben Wang. I don't ask for much, just 100 cubic meters of water and 1,000 mutated sweet potatoes." "What a bold request for 100 cubic meters of water." Zhao Feng grinned. "The water and mutated sweet potatoes are gone, but I have this. How about it?" After Zhao Feng sent the attributes of the red ginger juice, Ohuang Ben Huang exclaimed, "Oh my. Just 10 drops, only 10 drops, and I'll give you everything, bro. You're my brother." Zhao Feng smiled. "I can only offer 3 drops. That's all I can spare." Ohuang Ben Huang. "Bro, you can't be so harsh. At least 8 drops, considering I'm including 3 extraordinary buildings." Zhao Feng. "I'm only offering 3 drops because of those 3 extraordinary buildings. Otherwise, it would be a maximum of 1 drop." After a round of haggling, Zhao Feng ultimately traded 5 drops of red ginger juice. Zhao Feng. "Pleasure doing business, brother, that if you acquire any extraordinary or higher-level summoning buildings, especially those related to heroes or generals, I'm willing to purchase at a high price. Besides ginger juice, I have other valuable items that will surely satisfy you." Ohuang Ben Huang. "Oh, brother, what good items do you have? Can you show me in advance? It would motivate me." Zhao Feng thought for a moment and then shared the attributes of the radiant lily, honeysuckle, and mutated mugwort. He recalled that he had mentioned being in the mountains, and the radiant lily would ensure he could sleep and move without worrying about being ambushed by zombie insects. Honeysuckle could reduce inflammation, while mutated mugwort could stop bleeding quickly. This should be of great importance to Ohuang Ben Huang. Ohuang Ben Huang. "Bro, you're my dear brother. Can you spare me a radiant lily? I haven't had a decent night's sleep in days." Zhao Feng smiled. "Not now. This item is also very important to me, and I don't have many that if you want it, you need to act quickly. I have other friends helping me look as well." Ohuang Ben Huang. "Bro, please don't forget to save one for me. I've barely slept 6 hours in total over the last few days. I am on the brink of collapse that I'll go hunt zombies for items right now. You must save one for me." Zhao Feng chuckled again, knowing he had the upper hand. "All right, given the pleasant nature of our previous transactions, I'll reserve one for you for 3 days. Within those 3 days, if you find any related buildings, I'll keep one for you." Ohuang Ben Huang. "Deal. Just wait, 3 days will be enough." After concluding his conversation with Ohuang Ben Huang, Zhao Feng sent a message to Li Chuanhui, Shengwan Wan'er, and Zhao Yidong, proposing an exchange of a radiant flower for an extraordinary level hero or general summoning building. Zhao Yidong. "Mr. Yin, how many radiant flowers do you have? And can you trade for something else?" Shengwan Wan'er. "Wow, Brother Yin, you have such wonderful items. Heroic buildings. Great. I've already spoken with my father to Li Chuanhui. Brother Yin, you have too many good items." "Understood. I'll do my best." Since the first night of the zombie outbreak, when countless people were infected by the mosquito zombies, preventing these little pests has become a top priority for everyone. While large zombies are easy to spot, the small ones are much more elusive and difficult to defend against. They sleep with at least 10 people taking turns checking every corner of the room, locking the doors tightly before daring to sleep. If they possess radiant flowers, they need not worry about the dangers of zombie insects, allowing them to finally enjoy a good night's sleep. The importance of this item for high-ranking individuals is second only to ginger juice. Chapter 49, Gale Tower. Extraordinary, my lord. What is this? My lord, is this a car? Within Zhao Feng's territory, Mo Yin gazed curiously at the diesel generator and the car before him. Around 11 a.m., Li Chuanhui had completed the transactions for the items Zhao Feng desired from the previous day, 0.3 diesel generators, each capable of generating 10,000 kilowatts per hour, were sufficient for the daily needs of thousands of people. Though they did consume a considerable amount of fuel, that he directly delivered 1,000 solar-powered streetlights and 10 trucks, stating that he could be contacted at any time for further needs. The vehicles and streetlights were now operational. And as Zhao Feng was about to store the diesel generators, Mo Yin approached, his curiosity piqued. Although the reincarnated individuals like Mo Yin had been endowed with some modern knowledge by the system, Zhao Feng understood that aside from basic literacy and communication skills, their knowledge was limited to the existence of certain concepts without any understanding of their specific implications. Zhao Feng himself had only a basic understanding of these items. Yet he proceeded to provide a simple introduction to their fundamental operating principles. Thermal energy converted to electrical energy, an engine, Could my lord elaborate further? After Zhao Feng's explanation, Mo Yan's confusion deepened, but his interest grew even more. Zhao Feng rubbed his nose and shook his head. I'm sorry, but I genuinely don't know much about that. However, I recall there is a high school in town with a rather large library. Perhaps we could go check it out. Just then, with 10 trucks arriving, they decided to head over together. Zhao Feng possesses only a driver's license for a sedan, yet after a brief exploration of operating a truck, he found it manageable, disregarding road safety. Under Zhao Feng's guidance, Zhao Guang and others swiftly grasped the necessary skills, transporting over 100 individuals towards the small town, while the remaining members continued constructing dormitories within their territory. Wang Xiaojun and Yu Yinping chose to stay behind. Wang Xiaojun took on the management role, while Yu Yinping, having befriended Zhao Feng, served as a communications officer, maintaining remote contact. During their journey, Zhao Feng also reached out to Li Chuanhui to order 100,000 military uniforms and blast shields, and placed an order with Shangguan Waner for 100,000 beds, indicating that payments could be made with purified water, mutated sweet potatoes, and ginger juice. Upon hearing about the ginger juice payment, both parties assured him without hesitation. Upon their arrival at the small town, Zhao Feng encountered Yu Lei, a robust young man. After introducing Zhao Wan to them and allowing them to organize their affairs, he took Mo Yin to the town's middle school library. In the aftermath of the zombie outbreak, many areas of the school were damaged, yet the library remained relatively intact, likely due to its low foot traffic. Inside, Zhao Feng discovered numerous books related to mechanical and circuit design. Even finding some on engines that Mo Yin, elated, implored Zhao Feng to gather and take all the machine-related books back with them. The small town was expansive, and the group labored until 6 p.m. as dusk approached. They had barely completed a tenth of the organization, promising to continue the next day. Wang Haoqi initially suggested that everyone stay in the town and find a place to rest, but Zhao Feng insisted they return. While the town had many houses, it was infested with bugs. Otherwise, it would not have fallen so completely overnight. Upon returning to their territory, the Arrow Towers provided enhanced security, complemented by patrols. The group returned with 10 trucks full of supplies, some sorting the goods into storage while others began to prepare dinner. Zhao Feng conferred with Yu Yun and others about the architectural plans for the territory. They had already constructed many buildings in the morning, and according to the original plan, they could erect one more golden barracks. After deliberation, they ultimately decided to build 5 additional golden barracks, 2 golden-level warehouses, and 2 extraordinary arrow towers, along with 1 extraordinary wind tower. The golden-level warehouses were positioned near the dormitory, while the 4 new barracks were constructed in the designated planning area. With the material support from the small town, the reduced farming area would not pose a significant issue. The barracks and warehouses were swiftly completed, with the 2 golden arrow towers situated at either end of the dormitory area, and the wind tower erected in the vacant space between the Lord's Manor and the embankment. Arrow Tower, extraordinary height, 50 meters attack power, 1500 attack range, 5 kilometers radius around the tower function, when zombies or enemies recognized by the Lord enter the attack range. The tower automatically releases energy arrows capable of firing up to 100 arrows per second, with each arrow consuming 500 points of the Lord's energy. Wind Tower, extraordinary height, 70 meters attack power, 1800 attack range, 1 kilometer radius around the tower function, when zombies or enemies recognized by the Lord enter the attack range. It automatically releases energy wind blades, capable of firing up to 100 per second, with each blade consuming 500 points of the Lord's energy. Zhao Feng was astonished by the attributes of the 2 buildings. The energy attacks covering the entire territory, with the capability of firing 100 shots per second, resembled a formidable energy-based machine gun. With these 3 structures in place, should a horde of zombies return, they could be dealt with in under a minute, providing a tremendous sense of security. As for energy consumption, it was currently a trivial concern for Zhao Feng. Amidst his astonishment, he couldn't help but admire the extraordinary luck of the European monarch. It was undeniable. After sharing the relevant attributes with Yu Yun and others, they too were taken aback. Zhao Guang remarked, "My lord, with these 3 buildings, along with the city walls and the glorious lilies you can procure tomorrow, we need not overly worry about the territory's safety in the short term." Yu Yun nodded in agreement, adding, "The only potential vulnerability lies in the possible emergence of 4th and 5th tier zombies. My lord, after selling the water tomorrow, we must enhance the strengths of Deputy Mayor Wang Yinping, ergo, and Dahu to ensure absolute safety. Zhao Feng smiled broadly. Tomorrow, we should be able to sell a considerable amount of energy points. And everyone should strive to upgrade, especially you, Zhao Jun. Enhance yourself as much as possible. From now on, you will be the anchor of our territory. Wang Zhaojun, understanding Zhao Feng's character, smiled and nodded in agreement, with the overarching plan set. Everyone eagerly anticipated the arrival of the next day. With some time left before dinner, Wang Zhaojun went to summon all the soldiers from the newly constructed 5 golden barracks. 250 soldiers, all of A-level quality, were assigned to Zhao Wang. It is worth mentioning that due to Zhao Wang's presence, Zhao Feng appointed him as the captain, responsible for commanding the summoned soldiers. Thus, the territory now boasted 3 captains. That be why the way, my lord. We need to pay attention to digging drainage ditches. Otherwise, heavy rainfall could inundate the territory, and the planning for some buildings will also require adjustments. After dinner, the group gathered around the campfire for conversation when Mo Yin suddenly spoke up. While our numbers and buildings are currently limited, they will soon exceed 10,000. If it becomes too chaotic, it will not only disrupt our lives but also hinder the soldiers' deployment speed. That a glimmer of surprise crossed Zhao Feng's eyes. Mo Lao, do you possess knowledge of urban planning? We had no experience in this before, so our constructions were rather haphazard. As a modern individual, Zhao Feng understood the importance of urban planning, yet lacked relevant expertise. Wang Zhaojun, Yu Yun, and others were similarly unaware. So Mo Yan's revelation came as a delightful surprise. That Mo Yan nodded. I previously participated in the construction of a city and have some insights. That's splendid. Zhao Feng exclaimed with a grin. From tomorrow onwards, you and Wang Lao will be in charge of territory construction. Wang Lao, you and Zhao Wang will handle the supply issues, while you and Mo Lao focus on the drainage ditches. I'll find someone to see if we can procure a few excavators that will expedite the digging process significantly. Also, Mo Lao, if you find the time, please plan the roads for the territory. That I recall there is a cement factory on the outskirts of the small town. Once we finish the tasks there, we can prepare to construct the roads. Captain Zheng, you won't be going out tomorrow. Your squad will assist me in purifying the water source. Understood, my lord, the group replied, rising to acknowledge his orders. Chapter 50. 50 billion energy points everyone. In 10 minutes it will be 6 p.m. Have all your hands been washed? I am the Yellow River. Of course. Song Ku Dai Zi. Since yesterday. My belt hasn't loosened. I've been saving my energy for today. As Zhao Feng's announcement about selling water gained traction throughout the day, not only was the local channel bustling, but the national channel was also inundated with a torrent of messages. With hundreds of new updates every second, far too quick to follow in Zhao Feng's territory, he gazed at the 50 slots in his backpack brimming with purified water, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. His backpack had upgraded. Each slot could store 10,000 cubic meters, totaling 500,000 cubic meters. Earlier that day, the Shennong space yielded an abundant harvest of over 1,000 purification lotus pods, each containing dozens of lotus seeds capable of purifying 100 cubic meters of water. If he utilized all the seeds, he could purify millions of cubic meters of water. Surprisingly, Zheng and a few hundred soldiers had spent the entire afternoon purifying only 500,000 cubic meters. To Zhao Feng's astonishment, even after purifying 500,000 cubic meters of lake water, the surface of the freshwater lake showed no signs of decline. Its water source remained a mystery. Zhao Feng harbored concerns that this could pose a significant risk to the territory. However, lacking the capability to explore the lake, he decided to leave it be for the time being. At the entrance of his lord's manor stood a simple flower pot, within which bloomed a nearly 1 meter tall lily with 10 pure white petals. The lily's petals radiated a soft white glow, illuminating a surrounding area of 100 meters. The white light was gentle. Gazing directly at the petals revealed only their brightness without any harsh glare. This was the lily harvested from the Shennong space, totaling 500 blooms that in addition to the entrance. One was placed in the living room and bedroom of the Lord's manor, along with nearly 100 others dispersed throughout the territory. The combined effect of nearly 100 radiant lilies, alongside over 10 solar-powered streetlights, rendered the entire territory as bright as day. From this day forward, the territory need no longer fear attacks from those pesky zombies. The greatest security threat had been effectively eliminated. In addition to the territory, Zhao Feng also traded 5 flowers for his father, gifting 2 each to Shengwan Wana, Li Chuanhui, and Zhao Yidong. while also presenting one to the Emperor of Luck. Initially, he intended to negotiate trades with them, but upon reflection, he realized that they were all pivotal partners in his transactions. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, finding replacements might prove difficult. This was particularly true for the Emperor of Luck, for whom Zhao Feng held high expectations. Once the items were dispatched, an avalanche of gratitude followed. The Emperor of Luck unilaterally acknowledged him as an elder brother, while Shengguan Wan'er and Li Chuanhui declared the waiver of the 10,000-item fee. Zhao Feng insisted it was unnecessary, yet they remained resolute. Although Zhao Yitong did not offer anything in return, she promised to closely monitor the information regarding the extraordinary building Zhao Feng required, ensuring that he would be the first to know when it became available. With an abundance of purified water and the purification lotus seeds, yet to be exhausted, a new batch had already been planted, set to be harvested the following evening. This meant he could rest easy regarding water supply. After contemplating, Zhao Feng sent 3 messages in the regional channel. Attention everyone, pure water sales will commence promptly at 6 p.m. As a token of gratitude for your support, I have decided to reduce the price of purified water to 1 energy point, allowing the trade of 10 milliliters of pure water, with a maximum limit of 10 L per person. The quantity of purified water is limited today, available on a first-come, first-served basis. However, for those who miss out, sales will resume tomorrow at 6 p.m. With unchanged rules that in the future, sales of purified water will occur periodically. The barrage of comments erupted. Brother Yin is mighty, Brother Yin is mighty. I've added you as a friend, please accept. I want to have your children, Brother Yin is mighty. As countless messages flooded in, Zhao Feng's system panel displayed a multitude of friend request notifications. With a mere thought, he set all friend requests to be ignored by default. Once this was done, the system panel fell silent. Around 5:50 p.m., both the regional and national channels had quieted considerably to be 5:58 p.m. While the national channel still displayed a flurry of messages, the regional channel experienced an unprecedented lull. As the clock struck 6, Zhao Feng's automated trading system activated, causing the purified water in his inventory to diminish rapidly, while his energy value soared. Within just 3 minutes, all the purified water had vanished from his inventory, and his energy value settled at an astounding 51,106.2 million AT this moment. The regional channel was inundated with messages showcasing screenshots of the purified water they had managed to purchase. Some had secured as little as 1 L, while others boasted as much as 10 L. That with these supplies, a little conservation would go a long way, alleviating the anxiety of many, igniting excitement in the regional and national channels akin to a grand celebration. Both buyers and Zhao Feng reveled in the success of the transaction. 50 billion. That was the total amount traded in just 3 minutes, setting a new record for his energy points. 30 billion was swiftly transferred to Wang Zhaojun, enabling her to ascend 3 tiers to reach the 7th tier of the epic level, with surplus to spare. 25 billion was sent to Yu Yun, 8 billion to Zheng Lauer, and 5 billion each to Zhao Guang and Wang Haoqi, with 2 billion finally sent to Mo Yin, leaving Zhao Feng with 3 billion for himself. Though Mo Yin had joined later, Zhao Feng was eager to see the fruition of his exquisite mechanical techniques, wishing for him to level up promptly. The stronger his abilities, the more formidable the mechanisms he could create. With the energy distribution complete, everyone departed, leaving Zhao Feng in rare solitude. He returned to his chamber, quietly observing the bustling activity of the regional and national channels. Without a mobile phone or internet, his only means of information were these 2 channels. The jubilation surrounding the purified water continued for roughly half an hour before descending into a cacophony of disarray. Heading north. Brothers, on the 2nd day of my journey toward the Xin district, I am currently safe, traveling at 50 kilometers per hour. Ahead, the road is fractured, riddled with potholes. Traversing it is arduous for both pedestrians and vehicles. I plan to rest here for the night and will take the national highway first thing in the morning. Accompanying this message was an image depicting a road shattered, as if after an earthquake, with uneven terrain and deep chasms. Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for the camera panel in his interface. His territory still had a considerable distance to go before upgrading to the golden level, lagging in population and agricultural index that he estimated it would take at least 10 days for his territory to meet the upgrade criteria. Yu Yinping had already surpassed the golden level. Zhao Feng couldn't see her camera feed, but her self-indulgent selfies and soliloquies made it evident. She hadn't ceased filming all day. She had also shared the camera's capabilities with Wang Xiaojun, who, due to her loyalty not being maxed out, could only envy. Chapter 51 Wang Xiaojun, Legend Xian District Announcement. Attention all visitors to the Xian District. The northern region within a 100-kilometer radius has been overrun by high-level zombies that a large-scale bombardment has been conducted in the Xian District, clearing out the majority of zombies, yet several thousand remain scattered. Xian District Announcement. The Xian District has organized extermination missions, expected to last 3 to 4 days. Personnel planning to visit the Xian District in the near future are advised to take alternate routes. Tianshang Entertainment. Family good news. For just 1 L of purified water or 1 kilogram of food, you can obtain exclusive images of our star, the beautiful Mi Jie. Zhongyu Entertainment. Family, we are releasing Mi Jie's latest album today. Join the fan group to receive daily free updates. Additionally, you will receive real-time updates on Mi Jie's activities in the Xian District. Join now. Jianghu by Shaosheng. Everyone, the latest international news. I have just received word that Mount Fuji in Japan has erupted, unleashing countless zombie creatures that had been concealed within. Life in the vicinity of Mount Fuji is about to take a turn for the worse. Previously, Zhao Feng had thought the regional channel was filled with the same old chaos, driving rants and insults. A veritable cacophony. After half an hour of observation, he realized he had been mistaken. While there were still many engaged in aimless driving and pointless bickering, useful information was also abundant that Mi Jie was a top-tier actress in Huagua. Not only stunning, but also possessing an enviable figure. Zhao Feng had previously enjoyed her gossip, yet he hadn't anticipated her studio to establish a presence in the regional channel. Not only her, but many stars from Huagua were frequently updating their fan group information across various channels. To his surprise, several male and female celebrities had also ventured into side businesses that wasn't difficult to understand. With the world transformed, everyone was starting from the same line, devoid of cinematic productions, and the R&B had been entirely discarded. To maintain their former extravagant lifestyles, they needed to embark on new ventures. However, he pondered whether, in this new era, there would still be those die-hard fans willing to sacrifice everything for their idols, dragging their parents and friends down with them. That seemed likely, though he was uncertain how many would fall victim to these zealous admirers. Ignoring the colorful messages and opting not to join Mi Jie's fan group, Zhao Feng's attention was drawn to the name Jianghu by Shaosheng, that he couldn't ascertain the source of this individual. Amidst the chaos of incomplete information from Huagua, they managed to acquire knowledge of foreign affairs. Previously, the Jade Emperor had frequently disseminated foreign information in the regional channel to maintain his presence. Yet there had been no recent updates. Zhao Feng speculated that perhaps the Jade Emperor was focused on upgrading his territory, but he dismissed it as inconsequential. With agricultural indices in place, he was destined to miss out on the top-tier upgrade rewards. Having to proceed methodically, knock knock. The sound of a door rapping interrupted his thoughts, with Yu Yinping's voice calling out, "Lord, dinner is ready. You can come out to eat now." "All right," Zhao Feng replied, rising from his bed and stepping outside. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Yu Yinping standing at the threshold. "Oh, Yinping, you've grown taller and even more beautiful," Zhao Feng exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before flashing her a thumbs up. Previously, Yu Yinping stood around 1.6 meters tall, but now she was at least 1.65 meters. Not only had she grown taller, but her complexion had also become as fair as a baby-est, but most importantly, there was an indescribable aura about her, as if she had seamlessly integrated with her surroundings, appearing more natural and comfortable, leaving Zhao Feng pleasantly astonished. Yu Yinping beamed, "My brother gifted me 300 million energy points, and now I'm a super expert." "Oh," Zhao Feng nodded slightly, a thought crossing his mind as he promptly summoned the attributes of Yu Yinping. Yu Yinping, Legendary Age, 13 level, 1050 W Lord, Yin Yin Loyalty, 100 Strength, 3010 Agility, 3200 Mental Power, 3500 Inventory, 5000 slots. With a maximum of 100,000 identical items qualification. S skills. Basic 18 Martial Arts, Perfect, Horsemanship, Perfect, U Family Spear, Legendary, Perfect, Sealed State, automatically unseals with the owner's advancement, capable of reaching Epic at maximum. My goodness, a legendary being. The statistics are utterly terrifying. Zhao Feng was taken aback, a strength exceeding 30,000 Jin. What does that even mean? Surely, even an iron wall would not withstand her single punch. At merely 13 years of age, she possesses such formidable strength. She must be a veritable powerhouse of a lowly agility at 3,200. According to previous logic, agility equates to running speed. What is 3,200 in terms of yards? Faster than a superfighter jet. Compared to the surging attributes, the expansion of inventory space seemed less significant. What Xiaofeng did not anticipate was that the Yu family spear had indeed unsealed, reaching the legendary realm, and could continue to upgrade thereafter. This implies that the Yu family spear is, in fact, an epic-level skill? My goodness, countless individuals have never even encountered extraordinary-level skills, and yet my subordinate possesses an epic-level skill? Can you believe it? Xiaofeng felt a slight swell of pride within. Can you fly now? Xiaofeng inquired, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Yu Yinping. Yu Yinping shook her head. Not yet. I lack the relevant skills that if I had the chi manipulation technique, I should be able to fly short distances. However, I can currently jump about 30 to 40 meters into the air with all my strength, but in terms of running, I estimate it would only be about 20 to 30 meters per second. Nothing too outrageous. Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help shooting her a sidelong glance. 20 to 30 meters per second is not that outrageous. Is that what people say? By the way, if you've leveled up, then Zhaojun must have leveled up as well. Before Yu Yinping could respond, Xiaofeng summoned Wang Zhaojun's attributes. Wang Zhaojun, legendary age, 18 level, 1050W Lord, Yin Yin loyalty, 90 strength, 3900 agility, 4200 mental power, 4800 qualification, celestial specialties, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, astrology, agriculture, animal husbandry, gardening, embroidery, sword dancing, medicine skills. Phoenix's cry in the 9 heavens, legendary. Innate celestial skill sealed. Automatically unseals upon reaching different realms. Special effects. One that the growth cycle of all crops in the territory is reduced to 1/10 and can stack with other territorial effects. This effect grows based on Wang Zhaojun's rank. 2. That the birth rate of all livestock offspring in the territory increases by 100 and can stack with other territorial effects. This effect grows based on Wang Zhaojun's rank. 3. In summoning buildings within the territory, the probability of female appearances increases by 50.4, that the happiness index of the territory increases by 15.5, that the destinies of the 4 great beauties attract each other, increasing the probability of summoning the other 3 fairies from the Phoenix Cry Pavilion by 10. Gasp. Upon reviewing Wang Zhaojun's attributes, Xiaofeng inhaled sharply. Both having ascended from golden to legendary, Wang Zhaojun's statistics far surpassed those of Yu Yinping. Celestial qualification is indeed formidable. What delighted Xiaofeng even more was special effect 1, that the growth cycle of crops was directly reduced from the original half to a mere 10th, coupled with the bonuses from the divine farming space. Many crops would have their growth cycles reduced to 1%, or even 0.5%, meaning harvest could be collected in half a day or a day. The growth cycle of crops outside the territory has also been reduced to 1/20th. My goodness, this is utterly terrifying. Xiaofeng now seriously suspected that Wang Zhaojun had been intentionally sent by his esteemed elder brother, the divine farmer, to assist him. Her special effect 1 aligns perfectly with his territory's needs. Brother Yin, sister Zhaojun's skill has unsealed, and she can really fly now. Yu Yinping's slightly envious voice came from beside him, once again stunning Xiaofeng. Chapter 52. The goddess soars as evening approached 7 o'clock. The sky had darkened, yet Xiaofeng's territory remained as bright as day under the illumination of solar streetlights and luminous lilies that at this moment. Flames flickered in the center of the territory, where dozens of large pots simmered, exuding a rich aroma of stewed bones that whetted the appetite. However, no one was focused on the pots. Instead, they gazed skyward, their eyes filled with envy. Xiaofeng included that moment. 10 meters above him, Wang Zhaojun floated gracefully in the air, her face adorned with a smile. Compared to over half an hour ago, her height and figure remained unchanged, but her skin had become even paler and more radiant, breathtakingly beautiful. The ethereal aura she exuded was threefold stronger than that of Yu Yinping. And combined with her unparalleled beauty, if she donned ancient garb, she would undoubtedly resemble a fairy. Even so, as Xiaofeng gazed at Wang Zhaojun hovering above, his eyes were still filled with awe, his expression somewhat dazed. She was simply too stunning. Upon learning that Wang Xiaojun could fly, Xiaofeng rushed out of the Lord's residence without bothering to eat, eager for her to demonstrate her flying abilities. Thus, Wang Xiaojun soared into the sky, gliding freely like a bird, finally hovering 10 meters above Xiaofeng, resulting in the current scene. Since Wang Xiaojun had previously only exhibited her flying prowess before Yu Yinping, this was the first time others witnessed it, and they were all utterly astonished. Noticing Xiaofeng's expression, Yu Yinping playfully winked at Wang Xiaojun in the air, causing the latter's cheeks to flush as she quietly descended to the ground, standing beside Xiaofeng. System notification. Your actions have resonated with Wang Xiaojun. Loyalty 2. A system prompt pulled Xiaofeng from his stupor. Without uttering a word, he extended a thumbs up toward Wang Xiaojun, his gaze brimming with unrestrained admiration. The ability to fly on a sword had long been the ultimate dream he harbored after devouring countless fantasy novels and television dramas. He had always considered it an unattainable goal, yet here it was happening right before his eyes. Wang Xiaojun truly deserved her place among the top for beauties of Huagua. Her innate skills were astonishingly powerful. Both the Yu family spear and the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear were formidable skills, both epic level, and had been unsealed to the legendary tier by Yu Yinping, Zhao Guang, and others, yet they still could not grant flight. Indeed, following Xiaofeng's generous distribution of immense energy points, the realm of his soldiers had undergone a significant leap. Yu Yun, Yu Lei, Yu Yinping, Zheng Lauer, Zheng Ergu, Chao Dao, Mo Yin, Wang Xiaojun, Zhao Guang, and others had all reached the legendary tier. Many other soldiers with A-level qualifications had also ascended to the rare tier, while those with B-level qualifications had all been elevated to extraordinary levels. Soldiers below B-level had all been promoted to the golden tier. With a surge in strength, everyone's loyalty also soared, with the lowest loyalty in the territory now standing at 8-0 to Tio Xiaofeng's delight. The loyalty of Yu Yun, Chao Dahu, and Wang Haoqi had all reached maximum value, unlocking communication and inventory space. Among them, Wang Haoqi, as the territory's chief manager, despite being of B-level qualification, Xiaofeng had specially elevated him to the rare tier. This was the highest level achievable for B-level qualifications. A bountiful harvest. Loyalty has reached 92. Gazing at the loyalty figure in Wang Xiaojun's attributes, Xiaofeng's grin widened, as only 8 points remained until maximum value. Speaking of which, with a loyalty of 92, surely holding hands would be permissible. Right? Xiaofeng's thoughts began to stir, feeling a certain excitement. After all, as a vigorous young man, it was natural not to be indifferent when faced with one of Huagua's most renowned beauties, the falling goose. As his hand slightly lifted, Xiaofeng immediately forced it back down, that he was concerned about startling the fair maiden. After all, the hard-won loyalty might decline, leading to significant trouble. Never mind, he decided, he would wait until it reached full value. Xiaofeng took several deep breaths, allowing his emotions to settle back into tranquility. Subsequently, the entire territory plunged into a rhapsody of a culinary feast. Early the next morning, Xiaofeng awoke from his cultivation of the Shennong technique and promptly entered the Shennong space. As he had anticipated, all the plants within the space had reached maturity. With a mere thought, an additional 20,000 lotus seeds, over 10,000 pounds of lotus roots, 500 radiant flowers, countless mutated sweet potatoes, and over 10,000 pieces of mutated red ginger, along with 100 portions of honeysuckle and 1,000 sheets of mugwort, magically appeared in his inventory. Simultaneously, the agricultural index on his territory panel surged by 340 points, reaching a total of 2,734 points. With another flicker of thought, a vast quantity of seeds was purchased from the Shennong Mall and was instantaneously sown. Upon opening his door, he found that Yu Yinping had already prepared the toiletries. After completing his morning routine and savoring the breakfast personally cooked by Wang Xiaojun, Xiaofeng commenced his day of monitoring activities. Wang Haoqi, Zhao Guang, and Yu Yun had already taken the majority of the inhabitants to continue scavenging resources from the town. Now, with both Wang Haoqi and Yu Yun possessing substantial inventory space, they would undoubtedly expedite the resource collection process. That Mo Yin was busy constructing dormitories for the refugees and planning the territory's water channels. Captain Zheng was occupied purifying the water sources with his several hundred subordinates. With an ample inventory space of his own, Captain Zheng stored the purified water directly within it, requiring no assistance from Xiaofeng. In this territory of several thousand people, it was Xiaofeng, the Lord, who found himself the most at leisure. Wang Xiaojun was also assisting in digging the water channels under Mo Yan's guidance, with their power having surged dramatically. The group now utilized their extraordinary grade long swords to effortlessly unleash sword chi that could penetrate 10 meters into the earth. With the sword chi, gun chi, and blade chi intermingling, a channel several meters deep and 5 meters wide could be excavated in mere moments. The soil required no transport. With a mere thought, Yu Yinping could absorb it into her inventory. Her storage space now far exceeded Zhaofeng's, allowing her to easily accommodate not just the soil from a single channel, but even enough to overturn the entire territory. Previously, Zhaofeng had contemplated whether to enlist the help of the formidable Li Chuanhui to procure a few excavators, but it now seemed entirely unnecessary. Their current construction pace surpassed that of excavators by over tenfold. Such was the absurdity of their elevated levels. Zhaofeng had initially intended to assist, but was quickly dismissed with disdain for his lack of strength, relegated to a position of idleness. What should he do? After an hour of lounging in a chair while watching regional and national broadcasts, Zhaofeng realized he could not remain so unproductive. After some contemplation, he resolved to engage in trade. Zhaofeng, Brother Li. Are you there? Li Chuanhui. I am here, thank you, Brother Yin, for the radiant lilies. After all these days, I finally had a peaceful night's sleep. Zhaofeng, I'm glad to be of help. Brother, by the way, I've gathered more radiant lilies and some ginger juice. Are you interested? The acceleration of the Shennong space had resulted in an overwhelming accumulation of items in his inventory. Zhaofeng wished to capitalize on the current situation before everyone's strength was fully realized. To maximize his profits, as people's capabilities enhanced, the number of zombies they could eliminate would inevitably increase, leading to the emergence of various items, including detoxifying and pest-repelling products. Consequently, the importance of his radiant lilies and ginger juice would sharply decline. Thus, he aimed to sell while the opportunity still existed. Li Chuanhui. Oh, that's splendid. I want them all. Whatever Brother Yin wishes to sell, I will take. No haggling. As expected of a magnate, his confidence was unwavering. Zhaofeng. This time, I will only exchange for extraordinary items. Ginger juice for 1 drop per extraordinary weapon, and if I need any special extraordinary buildings, 1 building can be exchanged for 2 drops. A radiant lily can be traded for 20 extraordinary weapons, and 10 extraordinary buildings can be exchanged for 1 lily. Zhaofeng, you can exchange for 1,000 drops of ginger juice and 10 radiant lilies. Chapter 53, Hidden Soldier Cave. Extraordinary 80,000 extraordinary weapons, 3 extraordinary buildings, and 10 extraordinary level techniques. Tisk, truly, the 9 super safe zones of Huagua are incredibly affluent. Zhaofeng gazed at the items within his inventory, nearly grinning from ear to ear with excitement. Thousands of mutated red ginger had yielded nearly 100,000 drops of ginger juice. Li Chuanhui purchased 100 drops, Shengwan Wanner acquired 40 drops, and the remainder was purchased by Zhao Yitong. It remained uncertain whether these were purchased by a major district within the universe, or if Zhao Yitong had contacted other safe zones for collective purchasing. If it was from a single safe zone, then the security situation in Huagua would be somewhat alarming. That he had also sold 400 radiant lilies, distributing 10 to both Li Chuanhui and Shengwan Wanner, with the rest again purchased by Zhao Yitong. Warehouse. Extraordinary area. 100 square meters frozen space. 10,000. Each space can hold 1,000 of the same items refrigerated space. 10,000. Each space can hold 1,000 of the same items normal temperature space. 10,000. Each space can hold 1,000 of the same items hidden soldier cave. Extraordinary area. 100 square meters internal space. 1 square kilometer double-decker single soldier beds. 10,000 special effect 1. Built-in ventilation and lighting system special effect 2. Built-in restroom special effect 3. Automatically adjusts internal temperature, maintaining it at 20 degrees Celsius. Usage condition. Requires 100 cubic meters of purified water daily. Breeding farm. Extraordinary area. 100 square meters internal space. 1 square kilometer breeding capacity. Cattle 50, sheep 100, pigs 100, chickens 5,000, ducks 5,000 special effect 1. Built-in ventilation and lighting system, capable of adjusting temperature and humidity for different areas. Special effect 2. The farm is automatically divided into 5 zones for cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, and ducks. Special Effect 3. Automatically collects waste, synthesizes various feeds for feeding, and collects eggs automatically. Usage condition. Requires 1,000 cubic meters of purified water daily. Both buildings were provided by Zhao Yitong, much to Zhao Feng's delight. The warehouse was self-explanatory, while the hidden soldier cave, containing 10,000 double-decker beds, could accommodate 20,000 people. Thus, the territory would no longer need to construct numerous dormitories, and the freed space could be used for constructing other buildings. The breeding farm may seem of little use at present, but it would be essential in the future. Both items were of superior quality. And Zhao Feng surmised that Zhao Yitong's willingness to trade with him was likely due to both being significant consumers of water, which most people could hardly afford. However, for him, it posed no burden whatsoever. With 80,000 extraordinary-grade weapons, he need not worry about armaments for the foreseeable future. The 10 extraordinary techniques were all acquired through trade with Zhao Yitong, each technique costing him 10 drops of ginger juice. Among the 10 techniques, 5 were internal cultivation methods and 5 were skills. 3 sword techniques, 1 knife technique, and 1 gun technique. Zhao Feng specifically traded these techniques to Zheng Er Go, Chao Dehu, Wang Haoqi, and his mother. Yu Yun, Zhao Guang, and others possessed their own commendable techniques, but Zheng Er and his companions did not. Their levels had risen significantly, yet without relevant techniques, they could barely harness a fraction of their potential, which was a great pity. Previously, he had traded a set of extraordinary techniques to his father, leaving 1 set remaining, which would now be perfectly supplemented for other extraordinary-level soldiers. Zhao Feng was willing to exchange more ginger juice. But Zhao Yitong was unwilling. The 10 techniques were already the maximum amount she could secure for him. Techniques, regardless of their level or origin, were the most scarce resources, more so than buildings. The 5 individuals were all in the contact list, and he directly sent the trade. The knife technique was given to Zheng Er Go, the gun technique to Zheng Er, while the remaining 3 sword techniques were distributed to his mother, Chao Dehu, and Wang Haoqi. Once the distribution of techniques was complete, Zhao Feng summoned Wang Zhaojun, Zheng Er, and Mo Yin, informing them of the existence of the hidden soldier cave and the warehouse, the current construction planning overseer of the territory. Mo Yin contemplated before speaking. Lord, the warehouse is straightforward. It can be constructed next to the previous 2 warehouses for the hidden soldier cave. It should be built near the current dormitory area. Additionally, it's best to leave a foaming pavilion within 100 meters of the Lord's residence, while the rest can be demolished. The land in front of the Lord's residence, where mutated sweet potatoes had already matured, had been excavated and stored in the warehouse that morning. In the future, this area would be converted into a plaza, devoid of any planting or construction of additional buildings. Zheng Er nodded in agreement. I concur. The Lord's residence, being the most pivotal location within the territory, requires a certain level of dignity to be maintained. Currently, with only a few people, it's manageable, but as the population reaches 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000, sufficient authority must be established among the other inhabitants. The constructions surrounding the Lord's residence are of utmost importance. Furthermore, as the number of high-level buildings increased within the territory, the black iron and ordinary quality buildings surrounding the Lord's residence would become less significant, making their demolition less burdensome. Although Fengming Pavilion was of golden quality, its attributes were quite unique, allowing it to remain adjacent to the Lord's residence without issue. Zhao Feng had no objections. Very well. I recall that there were some golden barracks previously left unconstructed due to space limitations. Since the black iron barracks will be dismantled, we should also remove a few dormitories to construct the golden barracks. Mo Yin nodded in agreement. All right, the discussion of the matter is concluded. Zhao Feng would be responsible for dismantling the system structures, while Captain Zheng would lead a team to take down the wooden houses and warehouses he had previously constructed around the Lord's mansion. The others busied themselves with their respective tasks. Zhao Feng approached the first black iron barracks he had built beside the Lord's mansion. With a thought, the system prompt echoed in his mind. System prompt. Are you sure you want to dismantle the barracks? Black iron? Confirmed, but as Zhao Feng focused his intent, the black tent flickered with a dark radiance and vanished without a trace, leaving no mark on the ground. Zhao Feng smiled broadly. Indeed, it is a product of the system. It must be entrusted to the system for handling. 1 hour later, apart from the Phoenix Ming Pavilion, everything surrounding the Lord's mansion had been cleared. The once cramped space was now wide open, in the newly designated dormitory area. Over a dozen wooden dormitories had been replaced by an extraordinary level armory and 10 brand new golden level barracks. Contrary to Zhao Feng's expectations, the armory was not underground, but rather a 10m x 10m single-story ancient black palace. While not as resplendent as the Phoenix Ming Pavilion, it exuded an aura of solemn majesty. The palace featured a single door, 8 meters wide and 3 meters high. Peering through the grand entrance revealed a vast, luminous interior. The space was divided into multiple rooms, each containing 100 double-decker single beds, along with a private restroom and bathing area. Though not overly luxurious, it was well-equipped. At the innermost part of the armory, there was a sizable water room housing a large pool, by placing purified water within. All restrooms and bathing facilities in the armory would function normally. Zheng Laoer had already prepared for the water supply, so there was no need for Zhao Feng to intervene personally. Speaking of which, it seems I haven't bathed in quite a while. Gazing at the bathing area, Zhao Feng suddenly felt a slight itch. Right, I recall having a blueprint for a golden-level lodging palace. I had forgotten about it while residing in the Lord's mansion. It seems it's time to construct it. Not for myself, but for Wang Xiaojun and Yu Yinping. While soldiers could bathe here, the women, Wang Xiaojun and others, would not reside in such quarters and would need separate arrangements for the other female refugees in the territory. Wang Haoqi had also arranged dedicated dormitories for them, requiring no input from Zhao Feng. Chapter 54. The Secret Realm Token Lodging Palace. Golden Area. 60 square meters internal space. 5,000 square meters first-class rooms. Quantity 1. Area 100 square meters second-class rooms. Quantity 10. Area 50 square meters third-class rooms. Quantity 50. Area 20 square meters special effect 1. Built-in ventilation and lighting system special effect 2. Built-in restroom. Daily consumption of 100 cubic meters of purified water special effect 3. Automatically regulates internal temperature to maintain 20 degrees Celsius. Observing the resplendent one-story palace beside the Phoenix Ming Pavilion, Zhao Feng nodded in satisfaction. The first-class room not only featured a spacious 50 square meter bedroom, but also boasted a massive 3m x 3m wooden bed, complemented by high-end silk bedding. The second-class rooms were slightly smaller, but still provided comfortable beds over 2 meters long. The third-class rooms, while a bit more modest, still included 1.8-meter beds and private restrooms. Ample space existed between rooms, adorned with rockeries and flowers, resembling a finely crafted miniature garden. At the entrance of the palace stood a radiant lily, warding off those pesky zombie insects, creating an atmosphere akin to a luxurious 5-star hotel. The rooms within the Lord's mansion, as well as those in Wang Xiaojuan's Phoenix Ming Pavilion, could all be dismantled. My lord, the first-class room is yours, Sister Xiaojun, and I will reside on either side of you. Before Zhao Feng could respond, Yu Yinping eagerly declared her preference. What? Where will Zheng Ergu and Chao Dahu, your personal guards, stay? Zhao Feng inquired. The guest room beside the Lord's mansion is quite nice. They can continue residing there as they did before. Zhao Feng chuckled and nodded in agreement. The lodging palace also featured a dedicated water room, requiring no intervention from Zhao Feng. With her ample storage space, Yu Yinping promptly filled the water room. Uncertain of how the internal mechanisms operated, Zhao Feng discovered that the bathing area could even provide hot water. The first-class room was modern, with a 20-square-meter bathroom featuring both a shower head and a large bathtub. Comfortably reclining in the tub, Zhao Feng sighed in enjoyment, imagining the indulgence of having 2 beautiful maidens to massage him. A truly imperial experience that he pondered whether he might ever lead such a life of opulence and indulgence. Just then, a system prompt flashed in his mind. System prompt. Your actions have touched Wang Xiaojun. Loyalty 1. Zhao Feng grinned. Excellent. I'm just 7 points away from maximum loyalty. After reviewing the system prompt, he prepared to continue his relaxation. Only for another system prompt to appear. Brother Yin, I apologize. I haven't acquired any extraordinary summoning buildings in the past few days, but I do have this item that I believe you may need. System prompt. Huang Bin Huang wishes to trade with you. Secret Realm Token. None. Transaction amount. None. Secret Realm? What is it? Zhao Feng was taken aback, quickly sitting up in the bathtub and agreeing to the trade. Secret Realm Token Grade. None special effect. Allows 1,000 people to enter and exit the Secret Realm. Usage count. 13 Zhao Feng. What is a secret realm? Have you been there? Oh Huang Ben Wang. I have no specific knowledge of the secret realm. Indeed, I used it once. I found myself in a vast expanse that it was daytime, yet I did not see the sun. The sky was a brilliant blue without a cloud in sight. The place I entered was an indistinct land, stretching endlessly, with numerous barren peaks, devoid of any visible life, that I remained there for about a minute, and my instincts warned me of great danger that I quickly used the token to exit. Brother Yin, my instincts are quite accurate. It is indeed perilous there, and you should exercise caution if you decide to enter. Zhao Feng. Understood. Thank you. I will be careful. After concluding the conversation with Huang Ben Wang, Zhao Feng examined the palm-sized golden token in his hand, his expression revealing a hint of hesitation. Intuitively, this item seemed quite mystical. Yet given that Huang Ben Wang had managed to survive alone in the woods for such an extended period, Zhao Feng trusted his instincts would not lead him astray. This implied that the so-called secret realm was indeed fraught with danger. The vastness and desolation suggested a potential lack of rewards, coupled with unknown lethal threats. Thus, it appeared unnecessary for him to take such a risk. Never mind, I will discuss it with everyone tonight. With a thought, he stored the token in his bag and resumed his relaxation in the bathtub, at 5:50 p.m. Zhao Feng once again sent a message in the regional and national channels announcing the commencement of purified water sales in 10 minutes. After a day of diligent work, his bag now contained an astounding 1,000,000 cubic meters of purified water. Despite the extensive purification, the water level in the subsequent freshwater lake had not diminished in the slightest. The crops in the Shennong space had been harvested once more, and Zhao Feng kept 100 seeds of the purification lotus for himself, transferring the remaining tens of thousands to Zhenglao Air. With Wang Zhaojuan's growth enhancement, the purification lotus could be harvested in just over 7 hours, and Zhenglao Air's bag now held nearly 30,000 purification lotus seeds. Time swiftly passed to 6 p.m., and Zhao Feng's purified water was available for sale again, with prices unchanged. The only modification was that the maximum purchasing limit per individual had increased from 10L to 100L. Countless transaction notifications flooded Zhao Feng's attribute panel, which were automatically filtered and completed by the system. His stock of purified water dwindled rapidly, while the energy points in his attribute panel soared. Various regional and national channels showcased individuals displaying screenshots of their stockpiles of purified water, ranging from 1L to 100L. In a top-tier villa in Jiangcheng, Ouyang Jinhua wore a grim expression as he observed the multitude of messages in the regional channel. Before him stood a man in his 40s, his face etched with anxiety. Nearby, a luminous lily emitted a soft white glow, illuminating the entire room. Regardless of your methods, you have 3 days that if you fail to locate his territory by then, you need not return. Ouyang Jinhua cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man, dismissively waving his hand. The man, too fearful to speak, bowed and hurriedly departed, anxious that this little demon might suddenly change his mind. Where on earth are you? Yin Yin. Regardless of your location, the territory cannot be moved. I will eventually find you. Ouyang Jinhua's face was momentarily illuminated by a bloodthirsty smile, his eyes brimming with avarice that he rechristened himself as the Jade Emperor and designated his territory as the Heavenly Court. His ambitions and objectives glaringly apparent. Although he had already seized control of several large water plants within the entire Jiang city and commandeered all the major supermarket warehouses, acquiring a considerable supply of purified water. Such resources were finite. Each drop consumed diminished his stock, and despite his orders to utilize only the bare minimum, he could sustain his supplies for no more than 3 months. Food could still be cultivated. But thus far, no one across the entire Blue Star had discovered a solution to the ongoing water crisis. Previously, when Yin Yin sold water, Ouyang had thought it merely a stroke of luck, perhaps due to a single water station or warehouse. However, after recent sales, he had his men tally the figures, which exceeded an astonishing 100,000 cubic meters. The large water stations under his control could not boast such quantities. The only plausible truth was that Yin Yin possessed the ability to purify water sources or had access to relevant facilities. Regardless of which it was, it represented a monumental boon for him and the entire Blue Star. Should he succeed in seizing control, It would not only mean that his heavenly court had resolved its most pressing concern, but also that he had acquired a veritable golden goose. Tens, if not hundreds, of billions of energy. Such an amount would surely evoke envy even in him. He would spare no effort in locating and absorbing Yin Yin. Ouyang Jinhua grinned once more, feeling as if fate were conspiring in his favor, allowing him and Yin Yin to occupy the same region. And moreover, the latter being an immobile lord made it merely a matter of time before he could find him, alas, with all satellites having plummeted from the sky. He lamented that, given his stature, he could have achieved results in mere hours with satellite assistance and supercomputers. Now, his only priority was to locate Yin Yan's territory before other factions could catch wind of it. The most expedient solution would have been to entice Yin Yin to join his heavenly court voluntarily. But regrettably, he had extended the invitation, only to receive a firm rejection, even when presented with rare treasures like ginger juice and luminous lilies. Yin Yin had refrained from reaching out to him, rendering any further discourse moot. Chapter 55. SSS-rank mutated zombie Zhao Feng's large-scale sale of purified water not only incited Ouyang Jinhua's envy, but also attracted the attention of numerous high-ranking individuals across Huaxia, and indeed the entire Blue Star. Some gazed in despair, while others began to exploit their resources, eager to skim some profit from Zhao Feng's venture. In Yi City, a moderately sized third-tier city in Huagua, with a permanent population of 1 million. Only a few thousand were willing to follow the police in a perilous journey to the nearest safe zone after the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. The vast majority chose to remain behind. The uncertainty of the distance to the safe zone, compounded by the potential encounters with countless zombies, rendered the risk intolerably high. In contrast, staying meant merely addressing the basics of sustenance. In the most prestigious villa community at the center of Yi City, a one-eyed bald man reclined on a $1 million custom-made sofa, while a strikingly beautiful young woman cautiously offered him a peeled grape. Shennong, the erstwhile crime lord of Yi City, had now become the most formidable power broker in the area, commanding several hundred subordinates and controlling a region extending over 10 kilometers around his villa. While not the largest faction in Yi City, it was undoubtedly the richest in resources. Damn it, that Yin Yin is nowhere to be found. This transaction could yield over 1 billion energy, Shennong remarked enviously as he munched on the grapes while perusing the trade records displayed on the regional channel. 1 billion energy. Even with so many subordinates contributing, I barely scraped together a mere 100,000, placing me at the black iron level at best. Despite this, his power far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. If he were to acquire 1 billion, what heights would his rank attain? It was unfathomable. Monkey, I recall you mentioning a subordinate who said there was a fool in the outskirts of our city who had established a territory. Have him investigate to see if it is Yin Yin. If it is, we will strike gold. A few days prior, he remembered one of his underlings commenting on the absurdity of someone choosing to become a lord, especially in their city. They had laughed, dubbing him the only fool lord in Yi City, leaving a lasting impression that on the opposite sofa, a wiry man with a lewd demeanor was groping a beautiful girl. Upon hearing Shennong's words, he immediately ceased his actions. Boss, that subordinate of mine disappeared from my contacts a few days ago. He is likely dead. Shennong furrowed his brow. Then you will personally lead a team to investigate. Depart at once, and there will be rewards when you return. Understood. Monkey felt somewhat reluctant. The thought of roaming outside was exhausting and fraught with danger compared to embracing beauty within the villa. Most critically, nightfall was approaching, amplifying the peril outside. Under normal circumstances, he would never venture out at this hour. However, since the boss had commanded it, he dared not refuse and could only drag the lovely girl along as he exited. On the northern outskirts of Yi City, 2 youths appearing to be about 16 or 17 years old, with expressions of despondency, dragged 3 corpses from their vehicle and discarded them onto the ground. The bodies belonged to a family of 3, a middle-aged couple and a girl who looked to be around 16 or 17, that the couple had been murdered, each with a gaping wound in their chest. While the girl had died from the fall, her body bearing numerous broken bones, her face marred by blood. Her once beautiful features now appeared grotesque. Sun E, 16 years old, was the top student at Yi City's strongest high school and was poised to enter one of Huagua's most prestigious universities without the need for entrance exams. Had the zombie outbreak not occurred, she would have begun a new chapter in her life in September, her future seemingly bright given her capabilities. However, With the outbreak, her personal panel revealed an astonishing SSS ranking, a rarity among the billions. She had hoped to accompany the police to the safe zone days prior, but her parents, gripped by fear, chose to stay behind, forcing her to do the same. Tragically, today, she was invaded by two academic underachievers she had once harshly criticized. They not only murdered her parents but also attempted to assault her. Refusing to submit, she bit one of them and leaped from the 6th floor, meeting her demise, with the absence of legal constraints. The two underachievers, having committed murder, were devoid of fear, gleefully discussing who to torment next. Shortly after they drove away, a green jade pendant hidden within Sun Yi's clothing absorbed her blood, transforming into a brilliant green light that surged into her forehead. In the next instant, her heart, which had ceased to beat, began to thump once more, growing increasingly vigorous. Approximately 5 minutes later, Sun Yi's tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open, her once grayish-white pupils morphing into a vivid crimson. A torrent of violent, cold, and bloodthirsty emotions surged forth that if anyone were to inspect her attributes, they would be horrified to discover that she was vastly different from other zombies. Sun Yi, mutated zombie, rank, common qualification, SSS talents, death scream. Mental shockwave. Sun Yi's attributes not only retained her name, but also marked her as a mutated zombie. Most terrifyingly, she possessed two innate skills. Upon opening her eyes, Sun Yi initially appeared somewhat bewildered. But she quickly regained clarity, an unmistakable sign of retained intellect. Surveying her body, the blood-red light emanating from her eyes flared up momentarily before she subdued it. Her body, initially rigid, slowly rose to a standing position. She glanced at her parents' corpses and then at the distant city, not rushing to exact revenge, but rather moving stiffly towards the outskirts. At first, her movements were awkward, but after a few minutes, they became fluid. Within a mere 10 minutes, she was indistinguishable from a normal person. Moments later, she began to run, her speed rivaling that of Olympic athletes, perhaps even surpassing them by a fraction. The world shifted because of Zhao Feng, who remained oblivious as he gazed at the newly added string of zeros on his attribute panel, his face alight with exhilaration. 100 billion. That was the sales figure for the night. He had once again shattered his own record. As he beheld the colossal number, only one thought filled Zhao Feng's mind. Upgrade, upgrade, and yet more upgrades. He aspired to establish the first extraordinary army across the entirety of Blue Star. Regarding the matter of the secret realm, Zhao Feng had already communicated with Yu Yun and the others. They were all supportive of investigating it, and if danger arose, they could always retreat. Most importantly, their strength had surged dramatically, instilling them with immense confidence. Yu Yun and the others expressed their support, and naturally, Zhao Feng had no objections. The only regret was that after watching over 20 minutes of the regional and national channels, he found that many had claimed they missed out on opportunities yesterday and requested another chance to sell, yet this time there was nothing but posts displaying transactions or pleas for food. Although he currently lacked for nothing in terms of food, he was still far from being able to sell it. This also implied that in the short term his pure water could not be sold, thus cutting off a significant source of energy. There was a tinge of regret, yet Zhao Feng paid it little mind, for he believed in the virtue of contentment, that he transferred 10 billion energy to Wang Xiaojun, another 10 billion to his parents, 10 billion to Zheng Lao Air, 35 billion to Yu Yun, and 35 billion to Zhao Guang. The 100 billion energy vanished almost as soon as it was transferred. But Zhao Feng felt no pain. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. Chapter 56. The surprises brought by Wang Xiaojun. Wang Xiaojun. Title: King Age. 18 level. 10500 W Lord. Yin loyalty. 96 strength. 10. 800 agility. 11,200 mental power. 12,000 inventory. 20,000 spaces. Maximum of 1 million of the same item qualification. Immortal specialties: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, celestial observation, agriculture, animal training, peat cultivation, flower planting, embroidery, sword dancing, medicine technique. Phoenix's Cry 9 Heavens, King. Innate immortal technique, currently sealed, automatically unseals upon reaching different realms. Special effect 1. Reduces the growth cycle of all crops in the territory to 1/40th, stackable with other territory effects. This effect can grow according to Wang Xiaojun's rank. Special effect 2. Increases the birth rate of all livestock offspring in the territory by 200, stackable with other territory effects. This effect can grow according to Wang Zhaojun's rank. Special Effect 3 increases the probability of summoning female entities in the territory's summoning buildings by 80. Special Effect 4 increases the happiness index of the territory by 25. That's Special Effect 5. The fates of the four great beauties attract one another, increasing the probability of summoning the other three fairies from the Phoenix Pavilion by 40. Yu Yun, Title, Legend Age, 19 Level, 100 5000 W 5000 W, Lord, Yin Yin Loyalty, 100 Strength, 4800 Agility, 4680 Mental Power, 4800 Qualification, a Technique, Mastery of the 18 Basic Martial Arts, complete. Horsemanship, complete. Yu Family Spear, complete. Military Strategy, proficient. Inventory, 5000 spaces, maximum of 100,000 of the same item, Yuan Ping. Title, Epic Age, 13 Level, 100 1 billion 1 billion, Lord, Yin Yin Loyalty, 100 Strength, 7. 500 Agility, 7,900 Mental Power, 7,860 Inventory, 10,000 spaces, maximum of 500,000 of the same item qualification. S Technique, Mastery of the 18 Basic Martial Arts, complete. Horsemanship, complete. Yu Family Spear, Epic, Initial. Automatically unseals with the owner's realm improvement. Can reach Epic at maximum. Reclining on the oversized bed in the only first-class room of the accommodation palace, Zhao Feng surveyed the attributes of his many personnel, a smile illuminating his face. Wang Zhaojun did not disappoint him, having ascended to a higher tier once again. With 3 attributes exceeding 10,000 just moments ago, she had showcased her ability to fly outside. Her speed rivaling that of an aircraft launched from a catapult, vanishing from sight in an instant. What delighted Zhao Feng most was that Wang Zhaojun's growth enhancement had risen yet again, now to 1/40th. This was even lower than the growth rate of his Tier 2 spiritual fields in the Shennong space. Even more astonishing was that upon reaching the epic level, it seemed as though Wang Zhaojun had unlocked her shackles. With all features of her attribute panel now available, not only did she possess a contact list, inventory, and camera, but she also had a chat channel, complete with regional and national segments, just like Zhao Feng. Thus, from that moment forth, aside from her name being unmodifiable, she bore no difference from others in Blue Star. Within Zhao Feng's territory, she was permitted everything except for taking over Zhao Feng's role in upgrading the territory or constructing buildings. She could, however, inspect the attributes of the territory's personnel and related attributes. Zhao Feng had already entrusted her with the responsibilities of selling items in the territory. Impressive. Apart from Wang Zhaojun, the territory also boasted a second individual of such caliber, Yuan Ping. She was the only other S-grade qualified personnel in the entire territory aside from Zhao Feng. Now at epic level, she had become the second most powerful in the territory. Yu Yun, Yu Lei, Zheng Lao Air, and others had all reached the pinnacle of legend, with all 3 attributes surpassing 600. That it was inevitable. A-grade qualification could only reach the legend pinnacle at best. To enhance them further would require Zhao Feng to find ways to elevate their qualifications. This time, all A-grade leaders, such as Zheng Lao Air and Yu Yun, had directly ascended to the legend pinnacle, while all other A and B grades had been elevated to the rare pinnacle, and all C grades to the transcendent pinnacle. This meant that now all soldiers in Zhao Feng's territory were either transcendent or above. Not only had their realms improved, but all their weapons had also been upgraded to the transcendent level, thereby significantly enhancing the overall strength of the territory. As the clock struck midnight, Zhao Feng began to practice the Shennong technique in place of sleep. Upon completing his practice before 6 in the morning, his first task was to enter the Shennong space to harvest everything and purchase seeds for replanting. Once completed, the agricultural index of the territory soared to 3,680, and with the efficiency of harvesting every few hours, it would reach the required 5,000 for upgrading within the next 2 days. After being attended to by Yuan Ping, he washed up and enjoyed a delicious breakfast prepared by Wang Zhaojun. Ready to embark on a wonderful day. Have all the soldiers been recruited? Zhao Feng inquired of Wang Zhaojun while walking outside the accommodation palace alongside her and Yuan Ping. Yes, all have been recruited. Over half are from the Yamen army, and the rest are all from the Yu family army, Wang Zhaojun replied with a smile. Now our total number of soldiers in the territory is 3,860, comprising 2,361 A grade, over 1,200 B grade, with the rest being C grade. Wang Zhaojun was well versed in the personnel situation. Excellent. In just a couple of days, our territory will be ready for another upgrade. Zhao Feng nodded in satisfaction. The only constraint on the territory's upgrade now was the number of personnel, leading him to ponder whether he should first construct some golden tier buildings to increase the daily summoning capacity of the territory. With the current summoning structures, they could only add 1,150 personnel daily, which seems somewhat insufficient. By the way, will the Phoenix Pavilion be able to summon again tomorrow? Zhao Feng suddenly recalled, looking at Wang Zhaojun with eager anticipation. Yes, Wang Zhaojun nodded with a smile, that I wonder which sister will be resurrected tomorrow. I'm quite excited that is am I. Zhao Feng replied with a grin. Lord, is there a deep-seated animosity between our Huagua and the Rigua? Yuan Ping interjected with a hint of curiosity, yet primarily with excitement, that I've seen many discussing Rigua on the regional and national channels. Also, we've cleared the zombies in our small town. I thought they were nothing, but it turns out many countries in Blue Star have already fallen. The situation in Huagua doesn't seem too optimistic either. She continued, by the way, Lord, people frequently discuss you on the regional and national channels. Many express a desire to add you as a friend, and even to bear your children. He. Zhao Feng was rendered speechless. The enmity between Huagua and Rigua cannot be succinctly explained. Just know that there is deep animosity, and it runs deep as the ocean. In the future, if you encounter someone from Rigua, there is no need to hold back. By the way, you haven't been eavesdropping since last night. Have you? Of course. Yuan Ping replied proudly, that we could stay up for a year and a half without sleep. It wouldn't be an issue. Not just me, but last night I was with Sister Zhaojun. And we watched together. It was a lot of fun. Zhao Feng rolled his eyes and fell silent. As a black iron, he still had a long way to go before reaching epic status. As Zhao Feng stepped out of the accommodation palace, a series of system prompts echoed in his mind 3 times. System prompt. Congratulations to the Lord of the Huagua, the Jade Emperor, for being the first in Blue Star to upgrade their territory to a small city level. As a reward, you receive a spiritual spring, transcendent. Having a background makes a difference. Zhao Feng felt a pang of bitterness as he cursed under his breath that he had thought that without the constraints of agricultural indices, he would be able to upgrade in a few days, but he didn't expect the Jade Emperor to be quicker. By the way, can you hear the system prompts? Zhao Feng turned to Wang Zhaojun and Yuan Ping. We can. Both Wang Zhaojun and Yuan Ping nodded simultaneously. Then it seems you are indeed no different from the people of Blue Star. Zhao Feng smiled broadly and gave both a thumbs up. Chapter 57. The Dragon-Slaying Plan Spiritual Spring. Transcendent Special Effect. Produces 100 cubic meters of spiritual spring water daily. Spiritual spring water can quench thirst, eliminate weak zombie viruses, and accelerate crop growth. With the maximum growth cycle reduced to 1/5. Jade Emperor. Fellow citizens of Huagua, the Heavenly Court has been established. Welcome everyone to join. I guarantee that each person who joins the Heavenly Court will receive at least 1 drop of spiritual spring water. Jade Emperor. The Heavenly Court has countless positions, and the higher the position, the more spiritual spring water one can receive daily. All positions are competitive. Those who are capable shall take them. The supply of spiritual spring water is limited each day. Available on a first-come, first-served basis. In the regional channel, the Jade Emperor not only took the initiative to reveal the properties of the spiritual spring, but also seized the opportunity to launch a promotional campaign. As it stands, the only known substances capable of eradicating the zombie virus on Blue Star are ginger juice and spiritual spring water. Currently, only a select few in the highest echelons are aware of ginger juice. Thus, the announcement of spiritual spring water has caused a tremendous uproar throughout Huagua and even across the entirety of Blue Star. Not to mention the mere promise of a single drop of basic spiritual spring water, as guaranteed by the Jade Emperor, has stirred the hearts of countless citizens of Huagua. Without a doubt, numerous individuals from the region are hastily embarking on perilous journeys towards the domain of the Heavenly Court, while people from other regions are devising various means to approach that direction. In an instant, the significance of the Heavenly Court has eclipsed that of the safety zones established by the Huagua government, rendering it the foremost territory in the minds of many. At the foot of Mount Fuji, Yamamoto Taro ruthlessly struck down a beautiful maiden, serving him with a single slap. Blood gushed forth. Yet neither the other maidens attending him nor the subordinates standing at a distance displayed any sign of distress. They were all inured to such brutality. The maiden who met her untimely demise today was neither the first nor would she be the last. Indifferent to the sentiments of those around him, the 60-year-old Yamamoto Taro seethed with rage as he perused the intelligence dispatched by Huagua's spies, his beard bristling in indignation. Previously, upon ascending to the rank of a Black Iron territory, he harbored grand ambitions of becoming the first to elevate to a Golden territory. However, a few days ago, the eruption of Mount Fuji adversely affected his domain, damaging several factories and drastically hindering his progress. If only he could acquire the spiritual spring, he would have immense confidence in striving for the title of the world's foremost territory. Instead, he was dismayed to see it fall into the hands of the Huagua people. With Huagua already possessing ginger juice and brilliant lilies, the addition of a steady supply of spiritual spring water would soon elevate their overall strength to potentially the highest in the world. This simply cannot be allowed. Action must be taken. Wiping the blood from his hands on the garment of another maiden, Yamamoto Taro, with a flicker of thought, opened a chat group named the Blue Star Alliance. The group was small, comprising only a little over 10 individuals, yet all were the pinnacle of their respective nations, including those from the Free Nation, the United States, the Sun Nation, the Stick Nation, and the Romantic Nation. It is no exaggeration to state that prior to the outbreak of the zombie crisis, any one of these individuals could shake their country to its core with a mere stomp of their foot. Yamamoto Taro, esteemed colleagues, considering the current situation, should we commence our dragon-slaying initiative ahead of schedule? Peter Locke, absolutely. A series of affirmatives followed. My lord, we are prepared. The next morning, in Zhao Feng's territory, Zhao Guang bowed respectfully to Zhao Feng. Beside him, Yu Yin stood solemnly, maintaining a quiet presence. Behind them, for 95 members of the Teeth Gate Army and 495 members of the Yu Family Army were equally poised for action. All were soldiers of A-grade qualifications who had reached the pinnacle of legendary status. Wang Zhaojun and Yu Yinping flanked Zhao Feng, while Zheng Ergu, Chao Dahu, and Mo Yin stood behind him. Today, Zhao Feng was set to explore an unknown secret realm, and the individuals present were the entirety of those prepared to enter. Totaling precisely 1,000, including Zhao Feng. Zheng Ergu, Yu Lei, and Wang Haoqi had been left behind to guard the territory, taking with them the remaining personnel. Uncertain of their duration within the secret realm, they had brought ample supplies of food, purified water, and even change of clothes, ensuring they could endure for 10 days, or even a fortnight without concern that, of course, if possible, Zhao Feng intended to return today, as the Fengming Pavilion would be able to summon once more tomorrow. And he did not wish to miss out. The extensive preparation of supplies was merely a precautionary measure. Despite the unknowns of the secret realm, each individual remained invigorated, beyond the confidence derived from their newfound strength. They were all seasoned elite soldiers. Let us prepare to depart, Zhao Feng declared, retrieving the secret realm token from his pack and activating it. The token radiated a brilliant white light, enveloping the relevant individuals under his mental command. And in an instant, they vanished, as their vision cleared. Zhao Feng and his companions found themselves in an entirely different space, their formation unchanged. The expanse before them was vast, stretching beyond sight, with a broad, flat area extending endlessly ahead, flanked by low mountains in the distance. Both the plain and the mountains were covered in rubble and gravel, devoid of any greenery, presenting a stark and desolate landscape. The space was brightly lit, yet the sun was nowhere to be seen. Although no immediate dangers were visible, Zhao Feng suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of oppression that stirred a restless irritation within him. Moreover, he sensed an inexplicable pressure that seemed to shackle his body, making both breathing and movement laborious. Was it the gravity here that differed from Earth, or another reason altogether? With a thought, he activated the Shennong technique, which swiftly restored his tranquility and dissipated the invisible shackles. Was it not a matter of gravity? Zhao Feng furrowed his brow and turned to Wang Zhaojun, asking, Zhaojun, Yinping, do you feel as though your bodies are being constrained? Indeed, Wang Zhaojun nodded. This secret realm has an unsettling effect on my mind. Not only do I feel my body suppressed, but the energy within me is also significantly hindered. Here, I can only exert about 60% of my strength. I share a similar sentiment, Yu Yinping affirmed. However, my pressure is not as severe as my sister's. I should be able to utilize around 80% of my strength. That my lord, I too can manage only about 90% of my strength. Yu Yin added. After inquiring among the group, Zhao Feng discovered that, apart from himself, everyone else experienced at least a 10% reduction in strength, with Wang Xiaojun suffering the most at a 40% reduction. The higher the strength, the greater the suppression. Although the unexpected circumstances were somewhat startling, the group remained composed. Yu Yin swiftly maneuvered, and soon, a towering wall constructed from massive iron blocks, 10 meters high and 2 meters wide, encircled them. This wall formed a circle with a diameter of 100 meters. Enclosing all present within it was a creation Zhao Feng had meticulously forged for today's expedition into the secret realm. At a height of 10 meters, the others leapt up with ease, while Zhao Feng ascended not by his own effort, but with Wang Xiaojun embracing his waist and lifting him into the air. Though somewhat embarrassing, the close contact with Xiaojun, accompanied by her fragrance akin to the tranquil scent of orchids, brought a secret delight to Zhao Feng's heart. Chapter 58. The insectoid species of the secret realm and the unknown secret realm. As Zhao Feng leapt atop the iron wall, a cacophony of rustling sounds erupted from afar, sending clouds of dust soaring into the sky and quickly obscuring the once bright expanse in a haze of gray. The distance was too great for the naked eye to discern, but with a flick of thought, a pair of binoculars materialized in Zhao Feng's hand. These were military-grade binoculars with 100-fold magnification. Acquired through a trade involving ginger juice and the esteemed Li Chuanhui, totaling 100 units. Not only Zhao Feng, but Yu Yun and the others possessed them as well. My goodness, so many insects. Zhao Feng exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment at the sight through the binoculars. Countless gigantic insects surged toward them. 3 distinct types of insects were visible. The first type resembled a 1-meter-long spider. Equipped with 8 slender legs, its body a dull gray, and its mouth lined with sharp teeth. This type comprised the majority, accounting for over 60%. The second type resembled white earthworms, measuring over 10 meters in length and as thick as a barrel. Devoid of eyes but possessing a massive mouth filled with serrated teeth. This variety was also plentiful, making up over 30%. Though they moved like earthworms, their speed rivaled that of a 4-wheel drive vehicle, contributing significantly to the dust cloud surrounding them. The third type resembled ants, but were nearly 2 meters long, with formidable mandibles extending nearly half a meter, presenting an exceptionally terrifying appearance. The sheer number of these insects was staggering, a dense swarm that seemed to stretch into infinity. Zhao Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. It seems my instincts as an emperor have proven accurate. The distance rendered it impossible to ascertain the attributes of the insects. But their sheer numbers were frightening enough. Without needing Zhao Feng to speak, Wang Xiaojun soared into the sky, vanishing from view in the blink of an eye. 2 breaths later, in the chat group established by Zhao Feng, Wang Xiaojun shared screenshots detailing the attributes of the 3 types of insects. Multi-legged spider. Extraordinary strength. 1790 agility. 800 defense. 1500 description. One of the basic insect species, possessing not only sharp mandibles and agile legs, but also the ability to spray highly corrosive and adhesive silk. White pupa worm. Extraordinary strength. 1900 agility. 880 defense. 2000 description. One of the basic insect species, capable of spraying venom in addition to its sharp mandibles. Antworm. Rare strength. 2900 agility. 2200 defense. 2500 description. An elite insect species. Its sharp mandibles can slice through gold and silver, while it can also emit ultrasonic waves to assault the brains of its enemies. My goodness, how formidable. The lowest is at the extraordinary level. Ultrasonic attacks? This is going to be quite challenging. Zhao Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating the overwhelming numbers and formidable strength of the enemy. Yet, it was the ultrasonic attacks that left him at a loss for how to respond. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the chat group. My lord, leave those ant-like creatures to me. No sooner had the words been uttered than Wang Xiaojun, soaring through the sky, swung her sword with a flourish, unleashing a sword chi nearly 100 meters long that hurtled down from above. With a thunderous roar, dust erupted into the air. A gentle breeze swept through. The dust dissipated, revealing a colossal pit measuring several dozen meters in diameter and nearly 10 meters deep. The ant-like creature, 2 white pupae, and dozens of multi-legged spider-like creatures that had once occupied the space were all obliterated. Within the vast pit, several dozen items lay quietly on the ground, two of which emitted a faint crimson glow. Zhao Feng smiled broadly, remarking, "Truly worthy of a royal tier. Even with her strength sealed to 40%, she remains terrifyingly powerful." Wang Xiaojun's strike erupted like a drop of hot oil in boiling water, instantly halting the advancing horde of insects, who turned to glare at her with bared teeth, revealing their cold, sharp fangs. Though the multi-legged spiders and white pupae possessed ranged attacks, standing 100 meters high, Wang Xiaojun was beyond their reach. Their silk-spitting and venomous assaults could not harm her in the slightest, provoking them to leap in frustration. Ignoring the agitated creatures, Wang Xiaojun felt the flow of spiritual energy within her as she soared through the air, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, arriving above the second ant-like creature. The ant-like creature, not lacking in intelligence, opened its maw as she approached the next instant, and immensely powerful. Invisible waves surged forth from its mouth, aimed directly at Wang Xiaojun. Just as she steadied herself, preparing to wield her sword, she felt a tremendous wave of energy rush towards her. The following moment, her long dress billowed as if caught by an unseen wind, and her mind momentarily swayed before swiftly regaining clarity. What a formidable ultrasonic attack! Wang Xiaojun's brow knitted in concern, a flicker of alarm flashing in her eyes. Despite the apparent ineffectiveness of the ultrasonic wave against her, she was acutely aware of her precarious position at such height and her royal tier status in this context. Even her mind was slightly dazed. She surmised that if a rare tier individual were to confront the ant-like creature's ultrasonic assault directly, even the most resilient among them, like Yue Yun or Zhao Guang, could very well succumb, even if they did not faint immediately. A momentary lapse in focus amidst such a swarm would render survival exceedingly difficult, that if this was true for Yue Yun and the others, Zhao Feng would be even more vulnerable. Certainly, a single touch would mean death. Gazing upon the seemingly endless horde of insects, a sense of urgency surged within Wang Xiaojun. She knew she had to eliminate the ant-like creatures before they encroached within a kilometer of Zhao Feng. Otherwise, he would be in grave danger. With a swift motion, Wang Xiaojun raised her hand, and a sword qi shot forth with lightning speed, piercing through the ant-like creature before it could flee. The potent sword qi radiated outward, shredding other nearby insects within a span of dozens of meters into mere fragments. Without even glancing back, she darted towards the next ant-like creature in her line of sight, the other insects. Momentarily stunned by the sudden loss of their target, quickly redirected their attention towards Zhao Feng's position. Wang Xiaojun paid them no mind. In the blink of an eye, she arrived above the third ant-like creature. This time, she did not linger. As she flew over, she unleashed another wave of sword qi, maintaining her speed as she moved to the next location. With another resounding explosion, the ant-like creature and the 100 insects surrounding it vanished without a trace. The remaining insects, now agitated, contemplated pursuing Wang Xiaojun, but just as they hesitated, their bodies suddenly stilled, their emotions calming, and they resumed their charge towards Zhao Feng. Chapter 59. The first battle against the insectoid horde outside the sturdy, cold iron walls of the desolate secret realm. Nearly 500 members of the Yu family army formed a three-tiered spear formation, their long spears thrashing wildly as countless spear qi surged forth. Mere dozens of meters away, the tightly packed insect horde was torn to shreds by the relentless barrage of spear qi before they even drew near. Alas, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming. As the front line of hundreds fell, more surged forth from behind. Before the enemy could encroach, the second row of the Yu family army, poised for action, advanced through the gaps intentionally left by the first row. Unleashing another torrent of spear qi, the second row unleashed their attacks. They stepped forward, followed closely by the third row, while the first row retreated a few paces. All this occurred without a word or glance exchanged. Fluid and seamless as flowing water, completed in an instant. There was no need for precise aiming. Countless spear qi formed a dense net, encompassing all the insects in the front line, be they white pupae or multi-legged spiders. Any that came into contact with the spear qi were instantly reduced to piles of flesh. Each spear qi could obliterate at least 10 insects before expending its might. The legendary troops maintained a crushing dominance over the extraordinary ones. Even with their strength reduced by 10%, on top of the iron walls, apart from the side defended by the Yu family army, the other three sides were held by the Tooth army. who also wielded long spears, unleashing an unending volley of spear chi that annihilated every insect attempting to leap up to the walls. That it seemed the 10-meter height was still a tad insufficient. Standing atop the iron walls, Zhao Feng observed the multi-legged spiders leaping and being swiftly dispatched, feeling a twinge of boredom as he yawned. Initially, the iron walls had been only 3 meters high, but for safety's sake, they had been constructed to 10 meters this time, yet it still proved inadequate. The white pupae were too large to leap, but the multi-legged spiders could jump over 10 meters high. Fortunately, Zhao Feng's soldiers were simply too powerful, leaving no opportunity for the insects. Being a black iron tier, Zhao Feng could not unleash sword chi with the falling leaves sword technique, so he could only watch in silence. Zheng Ergu and Chao Daz stood silently by his side, ready to eliminate any insect that dared to approach within a 10-meter radius of Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng pondered whether the Shennong Mall would introduce spiritual herbs or plants capable of replenishing spiritual energy after its upgrade. Observing the battlefield before him, he mused silently. The situation on Blue Star appeared grim. While the location of this secret realm remained unknown, it was at least of extraordinary tier, and it was certain that legendary troops would eventually emerge. Even with their advantage, the Yu family army and the Tooth army would likely not enjoy such unscathed dominance in the future. That time, effective healing potions and quick replenishing spiritual elixirs would become essential victory tools on the battlefield. Consuming crops that enhance strength, agility, and mental acuity would also be crucial. While the effects might not be immediately apparent, over time, soldiers of the same tier would possess significantly superior attributes, greatly amplifying their battlefield advantage. Previously, Zhao Feng had worried that his soldiers might grow weary of consuming the mutated sweet potatoes, which is why he had refrained from providing them lately. However, it now seemed they should be utilized as the foundational military food. Among his personal attendants, the figure of Yu Yinping had long since vanished from Zhao Feng's sight. Not only her, but Wang Zhaojun, Wei Yun, Zhao Guang, and Mo Yin had also separated from the main forces, disappearing from view. In the wilderness, 10 kilometers away from the iron walls, the ground was still obscured by swarms of insects, rendering it invisible. High in the air, Wang Zhaojun darted like a diligent bee, flitting back and forth, forward and backward. Wherever an ant-like creature appeared, her sword chi swiftly followed. Wang Zhaojun's speed was astonishing. Even amidst the scattered distribution of the ant-like creatures, she could clear vast swathes of territory in a heartbeat, rapidly moving away until Zhao Feng's telescope could no longer capture her form. That in a slightly closer vicinity, Wei Yun, Zhao Guang, Yu Yinping, and Mo Yin formed a square formation, unleashing waves of spear and sword chi that obliterated every insect they touched. Whether agile multi-legged spiders or the defensively formidable white pupae, reducing them to nothingness. The 4 of them pressed forward with the might of invincible armored vehicles, relentlessly pursuing the receding figure of Wang Zhaojun. Indeed, the 4 had been dispatched by Zhao Feng to support Wang Zhaojun. Although thus far, she had been the one to annihilate the foes in seconds, the mysterious nature of this realm left Zhao Feng feeling uneasy, prompting him to send them forth. Among the 4, Wei Yun stood at the pinnacle of legendary tier, while Yu Yinping, Mo Yin, and Zhao Guang had all reached the apex of epic tier, each boasting 3-dimensional attributes exceeding 7,500, ensuring an overwhelming advantage. After a relentless assault spanning over an hour, they had traversed nearly 15 kilometers, finally penetrating the heart of the insect swarm. The insect horde, numbering no less than 1 million, was predominantly of extraordinary tier. Should such a swarm emerge on Blue Star, it would undoubtedly obliterate a city with ease. To the astonishment of the 4, after piercing through the swarm of insects, they presumed that a portion of the approaching hordes would turn back to assault them. However, to their surprise, every one of the insectoids disregarded their presence and surged onward toward the direction where Zhao Feng was situated. The 4 exchanged glances, and for the first time, a tinge of gravity appeared on their faces. While the sheer number of millions of insects was indeed formidable, given their collective strength, they could deplete the swarm with some time. Yet, the current circumstances hinted at the existence of an unknown overlord among the insects. Furthermore, that ruler seemed to recognize Zhao Feng as the core among them. Sister Zhaojun is over there, Yu Yinping remarked, shaking her slightly sore wrist, and then pointed toward a specific direction. Following her gesture, Yu Yun and the others caught a glimpse of the rapidly retreating silhouette of Wang Zhaojun in the right front. We must hasten to catch up. Vice-town chief Wang must have discovered something, Zhao Guang declared as he dashed ahead toward the direction where Wang Zhaojun had vanished, with the others closely trailing behind. If only we had mounts or flying techniques. Yu Yinping mused with a hint of anticipation as she that I in this state of rapid motion. Her internal spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate. Even though she attempted to absorb the spiritual energy from the surrounding air while running, it was still insufficient to AT this moment. Her condition was only marginally better than when they initially breached the insect swarm. Yet the consumption remained substantial to AT this rate. Should she run a few dozen kilometers, her spiritual energy would be entirely exhausted. But as for flying techniques, they were even rarer than flying mounts. Yu Yun chuckled and shook his head as he ran. In the world we were in, there wasn't a single flying technique, which speaks volumes of its rarity. Moreover, even if there were, the energy cost would likely be exorbitant. Given our current reserves, we might not even sustain its consumption. That it would be far more practical to seek out flying mounts. You certainly have a vivid imagination. Zhao Guang laughed in response. In our previous world, there were indeed excellent steeds available, yet flying mounts were a sight unseen. Upon hearing this, Mo Yin grinned with pride. My Mo family possesses the method to create mechanical beasts, including flying mechanical beasts, though it requires numerous special materials which we currently lack in our domain. Additionally, while our mechanical beasts can carry individuals, they are ill-suited for combat and are even slower than our current running pace. The three of them initially appeared elated, but that joy soon morphed into a wry smile. After some contemplation, Zhao Guang suggested, then they can only be utilized for servicing or high-altitude ambushes. Yu Yin nodded in agreement. No, they could be used regularly as well. Mo Lao. Tell me what materials you need, and I can ask the Lord to gather them. Once collected, could you craft one for me? Yu Yinping gazed at Mo Yin with eager anticipation. Previously, when Wang Zhaojun had taken her flying for a few circles, the unparalleled sensation of looking down from such heights had left her astounded and deeply captivated. She could hardly expect to have Wang Zhaojun ferry her frequently, but if there were flying mechanical beasts, she could soar whenever she wished, which would be a source of immense joy. Mo Yin nodded. All right. Once this expedition through the secret realm concludes, I shall discuss it with the Lord. Chapter 60. The insect nest. As Yu Yun and the others conversed while hastily running, they advanced 5 to 6 kilometers in mere minutes. Suddenly, Yu Yinping exclaimed in surprise. What is that? In her line of sight, a shadow loomed in the distance, resembling a towering peak. Moreover, she could see Wang Zhaojun engaged in combat with a swarm of some insectoid creatures high in the sky. The distance was too great for her to discern the details, only spotting some dark shapes, flying insectoids. Zhao Guang also caught sight of it. Unable to discern clearly, he immediately accelerated toward Wang Zhaojun's position, with the other three following closely behind. Soon, they arrived before the colossal shadow. That it was not a mountain, but rather a pyramid-shaped mound of flesh nearly 100 meters tall. This grotesque edifice was riddled with pits. And besides countless massive flesh bags, there were numerous openings approximately 10 meters in diameter. Insect nest. Grade. Legendary. Area. 100,000 square meters. Defense value. 1 million. Trait 1. Optimal habitation for the queen and insect species. Those residing within the nest can enter a dormant state without the need for sustenance. Trait 2. Contains 5 million insect chambers, capable of accommodating 5 million legendary and lower-tier insects in dormancy. Trait 3. Provides various resources. The nest automatically nourishes the resident insects, enhancing their evolution probability by 50. That the maximum evolution grade does not exceed legendary. Trait 4. Supplies relevant materials. Under the queen's control, it can autonomously cultivate insect species. The insectoids battling Wang Zhaojun became clearer. They were a type of flying mantis, measuring 4 meters in length, with foreclaws nearing 10 meters. Though fashioned from bone, they radiated a cold metallic gleam, and their edges were extraordinarily sharp. Flying mantis insect. Grade, legendary, strength, 5,100 agility, 4,800 defense, 4,200 description, elite insect species. The razor-sharp mantis blades not only slice through iron with ease, but can also shatter spiritual energy attacks. As these attributes registered in their minds, the group furrowed their brows, yet simultaneously exhaled in relief. They were troubled by the overwhelming attributes of the insect nest, but relieved that while the flying mantis insect was formidable, it lacked ranged attack capabilities, preventing them from feeling the need to flee at that moment. The sky surrounding the nest was filled with countless flying mantis insects, resembling a massive dark cloud, their numbers estimated to exceed 10,000. With such an abundance of legendary airborne creatures, had they possessed ranged attacks, the group would have certainly been compelled to retreat. While sighing in relief, the four turned their gaze toward Wang Zhaojuan's location. She was now encircled by the flying mantis insects, rendering her figure nearly invisible. Yet amidst the horde, brilliant sword lights erupted. Each time a sword beam shot forth, several, if not a dozen, flying mantis insects were obliterated. This indicated that Wang Zhaojun was currently unscathed. Yu Yinping recorded a video capturing the aerial battle and the distant insect queen nest, subsequently sending it to Zhao Feng. What shall we do next? Yu Yinping inquired of Yu Yun and Zhao Guang. Wait, Yu Yun pondered before directing his gaze toward Zhao Guang. Did I concur? Zhao Guang nodded. The nest should be the source of the secret realm's insect species. Its danger remains uncertain, hence we should not take risks lightly. Given the Vice-Town Chief's strength, it should not take long to eradicate those flying mantis insects. That it would be more prudent to enter together afterward. Wang Zhaojun is of the king rank, surpassing them by 2 significant realms, her power far exceeding theirs, and crucially, she is capable of flight. That in the face of the unknown insect queen nest, following her would be the safest course of action. All right, Yu Yinping nodded, a bit bored. The flying mantis insects were soaring too high for her attacks to affect them, leaving her with no choice but to wait. Brother, can I attack the nest? Yu Yinping suddenly asked Yu Yun. Filled with anticipation, that it would be best not to. Yu Yun shook his head. We have no knowledge of whether there are stronger insects within the nest. Until the Vice-Town Chief can spare some attention, it is advisable that we refrain from taking any action. Our strength is insufficient, and since they are not in a hurry, playing it safe is the wisest approach. That said, they were not entirely idle. As Wang Zhaojun dispatched the flying mantis insects, the energy crystals and items that burst forth from them fell alongside the insect carcasses. They were in a prime position to collect those items below. While others might have a drop rate of 1 in several tens or even hundreds, Wang Zhaojuan's drop rate was closer to 1 in several. Gazing at the multitude of items scattered around, Yu Yun and the others were filled with envy and surprise that, these flying mantis claws are remarkably hard and sharp. Mo Yin stood beside a fallen flying mantis, striking its blade with his extraordinary long sword, only to find that not a single mark remained on the blade, while his sword had sustained a chip. This is excellent weapon material. Mo Yan's eyes lit up, and Yu Yun and Zhao Guang's faces mirrored his excitement. This blade, even without refinement, would likely be equivalent to a legendary grade weapon. Without hesitation, the carcasses of the flying mantis insects promptly became one of the spoils collected by the group in a mere 10 minutes. Wang Zhaojun, showcasing her kingly prowess, annihilated all the flying mantis insects, and every item and insect corpse was promptly gathered. Wang Zhaojun descended, her complexion unruffled, her breath steady, as if the annihilation of over 10,000 flying mantis insects had been but a trivial task. You all should retreat a bit. Wang Zhaojun waved her hand to Yu Yun and the others, signaling them to retreat a distance, as there should still be a mother insect lurking within the nest. Without any hesitation, Yu Yun and his companions promptly withdrew to a distance of 500 meters. Once they had distanced themselves, Wang Zhaojun did not hesitate any longer. She wielded her long sword with fervor, unleashing a barrage of formidable sword energy that struck the insect nest with astounding velocity. Amidst the chaos of blood and flesh, the million points of defense on the nest diminished rapidly before the naked eye. A piercing sound filled with anger, urgency, and agitation erupted from within the nest. Not only that, but the sound resembled an overwhelming shockwave. In an instant, Yu Yinping, Yu Yun, Zhao Guang, and Mo Yin felt as if their brains had been struck heavily, causing them to lose consciousness. Although Wang Zhaojun, at the kingly level, swayed slightly, she did not faint, but felt a wave of dizziness, prompting her to cease her assault. Several dozen kilometers away, at Zhao Feng's location behind the iron wall, a sudden urgent voice echoed from afar, causing a brief moment of disorientation among the group. that as they regained their senses, they found that all the insect creatures around them had become exceedingly frantic. Previously, the attacks from the insect horde had been dense yet orderly, as if someone were orchestrating them from behind. However, at this moment, the swarm appeared to have lost all rationality, charging wildly towards the iron wall. When confronted by other insects, they leapt onto their backs, trampling over them. Some of the more powerful insects even tore apart those in their path, driven solely by the desire to reach Zhao Feng swiftly. "Lord, perhaps you should rest inside," suggested Zheng Ergu, who was frantically unleashing sword energy to annihilate the relentless tide of insects while addressing Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's strength was insufficient, and in this swarm of extraordinary insects, a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. There were simply too many insects. Though he still had ample spiritual energy within him to protect Zhao Feng for the time being, he doubted his ability to maintain this as the frenzy persisted. Understood. Although Zheng Erge did not explicitly state it, Zhao Feng was self-aware enough to recognize the truth. Moreover, he would not place himself in danger for the sake of pride, that as he leapt down from the iron wall. A flicker of anticipation glimmered in Zhao Feng's eyes. The insects here were in such a frenzied state that it was likely Wang Zhaojun had made a significant breakthrough. He had seen the video sent by Yu Yinping, which showcased the insect nest. That place was likely the very heart of the insect horde. Chapter 61. Luck rewards. With each explosive sound, blood and flesh erupted from the insect nest. Wang Zhaojun, battling through her dizziness, continued to unleash sword energy upon the nest. Each time she struck, powerful ultrasonic waves emanated from within the nest, bombarding her brain and inducing a sensation of vertigo. The nest was merely at the legendary level, and the mother insect inside was likely of the same tier, yet it was astonishing that such power could induce dizziness in someone of her caliber. Wang Zhaojun felt a sense of relief for not having brought Zhao Feng along. Given his strength, facing such ultrasonic waves would undoubtedly spell his doom. Under Wang Zhaojun's relentless assaults, the million points of defense of the nest were depleted in mere moments. Boom! The nest cracked open, revealing its interior. In that instant, a radiant green energy crystal and a glowing piece of parchment fell out. Without haste to collect the spoils from the nest, Wang Zhaojun's gaze immediately fell upon the inside of the nest. It was empty, with the walls riddled with various size caverns. In the center, there lay a colossal insect, nearly 50 meters long and almost 10 meters in diameter, resembling a silkworm pupa, mother insect. Rank: Legendary Strength, 2000 Agility, 50 Defense, 100. 000 Trait 1. Devours various corpses, with a certain probability of acquiring traits from the deceased's former life and integrating them into its genes. Trait 2. When provided with sufficient energy, it can select certain genetic traits to create individual insects and facilitate reproduction. The offspring can be commanded by it. Death Ultrasonic Wave. When its life is threatened, the mother insect will expend all stored energy to unleash an ultrasonic attack. All insects at its birth will enter a berserk state upon hearing this wave, enhancing their combat capabilities. Upon observing the attributes of the mother insect, a flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Zhaojun's eyes. The power of the ultrasonic waves was tremendous, yet it seemed to be a final desperate struggle. What surprised her most was the mother insect's sluggish agility, rendering it virtually immobile in her eyes. That a defense of 100,000. That was negligible. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung her long sword, unleashing a flurry of sword energy. Bang! With a series of explosive sounds, the mother insect was reduced to a pile of shredded flesh, leaving behind another energy crystal and a glowing piece of parchment. In the moment following the mother insect's demise, the surrounding insect horde grew even more frenzied, yet they appeared to have completely lost their reason, attacking everything alive around them. They did not merely assault Zhao Feng and his companions. More so, they began to tear into one another. Originally, there had been hundreds of thousands of insects, and at their previous pace, it would have taken several hours to deplete them. But as they turned on each other, their numbers dwindled at an alarming rate. In less than half an hour, they were all but annihilated. During this time, Wang Zhaojun had already returned to Zhao Feng's side with the revived Yu Yinping and the others. At the very moment all the insects fell, a melodious voice echoed in Zhao Feng's mind. System notification. Congratulations, host. You are the first on Blue Star to clear the otherworldly creature from the secret realm and claim it as your own. Reward: 30 luck points, permanent secret realm teleportation portal. Legendary 1, that the system will proceed with a global announcement. Would you like to conceal your name, Luck? Zhao Feng was momentarily taken aback, just as he was about to inquire further in the system. A flood of information surged into his mind. Luck for heroes signifies both fortune and potential. The greater the luck, the more auspicious the hero's fate, and when accumulated to a certain degree, it can even enhance personal potential. For lords, in the early stages, it merely equates to luck. However, when a territory upgrades from a 6th-tier legendary city to a 7th-tier epic nation, a certain amount of luck points is required. Upon reaching the 7th tier, luck points will have even more wondrous effects for the lord. Those specifics will only be revealed upon successful upgrading. Moreover, Zhao Feng was even more delighted to learn that consuming a certain amount of luck could lift some restrictions placed upon the lord. For instance, under normal circumstances, Zhao Feng's rank was bound to his territory. However, now by expending 10 luck points, he could break free from his shackles and advance to the golden tier. If he were to spend 100 luck points, he could even elevate from the black iron status to the extraordinary tier, disregarding the lord's qualifications. The bond between a lord's rank and territory had always been a source of frustration for Zhao Feng. As a black iron lord, he could only watch from afar during battles. This sense of helplessness had severely bruised his pride. Previously, he had pondered when such a situation would come to an end. Yet he had not anticipated the system to provide him with such a grand surprise. 30 luck points may not seem like much, but at the very least, it offered him a new direction to strive for. Luck, I desire luck. Zhao Feng's heart brimmed with an unusual ambition, yearning to discover dozens of secret realms, to sweep through them, and to break through his own limitations. Even more exhilarating was the fact that he had acquired a permanent secret realm teleportation portal. This meant that this secret realm would forever belong solely to him. Though he had yet to fully explore the realm, its estimated area spanned several thousand square kilometers. If utilized effectively, it could undoubtedly bolster his territory's strength immensely. Hide! With a mere thought, Zhao Feng commanded, and a system notification materialized in the minds of all Blue Star inhabitants, echoing thrice. System notification. Congratulations to the Lord of Huagua for being the first to clear the otherworldly creatures from the secret realm and claim it as their own. Reward: 30 luck points. Permanent secret realm teleportation portal. Legendary 1. As soon as the announcement was made, discussions erupted among the people of Blue Star, while no one knew what 30 luck points represented. Curiosity about the secret realm surged, accompanied by a flurry of speculations. What intrigued them even more was the mention of the otherworldly creatures. The changes on Blue Star were attributed to an invasion from another realm. Previously, the only known threat had been the zombie virus, yet now it seemed someone had directly engaged with these creatures and emerged victorious. Countless individuals speculated in various chat channels about the true nature of these so-called otherworldly beings. Some theorized they were various forms of extraterrestrial beings, while others suggested they were insectoid in nature. Amidst the multitude of discussions, many called for the mysterious individual to disclose information about the otherworldly creatures, enabling everyone to prepare in advance and contribute to the defense of Blue Star. Brother, is that you? A message from Ohuang Benhuang popped up on Zhao Feng's system panel. Yes, it's me, since the token had been given to him. Concealing his identity was pointless. Zhao Feng admitted it directly and sent over the attributes of the insect he had obtained from Yu Yinping. Upon receiving the information, Ohuang Benhuang remained silent, replying only with a worship emoji. By the way, do you have any more secret realm tokens? Zhao Feng inquired eagerly. These things aren't cabbages. I only have that one. Ohuang Benhuang replied, his lips twitching at Zhao Feng's message. He was too intimidated to even enter that secret realm. Yet here Zhao Feng was, not only having entered, but seemingly relishing the experience. Was this even human? The sovereign monarch had long felt that the world was undergoing a transformation, believing he was destined to become the child of the world, soaring to great heights. Yet, what was the outcome? Although Yin Yin held the title of Lord, the abundance of treasures at his disposal drove him to the brink of madness with envy, endless pure water, detoxifying ginger juice, and the radiant lilies that dispel pests, not to mention an overwhelming strength. Time and again, his perceptions of lords were shattered. The future still belonged to me. The sovereign monarch gazed at the boundless, deep mountains before him, then glanced at the turtle shell in his hand. His resolve once again solidified. and a smile crept upon his lips. The turtle shell, though no larger than a palm and appearing somewhat antiquated, was his most prized possession, without question. Chapter 62, Skill Upgrade Scroll. Legendary. The regional and national channels erupted with excitement due to the announcement from the secret realm. Zhao Feng, too, observed countless requests for the disclosure of information regarding the alien races flooding the channels. Unperturbed by the moral coercion, he recalled the exhilarating battle videos previously released by the official government of Huagua and clicked on Zhao Yitong in his contacts. While he was indifferent to the deaths of others, he was willing to share information if it could spare the warriors fighting on the front lines from unnecessary loss. Without further ado, Zhao Feng sent over the attributes of the insect race, along with a recorded video from Yu Yinping at the mother nest, providing details on the number of insects in the secret realm. Zhao Yidong, on behalf of all the people of Huagua, I thank you. Rest assured, I will not disclose your information to anyone, including the senior officials in various districts. Seeing Zhao Yidong's response brought a smile to Zhao Feng's face that, to be honest, he had previously harbored many concerns about dealing with national-level matters. Yet Zhao Yitong's demeanor offered him great comfort, making him eager for further communication. However, he was taken aback by her audacity to refuse the senior officials of various districts. Her high status left him somewhat astonished. Of course, it was merely a moment of surprise. Since she had not disclosed her specific position and had consistently interacted with him as a friend, Zhao Feng was more than willing to cultivate this friendship. After discussing the information regarding the secret realm, Zhao Feng inquired whether she possessed a secret realm token, only to find that she did not. The absence of such a token, even at the national level, deepened Zhao Feng's understanding of the sovereign monarch's luck. System notification. Congratulations to the Lord of the Ugly Nation, Peter Locke, the second individual on Blue Star to upgrade their territory to Golden level, rewarded with Furious Wave Fighting Spirit. Extraordinary. 3 consecutive system notifications resonated in the minds of all inhabitants of Blue Star. Yet at that moment, no one paid heed to the notifications. Instead, they fervently discussed the insect race. Indeed, it was the insects from the secret realm. Half an hour prior, the official government of Huagua had released a screenshot of the insect race's attributes on the national channel, cautioning all citizens to remain vigilant. Within just half an hour, those attribute images had circulated widely across Blue Star. Compared to the legendary alien races, the extraordinary techniques obtained from the upgrade of a golden-level territory seemed utterly insignificant. Zhao Feng, however, paid little mind to the system notifications echoing in his mind at present. He was in his territory, brimming with excitement as he reviewed the spoils of this journey into the secret realm alongside Wang Zhaojun. Just over 10 minutes ago, he had returned from the secret realm with Wang Zhaojun, Yu Yinping, Zheng Lauer, and a dozen others. The others remained in the secret realm to collect the corpses of the insect race. Since the system had already rewarded him with a permanent teleportation portal, the secret realm had effectively become his private garden, and his soldiers were not in a rush to return. Energy, 6. 358,921 billion. Extraordinary. Different types of ores, 3. 500. Weapons, 640. Buildings, 93. Techniques, 56. Rare. Different types of ores, 760. Weapons, 89. Buildings, 25. Techniques, 31. Legendary. Different types of ores, 2. 632. Weapons, 134. Buildings, 36. Techniques, 29. Secret Realm Teleportation Portal. Grade. Legendary. Defense value, 1. 000,000 Trait 1. Capable of spatial teleportation to specified secret realms. Trait 2. Each teleportation can accommodate a maximum of 10,000 people, with each individual requiring an energy expenditure of 100 points per teleportation. Insect Nest. Grade. Legendary. Defense value, 1 million. Trait 1. Once established, it can automatically nurture 1 common mother insect. Trait 2. Internally houses 1 million insect cultivation spaces, suitable for the rest of 1 million legendary or lower insect races. Each insect that goes into dormancy requires a certain amount of energy. Springwell. Grade. Legendary. Defense value, 200,000. Trait 1. Can produce 10,000 cubic meters of pure water daily. Trait 2. The well can automatically purify water sources, capable of cleansing 1 million cubic meters of polluted or mildly infected water into pure water daily. The Secret Realm Teleportation Portal was a system reward, while the latter two were obtained after Wang Zhaojun exterminated the nest and the mother insect. The extraordinary and rare items were dropped by the Yu family army and the Yamen army, with a drop rate of several tenths. Regrettably, many hundreds of thousands of insects perished in mutual slaughter. Upon their death, only energy crystals were produced, with no items dropping, causing Zhao Feng considerable heartache. The legendary items were all dropped by Wang Zhaojun, boasting a drop rate of 1/3, which delighted Zhao Feng immensely. What dampened Zhao Feng's spirits was that most of the buildings from these three grades were barracks, with only a few being refugee camps, tea houses, and armed storage caves. None were the hero-summoning buildings he had eagerly anticipated. The functionality of the insect nest took Zhao Feng by surprise. Setting aside everything else, if it could allow the mother insect to nurture flying mantis insects, his territory would become a dominant force in aerial warfare. Furthermore, if the flying mantis insects could serve as mounts in conjunction with the ranged attacks of extraordinary soldiers, the potential devastation would be unimaginable. The only thing that left Zhao Feng somewhat speechless was that the upgrade of territorial soldiers had already consumed countless energy points. The establishment of this insect nest would undoubtedly become a voracious consumer of resources. While he earned energy rapidly, the rate of consumption outpaced his gains. The road ahead was long and arduous. Zhao Feng sighed inwardly at the situation. The legendary spring well was a remarkable asset, capable of purifying 1,000,000 cubic meters of pure water each day, effortlessly solving the drinking water needs of 1,000,000 people. If utilized efficiently, it could even ensure that several million would not suffer from water shortages. In other words, this single structure could resolve the water supply issues of a medium-sized city. In comparison, the Ling Quan of the Jade Emperor appeared utterly mediocre. While the building was excellent, he possessed purifying lotus seeds, and his territory was far from lacking in water sources, rendering it less significant. Nonetheless, overall, this expedition into the secret realm had been immensely rewarding. So much so that his smile nearly reached his ears. "Hey, do you want this building?" Zhao Feng reopened the chat window with Zhao Yidong and sent her the attributes of the spring well. Zhao Yidong, "Brother Yin, yes, I need it very much. What do you wish to exchange for it?" Observing Zhao Yidong's unrestrained eagerness, Zhao Feng grinned. "For the building, I only desire legendary-level hero summoning structures." Zhao Feng reiterated the demands he had previously mentioned to Zhao Yidong. Zhao Yidong, "Brother Yin, at present, the only summoning buildings we possess are barracks. We do not yet have hero summoning structures. Would you like the barracks? I can provide you with 100 extraordinary barracks." Huagua is not short on soldiers, nor on those willing to become soldiers. More importantly, Huagua is currently in dire need of various survival supplies, with all safe zones tightening their belts to survive, making it impossible to summon soldiers through barracks to increase resource consumption. Thus, barracks are a rather superfluous existence for the higher-ups in Huagua. 100 extraordinary barracks would have thrilled Zhao Feng previously. But given that he had acquired sufficient barracks from the secret realm, he politely declined. "What about these two?" Zhao Yidong sent Zhao Feng the attributes of 2 more items. Skill upgrade scroll, grade, legendary trait, can elevate any skill below legendary grade to legendary grade. Lord token, grade, common trait. Any hero can use this token to become a common lord, and after becoming a lord, must establish a territory within 24 hours. Upon seeing the first attribute, Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. He had previously acquired a cloning skill that he had yet to use, as its golden level was somewhat inadequate, but if he could use the skill upgrade scroll to enhance it, it might yield some delightful surprises. However, the second item appeared to be rather useless. As he was already a lord, this token held no utility for him. "Perhaps I could give it to my parents?" Zhao Feng mused, considering that the lordship was fraught with pitfalls. He could bear the burden himself, but could not allow his parents to fall into such a trap. Moreover, his parents were thriving in their heroic identities, making the transition to lord unnecessary. If sensing Zhao Feng's thoughts, Zhao Yidong sent him another message. Currently, the lord identity comes with significantly more constraints than that of a hero, but in the future, it will undoubtedly be the era of lords. Therefore, the value of this lord token will be immeasurable in the later stages. Furthermore, this token is the only lord token obtained by Huagua thus far. Setting aside distant considerations, did you not acquire a secret realm, and was it not rewarded with a secret realm teleportation portal? You could allow someone you trust to become a lord, and then their territory would become your subordinate territory. The main territory can directly receive 30 of the total earnings from the subordinate territory, which would undoubtedly accelerate the development of your main territory significantly. Why were the territories of the Jade Emperor and others able to upgrade to golden level so quickly? It was precisely because they had subordinate territories that the levels of territories are still low. Many features of subordinate territories have not been revealed. Once everyone upgrades their territories, there may be even more surprises awaiting you. Gazing at the information provided by Zhao Yidong, Zhao Feng reluctantly admitted that he had indeed been somewhat swayed. Previously, he had thought that the Lord's Token was merely a decorative item, only to realize now that the scroll for skill upgrades, which he had deemed secondary, held greater significance, leaving him at a loss for words. The crux of the matter was that both gifts seemed to resonate deeply with his desires. Truly, they were of national caliber. While Zhao Feng privately marveled, he eagerly facilitated the transaction of the spring well to Zhao Yitong the next moment. Zhao Yidong's transaction notification appeared in addition to the Lord's Token and the skill upgrade scroll. There were also 100 extraordinary barracks and 50 rare-level barracks. The latter were complementary gifts. Chapter 63. The subordinate territory. Is this truly a secret realm? Why does it appear so desolate? Within the secret realm, Wang Haoqi surveyed the surroundings, his eyes filled with both awe and regret that he was not alone. Hundreds of territorial personnel who had accompanied him shared the same sentiments. Behind them stood a palace covering an area of 100 square meters. The palace could accommodate up to 10,000 individuals. Its floor was adorned with intricate patterns, which illuminated at intervals, causing territorial personnel to materialize within the palace. This was the auxiliary hall of the teleportation portal located within the realm. The teleportation portal had already been established within the territory. The moment the portal was erected, this auxiliary hall automatically emerged, indistinguishable from the main hall within the territory. The teleportation process was remarkably straightforward. As long as one stood within the palace and focused on teleportation, it would automatically deduct 100 energy points from Zhao Feng's territorial attributes panel. Indeed, it was not the teleporting individual's points that were deducted, but rather Zhao Feng's, which left him quite speechless. However, with few personnel currently in the territory and their overwhelming curiosity about the secret realm, Zhao Feng generously allowed everyone to explore the secret realm once, after which access to the teleportation portal would be regulated. Not far from the teleportation hall, Zhao Feng, Wang Zhaojun, Yu Yinping, and others looked on with eager anticipation at Yu Yun, who held a palm-sized white token in his hand. This was the ordinary Lord's Token that Zhao Feng had recently acquired from Zhao Yidong. The scope of this secret realm was vast, yet due to the devastation wrought by the insect race, the land was barren and unsuitable for grain cultivation. Zhao Feng envisioned transforming it into a realm for soldiers, constructing various barracks and training soldiers to make it his territory's strongest asset. The candidates for lordship were Zhao Guang and Yu Yun. However, due to Zhao Guang's loyalty rating being only 97, he was unable to wield the Lord's Token. Thus the responsibility fell upon Yu Yun. System notification. Do you confirm the use of the Lord's Token to establish a territory? A system prompt resonated in Yu Yun's mind. Confirm. With a mere thought from Yu Yun, the token vanished, and a wooden lord's mansion materialized before the eyes of the crowd. To Zhao Feng's surprise, Yu Yun's rank did not drop to the ordinary level. He remained at the legendary tier. Truly, it was remarkable to possess one of the few Lord's Tokens in Blue Star. Zhao Feng silently commended Zhao Yidong. Before Zhao Feng could ponder further, another system notification echoed in his mind. System notification. Your subordinate has established a territory, which automatically becomes your subordinate territory. Please set the percentage of benefits that the main territory receives from the subordinate territory. With a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 50. Zhao Feng was taken aback, not anticipating such a scenario. Previously, Zhao Yidong had mentioned a maximum of 30, but he could receive 50, likely due to Yu Yun's status. 50. With a thought, the system notification vanished. Yu Yun's loyalty was at its peak, so this territory was essentially indistinguishable from his own. The benefits from the territory would enhance the attributes of the main territory and accelerate its upgrade. So naturally, he opted for the highest percentage. A few moments later, Yu Yun sent Zhao Feng the details of the territory. Flame subordinate territory. Grade. Village Lord. Yu Yun defense value. 10,000 territory area. 100x 100m energy value. 1 billion population. 0 happiness index. 0 territory buildings. None main territory. Flame Lord conditions for Heart of the Lord upgrade. 100 inhabitants. Happiness Index 60,100 energy from the Lord's crystal effects of the heart of the Lord. 1. The heart of Shennong applies to subordinate territories, reducing the probability of natural disasters by 1/4 within the territory, and decreasing the danger coefficient of covered natural disasters by 1/4. 2. That the heart of Shennong applies to subordinate territories, shortening the growth cycle of all cultivated crops and spiritual plants within the territory by 1/4, while also reducing the danger coefficient from various pests by 1/4. The territory itself possessed no extraordinary attributes, but Zhao Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that the characteristics of the heart of Shennong indeed extended to the subordinate territory. Although the secret realm was barren, primarily focused on military training, it did not mean that cultivation was entirely impossible. The specifics would have to wait until further exploration of the area. Once the Lord's mansion was completed, 1,000 members of the Yu family army, upon Zhao Feng's approval, departed from the main territory and joined Yu Yun's domain. Subsequently, Yu Yun's territory was enhanced with 5 extraordinary-level hidden barracks and 5 legendary-level barracks. Just as these constructions were finalized, Yu Yun discovered that the territory had met the conditions for upgrade, instantly elevating it to a town. The speed of this upgrade left Zhao Feng somewhat astounded. Though the loyalty of the Yu family army to Yu Yun had not reached 100, it undoubtedly surpassed 90 that, coupled with the bonuses from the extraordinary and legendary buildings, the territory's happiness index soared to 90, far exceeding the upgrade requirement of 60 that with the territory's upgrade. Its area expanded, and in the next moment, a towering mound appeared before everyone. An insect nest. Indeed, Zhao Feng had entrusted the insect nest to Yu Yun. The location was discreet, allowing for unrestricted construction. The key was the presence of 1,000,000 insect corpses available for the nest and a mother insect to devour and upgrade. Zhao Feng was keenly anticipating Yu Yun's development. With the development of the territory in Yu Yun's capable hands, Zhao Feng felt reassured. Just as he prepared to return to Blue Star with Wang Zhaojun and the others, Yu Yun unexpectedly presented him with an even greater surprise. "Lord, it seems I can add others from Blue Star as friends." This made Yu Yun the second individual among Zhao Feng's numerous subordinates capable of such a feat, following Wang Zhaojun. Although this function appeared simple, it signified that Yu Yun could autonomously develop without Zhao Feng's intervention, showcasing boundless potential. "Excellent. I entrust this territory to you." Zhao Feng gave Yu Yun a thumbs up and then returned to Blue Star with a somewhat gloomy Zhao Guang and Wang Zhaojun. System notification. Congratulations to Xiong Country's Polar Bear King, the third individual in Blue Star to upgrade a territory to the golden level, receiving the reward Wrath Hammer. Extraordinary. Upon returning to Blue Star, Zhao Feng was greeted by a series of 3 system notifications echoing in his mind. He regarded this reward with disdain, that he had observed that the first and second system rewards were quite commendable, but the third reward seemed rather lackluster, at least from his perspective. "Lord, we have captured a spy." Just as he stepped out of the teleportation hall, Zheng Lair approached, binding a young man in his 20s. The youth bore numerous injuries, and his eyes were filled with terror. That a spy? Zhao Feng was taken aback, and, after scanning the individual, his gaze settled on Zheng Lair. "Have you interrogated him thoroughly?" "Yes," Zheng Lair nodded. "He came from over 100 kilometers away from the city, information leaked by Huang Biao from the previous town." Oh, did a flicker of surprise and curiosity cross Zhao Feng's eyes that he had previously assumed that the source was from nearby towns, not realizing it was someone from the city. "Have you clarified the situation in the city?" Zheng Lair nodded. "Yes, it's quite chaotic, posing no immediate threat to us. However, there are still hundreds of thousands of people, and if left unchecked, should they all turn into zombies, it would pose a significant threat to us. Moreover, this person's older brother is already aware of our existence. If we do not address this, it may lead to further complications." Zhao Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. With fewer than 100,000 residents in the neighboring town, a 4th-tier zombie had already emerged that if the city were to spiral out of control, it would undoubtedly give rise to many high-tier zombies, posing a tremendous threat to the safety of the territory. You all discuss how to handle this matter. Involving nearly 1,000,000 people, the issue was substantial and lacking relevant experience. Zhao Feng had no choice but to rely on the talents of his territory. "Understood." Zheng Lair nodded. "Lord, how should we deal with him?" Zheng Lair gestured toward the young man in his grasp. Zhao Feng paused momentarily before replying. If he is of good character, expel him. If not, dispose of him immediately. This will be our approach moving forward. After enduring the zombie outbreak for so many days and experiencing numerous events, Zhao Feng's temperament had changed significantly. As you command. My lord. Zheng Le bowed to Zhao Feng and then led the ashen-faced young man away. It was not that the young man did not wish to plead for mercy, but rather that after a thorough interrogation, his spirit had nearly shattered, rendering him incapable of speech. Chapter 64. The surprises brought by the third-tier Shennong Mall system notification. Do you confirm the upgrade? Upon hearing the long-anticipated system prompt, Zhao Feng's eyes brimmed with excitement and expectation. At 8 p.m. After completing the harvest in the Shennong space, the Shennong index of his territory finally met the requirements for an upgrade. With a mere thought, the Lord's manor was enveloped in a dazzling golden light, transforming dramatically. The once humble stone house, spanning over 100 square meters, had now metamorphosed into a palace of over 300 square meters. At the very center of the palace, the heart of the Lord radiated a brilliant golden glow, shifting from its previous black hue. Heart of Shennong. Grade, Small Town Lord, Zhao Feng. Defense value, 1,000,000. Territory area, 10 kilometers x 10 kilometers. Energy value, 63,589,921. Population, 5,000. Happiness index, 90. Agricultural index, 0. Structures, Phoenix Pavilion, 1 gold. Lodging Palace, 1 gold. City walls, 1 extraordinary. Gale Tower, 1 extraordinary. Armory Cave, 1 extraordinary. Vice Lord, Wang Xiaojun Manager, Wang Haoqi Guard Captain, Zhao Guang. Upgrade requirements for the Heart of the Lord. Population, 10,000. Happiness index, 80 to 20,000. Energy from Lord's Crystal. Special effects of the Heart of the Lord. 1. That the probability of various natural disasters occurring within the territory is reduced to 1/4. And the danger level of covered natural disasters is also diminished to 1/4.2. Within the territory, the growth cycle for all planted crops and spiritual plants is reduced to 1/4, and the risk from various pests is minimized to 1/4. Upon observing the upgraded attributes, a broad smile spread across Zhao Feng's face. The territory's area had significantly expanded, allowing for the construction of many buildings acquired in the secret realm, and enabling the cultivation of more arable land, which would lead to a flourishing domain. With a mere thought, he entered the Shennong space, where the latest information flooded his mind. 3 RD tier spiritual field. Area, 100 x 100 effect, capable of cultivating ordinary crops as well as third-tier spiritual plants. The land contains spiritual energy and spiritual water, accelerating growth to just 1/30 of the normal growth time. 2 ND tier spiritual field. Area, 500 x 500 effect, capable of cultivating ordinary crops as well as second-tier spiritual plants. The land contains spiritual energy and spiritual water, accelerating growth to just 1/20 of the normal growth time. 1 ST tier spiritual field. Area, 1 kilometer x 1 kilometer effect, capable of cultivating ordinary crops as well as first-tier spiritual plants. The land contains spiritual energy and spiritual water, accelerating growth to just 1/10 of the normal growth time. 2 ND tier medicinal field. Area, 100 x 100 effect, capable of cultivating any second-tier spiritual medicine. The land contains spiritual energy and spiritual water, accelerating growth to just 1/20 of the normal growth time. The areas of all existing spiritual fields in the Shennong space had surged dramatically, and a new third-tier spiritual field had been added, along with upgrades to the medicinal fields. Given this area, the amount of food he could cultivate alone in a day would suffice for tens of thousands. Coupled with Wang Xiaojun's characteristic enhancements, he could harvest multiple waves in a single day, more than enough to sustain 100,000 people. Moreover, his territory could allocate ample arable land, and if fully planted, his dream of being a farmer could truly take its first step. The Shennong cauldron had also been upgraded. Its external appearance remained unchanged, but its internal capacity had expanded from 100 cubic meters to 1,000 cubic meters, now capable of refining items of 4th tier and below. Zhao Feng was quite pleased with the upgrade of the Shennong space. Yet, drawing from his previous experiences, the contents of this upgrade did not exceed his expectations. Thus, he felt little surprise. Exiting the Shennong space, He immediately summoned his personal attribute panel and opened the Shennong Mall. The Shennong Mall was Zhao Feng's most vital asset, and the aspect he anticipated most after each territory upgrade, which is why he always saved it for last. Upon entering the Shennong Mall, he found nearly 100 new products. Mountain ginseng seeds, 100 packs, grade. Second-tier spiritual medicine, growth cycle, 6 months, effect. Ginseng juice can restore spiritual energy, with each drop restoring 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Value, 500 energy points. Golden lily seeds, 100 packs, grade. Gold growth cycle, 4 months, effect. An upgraded version of the radiant lily. Its emitted glow repels zombies and hostile creatures of gold grade and below, with a coverage area of 1 square kilometer. Value, 1,000 energy points. 3 yellow chickens, 100 chicks, grade, gold growth cycle, 6 months, effect, edible. With delicious meat that increases stamina when consumed in sufficient quantity. Trait, immune to airborne zombie viruses. Value, 1,000 energy points. Red-headed ducks, 100 ducklings, grade, gold growth cycle, 6 months, effect, edible. With delicious meat that increases stamina when consumed in sufficient quantity. Trait, immune to airborne zombie viruses. Value, 2,000 energy points. Black-haired piglets, 10 piglets, grade, gold growth cycle, 1 to 3 years, effect, edible. With delicious meat that increases stamina and mental strength when consumed in sufficient quantity. Trait, immune to airborne zombie viruses. Value, 1,000 energy points. Yellow cattle calves, 10 calves, grade, gold growth cycle, 1 to 3 years, effect, edible. With delicious meat that increases stamina and mental strength when consumed in sufficient quantity. Trait, immune to airborne zombie viruses. Value, 3,000 energy points. Surprise, a tremendous surprise. In the battle within the secret realm, facing nearly 1 million insectoids, Zhao Feng was not concerned about the soldiers' strength. His only worry was their endurance in a prolonged conflict, fearing they might lack sufficient spiritual and mental energy, but he had previously contemplated seeking out formulas for pills that could restore these energies. Yet he had not anticipated that the Shennong Mall would directly provide related plants. What delighted him most was that the Shennong Mall even offered livestock offspring. All animals on Blue Star had been infected by the zombie virus, turning them into zombies. Currently, there was still some meat available, but it was merely leftover stock. Zhao Feng estimated that within a month, the majority of people would struggle to catch a whiff of meat. This aspect had been a source of concern for him, yet he had not anticipated such a grand surprise from the Shennong Mall. Although the variety of livestock offspring was limited to chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle, it was more than sufficient. After browsing through the products in the Shennong Mall, he swiftly purchased a substantial quantity of various seeds and filled all the spiritual and medicinal fields in the Shennong space. The growth cycle for the golden spiritual medicine had indeed lengthened considerably, but with the spiritual fields and the enhancement from Wang Xiaojuan's traits, the 6-month growth cycle would take less than 4 hours. At this thought, Zhao Feng couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, drawing the attention of Wang Xiaojun and Yu Yinping beside him. During the territory upgrade, while others waited outside the Lord's manor, only Wang Xiaojun and Yu Yinping remained by his side. Coughing to clear his throat after several hearty laughs, Zhao Feng noticed the peculiar gazes from those around him and sought to alleviate his embarrassment. He felt grateful that only the 2 women were accompanying him. Otherwise, it would have turned into a large-scale social faux pas. Wang Xiaojun was aware of his Shennong space, and with Yu Yinping's loyalty maxed out, there was no need for concealment. Upon sharing the new products in the Shennong Mall with the 2 women, they too were filled with excitement. Let us go and construct the several breeding facilities we obtained from the secret realm, Zhao Feng said with a broad smile, leading the 2 delighted women outside. Previously, he had acquired an extraordinary level breeding facility with an internal space of 1 square kilometer, capable of housing a substantial number of poultry. However, Zhao Feng now deemed it insufficient and resolved to construct several more. Even if the meat could not be fully consumed, selling it would undoubtedly fetch a high price. In this post-apocalyptic world, Zhao Feng intended to market meat as a luxury item. As for ordinary folks, he would utilize the crops grown on the territory's arable land. Meanwhile, sweet potatoes and similar items that could enhance attributes would serve as mid-tier food. Priced reasonably, yet not overly cheap. Excellent. This way, all 3 tiers, low, medium, and high, would be covered. Zhao Feng, stroking his chin, contemplated the splendid future ahead, a smile once again unable to be contained at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 65. The Encyclopedia of the Jianghu Yin Yin, Zhaofeng Level. 100. 5W5W. Territory. Heart of Shennong, small town, strength. 830 agility. 790 mental power. 820 talent. S technique. Shennong Ju incomplete. Shennong spiritual power. 2500 fortune. 30 storage space. 5000 slots. With a maximum of 100,000 identical items. Shennong Ju, incomplete grade. Golden proficiency. None technique effects. Increases strength, agility, and mental power by 20 points daily. Point 1. That can resist minor zombie virus infections. Provides immunity against various toxins of golden grade and below. 2. Doubles the recovery speed for all bodily injuries. Point 3. Shennong Qi can be used to heal various bodily wounds, eliminate zombie virus infections, and remove various toxins and viruses, as well as accelerate plant growth. 4. Functions automatically within the body. Point 5. Upon reaching the minor achievement stage, can condense mental consciousness, consuming mental power for mental exploration. As Zhaofeng gazed upon his attributes and those of the Shennong Ju, his face radiated with astonishment. Golden grade attributes typically have a maximum value of 800, with 99 of individuals falling below 700. Only those above 700 are considered geniuses. Remarkably, 2 of Zhaofeng's 3 attributes exceeded the limit. This was not merely due to his exceptional talent, but rather the enhancement provided by the Shennong Ju. Alongside his consistent consumption of various attribute-boosting foods, resulting in such formidable effects, the expansion of his storage space was not a source of great joy, as he had not fully utilized the previous capacity. Thus, the further enlargement held little significance for him. The true delight stemmed from the Shennong Ju. With the elevation of its grade, not only did the toxins it could neutralize increase, but he was also elated to discover its ability to operate autonomously. While the practice of the Shennong Ju could substitute for sleep, the passage of time during meditation often eluded Zhaofeng, making it somewhat challenging to manage that a few hours were manageable. Yet he feared the day he might complete his practice only to find that several days or even a month had passed. Such a notion was rather terrifying. The ability for it to function automatically effectively mitigated this significant risk. Mental consciousness, a manifestation of condensed mental power, is formless and intangible, capable of probing the surrounding environment and impacting the minds of adversaries, showcasing boundless utility. Typically, only those at the epic level can compress their vast mental power to form mental consciousness. Yet unexpectedly, he was able to condense mental consciousness even at the golden level, grateful to his revered brother Shennong. Surrounded by many, Zhaofeng, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, refrained from performing the formal 3 kneels and 9 kowtows, instead offering heartfelt thanks thrice in his mind. Upon closing his personal attributes, Zhaofeng opened the chat channel. Yin Yin, I am willing to purchase the Secret Realm tokens, Hero Class Summoning Structures, attributes of Glorious Lily.jpg, and attributes of Mutated Ginger Juice.jpg. 1 token can be exchanged for any 10 pieces of either item. Limited in quantity, first come, first served. He disseminated his purchasing information across both the regional and national chat channels. The attributes of these 2 items were astonishing, akin to dropping a nuclear bomb on the current Blue Star environment, provoking a tremendous upheaval. Both channels, already bustling with activity, saw information scrolling rapidly, barely manageable to read. Following Zhaofeng's announcement, the messages surged wildly, 100 lines per second. Not only was it impossible to discern content, but even the handwriting vanished amidst the frenzy, the entire chat channel engulfed in a black screen. The chat channel was chaotic, and Zhaofeng's private messages were equally frenetic, with thousands pouring in every second. He randomly selected a few, all requests to purchase, yet none offered buildings or tokens, leaving him slightly disheartened. With a flicker of thought, Zhaofeng employed an intelligent filter for his private messages, deleting all that did not contain tokens or buildings. In an instant, 99 of the messages vanished. Glancing at the remaining messages, Zhaofeng was taken aback to find over 100 still lingering. Tokens and hero-class buildings were scarce even at the national level. How could there be hundreds of individuals in the civilian sector? I have several tokens. Trade me 5 pieces of ginger juice and 5 glorious lilies first, and I will immediately exchange 1 token with you. I possess hero-class buildings. However, your offer is too low, and I must first test the effects of your ginger juice and glorious lilies before deciding on a trade. Let us do a one-for-one exchange initially. If I am satisfied, we can discuss further transactions. Among the multitude of private messages, Xiaofeng clicked on a few more, all from individuals attempting to make a profit without investment. Disheartened, he swiftly blocked dozens of them. Just as he was about to give up in frustration, a uniquely named message caught his eye. Jianghu by Xiaosheng. Mr. Yin, I have a summoning structure here. Would you be interested in a trade? Hero Tavern. Rare area. 200 square meters summoning. Randomly and periodically generates rare heroes and those of lower grades. Jianghu by Xiaosheng was not a single individual, but rather an organization whose members all bore this name. This name held even greater notoriety in Huagua than the official entities. This organization broadcasts information daily at noon across various chat channels. The content of their messages encompasses significant events from all nations on Blue Star, alongside critical occurrences within Huagua. For instance, which countries or cities have been surrounded by zombies or have succumbed to them. Reports of high-level zombies appearing in certain regions of Huagua, warning residents in the affected cities to evacuate swiftly. Additionally, they disseminate information regarding particularly nefarious individuals, urging high-level heroes in nearby areas to act against them, while advising weaker individuals to avoid those regions. Their messages provide everyone with a clearer understanding of the overall situation on Blue Star and hold considerable importance for many ordinary citizens on the move within Huagua. Furthermore, Jianghu by Xiaosheng has established numerous groups that regularly update the latest information from various nations in Huagua, attracting countless citizens. Xiaofeng had also joined one of these groups, often lurking to catch up on the news whenever he had the time. The organization not only disseminates information, but also engages in the buying and selling of information. They categorize your information by level and offer varying rewards, while also charging different prices based on the information you wish to purchase. All these levels are clearly displayed in the group announcements, with prices starting from a minimum of 100 energy, reaching several billion, or even higher. This was undeniably enticing. Although Xiaofeng had previously engaged in information trading, it did not diminish his admiration for this information organization. The credibility of Jianghu by Xiaosheng was assured, and Xiaofeng was not concerned about being deceived. However, the attributes of the Hero Tavern left him somewhat speechless. A structure of rare grade was certainly remarkable, yet the randomness of personnel and timing rendered it somewhat less appealing. Xiaofeng was somewhat reluctant to acquire the tavern, but considering he might seek to purchase information from them in the future, he decided to cultivate a good relationship. This building falls short of my expectations. Let us be friends. How about 2 drops of ginger juice or 2 glorious lilies? By the way, do you have any information on tokens or hero-class summoning buildings for sale? As soon as Xiaofeng sent his message, a friend request promptly arrived that I in the next moment. The name Jianghu by Xiaosheng appeared among his contacts. To Xiaofeng's surprise, the profile picture of Jianghu by Xiaosheng depicted a handsome young man in his 20s. Hello, Mr. Yin. Your trade proposal is acceptable that I require 1 drop of ginger juice and 1 glorious lily. Would that be agreeable? Additionally, currently, we do not possess the information you seek, but I have noted your request. I will notify you immediately if relevant information becomes available. Moreover, due to your immense potential, we have classified you as an SS-level user. You will have priority access to our information, and all purchases will enjoy a 40% discount. Does that sound agreeable? That sounds good. Xiaofeng broke into a broad smile, astonished by the unexpectedly generous treatment he received that in exchange for a drop of ginger juice and a radiant lily. A blueprint for construction had found its way into his possession. Chapter 66. Gongsun Danyang. As midnight approached, Xiaofeng's domain, illuminated by street lamps and golden lilies, remained as bright as day. The golden lilies in the Shennong space had already been harvested, due to the enhanced capability to repel zombies. Xiaofeng had replaced all radiant lilies in his territory with golden ones. The petals of the golden lilies shimmered in a hue of gold, emanating a light that was not only brighter than that of the radiant lilies, but also radiated warmth. Under this luminous glow, one would experience a comforting warmth, quite delightful indeed. While transforming his territory, Xiaofeng had also traded a golden lily to his parents, the luckiest of the lucky, Ohuang Ben Huang, Shengguan Waner, Li Guanghui, and Zhao Yitong. Amidst a flurry of gratitude, Zhao Yitong expressed a desire for a bulk purchase, but Xiaofeng politely declined, explaining that there weren't many available at present. He promised to sell more once he cultivated additional plants in the future. At this moment, aside from the patrolling soldiers, Both the ordinary citizens and the soldiers had succumbed to slumber. Encircling the domain, a towering black city wall, reaching a height of 20 meters, loomed like a dragon. Safeguarding Zhaofeng's vast territory, patrols of soldiers walked back and forth along the walls, enhancing security while extending their line of sight. This was the upgraded Golden Grade City Wall, which not only encompassed the extensive wasteland before the Lord's Manor, but also enclosed the lake and 2 mountains behind it. The dramatic expansion of the territory brought forth ample arable land, yet it also introduced certain hazards. The freshwater lake posed no immediate concern, but the surrounding mountains, each soaring over 1,000 meters, harbored significant risks. Zhaofeng had resolved that at dawn, he would borrow 2 ultrasonic weapons from Zhao Yitong to clear the lurking zombie creatures hidden within those mountains. For now, however, he had more pressing matters at hand. At this moment, Zhaofeng, Wang Zhaojun, Yu Yinping, Wang Haoqi, Zhao Guang, Yu Yun, and Zheng Lauer stood before the foaming pavilion, their eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. Indeed, after the clock struck midnight, the 10-day limitation of the foaming pavilion would conclude, allowing for yet another summoning. The first summoning had brought forth Wang Zhaojun, who had contributed immensely to the development of the territory, that it could be said that of their current strength, Zhaofeng bore only 30 of the credit, while Wang Zhaojun claimed a staggering 60, leaving the remaining 10 to be shared among the others. With the illustrious Wang Zhaojun as a precedent, it was only natural that everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of the second figure. Just after midnight, Wang Zhaojun stepped forward, initiating the summoning before the expectant gazes of the crowd. The next moment, a golden light erupted from within the foaming pavilion, gradually revealing an exquisite silhouette bathed in its glow. A few minutes later, as the golden light dissipated, a breathtaking young maiden, appearing to be around 20 years of age and adorned in a pure white long-sleeved dance attire, stood before the crowd. Gongsun Danyang, commoner age, 20 level, 100 lord, yin loyalty, 70 strength, 80 agility, 200 mental power, 180 potential. SSS specialties: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, sword dance, martial arts. Liaoguang sword dance, legendary. A unique technique created by Gongsun Danyang, capable of upgrading. Special effect 1. Sword heart clarity, enabling her to sense hostility within 100 meters. The higher the realm, the greater the range. Special effect 2. Unmatched swordsmanship, allowing her to practice various sword techniques. The more techniques she masters, the stronger she becomes. Upon reaching a certain level of experience, she can upgrade her innate techniques autonomously. Special effect 3. Unmatched swordsmanship talent, enabling her to comprehend various sword techniques, while also allowing her to teach the techniques she has mastered to others. As Zhaofeng beheld the graceful approach of the stunning maiden, his eyes brimmed with astonishment. Gongsun Danyang, the most renowned legendary woman of the Tang dynasty, whose sword dances captivated the 4 corners of the realm, had attracted the admiration of luminaries such as the poet Du Fu and the painter Wu Daozi. Though Gongsun Danyang's attributes were not as dazzling as those of Wang Zhaojun, her third special effect sent Zhaofeng's heart racing to an exhilarating 200 beats per minute. Everyone knew that the martial arts dropped by zombies could only be learned by one individual. With so many extraordinary soldiers under Zhaofeng's command, many lacked martial arts commensurate with their realms. That it was not a matter of lacking energy or being unable to purchase martial arts. Rather, the drop rates were exceedingly low, and the availability of martial arts was scarce, making them nearly unattainable even with wealth. The emergence of Gongsun Danyang, however, perfectly resolved this predicament. Though she specialized in swordsmanship, if the soldiers could learn from her, the combat effectiveness of the domain soldiers would undoubtedly multiply several times over. Upon her introduction, Gongsun Danyang stepped out from the foaming pavilion and approached Zhaofeng, slightly bowing in respect. "Please rise," Zhaofeng replied with a beaming smile. Gesturing for her to stand, he then introduced her to Wang Zhaojun and the others. After a brief moment of mutual acquaintance, the group dispersed to rest, while Zhaofeng, along with Wang Zhaojun, Yu Yinping, and Gongsun Danyang, made their way toward the lodging hotel. "Gongsun, please take this energy to elevate your realm," Zhaofeng said, transferring 10 billion units of energy to Gongsun Danyang, enough for her to reach the king level. Once she attained the king level, she would be no different from the Blue Star inhabitants. That a flicker of astonishment crossed Gongsun Danyang's eyes. Although she had just revived in this world, The system had provided her with considerable foundational knowledge, and she understood the significance of 10 billion units of energy. She never anticipated that upon joining this territory, Xiaofeng would place such trust in her, evoking a mix of gratitude and apprehension. As she felt unworthy of such a substantial gift, system prompt. Your trust has moved Gongsun Danyang, loyalty 10, that my lord. I am grateful for your kindness. Such a generous reward feels undeserved. Once I have contributed sufficiently to the territory, please grant me this later, Gongsun Danyang stated, attempting to return the energy, but Xiaofeng shook his head in refusal. Gongsun, our territory is small and still in its nascent stages that I regard everyone as family. So there are no notions of merit or lack thereof. I will share my energy as much as possible to enhance everyone's strength, allowing us to better protect ourselves in this unpredictable chaos. Beyond self-preservation, each of us can contribute to this family according to our abilities, working together to make our collective home better. You're not alone in this. Zhaojun, Yinping, and the others share the same sentiment. Your exceptional potential warrants a larger share to ensure it is not wasted. The 10 billion energy will elevate you to the king level, and surprises await you. You will likely find common ground with Zhaojun in that regard, as she is the only one here who has reached the king level. By the way, since you possess unmatched swordsmanship talent, all sword techniques in our territory will be prioritized for your learning. It is late now. Please rest, and at dawn, Zhaojun will guide you to the warehouse to retrieve the techniques. Xiaofeng concluded that as Gongsun Danyang opened her mouth to respond, she was gently ushered into the lodging palace by Wang Zhaojun and Yu Yinping. Knowing that a new female companion was joining them, the rooms had already been arranged, with Gongsun Danyang placed in the second-tier room adjacent to Wang Zhaojun. Returning to his own chamber, Xiaofeng's smile remained undiminished. Although the summoned figure was not one of the four beauties he had previously anticipated, Gongsun Danyang's characteristics still filled him with hope. Approximately 10 minutes later, a new system prompt echoed in Xiaofeng's mind. System prompt. Your trust has moved Gongsun Danyang, loyalty 10. Xiaofeng grinned broadly. Excellent, her loyalty had reached a remarkable 90. Glancing at Gongsun Danyang's attributes, he confirmed that she had indeed reached the king level. And she must have already realized the benefits of this advancement. System prompt. Gongsun Danyang requests to add you as a friend. Agree. Looking at the newly added name in his contacts, Xiaofeng lay back on his bed with satisfaction and drifted into slumber. Chapter 66. A Frenzied Harvest Song Jiang. Comrades, I am recruiting heroes for Liangshan. In this chaotic world, where are the valiant? I require 108 champions. I promise a reward of 1 million energy for each successful candidate. Heishan Bandit. In times of chaos, heroes arise that if anyone seeks self-sufficiency and a life of prosperity, come find me. As long as you qualify, I will offer a minimum of 100,000 energy, awakening from a deep slumber at 7:30 in the morning. Xiaofeng arose from his bed and in a habitual manner switched on the regional and national channels, only to discover a plethora of individuals actively recruiting. However, unlike the previous times when various factions sought recruits, this time many of those seeking followers unabashedly revealed their desires, with numerous individuals outright declaring their intentions to become bandits or engage in illicit activities, soliciting henchmen and lackeys. These individuals not only promised energy in return, but brazenly showcased images and videos depicting robbery, violence, and even embraces with beautiful women that in times past. Such declarations would have swiftly drawn the attention of authorities. But now, it seemed, no one was monitoring these brazen proclamations. Across the channels, countless voices were indeed hurling insults at one another, urging the victims to unite and resist. Yet no one genuinely aspired to become a hero. Faced with the cacophony of insults and calls for rebellion, those broadcasting videos remained undeterred, continuing to release more brutal footage accompanied by their audacious laughter. In this moment, countless hearts across Huagua were filled with helplessness and despair. Yet, amidst this atmosphere, many began to harbor different sentiments, covertly reaching out to those disseminating such messages. Indeed, the onset of chaos seemed imminent. Xiaofeng could not help but lament internally. Previously, the Jianghu Baixiaoxing would share information regarding the most ruthless individuals within information groups, yet those were merely individuals or small gangs. Although they posed some threats, they held little significance for the entirety of Huagua. Now, with these individuals so openly forming groups, If they were allowed to grow, Huagua would truly descend into turmoil. While zombies posed a threat, human calamities were far more terrifying. In such chaotic times, lives were as fragile as paper, and with the nation unable to maintain order, Zhao Feng could only strive to ensure the safety of himself and his loved ones. What puzzled Zhao Feng, however, was why these individuals had all emerged on the same day, as if they had conspired together. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he dismissed the tumultuous emotions from his mind and proceeded to dress. With disorder rampant, Zhao Feng felt an urgent need to bolster the strength of his territory. Otherwise, after laboriously establishing a grand farm, it would be absurd to have it taken away by others. "My lord, you are awake. Come, breakfast is ready," prepared by Sister Zhao Jun, called out Yu Yinping as she entered with a large tray laden with an array of exquisite dishes and porridge. Behind her stood Wang Zhao Jun and Gongsun Dainyu, both smiling gently. "Thank you, Zhao Jun," Zhao Feng replied with a smile, closing the door behind him as he and the three women made their way to a scenic pavilion within the residence to enjoy their meal. "My lord, we discussed the situation regarding Yesh City yesterday, that we plan to send a 1,000-man team to eliminate that faction and find a reputable individual in Yesh City to serve as our agent for its management." Zhao Guang approached along with Zheng Lao Er and Wang Haoqi, just as Zhao Feng and the three women exited the residence. The person from yesterday has already mentioned that the highest level in Yesh City is currently extraordinary. And there are only a few such individuals with very few at the golden level. Their most formidable weapon is firearms. Yu Yun is managing the subsidiary territory in the secret realm, while Zhao Guang will oversee the military of the main territory. However, last night Zhao Guang and Yu Yun agreed on the proposed course of action during a video chat. He continued, "The extraordinary realm has already allowed for the separation of spiritual power, forming a protective shield of spiritual energy that renders ordinary firearms ineffective. According to the intelligence we gathered, dispatching just 10 soldiers would suffice to sweep through Yesh City. The reason for sending a 1,000-man team is due to concerns that some individuals in Yesh City might be influenced by those bandits this morning and band together as robbers." Although Yesh City lies several hundred kilometers away, it is home to nearly 1 million people. If left unchecked, it could become a significant security risk for our territory. However, if we can bring it under control, a vast area surrounding it would also fall under our dominion, allowing our territory to develop in stability. "Very well," Zhao Feng nodded with a smile, then turned his gaze to Gongsun Dainyu. "Miss Gongsun, perhaps it would be best for you to refrain from participating in this operation and instead head to the warehouse to study the sword techniques you wish to learn. Last night, I was too excited to sleep, so I took Sister Zhao Jun to the warehouse, and I have already mastered those sword techniques." Gongsun Dainyu replied with a smile. "Ditto." Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. "Then, Miss Gongsun, do you believe you could impart some of those sword techniques to the people of our territory?" "Not at this moment." Gongsun Dainyu maintained her smile. "While those sword techniques are excellent and have greatly benefited me, I have only reached the minor completion stage that I will need to cultivate them to perfection before I can teach them to others that I estimate that in 2 or 3 days, I will be able to do so." "So soon?" Zhao Feng was taken aback that he had practiced the Shennong Sutra for about 10 days to reach the minor completion level, and despite diligently practicing the falling petal sword technique, he had only just achieved proficiency. Gongsun Dainyu had only learned the sword techniques a mere 7 hours ago, yet she had already reached minor completion. In just 2 or 3 days, she could achieve perfection in over 10 sword techniques. Zhao Feng recognized Gongsun Dainyu's exceptional talent for the sword, but had not anticipated it to be at such an astonishing level that in comparison, he felt like a mere novice, shaking his head. Zhao Feng redirected his attention to Wang Zhao Jun. "How is the summoning of the new barracks progressing? Also, has anyone emerged from the heroic tavern? Has the gathering of talents recently produced any exceptional individuals?" Following the upgrade of the territory, its area had expanded significantly. Zhao Feng had not only constructed the heroic tavern, acquired from Jianghu Baixiaoxing, but also built 10 legendary tier barracks and 10 rare tier barracks. The rare tier barracks could summon 200 soldiers daily, while the legendary tier barracks could summon 500. The Wang Zhao Jun shook her head, and no one has yet appeared at the heroic tavern. The gathering of talents has only produced A-rated talents in recent days, including scholars and tailors, all of whom have been assigned roles. The new barracks have summoned only A and B-rated soldiers from the Yamen Army and the Yu Family Army, with no new troop types emerging. The Black Iron and Golden Tier barracks have been authorized for Commander Zheng to summon on his own. The Black Iron Barracks have summoned scattered soldiers under Commander Zheng's management, while the Golden Tier Barracks have brought in some of Commander Zheng's former subordinates, who also fall under his command. Additionally, we have already delineated farmland within our territory for rice, wheat, and vegetables, all of which have been sown with the aid of planting machines, and we can expect to harvest soon. The chickens and ducks are thriving in the breeding facility, and by evening, tens of thousands will be ready for slaughter and preservation in the warehouse for the next round of breeding. Wang Zhaojun spoke fluently, displaying her thorough grasp of the various affairs within the territory, rattling off data that put Zhao Feng at ease, allowing him to take a step back. Thanks to Wang Zhaojun's life cycle enhancement of 1/4 in the territory's own quarter, which totaled 1160, crops that originally took 50 days to mature now only required 7.5 hours. Chickens and ducks, which typically needed months to grow, could now reach maturity in just 1 day. At this rate, Zhao Feng estimated the warehouse would soon be brimming with an abundance of food. There would be more than enough to consume, far more than one could possibly eat. Chapter 67. The surprises brought by the Mo family's mechanisms. The astonishing growth cycle enhancement of the territory brought Zhao Feng immense joy. Fortunately, just a few days prior, he had exchanged some glorious lilies with the esteemed Li Xinghui for 10 planting machines and 10 harvesting machines. These were specifically designated for cultivating wheat and rice. Otherwise, managing such an expansive territory manually would have resulted in a situation where the earlier crops would need to be harvested before the later ones could be sown. An utterly absurd scenario. Zhao Feng glanced at the attribute panel of the territory, noting that the agricultural index had surged from 0 to 213. This was the result of his 2 harvests within the Shennong space. If the livestock and grain yield of the territory were to be calculated today, it would likely exceed 500. Once the larger livestock, such as pigs and cattle, matured, the agricultural index would likely see another significant increase. Not only within his territory, but several breeding facilities had also been established within the Secret Realm's subsidiary territories.